objects and block taller objects at the point where the taller object is vanishing into the horizon. And that's, of course, also optical. It's like just like the sunset, just like this mountain with the shadow.
Yeah. Well, it's only optical, though. Because it depends on scale as well.
Well, it's
Like,
optical, but in this case, it's casting a shadow on the clouds. Right? So...
Yeah, but that's because of their
Is the light
rays
bending?
of light.
Is the light bending, or is it? Is the light bending?
Well, there's atmosphere, so light is bending, of course. That's why you can get light shining underneath the car. You know, if you get a low enough angle light so that it's not actually in a direct line of path underneath the car, but if it's just literally reflecting off of the surface and bouncing up under the car, that doesn't happen if it's close, but the further away you take that light, the angle changes and it can reflect up into the bottom of the car. So it's a similar thing happening.
That's correct, but the globers will explain that as the light's lower because it's going over a globe, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't have to physically be lower to do it. That's the thing, because of the light and the angles of the way the light comes from an object that's emitting light.
You need more
it's
or
not
less
a point
parallel.
source, it's not
you need parallel light rays.
You don't need parallel light ray.
You're right, darn near though. At least collimated.
Are the light rays parallel if the light's coming from under the car?
I believe the technical term would... Go ahead.
Well, they're not parallel from like a light bulb, for example, are they? The phenomenon can be seen.
Mm-hmm.
So,
like a light bulb won't light up a whole room.
Yes, they can't be parallel.
Doesn't the sun light up your whole room?
Yeah, but then there's scale, you see. That's what the globers have to have, the scale. It's so big and it's so far away that parallel lines can do that. It's all in the maths, people. We know this.
Hey, I may have just have an idea. I may be able to prove non-parallel light rays if you open your shutters in the morning and the sun is just blasting your whole room, your whole living room, for example. It'll light up your whole room, right? So now, what if you have enough light to sit in your coffee table inside your house and put a ruler to cast a shadow? Obviously, that shadow is not going to be parallel to the sun's rays because the sun is outside. Right? Am I right?
Right. It would be parallel. It would be in line with the light source, being the window in this case.
Right, and not the sun direction.
Right.
So wouldn't that debunk Eratosthenes?
No.
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 I was stretching. I was trying.
The only thing you need to do to debunk Eratosthenes is show that the light rays don't converge,
or show an accurate map with distances. That would end this debate, right?
Well, I could make a map for you, not of the whole Earth.
I just need one good enough to do my sailboat races.
Even if somebody provided you a map, it would be useless if you really were seeking truth unless you verified the map. So if somebody just gave you a map and you blindly believed it, you'd be doing the same thing just by blindly believing a government-issued WGS 84 type of a map. So even if somebody gave you the best planar Earth map in the whole world and it's absolutely correct, it would still be completely useless unless you went and verified it if you really want to know what the truth is.
Right now, the Apriva is 32.4 nautical miles and gaining on linked out by 2.2 knots per hour. Do you think I'm not following this stuff? Do you think I don't know exactly how fast these boats are going during basically my entire waking hours? I know where these boats are. I know how fast they're going. I know the speed, the distance they're traveling. All of this is well worked out.
With all due respect, I might have to give you a cool story, bro, on that one.
Before you do that, Jay, you mentioned
Please say it, Gio. It sounds good.
the government issued GPS.
I tried to say it as nice a way as possible. Cool story, my fine
Yeah.
friend.
Here, you talked about the government issued GPS. Is that did I say it right?
GS-84.
Okay, the GS-84. Now, that's some kind of satellite system controlled by the government or the military.
The GS-84. It's the ellipsoid. It's the ellipsoid geoid model. It's of the globe Earth.
Okay, so I had nothing to do with satellites or GPS.
It's where we set our datums.
It's referred to as an ellipsoid datum, the World Geodetic System (WGS).
Okay, so we need the government to give us that. We need the military to give us that. We can't do it by ourselves. Is that right?
The group who made that is called the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. They're part of the family of agencies up there with the FBI, the CIA. They're the ones who pump out this WGS-84 thing.
What are all these government agencies for? You know, I mean, there must be some kind of conspiracy going on, because why the hell do we need all these government agencies to give us shit that we can't get for ourselves?
Because we asked for it.
That's super sus to me. That's a
we pay
appeal
our taxes
to the
and we
40
ask for it. We vote when we should riot.
It's an appeal to 30,000.
We beg for it.
You love it.
You can
need the government to tell you what you're living on, bro. You have a problem.
You can put most major advances down to warlike reasons. We got better at making maps, so we could be better at war. We got better at sailing across the seas, so we could go dominate new countries and invade new lands. War is being the mother of most necessity.
We were best at war with Sun Tzu. We've degraded since then.
Was he even real?
Book is real. It's a cool book. Cool book, though.
Probably from Australia.
The Art of War, Sun Tzu.
I mean, if you want to look at him, why don't we go back to Genghis Khan? He had more of the world united under one banner than anyone else.
Right. Did he need propaganda?
Yes, he used lots of propaganda.
Did he have a globe Earth or flat Earth? That's a good question, man. That's important. Come on,
I don't rightly know
that.
I know he was a landlocked civilization, but I don't know, or a coastally locked civilization, but I don't know. Yeah,
he was a badass. That's all I know.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't a ball tub. No way.
Pretty sure he was a flatty, but I don't want to,
He was flat smacking people back in the day for sure.
Be like, what happens with the helium balloon?
No, but
like, you think it's gravity? What happens with the helium balloon?
Governments are the people who wage war, right? So they're the ones who need the accurate maps and need to be able to eradicate whatever they see as their enemy. That's where a lot of our mapping comes from.
Yeah, but you're just saying that. You can't verify that their maps are correct.
Actually, I can. Would you like to know about...
How would you verify that GS-84 is legit?
Sure. The GS-84 is, among its many uses, it provides the published distances between all the major shipping routes that are located in the... oh my God. In the boatage.
The shipping routes are there, but they work on the flat Earth also.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No, unfortunately, you end up with not being able to complete the route once you get about 4 or 5 positions in place. It's no longer planar.
Is that because of curvature?
I don't know.
I was wondering why they wouldn't be able to complete the route if it was flat.
Correct. The routes would not complete. Many of them would be too long.
Would be or are?
Would be.
Sounds like it's speculating. Would be. Oh.
Mm-hmm. Right. If we were to connect it on a flat map, if we looked at something like the Transat, the race that's going on right now, it would suffer, and 2 of the 3 races would actually be shorter, and the third one would be significantly longer than it is. Then the boats are actually sailing. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Nice story, bro.
Do you have an
The
accurate
Mocha
flat Earth map to compare this to?
No. Do you?
Well, that's not the scientific method.
It won't work on something. It won't work on something you haven't tested.
It's a massive appeal to authority fallacy is what's happening.
No, this is appeal to my own data, the distances I've traveled that I have personally verified.
With a tape measure?
That work on a flat Earth.
No, I didn't use a tape measure. That's not the way sailboats work.
There was no verification.
Speed over time.
Speed.
Mm-hmm.
How do you work out speed?
Which one of the 3 waves would you like to know about?
So you've got to take an average and calculate, do you? We've been over this before. You put the boat in a dry dock and you shove the fucking hose in the tube and turn the tap on. That thing would make it look like the boat's doing fucking knots. When we both know the boat's in dry dock. So your whole fucking tube and the propeller in there's fucking bullshit. And it's not the same as a car and a speedo. Very different.
I like how I love how Australians say bullshit when you guys say bullshit. No, not me. You say bull. How do you say it? Bullshit.
I don't know. I'll say it how I say it. Fuck.
Bullshit. It just has like a cool it's like a deeper pronunciation of it. It's like bullshit.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not doing it right.
In New Zealand, we say bullshit.
So, if these boats are sitting in dry dock, how did we see them pull out of the harbor of France? We have seen them we have seen them at least 5 different countries have sent news media to overfly them. I just found a new one today. They will be pulling in probably in the next 10 days.
For the moon? Do you remember the fanfare that they did globally for the moon landing?
Right.
Right. Yeah, we think that's bullshit too. So
okay.
If you think
I'm literally asking how the boats are going to get.
Docks is going to fucking cut it, mate. I'm sorry, it's not.
I'm literally asking how the boats are getting from where they are seen to where they're seen.
They're sailing.
They did. Okay, they sailed. Are they doing the distances that they're reporting? Or is there
I don't know.
Is there through-hole tachometer hooked up to a hose in dry dock while they're sailing?
Okay, so can there not be currents?
Yes.
Can wind not blow surface water in a different direction to the fucking rest of the water?
Ooh, good question. I wonder.
It's not definitive.
Let's see what exactly the wind currents look like right now.
This reminds me of No, I might have interrupted. Sorry. I was just going to say, this reminds me of when Neil deGrasse says that the amount of fuel that the Saturn V rocket had is proof that it went all the way to the moon.
Yeah, and not even the truck delivery. It was just a receipt for the fuel. See here, look, our accounting says. Oh shit!
Is it okay if we use linked out, or would you like to talk about one of the people in the doldrums?
I don't think it's really useful to the conversation to bring up the boat thing anymore, to be honest with you.
I
know you love boats, but we kind of do it every day. There's really nothing more to be said about it. We understand like the media claims of whatever. We've all said a million times it's not verified, so I think we should just move on.
Except it is. I mean,
all right. Well, you can think whatever you want. I guess if other people are interested, I guess keep going. But it's getting pretty boring to me because it's not really related to the shape of the Earth.
It's an accurate map.
Damn, you got shut down.
I mean, all I've been asking for from Flat Earth since I've joined the community. It's an accurate map.
You just want a map made good, huh? Map
Yep.
made good.
I could give you a
I'd
map,
like a map
bro.
too.
Yeah, I could give you any map you want. Just give me enough time. Give me access to all the areas of the entire Earth, enough resources to do it, and I'll get back to you.
Let me go marry a princess. I'll be back.
Appeal to authority.
Oh, like you?
Yeah, I mean, it is appeal to authority. I mean, when you guys sort of try to use this like map harassment thing, it's really what it comes down to. It's almost like harassing people for maps. The thing is that what you think you have is not a map you have. It's one that was issued to you by an authority, a government that you believe. So it's not like you have this great. It's not like you went out. It's not like you went out and mapped the whole Earth and you're like slamming on the table. You're like, yo, I got a map, bro. Where's yours? That's not the case. You went to Google and were like, oh, the government geospatial national, intelligence agency told me this is the Earth, therefore this is the Earth, and then you are pretending as if that's some kind of absolute map of the Earth, and then you're trying to put that up against,
Actually, I'm not doing any of that.
People that don't think the Earth is a globe and trying to.
Oh, you surveyed the Earth. Okay, yeah.
What I'm doing is I'm actually using a public company, Garmin, and their information they are freely sharing through the decommissioned Iridium satellites.
More dependence on authority.
So just a different authority. Got it.
A different leg of the same authoritarian system, yeah.
But a public one, guys. They're legit.
I mean, I wish I had their money too. It'd be nice, but
my answer specifically. Thank you very much for agreeing with us.
Yeah.
I think that's exactly what we've been saying the whole time. You just answered the same way, so we can just drop that, right? We'll get to the map when we can get to the map. Right now, it's kind of infeasible.
Yeah, the people that have the map are the clandestine military. I mean, the military definitely has it. So
isn't it funny when we flip the script, they start sounding like flat earthers? It's like happened 3 times today.
How do I sound like a flat earther?
You literally just gave the same answer that we give people when we started to question your thing.
You said I don't have the money of the government.
Yeah, I don't have the money of the government. I don't have access to resources. Like, it's literally the same answer. So you guys come to us with these questions of grandeur, like you're making a point, like, hey, we suck and we're not working towards something or anything like that. Like, it's literally the same excuse on both sides. You trust an authority, we don't have one, so it's gonna
you have a few though, right?
No.
I sure hear 10th Man quoted as an authority quite a bit.
Who?
10th Man?
Exactly. Who? I don't know. Who is that?
The guy who made up the bullshit about the sextants?
No idea who that is. Doesn't change the shape of the ground.
I don't really care about the ground. Let's talk about the water.
Well,
Just
I'm
kidding.
sure
I'll
there's
drop
a
it.
boat Discord somewhere that has laser
There
tests that can actually provide instead of talk about.
Mm-hmm. And I go there and we talk about the different boats. And
I'm gonna keep busting your nuts, dude. I'm waiting for that PDF because I want to break it down if I can.
All right.
One day. The day you bring that in, we can talk about boats again. How about that?
You know I'm going to talk about boats before then.
Yeah, we just got to wait till around 5 a.m. when Geo goes to sleep, and then you can talk about boats.
Cool. It's only 20 minutes. We're good.
There you go. Got it on lock.
It's sort of like that the no stairway to heaven thing in Wayne's World. We're gonna have to put a sign up. No Vendy Globe Talk.
Hey, to be fair, at least it was a different boat
I know
race.
you like I know you like boats and stuff. It's cool, and I understand that like there is the WGS 84 system and the GPS system.
Mhm.
So there is a large deception going on. So in terms of those particular boat races, they just don't really. There's just not really that much that it offers a conversation about cosmology and the nature of reality. It's just that
No,
it doesn't.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say its use is pretty limited to nerds who like boats and the shape of the racetrack.
I mean, I will say in terms of like fakery potentials, to be as wealthy as these people are and have as much control as they have, they certainly would have a whole campaign around faking boat races, in addition to faking outer space and so on. So I'm not saying every single one you're describing is fake. I haven't looked into every single one and so on. But plus, there's probably limited information you can really get. It's kind of the stuff you're getting. It's like some media reports. It's like some data on a website, and you kind of just hope that it's all doing what it's doing. So there's not that much. At least with NASA, there's all this like footage of outer space, which is so goofy that we can break it down pretty easily. But to see some dudes on a boat and see a media report, it's kind of like, what can you really do with that?
And one bit of water kind of looks like another bit of water. Yeah, I get you. Actually, if anybody wants to look into something, and you can say no, but this boat race, I cannot figure out why it goes the direction it does. Feels like it goes backwards. It's a French coffee company, and the race is from France to the coffee fields. And that feels backwards to me.
Why is there an issue on the boat races? You said it's going backwards. How does that work?
No, it's going from headquarters to the coffee fields rather than the coffee fields to headquarters. It's like, have you ever had fresh coffee versus the crap you buy at the store?
I'm not sure. You mean like I'm not sure what that means, fresh coffee.
Like straight from the vine, beautiful, fresh, real coffee, not the packaged crap you get at Walmart.
Well, hang on. Don't they have to roast the beans?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't get them off the vine like that, can you?
No, but the longer it sits around, the worse it gets.
I've never been to a coffee production plant and got coffee from there. I've always got it packaged or in a can or in a bag. I'd love to grind my own beans, which I feel like is fresh, but I never went to a.
You ever get a chance? I highly recommend it. It's a totally different beverage. It doesn't even taste like coffee anymore.
Is there?
Yes.
I kind of believe that. I don't know where I can go though to get that.
I get Rudamaya light roast, organic, shade grown, all that shit. It's the best shit in the world.
I'll tell you what though, I went to a slaughterhouse, and I'll tell you what, that meat tastes completely different than when you buy it at the store.
Oh yeah,
I can't believe it,
dude. You never know how old that stuff at the store is, because all they have to do is
definitely
douse it
older.
in nitrogen and it makes it red again.
It's definitely older, but the taste, it was almost like it was better. It was, I can't explain it, but it was it was just better from a slaughterhouse. Like the guy just I guess he just cut the beef, whatever.
It tastes real.
Yeah. I can imagine coffees like that. So of course it would be like that. I've never had that though. Honestly, I do spend a lot of money on coffee. I'm sort of a coffee fanatic, and I love to grind my own beans. And what I do, I take I usually have 3 or 4 brands at the same time, just because I like variety, and I'll mix them. I'll grind the beans and mix them up.
Mm-hmm.
But I never went to like a factory or nothing. I'd like to.
Have you ever heard of a baripe?
No.
It is a pipe that you brew a cup of coffee in, and it gives you the opportunity to really infuse it and sit with the beans and become one. It's kind of a gimmick, but it's really cool to go out.
Is it like a glass container and you have to have a filter on it?
It's actually made of copper.
Oh, it has to be made of copper?
Here, I'll post it for you.
That's a little bit too much for me. Get on into it. Kool-Aid. Look at Funk's picture of the sun setting. You don't think if you zoomed in on that, you would raise that sun up a little bit? Yes or no?
I'm sorry. Look at what now?
Look at Funk's picture in the... well, I can say on my computer. I don't know what this screen is called where you have the squares. He has the sun setting in the water. Now, you don't think if you zoomed in with the P900 on that, you wouldn't raise the sun up a little bit?
What text channel are you looking at, sir?
And so if you click on Livestream, the people are there on the left.
Livestream 1, 2, 3.
Where we are. Where you and I am. Look at
the
Funk.
last thing that was just posted in the text chat was me posting
No.
right?
No. Look at the people. Look at the people's avatars.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Are you on your computer or on your phone?
Yeah.
So you would
Funk's
see
avatar. I thought Funk posted
avatar.
something. I'm with you now.
No, his avatar. It's a sun inside, basically low beneath the water, halfway beneath the water.
Sure.
You don't think that if you zoomed in on that, you would raise it up a little bit?
No.
I do. So that's where we differ. And it's okay.
I don't believe that changing my zoom length will change the actual position of the sun.
Right. You're global, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's probably why.
Probably.
So we just come from different schools of thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I bet my school was a lot wetter than yours, but
your school's a lot bigger, that's for sure.
I don't know. My school was only 35 feet long.
Your school is 97% of the population. As far as globe Earth.
Mm. I'm sure there are things we agree on, though. I bet we can probably agree that our politicians suck.
You in the U.S.?
Does it really matter? I think we can all agree all politicians suck. But yes, I'm an American.
Probably can agree on gourmet coffee and fresh meat.
See?
Politicians tend to be corrupt because they're trying to stay in power, basically. They're trying to be lifelong politicians, trying to buy votes and lobby and keep their position as long as possible to get more power, basically. So, yeah, that's corrupt.
Right.
They're supposed to be serving the people, so what they should do is not take a paycheck. They should do it for, what's the word?
Civic duty?
Vocation, like a vocation, like a civic duty, yes, but there's a word for it. When you do something for free because it's
Pro bono.
Yeah, but that's a legal term, and I don't mean that. I want to term it. Like if you were to pick up trash, for example, or donate food to the homeless, or do a soup kitchen, you don't necessarily get paid for that.
Philanthropic?
Volunteer. They should volunteer. They should volunteer. They should do, because then you'll get the people that really give a shit and are not trying to get money, and that will make all the difference. And there'll be plenty of people that would do it too. Believe me. Like
there was a time.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go
there
ahead.
was a time in the history when being president was financially ruining, and that was one of the reasons only rich people even tried, because the salary wasn't enough to actually pay for what they had to do.
Right. Right. I feel like Trump did that. And now that it's set up now where it's a $400,000 paycheck, but they don't actually use their money because they have gas, they have cars, they have food, all paid for them by government benefits. They don't have to spend their money, so they get a $400,000 paycheck, but they don't spend their money because they have all kinds of, travel plans and cars and workers and drivers that already paid for them. So it's almost like it's probably more like $1 million a year.
What was this stat? It was about Obama, and it was like he had only driven one car 50 feet in the entire time he was president.
Sounds about right. The thing is, you don't want a president driving, because if he ran over somebody, then that would be, that would be catastrophic.
But think about how often you jump in your car and go down to the gas station or run to the store real quick.
Every day. You do something. But because of the ramifications of a president, you can't have them driving. That's all. It's just how shit works. It's just not. I don't know how to explain it. It's just not. cohesive.
It's why they don't give a shit when you go to the pump and suddenly it's $5 a gallon.
Oh, their gas is paid for. They never had to pay for gas. Biden has never paid for gas. He has all his gas paid for. So he doesn't give a shit that it's $5 a gallon. Cancel the Canadian pipeline. Cancel jobs. Sell jobs to China.
I'm on board with canceling the Canadian pipeline because I actually live in Nebraska, and the pipeline that was slated to run through here wasn't safe for the wildlife, and being directly over the largest freshwater aquifer, having oil leak into that thing would be bad for the entire country.
Well, I'm with you on the wildlife because our animals need to be protected, and you wouldn't be stupid enough to run a pipe through the water. You would do it on land. That way, if it busted, it wouldn't destroy the lake or whatever it's going over.
So it's an underground aquifer that spans basically all of Nebraska and half of the states to either side of us. You can't go around it.
Okay, so there's no choice.
Yeah, it's just too big.
Well, so you're saying there's no way they could have done it safely? Really?
In my opinion, there are two types of oil pipelines: those that have leaked and those that will leak.
Right. So you can't do it safely. Well, yeah, I don't like to destroy the environment. I know the oil leak would destroy it. A good portion of whatever it's leaking, wherever it's leaking. I think it all needs to run over land and not water, for example.
Because you have a leak in that, say it's in some farmer's field. Okay, the farmer's field is destroyed. Now that water gets down into the water table, which around here is about 10 feet down. So now you've contaminated the entire water table. It's going to penetrate down into the Ogallala aquifer. Now all underground fresh water is contaminated for all of Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas. Goodbye to all of your food.
Yeah, that would be a disaster.
So that's why I was personally against the pipeline.
And it just builds more monopolies, doesn't it?
There goes 50,000 jobs.
Sure. And it would probably be more than 50,000 when you added in all the people who'd come in to clean up the oil spill.
Yeah, once it leaked, right?
Right.
Well, I guess there's other ways to get natural oils. If the pipeline isn't safe, you have to go to Plan B.
Mm-hmm.
It's not safe? Tesla cars. You think they're so environmentally friendly, but those batteries are highly toxic and they have to go into a landfill.
Yeah.
So there you go. So you save on gas and you get a toxic battery.
What do you think of the driverless automated cars?
Well, I have a different take on it. I think that there shouldn't I don't know how to say it right, but you can't take a job that a normal person can do and replace it with a robot or a machine. That I think.
Sure, they can. They've done that for centuries, right?
That's going to be our undoing, because what's happening is it's taking away all the jobs, and then we're not going to be able to do anything.
That was the entire premise behind the Industrial Revolution, was automation doing jobs that were once considered to be
like cotton picking. Yeah, we need to go back to cotton picking, man, with your hands and knees, man. Pick our cotton. I went to the bank, a Chase Bank, right? And then as you get older, you see people younger and younger and younger taking these jobs, and you think, God, these are just children doing these jobs. So go into the bank,
right?
And there's a young girl. She's not more than 19. Come on, she's like, wow, are you even old enough to work? So she's behind the counter, and I go in. I don't use the ATM on purpose because I want to. I feel like the old way is better. So I'm in line, and then I'm like, "Are you worried about these new ATMs that are taking your jobs?" And she goes, "Oh, they're not. They still need us." It's like they were handed propaganda from their bosses when they hired them. Sure enough, 3 months later, those people are gone, and then there's these ATMs where their counter used to be.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that it's a serious problem. When I go into the store, I make it a point not to do the automated checkout. I go in the line because I feel like I'm supporting someone's real job, and not a machine. And the moment that we don't need checkers, we don't need we don't need stalkers, we don't need anybody except a guy pressing buttons, we're basically fucked. That's what I think. So what's your question? Oh, automated cars.
Automated cars.
This is a problem. It's gonna cost more to drive your own car than to have an automated car. Because think about it, in the future, everyone's gonna have automation. And if you're driving your own car, they're gonna look at you. They're gonna look at you. Look at this guy driving his own car. This guy's an idiot. Because mine's driven by my Apple iPhone. And the insurance will be higher, right? If you have your own car,
the insurance rate is going to be incredibly high.
Robots don't road rage. Robots don't drink and drive. Robots don't, according to them, they don't make mistakes, which I know is bullshit. But there goes your job as a driver. No more taxi drivers. It's gonna be Uber and Lyft, and Amazon, Tesla. There'll be robots. There'll be deaths in both in accidents and also running over people, and that'll be a big deal. But they're still gonna say it's kind of like when they say it's safer to fly to Vegas than to drive to Vegas, right? The problem is, if you fly and crash, you're definitely dead. Well, I'll take my chances in a car, So it's basically going to be a lot of propaganda, a lot of Of course, they're going to push for the automation because the people pushing a lot, just like correct politicians, those businesses that own those automation have the money to lobby to advertise because they're getting more millions. Because guess what? A machine is not going to sue the employer. It works till it breaks. It doesn't need a cigarette break. It doesn't need a lunch break. It doesn't do back talk. Doesn't need any rights. So there you go. We are replaced by a machine. All of us. Not one of us is going to be necessary. As a matter of fact, I just watched Prometheus. Do you remember in Prometheus when the girl had the alien in her tummy, and she did a C-section by a machine? You see that scene?
I never saw the movie.
Stomach open. They took out the alien. They stitched it up with the machine. They shot her with the painkiller, and they put the tape on her belly. Basically, all the surgery is going to be automation. My point. Dentist.
Well, have you seen
surgery?
Have you seen the automated surgeries now?
I'm afraid to look at them because I know what's coming. They're going to replace all the doctors. You're not going to have a job. This is what's
It
happening.
was a number of years ago. I was able to work with a doctor who was in high demand for his cardiology skills, and he performed operations sitting in his office on people half a country away.
It was a
little more complicated.
a robot.
Mm-hmm.
That's scary, bro. But don't you see a problem in 10 years, in 15 years? You don't see a problem?
No.
That we're not going to have nothing to do? They're going to put us out to pasture, bro. Human race, bye-bye. It's going to be, 90% robots. Go ahead.
We didn't do that when we industrialized. We didn't do that when we started growing our own food and needing to spend less time hunting. We gained.
You just didn't notice it. Every time they did it put people's jobs out.
Mm-hmm.
And now we're getting to the point where
it didn't destroy the human race. It didn't destroy the human race.
That's why it's different. That's why it's different, because now you're not going to have nothing to do. You don't get, that's the part you don't get. They don't need you or me. If they can make a machine that can play chess better than you, there's nothing that you can do that a robot cannot do. You gotta understand that. It's just a matter of time, bro. It doesn't matter what job you think you have. Bye-bye. So that's why I think they're... Go ahead.
Would you say that all the creative jobs and jobs that require like intelligence are also gone? Like
what creative
engineering?
Jobs? Name one creative
job. Engineering,
no,
singing, acting, arts.
No, because a robot can do all that, probably better.
So robots can
name a job. You mean like a starving artist? That kind of job? Those will still be around. You'll still have starving artists. And by the way, they had a robot starving artists. You had a robot like that is now. You had a robot do art. They can do art now. They can paint. As a matter of fact, they auctioned. It was $1 million. They auctioned the robot art for $1 million. That's how stupid people are. They bought paid $1 million for robot art. Look at how great this is. It's a piece of shit. But the point is, they're replacing humanity with robots, and you think somehow this is
but
like.
But they're just the most they can do is just replace the workforce with robots.
Yeah, they replace the workforce, then replace the management, then they replace the CEO. Exactly.
Sure. So
it's just in order, in that order.
Sure, but it's not.
Never gonna like you're never gonna get a robot to come fix my goddamn toilet. Guarantee you that.
They're not in my lifetime, at least.
Well, I don't know, but how about this? How about having a toilet that doesn't break down? How about that? That doesn't clog up.
Entropy is still a thing.
I mean,
maybe they'll make it so you won't. Maybe they'll make it so you won't have to shit. They'll just have some medical device implanted in your body that automatically gets rid of it.
It's like Wally.
I was about to say, after your 7th booster, you won't actually pass it.
After your 10th booster, along with your Soylent Green meal plan,
you're going to be a furnace after that. So
yeah, you think that you guys are irreplaceable, but you're not. There's nothing you can do that a computer can't do.
I am. I can be replaced in my work.
Well, look, some jobs, are a little more difficult than others. Like, for example, it's hard to explain, but some jobs, like creative jobs and intelligent. If you use your intelligent creativity, it'll take a little more for a robot to do that. But eventually, they're going to do that also. You know what I mean? Just think of playing chess with a computer. He's going to beat you. So there's nothing they can't put an algorithm to, whether it's business or sales. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be better, but it could be more efficient with the robot. but it's not better because the human's not doing it. Because you have to worry about a robot. I think customer service has already gone out the window with this COVID thing. I'm going to these places. There's no customer service. It's completely destroyed. And there's no more 50-year-old workers. All these older workers have been replaced by 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds. So I don't know where all the employees went, honestly, with restaurants, with storefronts, with merchandising. I don't know where all the people are that were older, that were holding on these jobs, that were replaced by kids.
I don't know, man. I think there's no way to know what's going to happen when you free people of doing these bull crap jobs. You don't know what's going to come out of it. The same arguments were made against cars. And when cars came out, it's like, well, what are we going to do with all these people who used to make a living,
Right, but understand though, you're getting to the point where there's nothing left for you to do.
Well,
you see my point? One second, you can do that. You do the cars, you do the cotton picking, right? That's a low level stuff, right? They're not even going to replace the drivers. They're going to replace the cooks. Now they're going to replace the teachers with the machine. You see, eventually there's nothing for you to do where everything's taken. So now what are you going to
do? Well,
I mean,
go ahead, Melman.
I think it's kind of weird. Like then, if you don't have any jobs for anyone, then you don't have jobs. Full stop. Because what would those companies do?
What do you mean? They would have robots.
What?
For example, well, one would be the first necessity would be to create food for other people. So there will be people for a little while before they do sterilizations. They're already doing sterilizations, but there would be some people for a while. So they would need to have a food product line, food production line, right?
So
however, they can just turn that off. They can just turn that off. Why wouldn't they? You're going to give your whole power over to the robots, basically.
So you're saying that the robots will replace us?
Yes,
not
in every way.
The humans are there. Okay.
In every way. Now,
but I think if you free
that it would need intent.
What?
If you free people up to think about right, then that's where innovation comes from. That's where business comes from.
Let's do some math. Innovation comes from 0.1% of the people. Let's be
now,
clear.
That's because all the rest of the people.
90% of the people.
That's because everyone's doing bullshit jobs. Now, I'm no commie, but I understand that. I understand that.
That's
yeah, go ahead, man.
Sorry, there's so much new things that are coming, like metaverses and cryptocurrencies and things like that. It's fucking easy to make money now. It's weird how easy it is.
I don't think it's easy to make money. I think the way to make money is changing.
Make a 10-minute video a day, and you get millions if you succeed. So I mean, it's quite.
Well, hang on. There's YouTubers, right? So in my daughter's school, you know how they have career day. So they're like, I'll be a fireman, I want to be a police officer. Now, the top job was being a YouTuber. So YouTuber was a top career now. So it's like, wait, so things are changing, right? How people make money. But it's not easy. It's not easier. It's just you have to know how to do it. Well, it's always going to be competition for your job. I don't think it's easier. It's always going to be competition for your job. If you know how to do it, if you're an expert or a aficionado, you can make good money. But for 99% of the people, they can't do that. They're not going to be an aficionado.
Sure.
Period.
Sure, but that applied 60 years ago also. Only 1% had a good business idea and they made it happen. But now it's easier, much easier. You don't need to work as much.
Why is it easier?
Because you can just go and make YouTube videos, and if they happen to be good, then you get a business there. Well, it is true, though.
I would say 99.5% of people do not have a YouTube account that can make money.
Yes,
only the 0.1% can actually do that. So
sure, and only a 0.1% can be an entrepreneur and make millions. Sure. But it's
Yes,
still
it's the
easier
same.
now.
Hasn't
But
changed.
it's easier. Yeah, but it's
No.
easier. The number is the same,
No.
but it's much easier nowadays.
Well, I mean, just because
Are you saying
it's not easier because you're gonna if you started right now, you would not be able to make millions on YouTube, no matter what you do.
How do you know that?
There's too much competition. There's too much competition because there's more people. There's a window, right? You had to get in when the window was wide open. Now the window's closing because you have more people entering the marketplace, more competition.
But are you saying that there is never going to be any YouTube millionaires anymore because all of them are already existing now?
There'll still be millionaires, but there'll still be new millionaires. You can even start today and be a millionaire, but it'll be fewer and far in between. Is my point. Not like from the beginning when it was wide open, when they didn't know what they were gonna be. You know,
but that
they didn't know what
a
million subscribers would pay them. Go ahead.
But yeah, it applies to people who write books, people who make movies, people who make music. It applies to everything in the history, every time.
What I'm saying is it hasn't changed. So why are you telling me it's going to be easier? It's not.
Because it is easier. I mean, are you saying that it was as easy to make millions in the 60s as it is today?
You have to use inflation as a balance.
Sure,
you have to balance inflation.
Sure.
Easier? I don't know. I think it's the same.
I think it's easier now.
Because look,
so much
people are gonna. If it's easy to do, look. When I had a semester time, I drove Lyft for a little while, and what I noticed is that when the rides were harder and far in between, you got less drivers, but there was more business. But then when they had more drivers competing for the same jobs, there could be more business, but because there's more drivers, there's less business for each individual driver. So it's a balancing act. It's not easier or harder.
Yeah, it's supply and demand, but like in the 60s, you didn't even have it. You had to work. Yeah, you have to. In the 60s, you have to work for one taxi company in one city. Now you have Lyft, Uber, all these kinds of things that you can do very easily compared to what you could do back then.
No, because in the 60s, you made a lot more money than you do now. In the 60s, you only need one. For example, in the 60s, you need one income to take care of a whole household. Now you need 2.5 incomes to replace that 60s income. You need 2.5 incomes now. So figure that out.
I mean, sure, in that way. Yeah. I mean, it's things are cost more nowadays than they did back then.
In that way, it's harder.
Sure, maybe, but the work is not that hard. It's easier work. It's not manual labor. You can just sit on a table and film yourself.
Like manual labor. You're confused. Manual labor it could be easier than non-manual labor.
Well, it depends. Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, if you want to, it's easier to be a cashier in a store than a YouTube star, but that's also correlated with the income.
Yes, and it's easier to stock shelves than write a book if you if it's challenging to have that creativity to write a book. Maybe you get writer's block, or you need to.
Sure, maybe nowadays it's more
editor, all this stuff you need to do. I can stock shelves, because I'm a physical person.
Creativity. Yeah, creativity is like the thing of the future, sort of, not manual labor and ingenuity.
I think the manual labor is being replaced by robots.
Yeah, sure. Slowly, but yeah, sure. It can be replaced, but it's still so expensive compared to workers now that
it's getting cheaper. It's getting cheaper. That's changing, man. Look around.
Yeah, it is. But I'm good. Like I live in Finland.
What? What?
What was that? What? Hello, you said something. 500 million.
Serfs.
Serfs.
Slaves.
Yeah.
Workers.
Yeah. We know we're here. I have a trucker's license, so I won't be replaced soon over here in Finland because automated cars in the winter don't mix good.
Yeah, so they need you to drive those winter routes. But what happens when they get a robot that can do that? You know,
Well,
even more efficient.
I think it's more expensive to get a robot for winter and a worker for summer.
It's more expensive, but then the expense is going to come down, just like the price of computers comes down.
Yeah, sure. Yep, it will come down, and then I can start my own company if I want to, because the robots are so cheap.
So you can have your own company robot, but guess what? You're replacing how many jobs if you have a robot drivers? How many jobs are you replacing? Now, you think you're smart, you have your own robot company.
But if robots are cheap, I can start manufacturing.
Yeah, but then Jeff Bezos moves to your neighborhood and says, guess what? I have more money and more robots and more cars. And guess what? He's just going to basically like X you out. Now what?
I think, no, I wouldn't say that, because like people still pay $100 for a Nike shirt, even though you can go to Walmart and get 2 for $10 on some other brand.
What's your point with the Nike shirt?
People will still pay for quality or the name if you brand it well.
Yeah, and you can advertise it, you can put your personal touch, and you can be a successful business entrepreneur. But that's still replacing jobs with robots if you use them. Yeah,
sure. But I think that's like the future with like metaverses and things. Like people make art, digital art, and sell that. So that kind of is the future, I guess. Could be.
But the metaverse is it's not going to create a lot of jobs. It's largely going to make people like Zuckerberg rich. Because he's running the show.
Well, you can join a metaverse that's owned by the users.
Yeah, where? Show me one.
Sandbox.
What?
A decentralized sandbox.
Do you have a percentage? Do you have percentage income from that? Is that going to pay you?
I have some crypto from decentralized, but I haven't played it much. Yeah.
What is the metaverse? You're going to like put goggles on and then like go to the store, go to like a meta store and like buy like fake groceries?
No, that's like a sort of a game, and you can just buy things like art and shit. People pay stupid amount of money for those, and land you can buy.
But is it a digital item or is it a real item?
It's a digital one-off item.
Right, people are going to pay ridiculous money for digital items. They're already doing it, actually.
Yep, they are.
You got to pay to play, though. You got to pay to play. So now, just one more way that your money's going to go.
No, you can.
It's free.
Play for free.
It's free.
Yep.
But you have to pay to get the cool stuff. I always like that. You got to pay extra money.
Like in life. Yeah.
Yeah, you got to pay extra money to get the cool stuff. So that's where they're going to get you. You want the red velvet jacket. This one is fuzzy. This one's shiny. This one's a special color. You got to pay extra. You got to get your credit card for this. This was not free.
Yep.
You know how they do it. It's temptation. You know, then there's porn, right? They can have metaverse porn. Upgrade to a brunette to big tits. You want a big ass that costs more.
Need to know more.
You want a black girl that costs more. You want red hair that costs more. Come on now. I know what's coming.
The good thing over there is that you can. Good thing over there is if you buy something, you can resell it.
You think so? But what if you buy something with your own money, and then they decide to make a bunch of duplicates without telling you? Now they made your rare item common. Now you're screwed.
What was that? What if they decide to what?
You said you can buy something and resell it, right? That's true.
Yep.
But what if you buy this rare item that you think is rare, is a digital item, then they decide to make a bunch of them because they like your idea, the company, and now they made your rare item common, and then you get screwed because your investment went to shit.
Yeah, I mean that's like asking what if Van Gogh makes hundreds of his paintings and their value drops.
But see, here's the thing: because it's a digital, that's a possibility. Whereas a Van Gogh original is a Van Gogh original.
It isn't. Because
yes.
because that's not how it works over there.
Yes.
Each digital item has a different code attached to it. You can't have two
digital,
of the same.
it could be duplicated.
No, it can't in the blockchain. No.
Look, if I buy a Darth Vader toy, somebody had to make that toy. Okay, it took a worker an hour. It took a machine an hour to make that toy. But if you do a digital Darth Vader, shit, they can just make 1 million of those. Even if you think yours is so rare, they can make it a better one. They can upgrade, make a better one. So the stuff you spend money on is
sure, but you. I mean, you don't know how the blockchain works. Then.
Who cares if you have a unique serial number? The actual digital item could be better. They can improve it, upgrade overnight.
Sure, but that's like saying that someone can today make a new special card for Babe Ruth, and hundreds of those special cards that are cost
exactly and flood the market. So the first card that's digital for Babe Ruth, which was $1,000, now they flood the market with them. Now you get screwed.
No, I'm talking about physical, actual baseball cards that we have in reality.
Right, but the physical cards are limited because this is the first edition, right? This is.
Yes,
this is the first.
And that's exactly the thing with the NFTs too.
But with the digital, they can make more of them faster. It's easier to replace the digital than it is the real card. Because it doesn't take somebody to actually make it or a machine. They just press a button, man, and it's duplicated.
That's what you can do with Babe Ruth. You can just take a copy machine and copy the fucking card.
It's not the same, though.
Yes, that's the point in the NFTs. They're not the same. No, it isn't.
Okay, this is the argument. This is what they told you, so you think it's awesome. It's like unique, you know.
You maybe you should read about the NFTs before you say that they're exactly the same.
I didn't say they're exactly the same. I said they could be upgraded, improved, and the stuff you thought you spent money on, you lost your whole investment. That's all I'm saying.
Sure.
And if it was a real physical thing, it's more difficult though. More difficult.
It's very easy to print Babe Ruth baseball cards in reality.
Honestly, bro, I think you guys should consider going Amish because this whole digital thing, man, I don't think it's just crazy to me. I'm starting to respect Amish.
It is crazy. It is crazy because people pay tons of money on digital things.
I understand. Like, I totally understand. Like, if you're in The Sims or some kind of digital game, and you can get a purse, and this is a rare purse. It's a red. You open it, you can show your friends. You know, it has little slots for other credit cards. It's a digital item, not real item. They pay more for that purse than a real purse in real life. I get that, but the moment it's a digital thing, technically it's not yours, or even if it is yours, they can make another one, they can replace it, upgrade it, and then yours, which you thought was rare and awesome, is not so awesome. So not really, after all, a long-term investment.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you might think it is.
I mean that can be said about anything, any book or anything. If you have original copy, it's a different value than all the copies of the original one. So.
Look, a book, right? If you have an original copy of the book, you know, To Kill a Mockingbird, signed by the artist, right? First edition. You see what I'm saying? You know, these are irreplaceable, right? Because you can't go back and make a first edition book signed by the artist, signed by the writer.
To NFTs too. You have a date when it was done. Yes.
No, because you can just make another 1 million of them. So who cares if they change the date? You can make 1 million of them, and then yours, just because it has a 001 by it, it's not really a big deal. It was a big deal when it first came out. Once they do all the different replications of it, and time goes by, it's not going to be a big deal.
Yeah, that can be said on any physical item too.
No. You know the card Magic the Gathering?
Yep, I had those cards, but I lost them. But I gotta go. I'm in a restaurant. I'll be back soon.
Okay. I just wanted to say this Magic the Gathering, they had a limited edition, the first edition, alpha, beta, right? So there was like, I don't know, a printing of like 66 million, some whatever number it was, right? So that is like a card that's rare, and you're not going to be able to they're not going to make those cards again. They're making the new cards. So the old original ones have a value, which is basically like an investment. But in the digital world, they'll just make more. It's just press a button. It takes no effort to duplicate a digital thing. That's what you guys have to understand. The value isn't really there like a real item. It's not really there. You might like it more, but it's not really there if they can just duplicate it. Even if they have to put a 02 or 03 by your number, it's gonna reduce the value of your initial digital item. NFTs, man, come on.
So it's an interesting point you brought up with Magic the Gathering. If you look at the Black Lotus being the most sought out of and expensive Magic the Gathering card.
Yes.
It is also the number one most faked card.
Yes.
However, fakes are worth nothing.
Yes. So they want the original card, right?
Right.
But it's
fakes are worth nothing.
If you do a digital Black Lotus, which they've done already, right? How much can that really be worth? You know what I mean? Because it's digital. It doesn't have a physical value.
Right. Fakes are worth nothing, but the original is worth money.
But see, you're using
the same way for an NFT.
But that's my argument. The real thing, a physical thing, is worth money, not a digital thing. A digital thing is not the same. The original digital thing will technically have a higher value, but it's not going to be like the Black Lotus or first Babe Ruth or whatever. Don Robinson, whatever. It's not the same thing. The digital cards, they can make as many as they want, man. You don't own the company, so you're not going to make them unless you own the company. You can make as many as you want, even if you put different serial numbers and different editions.
Right. But those different editions aren't worth any money.
Yeah, how do you know the real from the fake?
Nobody wants the fake Black Lotus. They all want the the original Power 9, one that's worth.
That's right. But you're talking about a physical card, though. Understand? You're not talking about a digital NFT.
How do you differentiate between the fake Black Lotus and the real one?
None.
So you can't make the decision if it's the real or fake?
Well, experts can tell. So, yeah, experts can tell. But the point is, it's a physical item, and the company's not going to print more. They could actually print more if they want to, but they're not going to print more, right? Because that's like an unspoken rule. Just like they won't print an original Babe Ruth and say they want to print an original Babe Ruth and say it's the first edition from 1950. They won't do that, right? So NFTs are digital, though, so it doesn't take effort to print them. It doesn't take any artist. They just duplicate it. That's what you guys have to realize. It's a duplication. It doesn't take time or effort. There's no value there's no physical value in it.
All this applies to physical things too. I mean, I would print a Babe Ruth if I get 20,000 for a piece of cardboard.
Well, that's fraud, but yeah, that's your choice.
Yeah, and it would be a fraud doing that with the NFTs too.
Will it be a fraud? Because how do you prosecute that? You know what I mean?
How do you prosecute me printing a Babe Ruth card?
I don't think. Hang on. Here's another point. I don't think you can put somebody in jail for copying NFTs.
Well, you can't put someone in jail for copying baseball cards.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
No, you cannot.
Yes, you can.
No. How is it a fraud?
It's a fraud charge. That's all I know.
But
If
what's
you're
the fraud that's been
it's
done?
like it's counterfeiting, I guess. It's like counterfeiting, but it's not money. It's faking a card. It's a fraud. It's especially if it's over $10,000, that'll land you time in jail.
And same thing with the NFTs. If someone
No.
sells you something that
No.
isn't something that they say it is,
No.
you're gonna land in jail.
Because
Yes, it's a fraud.
digital, and they can't police digital stuff. That's why that's just
They
my
can.
point. No, they
They
can't.
can.
They
Why
can't.
can't they?
I guess
Okay,
they don't
so I
have
can do a
enough
bank
cops
fraud
to do
because
it.
money
You have
is
to have a
digital.
digital cop. A cop's not going to know what the hell that is.
Okay, so I can hack a bank and steal their digital money, which is dollars, because it's in the bank and it's digital, and I wouldn't get anything because it's
That's
just
a good
digital
point.
and they can't.
That's a good point.
Yeah,
The bank has. You bring a good point. A bank has digital money. It's not real money, is it? So how do you know those movies where the burglar, the hacker puts his computer into the bank system, and then on the screen it has all the money, $1 billion. You know, it's on my computer now. Let's go. How does that even work? You know, because you're just stealing digital stuff. How are you stealing real money?
I mean, the thing with cryptos is that you can actually do that because, I mean, they're untraceable.
Yeah, I think you can do it with cryptos. You know, you can be a hacker, or you can actually do it legit. And you can just.
It's tough because you have to know the person who you're stealing from. You have to know their passwords and codes and everything and stuff.
Even if you do it legit, like if I want to send you like $1 million, I can just send you $1 million in Bitcoin, and there's no FCC, CIA, there's no tax, there's no IRS. They just send it to you.
Yeah.
So that is badass. That's probably why.
But the problem is when you withdraw $1 million.
I'll go ahead and sign up for that.
I mean, when you withdraw it from your virtual wallet into your actual wallet, like you sell the Bitcoin, then the IRS is going to see that, oh boy, where did you get that money from?
Yeah, once you take it out of the bank, for example, then they're they're notified.
But that applies also to physical stock market. Like no one can trade the physical stocks that you trade with someone.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, it's digital, right? That's your point?
No, it can be paper also, but there's no middle hand. You just sell it to someone. There's no middle hand, so no one knows about the transaction, but you and the other guy.
Yeah, if you're doing a private transaction, yes.
Yeah.
It's just like gold. Like if I have a gold coin and I trade it to you, we can meet for coffee, and here you go. Here's $1,500, $1,800. It's about $1,800 now for a gold coin. Yep. Silver coins are about, I don't know how much they are, $20, $25. So it's a private sale and no IRS, no CIA.
Yeah. And same with cars. A lot of commodities you can change.
And the cars.
With no knowing it.
So now the government's going to try to control the digital stuff now. They're going to try to get their hands in that.
That's what they want to do. That's why they do. That's why there's some some crypto wallets and exchanges that can't work in the United States and parts of the United States because the IRS or FCC won't allow it.
Yeah, and didn't China, by the way, ban Bitcoin?
I'm not sure.
I believe China banned Bitcoin, or I think all cryptos. And Venezuela made it part of their money.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I mean, Venezuela, it might as well do that over there because they're in a deep swamp.
Not going to hurt them. Could be no business.
Nothing's going to hurt them, yeah. Yeah, I think they're good with that.
Hey, can I get that burrito? You take Bitcoin? 0.00001. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take Bitcoin. Give me Bitcoin.
But it's hard to use as a currency because it's gaining value all the time, so I don't want to use it.
It's cumbersome. It's cumbersome.
Yeah.
It's changing value all the time. Yeah. Similar to a gold coin. You know, the gold trades 24 hours, right?
Yeah, gold also changes, so no one uses that.
So, but if you want to go sell your gold, there'll be plenty of people that will, take it off your hands. So,
yeah,
it's a market for it.
Yeah, there's also a cryptocurrency that is run by a company in the UK, and don't remember the amount, but every coin has an X amount of gold in their vaults, and you can exchange it to gold every time you want.
That's supposed to be more valid because it's associated with gold.
Yeah, it's sort of its price is the gold's price in relation to normal currencies. Yeah.
Hmm.
And it's a good way
Quite
to hold
literally
gold,
the
so you don't have to.
Go ahead.
It's the gold standard. It's what most of the money systems used to be.
What crypto is it? What's the name
I
of
don't
it?
remember the name. I think it was Gold Packs or something like that.
But you don't realize that they're just flooding the market with all these cryptos. Now there's like 10,000 of them, you know? If there's like, you know, Bitcoin, Ethereum, you know, Ripple, then I can at least wrap my head around that. When there's like thousands of them, like, you know, at some point, each new one they made is going to diminish all the rest because there's only so much money to go around. That's what I'm saying. You can make something here's why it's suspect. You can make something on your computer, you know, that to me, you know, is not the same thing as having a couple coins of gold or even having cash. Because somebody's making new crypto on their computer, you know, and we're going to release it.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I see what you're saying. If you know how to make a crypto, you can be rich. You know, that will make you rich if you can make a crypto.
Yeah, if you can make a crypto that succeeds, then yeah.
Yes.
But if it has no use value, then no. Yeah.
You might think that's easy to do, but guess what? What percent of people can really do that? You know what I mean? Very few.
Yeah. No, but I meant like YouTubers and everything like this. Opportunities.
YouTube is also hard. You don't have a YouTube account with 1,000 subscribers, do you?
Yeah.
You know why I say that?
A couple of them.
You do. I said it because he's saying it's easy to be a YouTuber. It's not easy, man. It's not easy to be a YouTuber. It's all kinds of competition now.
No, there's competition, but the work itself is easy. That's what I meant.
It's not, because you have to be creative, man. You have to be better than the next guy. And with the market flooding, everyone wants to be a YouTuber now.
But there are
there's
people.
More platforms. There's Rockfin. There's more platforms. Go ahead.
But there's tens of people on YouTube who make their income just on flying on airplanes and recording things.
There's not that many. There's a handful. It's not that many.
Sure, but there's also a handful of companies in the US that make soda pop.
You mean like Coca-Cola and Pepsi?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
more competition means better quality.
Yep.
Yeah, so how can that be easy? That's harder.
Well, tough shit. You gotta make a better product.
Yeah.
Is it Mailman? Is that you saying it's saying it's easy to be a millionaire? Now I'm like, it's not easy to be a millionaire. It was never easy to be a millionaire.
Oh, I didn't say that it's easy. I said it's easier.
Well, I think it's the same, man. And if you account inflation, that it takes 2.5 incomes now to have a household, it's harder. We're making less and less money every year.
Who's the kid in USA who makes millions of dollars a year just opening boxes of toys and playing with the toys? Would that have happened in the 60s?
They had their own version of that in the 60s, yes. It's not a kid.
What would that?
Whatever young entrepreneur had the new thing, Ripper wallets. The guy who did Ripper wallets, that's what that is. That's all that is. It's just a new gimmick, whatever is for the time frame.
Yeah, but there's more gimmicks now than there was then, so there's more opportunities.
You remember Ripper wallets?
I don't even know what that is.
You know what a Ripper wallet is? You don't live in the US.
No, I live in Finland.
Do you know what a Furby is?
Furby?
Furby toy. You know what a Furby? Okay. Do you know what You know what Pokemon is?
Yeah.
Okay. Someone created that idea. Okay.
Yep.
That's the same thing as your kid opening toys. He was the first person to do it. He did it really well. He makes money. You can't just try to copy him and be the same. It's not going to be the same. You're not going to be able to copy him. So in essence, he's like one of a kind. In essence.
But which is easier, opening toy boxes and playing with toys than coming up with Pokemon?
Well, it'd be easier to do toys.
Yeah. So it's sort of like you can make your money easier now, but there's much more competition in the platform.
In that one sense, it's easier. But like you said, there's more competition.
Yeah, you have to be good.
And guess what? You know who has you by the balls? YouTube, because they always change their formula, so it's going to be harder and harder, and it's going to pay you less and less money. So I don't think that it's a fair game either, because YouTube can take more and more money the more it wants to. You're beholden to YouTube, and if you do it on another app, you're beholden to that app. So it's not like you're out there knocking on doors selling Coke bottles. You have a third party you have to be beholden to.
But people use YouTube. That's why people go there. So if there's a better alternative, people will switch. Just like from MySpace to Facebook and from Facebook to Twitter.
YouTube's number one, but yeah, like Instagram, TikTok. Now it's TikTok. It's always going to be a new platform.
All the time. Yeah.
He's throwing things.
People thought restaurants, were a foolproof business, and then COVID hit. They had to close the restaurant, then they went out of business. And the businesses that survived, the restaurants that survived, were doing takeout. If you can do takeout, you went out of business. So there's no ever going to be a foolproof plan. Like Starbucks had a drive-through. How convenient. So they didn't have to shut down. Some people do the drive-through. Taco Bell, McDonald's, they all came out ahead.
There's a lot of restaurants over here that didn't have a to-go option, but now they have.
And I bet some of them closed down because they had no choice.
I think some, yeah. I haven't looked at any stats of it, but none that I've seen.
It's always the mom and pop shops that are going to get hit first. The ones you don't know about. Then later on, it gets to the bigger ones.
There's some nightclubs and like concert venues that had to close down.
Yeah, well, nightclub, I think they just barely opened the nightclubs. And I think you have to wear a mask, don't you?
Over here, you can, if you have the pass, you can stay later. But if you don't have the pass, you can only stay till, I think it was 10 p.m. or midnight, but you don't need a mask.
So they're letting you stay later if you have the vaccine.
Yeah.
Wow. That's how they get you.
Yeah, I'm pissed
Well, I
off.
mean,
I had.
if it's easy, man, make some money, man. Become a millionaire if it's easy. I say, yeah.
Yeah, let's see how it goes.
You
Just
know,
dipping
get
my
your
toes into
NFTs,
the.
get your YouTube. You know, get this shit going. You got a
Yeah,
window, man. Your window's gonna close.
yeah. I think I'm pissed off because I had a shoebox full of Magic the Gathering cards, something like 20 years ago, over 20 years ago.
You have the Black Lotus.
I think no. I had some like sort of special cards, but I don't know where the cards are. Pisses me
Oh
off.
shit, you lost them. I'm gonna volunteer to go to your house and look for them. But whatever I get half. I get half if I
Yeah.
find
I
dual
think I had a
lands,
couple of.
Black Lotus,
Yeah. I
Mox
had some.
Diamond, Mox Emerald, Mox Ruby.
Yeah, I don't know. I remember I had one card that was worth something back then. I don't know how much it would be worth now.
For an example, there's a Star Wars game. When Star Wars came out, it came out around right after Magic the Gathering. They had like Princess Leia, Darth Vader, and these main characters, Han Solo. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So,
But I don't know the game, but I know the character.
No, but let me give you an example. Like, so when the game came out, Magic the Gathering, it was really big, and everyone's playing this. There's competitions, there was like venues, there was tournaments. But when Stars came out, people were playing it, but it didn't really catch on like Magic. So for a while, like the Darth Vader was like $100. I think that's the highest I've seen it. But the game completely died out, so the game didn't last, right? So you look back, you have all these card games, and really, you have Pokemon, you have Magic, and you have there's one more.
There was some other card game that I played, but it was in Finnish. Don't know if it was a Finnish thing.
But the thing is there's really not that much room for card games. For whatever reason, people can only hold on to so many different card games. So Magic and let's just say Magic and Pokemon are the top games. So you make a card game now, the chances of that ever catching on is slim to none. So it's like it's like the main games dominate the whole industry. Magic, The Gathering. There's Lord of the Five Rings. That was a big deal for a while. There's Jihad. But those games kind of died out, and no one plays them anymore. So it really comes back down to Magic and Pokemon. And there's another one I can't remember what it is. And that's why the Black Lotus is like, I forget how much it's sold for. Yu-Gi-Oh! That's it. Yu-Gi-Oh! So there's three. There's Yu-Gi-Oh!, Pokemon, and Magic the Gathering. That's really three games dominate right now. And it's been like that. And you can't just make a card game that's going to catch on because there's been 100 cards games that come and gone, even if they're good. For whatever reason, that's just how it is. So if you're lucky enough to buy Magic, then yeah, you're good. But if you invest in these other card games like Star Wars, not really. Harry Potter had a big card game, and those original figures, you might get $50, $100 for them, but it's nothing going to be like a Black Lotus or like the Power 5, the Power 9, nothing like that. You're never going to get, hundreds of dollars because your card game didn't take off. It just, went kaput. There was a card game Rage of werewolves. That was a big thing, but it died. After a couple of years, nobody played it. So things have value for a certain time, and like comic books, most of them aren't worth anything, but only a few, like 1 in 500, are going to be worth something. Superman #1, Batman #1, certain X-Men, certain Thors. When Wolverine meets Hulk, for the first time, that one's $1,000, But most of the comics, honestly, they have no value. Most of them. So it's hard to know what's going to be of values. You want to invest in something, you know, that's really going to hold their value. It's hard to know. It's hard to know if Bitcoin's going to really hold the value because they're making coins that are more efficient than Bitcoin now. So how does that work? If you have a coin that's more efficient than Bitcoin, then why would that coin not replace Bitcoin? You understand? So I don't get it. I don't see why. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't get the value of Bitcoin at all.
Do you have cryptos?
Yeah, but I don't have any Bitcoin.
Well, you're probably hoping for something cheap to really blow up and get expensive, right?
Yeah,
but Bitcoin is
that's
still the
one
top
way.
dog. Bitcoin trades on the mercantile exchange, so it trades 24 hours. So even all the financial guys are in there, you know, mutual fund managers, stock traders, they're in Bitcoin. Commodities traders are in Bitcoin because it's there.
Some people think that Ethereum will fly past Bitcoin.
Well, what?
Will be more expensive than Bitcoin. So.
What?
Ethereum.
Oh, because it's better, right? It's more efficient?
Yep.
Yeah, so that might be something. So in that case, buy Ethereum, and if you're right, then it's going to shoot up, right, to thousands.
It might. I'm not sure.
What's Ethereum now?
Might. I think it's 5,000 a piece or something like that.
They say that Bitcoin's going to break 100,000. You think it will?
I don't know.
It's 60,000 right now. So 100,000 is basically like doubling. It could. It might.
It could, but it can also be due to the inflation of the dollar.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Not because of the price of Bitcoin sort of going, or the demand going up.
Of course.
It's hard to compare money because everything is moving all the time. So it's like value in relation to what.
You have to be.
Exactly.
You can say lucky. You can say smart. You know, but you have to be in the game. You have to have an investment. Have to buy something.
I only have like 160 euros for them, and I now have like 200.
So sell your house, right? Take all the money. Invest in ETFs or whatever you think, Bitcoin, Ethereum. Get a little apartment, real cheap. That area, wait for 5-10 years. Be a millionaire, dude. There you go, millionaire. Get all the new coins,
Honey, we're
gonna sell the house, we're gonna sell the farm, get all the money, we're gonna invest, we're gonna wait 10 years, we're gonna be millionaires, man. That's the plan. With the YouTube videos, open toys on YouTube.
There's a lot of guys who make good money on crypto videos on YouTube. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, because they'll get more subscribers because people want to be interested in that. They want to see what's happening.
Yeah, there are some things that don't happen, but like there are no videos of I don't know, maybe there's drifting competitions over here in Finland, but no one's walking in there videoing themselves and broadcasting it out. So it's one thing I could do.
If you have a niche skill, you can use it on YouTube. So do that. Honestly, I don't know what a Bitcoin is. I don't know why it has value. I don't know what Bitcoin mining is. I don't know do you take a shovel? I don't know what that means. So there's definitely people who don't know. I'm not the only one.
Yeah, I've just been into it like a couple of weeks. So there's a lot of stuff that I don't know about and don't understand.
So, like, if you believe in conspiracy theories, they're talking about they're going to knock out the power grid, right? For 6 months.
Yeah, the Great Reset.
So if they knock out the power grid for 6 months, that might knock out Bitcoin because who's gonna be able to trade it without the power grid? You know what I mean?
Which power grid are you talking about?
One in the U.S.
Sure, then you have the rest of the world.
Right. So
So if they knock out the power, they have to make it look like some kind of attack from China or something.
Oh yeah, they'll fake it. It'll be like, oh yeah, China, Kim Jong Un. You know, they'll do some shit. You know,
is there actually a conspiracy that in 6 months they're gonna black out USA?
No, they're gonna do it for 6 months. Who knows what's gonna happen?
Okay.
Because that will be enough time that there'll be enough mass murders, killings, deaths. That's how long it would take to eliminate like most of the population. That's what they figured. 6 months. So that was what it was about. If it's gonna happen, I hope not. But if it does, you heard it here first. It's all set up.
Why would they do that though?
Why they do that? For control. Reduce the population. Have you heard the Georgia Stones? Have you heard about that?
Yeah, I've heard about those, but like if you
the Georgia Stone, in one of the rules, it says to reduce the population to 900 million. So they have to kill about 7 billion people to be in line with the Georgia Stones. Now you can say sterilization, you can say kill them, or you can say depopulation, whatever. But if you believe in that kind of thing, if it's real, then there's people out there that are trying to do this. Who? The elites, the millionaires. Who? It's just like when you had a king and queens in a feudal system. Yeah, kings and queens who made laws, and we had to follow those laws as serfs, as slaves, right? If you think about it, it hasn't changed. It's the same kind of people in power, political people, and they're trying to control the people. They want to be in power. They want to stay rich. They want to stay powerful, and they got to keep the population in control, because if the population is too expansive, they can overthrow these people. You know.
Sure, but it's quite harmful for business. If you reduce the population, you're only going to get reduced business, and you're going to lose money on that.
So there's two types of rich people. Okay, there's people that own businesses that sell product to people, and then there's the elites. The elites don't need money. They have dumbs underground. They have unlimited money. They have power.
They own assets and resources and land, and they have stakes in different things, man. Like they're
exactly.
They have generational wealth. It has nothing to do with money. They have actual assets or alliances. They've made deals, like a lot of stuff. You know.
And let me add something more. You don't know this, but hang on. They have cities underground, bro. If this is true, holy shit. And they'll have power. We won't have power. They'll have power. You see the point? So if they can reduce the population, then they eliminate the chance that they're going to be overthrown. Because who's going to overthrow them? You know, if it's not a mass population of people.
Sure, but I mean, why would they then? Why don't they already move underground? And if you have
they
like
are underground. They're both. Go ahead.
Sure. If you have that wealth, and you want to accumulate more wealth, it doesn't matter if you own land. If you can't rent it out, you're making no money. If you have stock in companies, if the companies don't make money,
stop for a second. They're beyond the money. They have the asset that's value the money. Understand?
Yeah.
They have their Federal Reserve. They can print money. They don't need more money. They have the power. They have control.
They have what gives money value.
Yes.
But
they have what gives money value. They have water. They have access to the wells. They have energy. They have cities underground. They don't need physical money.
Well, if they don't need money, then sure, then money is totally relevant, and they don't want any money.
And they crash the system, because what happens? There's a disparity between the rich and the poor. Have you heard that?
Well, and
so there's more people getting poor.
These are not the people that decide that there's going to be a reset. There's an upper class that decides these guys are following the fucking rules.
So these guys are the ones.
Yeah. So there's a disparity between the rich and the poor. What is it? The rich people get rich and the poor people get poor. It's always been like that, right? So the rich people, the elites, can get more power when they can make more people poor, and they can get more rich. Kind of like the COVID. The COVID's a perfect example. Hang on one second. Let me say this one thing. The COVID's a perfect example. You have a mass pandemic, supposedly, quote unquote, pandemic, though I don't think this is a pandemic. And all these businesses were shut down. A lot of people lost their job. A lot of businesses went under. Maybe like 20% of businesses went under, honestly, or more. I don't know how many. If you think about the mom and pop shops, right? But guess what? The rich people, Amazon, Netflix, Starbucks, these all guys cleaned up. They were ready for it. They made money.
Yes. But
they got richer, and the poor people got poorer. This is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, but you just said that it's not about the money, and now it is about the money.
No, this particular thing is about the money. In other words, when they have a reset, an attack, a pandemic, a war, they make more money. You see? They don't lose money because they're on the receiving end. They're in a position to make money. They shut your business. Amazon sold products to your front door while they shut down your business in your hometown. Do you see?
Sure.
They shut down your business, and they were able to send the business to your front door. They can sell you Starbucks. They can sell you Coke. They can sell you Netflix, streamline all 24 hours. You got to pay for that. But other businesses were shut down. That's the disparity. People in charge controlling the people that aren't in charge. That's it. That's what it's always been about. And if you were a psychopathic elite, you would want to control the population. You would want to depopulate because that would give you more power, and it would be less chance you'd be overthrown.
I mean, it would be less power if you can govern less people. That's less power.
No, because it's a whole different kind of thing. If you're an elite, it's a whole different kind of thing. You don't need people. You don't need many people. You need some people. You need some people to keep, the production line going, and you can replace the rest with robots. But you don't need a lot of people. You don't need millions of people. You need, probably 1/10 of what they have. I don't know.
I'm always wondering what's their end game.
Jeff Bezos is putting robots in this production line. It's doing robot cars. You see, what are all these employees going to do? He's not going to lose money. That's for sure. He ain't going to lose money. Elon Musk ain't going to lose money.
They're going to lose money because people don't have money to buy cars, so he won't sell any cars.
Well, that's a good point. But let's say they lose money, but like you said, they don't need money. They have power, right?
Sure. But, I mean, if you want to sell a car...
more important than money.
Sure. I don't know how, but yeah, if you buy in on not the lizard people, but the Bezos and everyone is in on this mystical elite, then sure, yeah.
Fun thing is, we really don't know, man. We really don't know what's happening. We're never gonna know because there's people that lie. As long as people can lie, you'll be in the dark. It's just all You gotta use your best judgment.
I think it's kind of crying the wolf, like the boy crying the wolf, because this conspiracy has been going on for more than 100 years. And in our lifetime, X will happen and nothing happens. So I guess it's when it happens, I say, oh shit, yeah, it happened.
Oh, but what if it's already happening and you don't know
it? You're in 2021. And you're trying to pretend like shit ain't happening.
Yeah, well,
what if it's already happening?
This dude, man. Are you under a fucking rock? Did you just wake up from hibernation? You sleeping, motherfucker? You taking pills?
With respect, he's a Glover.
Dude, people are dying right now. Kids are coming down with inflamed heart syndrome. They're dying. They're dying.
Not over here.
Their blood is turning into fucking... Well, their blood is turning to jello, bro. People are dying right now.
Not in here, though.
In where?
Listen, it's a song. In
what
Finland.
Do you mean in here? Like in Discord?
In Finland.
Man, what if it's happening and they block it out of the news? What if that's happening? Do you know that the news is controlled?
My friend's dad died. Her stepdad is permanently on blood thinners. He almost died he had 4 huge clots. A couple in his leg, 2 in his brain. Like, the guy, if we hadn't told him, hey, because we didn't know he was getting it. If we hadn't told him right before he went to go got it, he'd be dead.
I mean, sure, but I had every friend and everyone I know has taken the vaccine, and
Yeah,
there's
well,
nothing
they have
happening.
different batches, man. It's like they
Sure.
take out areas and even ethnicities, like color of your skin, genetic, like they can target shit if they want to, you know. It's not necessarily what's on the label, is what I'm saying. You hear all these people arguing about what's on the label, or at least what they say is on the label. You don't know what the fuck is in that vial, dude. It's just
That's
such a
like
simple
when you
deception.
buy. I mean, when you buy a carton of milk, is it milk or is it a horse cum? You don't know. I mean, they say it's milk, but
It's bull's
is
milk.
it? Yeah.
This is
Right,
so
but look
funny.
at this.
We're enjoying
you
this
can
right now.
I think
We're
that
having fun.
I have a dark idea. I think that 1 in every 10,000 vaccines is like a cyanide cocktail. And what they'll do is it's just like an example. Like one person will just like they're just gonna die. Period. Right.
That would be.
And the other vaccines are fine. The vaccines are fine. And if you think like
I
1
would
in
go.
10,000, if you take
would do it
7
that
billion
way.
people, it's 700 million that are gonna die right away. You know, not even
I would do it
blood
that
clot,
way.
just like
But out of
that's
100 vaccines, I would have 99 with cyanide.
You mean one, right?
No, the other way around. Just save one.
Well,
Kill
you
99.
can't fake that though. You can't fake that. Even in Finland, you have people that would be laying all over the ground.
Yeah, but
So
you
they
just
would
say,
do it so you can't tell. Listen, the whole point is a deception. They're going to make it so you can't tell. Well, maybe they were sick. Maybe they put it in the muscle. It wasn't the vaccine's fault. It was because they put it in the muscle. This bullshit they make up.
No, that the 1 out of 100 is so happy to be alive, they don't ask any questions.
And that 1 out of 100, believe me, it's so happy to be alive that they're just going to do whatever they say. You'll do whatever they say. Because otherwise they'll kill you.
It's say 1 out of 100 isn't much, so I can kill you too.
But who's going to buy all the NFTs? That's what I'm going to get.
No one. Yeah, the thirst for power is weird to me. I've never had it. It's kind of weird.
My friend, absolute power corrupts absolutely. You have to have the power before you can be tempted by power. If you're a regular guy, you never have to worry about that in your lifetime.
Yeah.
Once you have, once you're up there and you have the power, you have the cars, the healthcare, whatever healthcare you want, whatever assets you want, your family money. You don't want to lose it.
When you know God's real, you got all the power.
Yeah, and what trumps that is being one with the Creator. It's being one in your soul with God. That trumps everything.
That's what a
That's the
Muslim
real
would say.
power. They can try to kill you, but you're not gonna kill your soul.
Well, you realize what the game really is, and it has nothing to do with the flesh. It's a spiritual war. So, like, whatever you do here, you carry with you. Whatever they're doing, they're going to carry with them. All you got to do is worry about the decisions that you're making and the intent you put into it. That's the only name of the game.
I would say that those people don't actually believe in the afterlife because they would be dealt a shitty hand.
Oh no, they believe in it. They're trying to run away from it. They're begging to run away from it. They're trying to find ways to live longer, upload their brain or whatever kind of bullshit they can escape with. They're trying as hard as they can.
But I would say that they're just trying to outrun life, like live longer, and not just.
I don't want to scare you guys.
They want to live forever. They want to be gods forever because they know that when they die, that shit's over. They're gonna have to face the music.
I think you guys, but go ahead.
It's just that I don't think that they want to escape hell. I just think that they don't accept that there is an afterlife, so they just want to live longer.
Well, the hell is basically the opposite of whatever they're putting out. So, like, whatever their intention puts out, if they're intending to hurt people and they knowingly hurt people and they're making all this deception and stuff, they're going to live out all of that same, bad karma or whatever you want to call it in the afterlife or in some other presence, like in some other way. It's like you can't do something without a reaction. And they're doing all kinds of
what he's saying is they don't believe in hell because they wouldn't do what they're doing if they thought they were going to go to hell for it.
No, because I don't do what I do. I don't do the things that I do because I think I'm going to go to heaven or hell. No, I don't. So I would apply that to them too.
I don't believe in this whole heaven hell thing. So.
Oh, sure. But why do you think they believe it?
I don't think they do either.
So tell us about, so what's your take on the afterlife then, if there's no heaven and hell?
Mine?
I think. Oh.
Oh, yeah, Riggs. Yeah. No, it's you.
I don't know. Who are you asking?
Both of you, actually.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was really asking Riggs, though, because you said
I don't
believe it.
I have no sort of opinion on it. I think there's no evidence for one can exist, but I don't know what it would be.
Okay, would you agree that if there is a creator, then he created all the energy that or potential that there ever could be, and all we're doing is converting it from one thing to another? Yes or no?
Could be.
Yes or no? I mean, it's one of the laws of reality, right? You can't.
Well, he's not sure.
You can't create matter. You can only convert it, right?
I mean, sure. If there is a creator, then that creator created all the energy and matter in the universe.
And the laws that they work by, I guess, right? So
maybe
if things are maybe whatever, but if things are consistent, then when you die, then you turn into something else.
Well, I would say no, because I would have to be in existence for eternity before I was born too, because that would also be a conversion. But I have no recollection.
I didn't say that you would have the same body or you'd have the same
mind or
life
anything
that you would be living. But what we're doing with this body is we're shaping an idea. Like as we get older, we age, we learn, we get wise. And we shape our minds. We shape an idea. We make a dent in something, and whatever that something is that we're building inside of ourselves, that's what we carry with us, and it's intelligence. We are basically, the way I could put it is, we are the Bitcoin miners of consciousness.
But I mean, if I'm gonna exist till infinity in the future, then that would have to also apply to the past, because I couldn't be created, because nothing can be created.
No. It's not to infinity. It's there had to have been a point of creation, right?
Sure,
or that's something that like everything became.
Sure, but I would have to be. I have to have been in existence from that time.
Okay, but see now. Okay, but let me explain, Mailman. You're thinking of time as a physical function of time because we live in the time that we grow old. But that's a physical body. In a spiritual body, we don't have to worry about time. It's not confined by a physical time. So you're trying to say a physical time, but you're talking about a spiritual realm. So you can't be sure that it's the same thing. It's like saying eternity. Like, how even long is that? It's like saying after forever. There's no real. It's an idea. So you can't say that you know what time is after you die. You don't. Even if you have a soul, and you believe that, and you have eternity with God or whatever, you don't know. If that's a time frame, or even before you were born, you don't know what the time frame is. If there is a time frame, because it's a spiritual life, not a physical life.
Sure, but then it has nothing to do with the energy and mass in the system.
Well,
Riggs brought that up, so he was just trying to explain God, I think.
I'm just giving an example. I don't, because okay, look, if you die, do you think that everything else here still keeps going?
Yep.
Really? Okay, so you agree that it's not a simulation and that you coexist with other people who are also existing.
No, it can be a simulation. I can take a character away from GTA 5 and the game still exists.
Yeah, but that's not what you just said, though. You said that when you die, all this stuff keeps existing while you're gone.
Sure. Yes.
That's what you believe. This is a belief, but I agree with you. Okay. The point I'm saying is that you brought up you brought up infinity and like forever. I don't think things go for forever, but I would suspect that when I die, that all this stuff would stay here, and that the trials and errors and the whole point of me being alive was to culminate to the next thing. Like, this seems like a stepping stone to whatever the next thing is.
Yeah, but I mean, I have evidence that if someone dies, the reality still exists separate.
What do you mean? Oh, you mean when somebody dies, that you're still alive?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, well, that, you could just program that into your little matrix or whatever. I mean,
you could have been
born.
Sure.
I mean, I can't prove.
Yeah.
You could have been born this morning, man. Honestly.
Yeah.
Your whole life is programmed in one day.
I disagree with that, but whatever.
I mean, it's unfalsifiable. You can't prove it.
It's unfalsifiable. It's unfalsifiable.
Yeah. It's improbable too.
Yeah, I would say. Yeah.
But be honest, when you're in a dream and you don't know it's a dream, you think that's real life, man. Come on, be honest. So this could be a dream.
Yeah. Yeah, it can be a dream.
I'm not going to entertain that kind of weird blasphemy.
I mean, it can be a dream, but that's, again, unfalsifiable. So it's something you can ponder on, but you can never prove or disprove it. I think I can also be a brain in a vat.
We can all be brain. We can be in the Matrix, man. We can be in little tubes like Neo, in the Matrix, trying to break out.
Yeah. And you'd never know the difference.
See, Riggs is about to break out. He's almost breaking out, God's calling him. God's calling him to break out the vat. Take the tube out of his mouth. Be like, ah.
He'll soon vanish into the Matrix.
We think we're buying NFTs and shit. We think we're getting Bitcoin, and we're like in a little tub, as a battery, basically making heat for a machine.
It's weird. It's weird what's going to happen in the future, like when technology advances. I mean, when's the point that you can be in sort of a metaverse and you just can't spot the difference anymore?
Well, see, that's what the Matrix is, man. Like they're mocking God. Like the story of the Matrix is almost exactly what I described. Like we're in this suit that is just some sort of imagination or experience, and it feels like we're doing all this work for what? And then when we die, I guess we unplug, right? And all for what? The difference is that in that story, they make the computer system and all that stuff look malevolent, like the God system look malevolent, and they just want to steal your energy. But God literally gave us the energy to exist. And these trials and errors aren't about like mining Bitcoin for God. It's mining Bitcoin for ourselves. Like the whole effort system goes back into ourself. It's completely reversed to make the whole God thing look like evil.
I don't think they're mocking God, because they went into the Matrix from a reality, and that reality can still have a God. So
yeah, I don't think this is like a God. I don't know why you made it into a God thing.
The book. Okay, really so the person who wrote the fucking story, it was about the Bible, so that's why it was. I don't know.
Then okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's. I mean, you could watch her interviews and stuff. It was about the Trinity and.
Yeah, sure, because there's the name also.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I'm not religious, but that's what whatever.
I don't have any hopes for an afterlife. Just something's
live.
Gonna happen.
Just live the best you can.
I do that.
Just trying to be as good as you can, I guess.
I do it just for other people, not for.
Even the best you can doesn't cover it. You want to live a righteous, moral life.
Well, that includes what?
And I've fucked up already.
Getting up early every Sunday.
Yeah, not looking at a woman lustfully.
That includes no porn, no lying.
Yeah.
Well, I don't watch porn because it's gay. I don't really like to watch naked dudes, so.
Lesbian porn?
You only watch gay porn?
What about midget porn? Just midget porn?
We are gay.
You have to change away from the gay porn.
Dude, the sound of your voice, like you got so interested. No, I just think regular ass porn is gay because there's a naked dude in it.
Do you think that it's
animals? Animals are things like goats and sheep.
Stuff with only girls in.
But the problem is he only gets turned on by the things with guys in it. He just thinks it's gay, which is why he doesn't watch it.
Yeah. I can't watch porn with only a guy, and I have to watch porn with both sexes in. But if you get turned on by the guy in there, I guess
guys, they're like
you would like to.
Look, if you get turned on by the guy, it's a sin. But if you don't get turned on by the guy, it's okay.
Them naked?
I thought it was the same guy.
Rick's got a hard on. It's two guys almost exactly like the same. I want to see
two guys, one cat.
Yeah, 2 guys, 1 Discord.
Man, the funny thing is that I said I don't watch porn because it's gay, and then all you guys got excited. That's
2 guys, 1 voice.
Did you put something in Livestream? Don't tell me put something in Livestream.
This is going on YouTube, right?
It is already on YouTube.
Already on. Yeah. It's live, boys.
Yeah, you're all busted. You're all busted.
Busted nut.
Talking about porn. Damn, you guys. Heads in the gutter, man.
You bring animal porn into it, so I wouldn't.
Hey, sheep and goats are nice. Okay, you don't have to look at lessons.
Hey, when Gio went to bed, could Kool-Aid just start talking about boats?
We need more boats and hoes. Boats and hoes.
Well, I can just assume it happened.
I think
how do I find the sorry, how do I find the YouTube live stream for this one?
I don't know.
Anybody have that
just
link?
Type in the name and then click on
Earth
channel
Awakenings 24/7?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's actually not too hard to find. Just type it in.
I think I can't live a moral and righteous life. I haven't lived in one, so.
And why do you think that?
Well, see, but here's the thing, like, well, if you're
I'm not married, I have girlfriends.
But here's the thing, though. If you think there's a moral, right, like your heart, like to do the right thing, then you want to strive to do that, right? And if you don't, then you have that guilt feeling, right? So that tells you if it's bad or good. You feel guilty.
I do right things, but that's just according to what I feel is good. So I do it out of other people, like
but I'm not talking about that. We all do that, right? But I'm talking about if you do something that makes you feel just a little bit guilty, don't you think that's right? It's like your inner self is telling you, hey, maybe this is not that good. It might feel good.
And
it might feel
what
good.
I do. I don't do those things, but I don't think it can make me feel good and guilty at the same time.
But we all have guilt for stuff we do, right? We feel guilty, right?
Sure.
That means that we did. That means that was wrong.
Yeah, but those things I try to not do.
So then, how do you say that you're not living a moral life? You can't do it because you have girlfriends.
I thought you, when you said moral and life, I thought you meant like according to some religion or Christianity, Islam, or something.
How about according to you? How about that?
Yeah, then
are you a good judge of your life? Are you a good judge of your life, of yourself? Are you honest? Can you give us honest judgment of yourself? Look yourself in the mirror and know that what you did and what you didn't do.
I can only give my own judgment about me, and that's kind of. I can't say anything, but I think I've lived a sort of moral life. Yeah, I don't cheat. I don't I don't do stuff that I would not want someone to do to me.
But how many people have you helped? Have you sacrificed to help somebody else? Or is it all self-serving?
No, I give to charities and help people when I can. I have a friend who has a company. I help him out.
Not good enough. Send him to hell.
Yeah. Let him go. Let him go.
All right.
But yeah, I try to help people when I can. If someone needs a ride, and I see someone side of the road and they have flat tires or something, I stop and help. Sure.
I pull over when someone's on the road every time?
You can say that that's not every time. If I'm busy going somewhere, then no. But that's also kind of selfish because I want to see people and meet people. So you can say that it's selfish what I do. But
now you're starting to think now. Let's say like an old lady comes down the aisle in a restaurant, and you're at the restaurant sitting down. The old lady falls at your feet, and you're just like, "Help me!" You're gonna like kick her in the hair.
No, I'm gonna help them.
Yeah, obviously. But see, I'm gonna argue that you're compelled to do that because you're a nice person. You can't not do that. So it's almost like it's not a choice.
Sure, it's my nature. Yeah.
It's your nature. So you're not really sacrificing nothing. You're just doing what you're going to do anyways. Like pick the old lady up, give her, a napkin for her bloody nose, send her on her way.
But then, because everything is in my nature that I do. So, I mean, I don't see how you can do something that's not in your nature. Because then it would be not natural for you. So.
But see, if you do something, that's the key. If you do something that's not in your nature, like completely random, that you would never normally do, that's when you break out the matrix and you become Neo. And you break out that shell, and then you really feel like, then you really know what's happening.
Yeah, but I think
that's when you fool the computer.
Yeah, but then I mean, there's not a lot of good things that are not in my nature. There's a lot of bad things that are not in my nature. So
yeah, so in essence, so listen, do you think you're making decisions though, or is there free will, or is you just like a robot just going through life?
I would say that personally, I don't think there is any free will.
Because you're going to make that choice anyways, right?
Yeah, because of past events.
So there's really no choice. There's really no right or wrong then.
Sort of, yeah.
You can say wrong can be working outside of your nature, but you really can't work outside your nature. So you're just going to do what you're going to do.
Yeah, I'm just going to do what I'm going to do.
If somebody jumps in the water, they're going to try not to drown. If you're hungry, you're going to eat. If you're thirsty, you're going to drink. If you're tired, you're going to sleep. And if some lady falls on your feet in the restaurant, you're going to pick her up. You're not really making any choices.
Yeah, I think that if a lady comes in the restaurant and falls in my feet, I cannot not help her. Because, I mean, I would help her, so I would help her.
Yeah,
and if I choose to not help her, then that is in my nature, and I can't help her if I don't help her.
Yeah, it'd be almost like it'd basically like your hands are tied. It's like you don't really have free will at that point.
Sure, yeah, because of how I was brought up and what has happened to me in my life, that shapes my decision on whether to help her or not, and I can't change that.
If a beautiful girl kisses you, you're gonna kiss her back. You're not gonna be like slap her in the face,
It depends. I have a girlfriend, so I wouldn't kiss her back, but I don't know if I'd smack her.
That's what I'm saying. If a beautiful girl kisses you, you'll kiss
gay
her
or
back.
not.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Hang on, you're saying if it wasn't your girlfriend.
Yeah, but no, that because I have a girlfriend. So if there's another girl who
So,
comes and
now
fishes,
here's the dilemma. Your ex comes at you and we'll start over.
My
You know,
ex?
I have money. I sold my NFTs. I got money. You know, 110 million. Let's go away. You know, just leave this
You
life
know,
behind. You'd be like, oh
that's
shit.
that's an interesting question because my ex actually has a lot of money, but she's a bitch. So I would say fuck off.
Look, I got bitch therapy. I'm nice now. You know, let's
What's a
go. Let's
bitch
go away.
therapy? That's a new business, bitch therapy. So like if you're a bitch, you can come here and we can fix you.
Bitch and Karen therapy. Hey,
Yeah,
innovative. That's a business idea. Let's do that.
that's a great business idea.
How much
Or
money
like
would people throw at me? Oh, I'm a Karen. I can't help it. What do I do?
yeah, the de-Karenification and de-bitchification.
D bitch and D for men and women both.
Yeah, that's a good
We're gonna
business.
slap the bitch out of you. We're gonna slap
Yeah.
the bitch out of you.
Just have a logo of a big hand with 6 fingers, the bitch slapper.
Yeah, be like on a retreat. You're gonna come back so nice, and you won't even know that it's you.
Yeah. We can have for different age groups, we can have different kinds of education.
Can we make an NFT out of that or a Bitcoin?
I mean, you can pay it with a cryptocurrency.
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. I'm gonna make the papers ready.
Bitch therapy. Yeah, I like it already.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, think how the world would be if there weren't any bitches or guys that are bitches. You know, all
I
nice
think it would be
people.
boring. Too boring.
It would
No
kind of be
seasoning.
boring, but it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be worse.
Yeah. I think you need a contrast for something to be good. You need something that's bad.
That's true. You won't have evil without. Well, you don't have good without the contrast of evil.
Yeah. No hot without cold.
If all your days were great, none would be.
Yeah, it would be boring as fuck.
It'd be just
That's why I don't
mediocre.
want to go to heaven. That's why I don't want to go to heaven. Everything is boring.
Well, some people's heaven would be, you know, to come back to Earth and help people. You know, would be to fight. Would be to be like an angel to save people, for example. Everyone's heaven's different, right?
Yeah. Lightwater came up with an idea, Bitcoin.
Bitcoin, yeah. Bitch therapy. There you go. Let's say we start at 1,000. You gotta have at least $1,000. I'm not gonna look at you unless you have $1,000. Then we're gonna put you in class. You know, hit you with the books over the head. Pitch.
Yeah.
You gotta be a new man or a new woman.
Yeah.
And like, if a lady falls on your feet in a restaurant, you're gonna pick her up. You're gonna, you know, shake her off, buy her a meal. You're gonna go buy a homeless person a meal. You're gonna smile all the time. You're gonna be nice to people. Don't say no bad words.
Yeah. I mean, if the lady who falls into your feet at the restaurant is a bitch, then you can just give her a card for the Bitch Academy and go on your merry way.
Hey, that's a good point. What if some lady that you know is a bitch fell on your feet, and you were like, what? You were like wanting to get back at her so much. Like, let's say your third grade teacher beat the shit out of you, you know, in front of class, banked you over the bottom, you know, trying to get back at her, and then one day she's old, she falls at your feet in the restaurant. Then what would you do?
I would help her just to show her that I'm a better person than she is.
And the way she said, hey, you're that fucker that was in my class.
I would say, learn, bitch, and slap her in the face. And pass her the card. I gotta get back to work. Catch you later.
All right, man. Talk more.
Yep,
All right, guys, I'm gonna go too. Good night.
So, I guess I'm not very interesting. Excuse me.
Good morning.
Hello, good morning. You getting ready for work?
No. Just doing some cleaning around the house.
Yeah, I'm gonna be doing that today.
Yeah. Probably gonna make some breakfast soon, but I just want to tidy up first. I can't stand little things laying around here and there, but of course.
You're doing what for breakfast?
Oh, I'm just gonna do like a parfait.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've got some worker people coming over tomorrow, turn on my heater and some other stuff because I had a new AC installed. So I have to clean up all the areas.
Fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's starting to get kind of cold outside.
Yeah, I think today was the coldest day so far. It's like
Make sure it's on back.
33. Holy shit. I didn't know it was that cold.
Yeah, it's about that here too.
It was 40 last time I checked. It's now 33. Okay.
Shirt's on backwards. There we go.
I'll roll with it.
Yeah, it's funny because yesterday morning it was actually relatively warm. At least for where I am, you know, it was like 55, 60 in the morning Fahrenheit. And then dropped down to 40 in the afternoon and evening. This morning it's literally in like the low 30s. I'm like,
yeah.
Make up your mind.
Yeah, it's strange. It just kind of happened all of a sudden. The rest of the week is like 50 at night, so this is kind of odd for that anyway.
Yeah, it's like it's hard to like plan out like what you want to do in the day because in the morning, like if you wake up early like I do, which I do, it's like okay, if I go out and do something, I have to bring like some sled dogs with me, a fire pit, and like an ice scraper.
What about just like a slave?
Yeah, and then by like 2 p.m., it's like, damn.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with having a slave. You just buy him some soup.
Yeah. Like,
I love my slaves.
You have some slaves?
Yeah, I got slaves.
Nice. Dogs?
Yeah, it's back in style, you know. I'm trying to live like the New World Order.
A part-time? A little bit?
Yeah, I just you know, it's just a part-time job. I'm the chairman of a bunch of boards. I work for Alphabet. And I sit on one of the chairs at Google, and I work only part-time, but I have a bunch of slaves.
Wow, that's brilliant.
Yeah, you know. Nothing too crazy. I just got to wear a mask every now and then and drink child's blood, so.
Oh, nothing too crazy. I should do some laundry.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I got a private island, a couple boats. I'm saying, living life.
Living life.
I thought about being a singer, but you know, I'm not a big fan of autotune, so.
I love to sing. Sorry, I was grabbing my laundry. I love to sing.
Oh, you're a singer? I was just joking. I can't sing for shit.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm just kidding.
Well, I guess you should ask me a question about the Earth, because that's kind of how this chat room fills up. I imagine you want to listen to people.
Oh yeah, I like doing that. I like listening while I'm, you know, being productive. But
yeah, well, let's get the party started, and I'm sure they'll start rolling in because it's almost it's morning everywhere, so it should be rolling in pretty soon.
So, just how about you tell me a bit about like how you got into it? Let's start with that. Like, Like, how did you?
Okay.
So
I was, yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I just found a little spider in my laundry room. Okay, continue.
What kind is it? Is it like a small one with big eyes?
Okay, well, technically, daddy long legs aren't spiders, but
Okay, yeah, that's those are fine. Leave it alone.
Yeah, I'm just gonna leave them there. I don't care. All right,
Let it climb the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, so for me, I was involved in a research group about government corruption, and we came across a bunch of evidence which has since been deleted or hidden. And what we found is that there is a large group of trust fund babies in DC that they basically do whatever they want whenever they want because they don't worry about money. And they go to weird parties and they have weird celebrations and they take like exotic drugs, which, you know, we don't have access to. It's like just like crazy CIA shit. And so we found all these people. We found out what they were up to. We found out that they were trafficking people from Haiti. We found out how they were processing those people because they were actually like turning them into soap and drinking their blood and shit like that. They were using these people as ingredients in certain dishes. And I just did a ton of research. And it turns out that some of the research I did actually it traced me back to NASA and the Pentagon and the fact that they were trying to basically tell everybody that aliens were real and stuff like that. And that's when I started to do my research on NASA and space and stuff like that. And I found out this stuff was basically just like a television show. Like it was a produced film,
Right.
you know, and you know, like it was acting and stuff like that. And so I know that these people, like whether you're religious or not, like these people are. So they really believe it. They perform rituals. They do things according to a certain code. They think that it's their job to like basically steer the populace around with their magic. Like they're constantly keeping people inside of a spell kind of a thing. And these same people are involved with NASA and space travel. And then it got a little too heavy and everything got blocked. People got deleted. Some people stopped like showing up and all the research pretty much just ceased. And I was pretty much overwhelmed at that point because it was too much trauma from there was just so much grotesque stuff that I found about people that never got dealt with. Like I got to see, this is part of the story too. I got to see the FBI, the police department, all the news agencies, Wikipedia, Google searches, YouTube, Facebook, all of these presence, like all of these entities basically did everything they could to protect these criminals that we had been researching.
Wow.
All of them. And not only did they try to protect them, they spun the story for them as if these people were so rich they could just hire like a team of thousands of people to manage all of the details so that they never have a care in the world. They could kill somebody in the middle of the street and laugh. That kind of power. So that's what they did. And I was so pissed off and overwhelmed and a little scared too, because, you know, some of that data is still out there, if you know what I'm saying. And yeah, a lot of the main researchers ended up disappearing. And those people never got dealt with legally. Like they're just out there doing whatever they were doing, laughing at us. So I took a break. And when I was trying to enjoy myself watching something entertaining, I came across a video that mentioned flat Earth. And I thought it was the funniest thing ever because, I mean, I know we didn't go to the moon, but I had never really pieced together that, you know, the Earth could be a different shape or anything like that. That never really crossed my mind. Like, so I just thought it was funny. I just, you know, I don't do a lot of drugs. and I thought it would be funny. I thought it'd be entertaining. Like, oh, let's see what these guys. Because like I was into that show Ancient Aliens, you know.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh man, this is gonna be funny. I'm just gonna get ripped and like let all this stress just go away, and let's just watch something and enjoy myself. And I was waiting for that aliens, you know, with the hair. And what I found was actually a bunch of compelling arguments and research that had to do with historical and factual reasons that the Earth could be a different shape. And what triggered in the back of my head was, oh shit, the same people I had been trusting for all these other entities, that I actually watched them in corrupt manners cover for people that are in so much power that all they want to do is pay people to maintain in power. Those same agencies and people were actually telling me what the shape of the Earth was. And it was so well, like it's just something you don't question, because they're telling you about aliens, they're telling you about planets, exoplanets, they're telling you about orbits, they're telling you about comets, like, oh, an asteroid's going to hit us. Like, they're telling you all this stuff about space so that in the back of your head, you'll never question the model. And I realized that's what they were doing because I watched them do it with other things. So then I researched into this flat Earth shit, the arguments that I you know, what was even more compelling, which sealed the deal for me, was that I had done all this research beforehand about the people.
Right.
And it's one thing to debate about the science. It's another thing to know you're dealing with criminals and to know what they're up to, not just with this, you know?
It makes it more like, I don't want to use the word fishy, but like it makes it more,
well, like if you know somebody who has, like, let's say 5 businesses, and every one of those businesses pretends to do something that they're not doing, and NASA's one of them. See what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like if somebody opens an organization, a private organization called, let's see what it's called. I'll give you a name actually. Yeah, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Let's say that you spend a lot of time building this private entity, right? And then you find out through research that this entity was actually propped up by child predators that traffic children, and that they're actually just looking to find children that are lost that nobody will care about, you know, if they go missing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they use these. It's basically just like like a phone book for kids who are misplaced and can be taken advantage of and sold on the black market for their services, whether it's for organ harvesting, for pedophiles, or paid deaths on the dark web. Like, this is what these kind of people do. And when you find somebody who does like 4 or 5 of these, and NASA and space and aliens is one of these, you think, okay, well, this is also another fraud. And then you look at all the stuff that they're putting out in the news from these people, and they're literally propagating it's the same kind of lies. They're talking about all the fear that comes with space. They're talking about aliens coming, and all this stuff. And when you put in the flat Earth argument, you're like, oh shit, they have to tell you all these other stories because they don't want you to think that the model's different. Because if you believe all that other stuff, that your first reaction is, well, it's already a globe. Like, in the back of your mind, it's already a globe, so these things are real.
Sorry,
or the globe's real.
I'm just rinsing strawberries, but I'm listening. How long ago did you like come across all that?
This was it was 2016.
Okay, so fairly recent.
Yeah, it's been a while though. But I mean, it's crazy because the more research I do, the more I find out how they've fucked with everybody. And the crazy part is that it didn't like start in the 60s. It didn't start in the 50s or the 40s or the 30s. they have been trying to find a way. Like if you had a bunch of money and your job was to create think tanks to come up with a way to deceive all the people into giving you their power willingly, what you do is you create an enemy that doesn't exist, or you create an enemy that threatens everybody that doesn't exist. And then you create a worldview that doesn't exist. So essentially you're creating a boogeyman that doesn't exist so that nobody can ever find it. That they're always wanting for it or looking for it, worried, scared, but then they never find it. You know, like they went to the moon, that was fake, and they've been talking about going to the moon since, and they never do it. So it creates this longing in people, this dedication and devotion, kind of like a bad relationship, where they're just being mistreated constantly. They're getting all their money taken away, and all they're getting is lies back from their partner. It's this they've created this emotional codependency with society to believe stuff that doesn't exist, so that if you ripped it away, people would defend it. The same way that you defend your shitty boyfriend. See what I'm saying?
I think I do a little bit. Like,
yeah.
Okay, question. So when so I actually wanted to talk about the supposed landing on the moon. So like, can you give me some more information on that? Like what happened? Like, why did they fabricate it?
Yeah.
Space race.
Oh, you cut out. Maybe I messed up. Go ahead.
All right. I know that there was a space race that could definitely contribute to it. Like, so if you say that they lied about going to the moon, can you like talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So the space race. Well, to understand that, you need to understand something else. Okay. Is that governments? Look at it this way: if you had land, a farm, you know, a family, and a nice community that was, you know, helping you establish your city or the place you live or whatever, and you could all look to each other to help each other grow stronger and live long and like be family friends, just have community in general, right? Would you agree that you could try to meet all of your needs? You could defend yourselves, you could organize, you could find, you know, trade, you could specialize in trades, get your food from your neighbors, or just all I'm saying is that people could find a way to work together and sustain themselves, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So then what do you need a government for? Exactly. Yeah. So here's the thing. The government only exists. It literally has one purpose. It serves one purpose. They will come up with all kinds of bullshit reasons. The only purpose of government is to make you think that you need them. They have to lie to you, they have to steal from you, and they have to create a common enemy so that you bow down to the government, but also fear other governments. But behind the scenes, these governments work together because they have one sole purpose: to maintain the allegiance of their citizens. And the only way you do that is to make them need you. So you create fake wars, you create fake fear. The government has a personal interest in controlling the media so that you're always worried and that you're always distracted and divided from the people next to you, so you can't actually congregate and make any progress. Your government's job is to stifle you, to stifle your growth, and to make you think that you can't do it. So, when it comes to this space race, this is exactly what they did. The Jesuits had been planning this for a long time with the Royal Society. They've been planning a model. They told people it was different. They lied to people about a lot of different models. But this was the first time in history, due to the industrial age, of the modern industrial age, that they were able to and had the technology and resources to actually fake it. So when they could do that, they could actually once and for all, because you have to understand, The only people who thought the Earth was a globe were basically like privileged people who were in schools and in education. They were the people that they were trying to seed the indoctrination to, right? And those people who supposedly had knowledge were looked to as the people who were, you know, smart, intelligent, well-educated. But really, they had been educated on this lie about the model. And the regular people, which there were many of them, everyone else thought it was flat because all their ancestors thought it was flat. All the historical societies thought it was flat. Like the Earth has been flat through pretty much all of history up until maybe a couple hundred years ago. Like, not even that. I'd say people didn't think it was a globe until recent history within the last 100 years.
Isn't that crazy?
Well, it just comes down to a percentage of people. Like the people who are making, the people who own the printing press, the people who are funding the printing press, the people who are being educated, they're propagating the story that they were educated on.
That's crazy.
Yeah, but then everyone else, which is the 99%, they didn't believe any of that shit. And it's not because they were stupid. It's because they weren't opening their mind to bullshit and nonsense. You know, maybe they didn't have all the same technology we had today, but a lot of the ancient cultures did. Like, they've found artifacts that far exceed the capabilities of some of the understandings we have today, which they're still kind of puzzled about. So it's not just because they were older, they were stupid, you know? So yeah, they had to fake it. So what they decided to do, and it's pretty clear at this point, like I can imagine back then, it maybe wasn't as clear because you get all this propaganda thrown in your face. But looking back, it's pretty clear that, okay, we're going to have a space race, okay? If we fake it alone, no one's going to believe it. But if two of the largest countries in the world fake it, it's much more believable. So, Russia, you're going to have a space race with the United States. We're going to convince everybody to spend all their money and waste it on space travel, which is not going to happen. And once we start conditioning people to spend money on space, they're just going to keep billing everybody for it. It's going to be one of those institutions that don't close down, right?
Right.
It's like once you get a cell phone bill, they don't just stop charging you. It's just like
But Riggs, is there any?
I'm not done.
Oh, sorry. I'll be back
done.
in an hour, I guess.
Thank you. So they faked it. One of them made it to space. The other one made it to the moon. So first of all, they have basically two sources. So this is much more believable because nobody trusts the Russians and the Russians don't trust the United States. But they wouldn't both lie, right? They wouldn't both lie about the same thing. How convincing is that? Pretty convincing. Because they're enemies. Why would the enemies lie about space together? It's because every government has a very specific interest to lying to their citizens. Just like I explained before, it makes total sense. So they got everybody on board that space was real, and then they got everyone on board that the Earth was a globe, and they did that with footage. And then they played golf on the moon.
Yeah, but do you think that is there any scenario like I can be on board if there is like some conspiracy, but I've seen like a lot of true crime, and I noticed there was like the prosecutor made a mistake, or not, he didn't actually make a mistake. He did a trick, if you will. And what he did was that there was a guy who apparently they claimed killed some girls. And when the girls were missing, he didn't join the lookout for looking for the girls. And the prosecutor used that against him, saying that it's abnormal for him to not go and look for the girls with all the rest of the people. But if he had looked for them, there's also a telltale sign of a the criminal person often goes back to the crime
place
scene.
of the crime. Yeah.
So regardless of what he did, in that case, it would be used against him. There is no right. There would be no proper behavior of him, which would like lead him to show his that he wasn't guilty, basically. And I think you did the same case here with the thing with the space race, because I bet you if they had collaborated, it would be looked super suspicious, right? If, let's say, the Soviet and United States would collaborate, that would look super suspicious. It would be more suspicious.
They're doing it right now.
They're doing it right now, but they didn't. But they didn't back then.
Rents its rockets to the United States.
They didn't back then. I'm talking about back then.
Yeah,
so
but I'm saying that it's never changed. It's always been the same.
Yeah, but they were enemies and they were competing. But if they were not enemies and they were on the same team, it would still be suspicious. So it doesn't matter what they have done. Whatever the scenario this had happened under, it will still be suspicious in your mind. So it doesn't matter. You did the same thing the prosecutor did to punish that guy who was found not guilty like 10 years later. And he used like these arguments, which are, in my mind, they're faulty because there are no right answer. You don't prove anything with it.
What do you think, Estrella? Do you think that's what I characterized? Or Estrella?
I feel like maybe that's how he analyzed it, but like I don't.
Yeah, that's how I analyze everything.
Yeah.
Like if people make like faulty arguments, I'll ask them like, well, what about the other way around? Like, I understand Riggs is looking at it from his perspective, but look at it from all perspective possible. I don't see any other reason why he would still not think it's a conspiracy. He would think it's a conspiracy regardless of whatever happened. So it doesn't change anything. Like, it makes his argument kind of moot at this point.
I think maybe you didn't hear my full detail. Maybe you came in the middle or something.
I heard everything, and I think a lot of things didn't follow, but I wasn't allowed to interrupt. And now I don't even remember the other things anymore.
Sorry. I was trying to give the person who asked me the question the full answer.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just asking you, did you think about this in this way? Or look at that? Have you looked at your argument from that perspective before?
No. No, I you're talking about something that never even crossed my mind. So it doesn't, I don't feel like I took that approach at all.
Okay.
Like I'm not a conspiracy
it's very common. It's very common. Sorry.
I mean, I understand like a typical conspiracy theorist, but I came, or like the characterization of one, but I came into this literally through truthful research that led me to these sources and interests, which led me down another rabbit hole of investigating this possible, whatever's corrupt going on here, and this is my conclusion. I didn't go into it with, these guys are guilty. Maybe I explained it that way. Maybe, you know what? Maybe I did explain it that way, but that's not how it happened.
I think that not everything that you have some premises, but I don't think the conclusion you made follows from that. Like example with like the collusion and not collusion or whatever, I don't think it necessarily follows. That's just my view on it.
Well, Estrella, do you think that I made any statements or correlations or explanations that maybe don't make sense to you, or anything, or do you feel like Funk is making a good point?
The only thing I think I'd be confused about is like why people would even do it in the first place. You know what I mean? Like I get, but like
it's kind of fucked up, right?
Good.
Yeah, but you need motive. I think there needs to be like in most cases like motive. Like why the fuck would they do this?
Oh well, the motive the motive is clear, because if you can control someone's worldview, then you literally control everything about their world.
Yeah, but then I would guess they would do stuff that they could hide.
Right,
Very
like
well.
and the common ones are they could hide land, they hide your true nature, your true purpose of being here. They stifle your true potential of your true nature, of your true purpose of being here. They hide these different areas of land that maybe are off or in some place else on the map that have different types of like maybe we live in an area that's not as significant as these other areas. I don't know. Maybe there's more to this place than we understand. Maybe there's dragons. But all I'm saying is that it opens up a whole new world of possibilities where creation is a more likely conclusion of the circumstances rather than an evolution, cosmological bang kind of existence. It also shows that there are design elements to the system that we live in, which may make it like an amazing engineering feat. And it also shows that the people who rule over us don't actually run the place, and that all they're doing is doing everything they can to deceive us so that we think that they rule, and they don't.
Okay.
And if you're greedy, then that would be the perfect situation. Have a very compliant populace that just, generationally you own them.
Yeah. I would say, I find the conspiracies super interesting, but there are so many. I mean, the conspiracies I often hear are so far-fetched. I heard different, each of you. It's not like, oh, these guys are hiding something. Of course, people could hide something. I don't doubt that.
Yeah, well, I mean, even on the globe,
but
they're
then
hiding stuff.
But you're talking about stuff that hiding reality. I live in reality. They could explain stuff to me, but they can't hide it from me because I live in it. And I also have the same ability to test that the claims people have for the most part.
Well, let me put it like this. What if the real world were like Facebook? Okay? Everybody wakes up in the morning, which is logging onto Facebook. Everybody has their particular feed. They're not getting everyone's messages. Everything is curated. It is selected. It is shaped so that you are marketed to, and that maybe some messages are stifled or censored, and they are shaping your mind because of your interaction with that worldview. This is no different than what they've done.
You don't think you can rationally distinguish if you were being
if you don't know something exists, you can't rationally find your way out of it unless you're evidenced otherwise.
Yeah, I would agree, and that goes for for example, the NSA hiding that they were surveilling everybody. How can I prove that? It's something happening behind closed doors. Behind there is no way for me to find that out at all. But
Edward Snowden blew the whistle on that one, didn't he? That Spectre in prison.
Yeah, somebody blew the whistle. And
well, I mean, see, foolish Drust, you know in this example at least that everyone who's on the internet, they know they're being monitored anyway. So by the time that Edward Snowden came out and said all that shit and released the files or whatever, it was just icing on the cake. We already knew.
Well, I mean, there's it's not the fact that there is some creepy individual watching everything you do. No, it's just really about.
I think it's stored until they had the AI to sort through it and data mine everybody.
Well, it's big data. It's not really AI. So you're just basically collecting loads of data and then you're looking for
everything.
Certain key phrases. But even that wasn't particularly complete because there were still ways of obfuscating about that. That's why America passed a law back in about 2007, 2008 saying, hey, unless we have the backdoor encryption key, you can't use your encryption product in the US. Which then got thrown out in 2012 because, the Supreme Court said fuck off.
Hey, before I totally get off this topic, because this is also interesting, I just want to say, do you have any feelings or thoughts about the back doors that our intelligence agencies have embedded into these chips that are in every device?
No, because they don't.
Because they don't.
No.
Were you not aware?
No, I'm aware of kind of what you're talking about, but they don't have it to the extent you think they do.
Okay.
So, for instance, there is no way. So here's the problem. So let's take ARM processors, for instance. It's got fuck all to do with the American government. There's very little manufacturing done in the American government. So that's why Huawei was such a big issue, because the Chinese were actually trying to put backdoors in there. And there wasn't backdoors in the actual hardware, it was backdoors in the firmware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We skipped out on. Luckily the government came to their senses, because they were supposed to upgrade like all the 4G, 5G equipment with the Huawei as the main supplier, and they said, well, maybe not so clever.
Yeah.
And that's what's happened across Europe. So Huawei has lost so much business across Europe, it's untrue, because of this.
Cool. Just curious. I mean, I still stick with my opinion because I have less trust, but I appreciate that you feel confident.
Yeah, but isn't this like evidence of like us not being on the same side? Like, if somebody were to surveil us, we would do everything to like, we wouldn't accept that. That's why we like banned Huawei. Government banned
okay,
Huawei.
so I think, like I told you before, I'm very confident that governments work together, and they only give us the impression that they're really against each other. So, I think that some organization like the Five Eyes or something similar probably still exists, if not in a greater
But
sense.
you see, you do the exact same thing I told you about earlier. This is a scenario which, regardless of what the government does, there's always the conspiracy. So
the people
if
didn't change.
if they did accept,
did anybody go to jail? I'm sorry, but these criminals are still the same people. They're only going to increase their grip. They're not going to let go at some point.
Government can't jail people in China. My government. That's just impossible. This would be an act of war. They couldn't do that. Yeah, well, they can't do that. So, but regardless of what they had done in this case, it would still be a conspiracy. Like, if they accepted the hardware, they would be like, oh, of course they're colluding. If they don't accept it, they're just trying to make the impression that they're not colluding. So it doesn't matter what they've done. It's always a conspiracy.
Rick, here's an interesting question. What do you think about the Snowden security breach and the amount of information?
Oh no, I don't trust him as an actual leaker. I think that was a controlled leak. And I didn't come to that conclusion. I mean, I had suspicion for a long time, but I didn't come to that conclusion until recently, when it was I forget exactly what it was, but he had made a bunch of statements which I knew were patently false, and was a narrative that was being fed. So I can tell he's under the wing, so to speak.
You don't think that some video footage of an Apache helicopter blowing up a whole load of civilians trying to rescue people in an ambulance with kids inside was something that was good and constructive for the American government?
I think they're so cocky at this point. If it serves the purpose to gain interest and to give him, to basically validate him. This man has a platform.
Does he?
And absolutely. If he
when
wants
was
to be on
last
the
time
news
you heard
instantly,
from? When was last time you heard from him?
I mean, he's been in the news even recently. The guy can get on any station anytime. Let's not be shy about this.
You know, and the guy that headed up Julian Assange, you know, he's absolutely fucked now.
Julian Assange is I hate to say it, man, but all your heroes are not heroes.
I'm not saying he's my hero. I don't know why you would even say that. I mean, I'm just saying, you know, if it's this kind of weird conspiracy, why would the guy live for so many years in a shit environment?
Because he was raised in an abusive cult. This is what he's used to.
Really?
Yeah.
Prior to moving into that embassy, he was used to living like that.
The embassy is great compared to what he used to have. Yeah. But Estrella, did I answer all your questions?
I think so, yeah.
I trust to the uncooperative nature of human beings.
Well, I guess I'm one of those people.
People don't cooperate. People are divisive by nature.
Maybe.
Yeah, it takes a lot of effort to cooperate, proven through history.
The one thing that we
I
say
think these.
Sorry.
So I'm sorry, Dress. Go ahead.
No, go. You go first. Rick.
You were kind of quiet. My bad. So I just think that the forces at hand here are the largest forces in the world, and I imagine they can be quite convincing. So I just wanted to put that out there. As far as getting people to cooperate is what I mean.
How would it look like if somebody did not cooperate?
How would it look if somebody did not cooperate?
Yeah, like a whistleblower.
Maybe
There would be flat out servers.
Can someone else answer that? Because for whatever reason, I'm drawing a blank when I know that blank is not my answer.
Well, if there is a whistleblower and trying to actually expose, how would it look like? Or would he be like? How would he be treated?
Well, they would actually get jail time. How about that?
Yeah. And it's not like
these other whistleblowers that are fake ones. They don't get jail time. They get the pamper treatment. They get on news stations.
Well, they could get on news stations in other countries.
No.
They can't go to the country.
No, sir.
Which?
Establishment owns the news. They own the news.
In all countries?
All the ones that people listen to. And remember what I said about the Facebook analogy? They can control your feed. So if they don't want news to exist, they can make that happen.
Even in other countries? You think in all countries?
I don't know all the capabilities. I just know that they have the capabilities and they're effective. They can make DNS disappear. They can make your website disappear.
I don't think they can make No, I think they can try and hack it or remove it, but they can't make it disappear for all countries.
There was something with GoDaddy that happened a few years ago. They got some website taken down. All it was an alternative news website.
Yeah, but you can access in other countries. You can access websites which are not possible here, and opposite, right? In China, for example.
I understand, but if you
they don't,
let's say like a website actually wants to have like real uncensored information. If something is really damaging on that site, or if it influences a group of people that they're not trying to socially engineer at the time, they can get that shit taken down. They can come up with some straw man. They can even create their own users that upload like Hitler videos, okay, and then say in the news, "Hey, look, they've got Hitler videos. Take it down," and then they get reported, and their DNS gets shut down, and they don't have a website anymore. This has happened.
Yeah, but Oh, sorry.
No, you go for.
I was just about to say that we have there are many sites which have moved their servers to Sweden. I wouldn't necessarily trust Sweden, but I know Sci-Hub is in Kazakhstan, and because they don't have jurisdiction over that, so people have illegally put up journals there. But if they were to put it up in the United States, the government could force close it quite easily.
But this is why I think this is a bit silly. So there used to be a hacking group that used to be about, and they were called the Frozen Crew. And they were called the Frozen Crew because they actually hosted their servers in international water. and they tapped in.
They have those floating islands.
And they tapped in to the internet backbone. And they were about for 15 years, and they couldn't get rid of them. Because of a process called recursive DNS.
What's that? Could you
when was this?
This is back in about 96 to about 2012, 14, when they eventually just retired.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say, like, this is a great example. Okay, this is like you really steel man your argument. I appreciate that. Like, you're good at this, but would you not say that their capabilities of control and influence and censorship have increased wildly since 2012?
Yes and no.
Let's be honest. No.
Yes.
Be honest,
yes.
man.
So what you have now is the ability to create sort of bordering environments where you don't accept. So that's how the Great Firewall of China works. But there are ways and means around all of these ways you can circumvent so fucking easily.
Okay. Well, I'm not necessarily sure we're talking about the same things. Like, I was just making the point that they could find a loophole, some way they could stage something, they could create a situation where you lose your website if you cause a problem. And even if you don't lose your website, they can just DNS you to death, or
they can't DNS you to death. You're trying to think of denial of service, and again, there are ways of stopping denial of service. This is what I do for a living, by the way. Rick.
Yeah, I know, and I know DNS was not the word I was trying to use there, but thank you.
Yeah, it's DDoS, distributed denial of service attack, and again, you can filter out those DDoS attacks really easily now. I can pick up a 250 quid router that will do that for me.
Right, and just like sidestep the bandwidth or something, right?
Basically, you reject packets. I can use open source things, open source solutions. There are OpenDNS used to be one of it. It's owned by Cisco now, but there are other ones out there.
Well, my friend owns
are intermediate.
And he said that he was getting a lot of DDoS attacks, and the ISP just doubled his bandwidth and sorted all the packets to the empty destination.
Yeah, that's recursive DNS process. The recursive DNS is basically where a DNS server that you have. So I can host my own DNS server, and then I can hook that up to loads of other DNS servers, and then I can choose how I distribute that. Because do you know what DNS actually does?
It gives the IP address to it just basically tells you what the IP address is for any given DNS name, right? Host.
So basically, when you have a host, it works in two ways. One, it will translate an HTTP address to an IP address, and the other thing it does is it acts almost like what we call a routing table. So it creates a list of, so it's what we used to call ARP and RARP back in the old days.
And this is a little bit different with IPv6, which is the routing table is almost decided. Is it decided by the routers themselves to offload the DNS routing?
No, so IPv6, you start getting into other sort of issues. So one of the things that was brought into the IP stack was quality of service and open shortest path first methodologies. And that's where you can give weight to certain addresses. So, if I'm an ISP and you're an important customer, I can give a better quality of service to you than to someone else, or I can give a quality of service to an application.
Yeah. So
and that's layers, what we call layer 5, 6, and 7 sort of routing. But most of the routing done for things like website addresses is not done on a QoS basis. It's done on an OSPF basis, which is how can I get there as quickly as possible to minimize the amount of latency between the request, the receipt, and the reply.
So I guess previously, and thank you for all that, I appreciate that. So I guess from what I understand previously, routing tables were set up by corresponding backbones.
No.
No.
The routing tables are based on broadcast transmissions.
Wait, what?
So routing tables are not based on, I'm going to do this. It's based up on broadcast. So everything, the whole way that the internet works is I go, hello, and something goes, hello. I go, who are you? And it goes, I'm Bob. Hey, Bob, how you going? Pretty good. What you doing? I'm doing this. Oh, cool.
Yeah, but how does
let me
it
speak to
get
Mark.
there?
Broadcast.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm saying is that
broadcast is just you go boof, and it goes out, and then it's picked up by the routing tables, and those routing tables will comply all the addresses that are trying to talk to it, and then someone else will go, hey, I'm trying to talk to Bob. Hey, Bob's over here.
Okay. Well, I guess so. Here's the issue that I came across, which apparently was resolved with IPv6, or at least when used properly, it's resolved. Is that in IPv4, oftentimes I would have to call the ISP or call different data centers and have them fix or reroute my table because
that's access control. So
I was playing a video game
different.
or something, and the routing was all fucked up, and I had to let them know. But IPv6 apparently has some sort of intelligent routing behind it, or it could.
You should have never have had to done that. That's a shit ISP you're working with if you've had to do that.
Well, that was all of them. Honestly,
no, it wasn't. Trust me, I've been using the internet since it pretty much first started.
Yeah, but in the United States,
I had a CompuServe account, mate.
Yeah, I did too.
So it's nothing to do with IPv4 because IPv4 propagation. So the only time that you have that is if you're sitting behind a secure firewall. If you're sitting behind a secure firewall, you're doing network and port address translation. Yeah, and there you might have to tell the firewall, actually Bob equals Steve. But that's normally something you do locally. So that's normally if you're working in a business and you're using the business network to do that. If you're using a home network, there's fuck all between you and the internet, apart from the little firewall in your router, in your broadband router, and that most people don't even know how to even configure that.
Yeah. Well, I did a lot of learning. I still, my friend is way better than me, but he's got a multi-million-dollar ISP now, so there's no way I'd be able to catch up to him. But
hey, if he needs any advice, let him know. I'm pretty good at that shit.
Yeah, he hires consultants all the time. So if that happens, I will.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not. I don't have much time. Put it that way.
Well, I mean, he pays.
That was more of a joke
the going rate, so he's not cheap.
No. It just yeah.
Gotcha. Anyways, yeah. So he runs a WISP network, a 5G tower, a couple 5G towers on the west side of our town. So it's a very unique network, and it allows him the flexibility to compete with the bigger landline cable networks.
Yeah,
this is pretty nice.
I wish there was there is one fiber, and sadly they don't. I think there should be a standard where if there's and there maybe could be that if somebody install a fiber, they could get like ownership of that fiber for a while, but not forever. And the way it is now, like I'm basically owned by the fucking one ISP I can choose from. Otherwise, I need to choose wireless ones because they are the ones who install the fiber for free.
What they did in the UK was when BT kind of lost its monopoly for telephony, is that any activity, any ducting space that was free, any of the competing companies could put their cables through, and that has made a huge difference. So here I've got the choice. I can have BT, I can have Virgin, and there's a couple of others that I can use as well. And I could get WISP, which is just wireless internet, but it's not that brilliant even on 5G, because the main thing you look at is what's called the contention ratio, i.e. how many people are competing for that same chunk of bandwidth with you, because there's a limited amount. Yeah, but I doubt he's doing the high-speed WISP. He's probably using the standard 4G signals, and then just doing multiple connections to a single device. Would be my guess, because the actual 5G signal is very short range.
Yeah, no, he's using a 5G signal. Like an
Yeah,
actual
no,
5G
but
signal.
it'll be a 4G frequency. 5G is not a signal. 5G is the generation of technology in use. And then you have what's called the unspecified frequency ranges. So you'll have your standard ranges, and then you'll have there's a hyper fast multi aerial signal that can be delivered, but that's very short range. You're talking hundreds of meters from the antenna, which is why they make these very local antennas for that particular solution. And that's not rolled out in very many places.
Well, I mean, he's got brand new, expensive hardware. So
yeah,
let me
that'll be his routing equipment. That'll be his routing and switching back end, and then he'll be attached to a base unit, which is your aerial, and then that aerial will be the thing that's actually then transmitting the signal.
I read an article once on that was quite a while ago. That's maybe part of like 5G. I guess they probably make this more efficient. But it was like they presented an example of how many stacks you were to put of protocols when you transfer just a single packet using like your phone or whatever, or anything wireless, basically using 4G back then, or maybe 3G. I'm not sure actually. And it's like super. It's so many, like comparable to like an internal network, a LAN network, comparable to that, just like a IP4 stack, which is much simpler. It's like insane how much they need to know, just in case you like switch tower or like something could change. They need to know like a lot of data, like a lot of stuff about you. But it's also super inefficient, which was also part of why it's so slow. And so, yeah. And also in regards of like ping, of course, it's horrible.
Well,
but you know a lot more
sorry.
about bullish than me.
What speeds would I get on that network, Druz?
It depends on how far away you are from the signal and how many people are on that same line.
Could you guess?
Anything from 12 megabits per second up to probably about 200.
Okay. Yeah, I was getting the max speed I was getting was it was about 300.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah. And I was over a mile away. So the technology he's using is Ubiquity. And that was synchronous. So I think maybe it was like 280 both ways. And that's the speed test, not the megabits. So no, excuse me. No. That is the megabits, not the megabytes. My bad. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be MBS, not MPS.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a Ubiquity. I mean, yeah, he's just rolling out a bunch of Ubiquity hardware. It's really amazing, the stuff.
Yeah, Ubiquity is kind of low tier commercial. That's at the cheap end of the market.
Right. Well, it's it's not
bad.
bad.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's not good stuff, but yeah. But it's not the type of things that the Verizon and the Vodafones of this world use.
Right. So yeah, the question I was going to ask was, what do you know about Israel trying to be the technical or the digital capital of the world? Anything on that?
Well, they've always been the best providers of security technology in the world from the point of view of cybersecurity.
Yeah. Security like a mafia security or actual
No,
security?
like cybersecurity.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm. You see where I'm going with this? So here's the thing.
Do you know what the most hacked internet domain in the world is?
Oh fuck! I don't know, man.
Israeli government.
Yeah.
There are more hacks on the Israeli government, more DDoS attacks on the Israeli government than pretty much half the world combined.
Yeah, I bet they try, right? But all their good shit's offline, right? Private network.
But who is attacking them mainly? Do you know that?
Oh,
bullish.
Most of the Arab countries, North Korea,
China.
because they hack everybody, and pay-to-play providers. So there are a number of hacking groups that are pay-to-play. So you go and pay them, and they'll go and do a job for you.
But China, is that you? What about China and Russia?
China and Russia, yeah.
But they probably attack every country in the Western world, I guess.
Pretty much.
So that's not you, Drust? You're not one of those hacker groups?
No. I'm on the other side.
Not officially. Yeah.
No, I'm not a hacker. I'm not good enough.
My company told me that the most attacks was from the Chinese government on our company.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Still, we have like a site office in there. That's kind of ironic. Kind of weird. Yeah.
So yeah, my opinion hasn't changed. I really appreciate all that info though. And I don't know, man, like if you need somebody for sure, maybe.
Nah, I've got a good job. I get paid good money.
Yeah, I know, but a couple hours,
I'm not a contractor anymore, and that will cause. Yeah, so if I was still contracting, I'd go, yeah, no worries, man. Give me his name, I'll sort him out. But that's what I used. That's why I used to travel so much. Because I used to take gigs all over the world.
Fun stuff.
That was pretty cool. Not on cybersecurity. That was more on telecommunications, asset management, just-in-time maintenance provision. And other very boring topics.
Shape of the Earth.
I've been around it a few times.
Me too.
Actually, I haven't been around it. That's really annoying because I haven't been to Southeast Asia, Australasia, and Antarctica.
Let's settle for across it. How about that? Let's not trigger the room, yeah.
Well, I've gone sort of as far west as sort of west coast of America, and as far east as Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, places like that.
I heard Kazakhstan is actually very advanced in.
Kazakhstan is the most amazingly unexpected country I've ever been to.
Right. Yeah.
Sierra Leone was exactly what I expected.
Oh, you've been there?
Kazakhstan kind of goes under the radar.
I've been to Monrovia a couple of times, and I wouldn't recommend it. Been as far south as Cape Town. I think that's further south than where I've been in South America. And the furthest north is probably somewhere like Tromsø. Yeah, I don't think I've been further north from Canada than that. Yeah. So yeah, seen a bit of the world.
Good, man. Good for you.
Great.
God's green earth and brown.
And white.
And white. Yeah, so I think that I think it would suit a lot of very greedy conspiratorial people to create a censored technocracy. And I think that's what they're kind of establishing right now. I mean, it's pretty obvious to me, but maybe you guys are a little behind. I don't know. Like, you should know already, but maybe you don't. I'm not sure. But that's kind of where I'm leaning, kind of where a lot of people are leaning. Thoughts, opinions?
You want the technocracy?
No, I'm not sure I have a choice in it.
You can be an expert in something.
Yeah, we live in generally a capitalist world that is driven by corporate profit.
Yep. And
corporations compete obsessively with each other. That's my experience.
So you don't think that's possible or is happening at all?
No, I otherwise you wouldn't have single companies trying to gain market dominance.
Gotcha. So then, how does it exist that we have so much increasing censorship around very divisive topics that are beyond political but actually illegal or like manufactured in some sense? You know, there's a lot of I see a constant effort to confuse the product identity with a customer, like always moving things around in the menus, the sub menus, changing the GUI design, always causing confusion. You know, and well, I mean, and that's just one aspect, but there's the main thing is that there's a lot of censorship. Okay, there's a lot of censorship.
Like what?
Let's focus on that. Like what? Okay, well, I mean, half of the people for the last dude, me personally and my friends and people I hang out with over the last fucking decade have had nothing but grief from all the tech agencies who are corresponding with their governments, trying to shut down conversation and essentially give people a social credit score. You know,
nobody's giving me a social credit score.
By treatment. Well, no, you have one whether you know it or not. It's like a data thing. You know, you don't need a Facebook account to have one there waiting for you in the back of their data banks. They've got metadata all over the place.
Yeah, there's metadata all over the place, but it doesn't give me a social credit score.
Okay, man. If you're gonna say that and say that you don't have one that you're unaware of, that would be just slightly ignorant, especially for yourself.
Well, what sort of systems are they utilizing to create a social credit score on, say, UK citizens or American citizens?
Okay, so this is where I'm not going to give you an answer, because if you're asking me that question, maybe do some research on it.
Yeah.
What systems are they using? How the fuck would I know? All I know is that they're doing it and they're treating people different for it.
Can you give me an example of that treatment?
Yes, the way that they appropriate censorship to different people.
What type of censorship? Give me an example. Can you give me an actual specific?
Yeah, disabling accounts, not letting you post certain types of material, not letting you message people through your own phone through SMS, where they'll block certain messages, like any type.
No SMS messages in the UK are blocked. I'll tell you that now.
Okay.
Now, if you want to use a private sort of system like Facebook or YouTube, then they have the right. No, it doesn't matter about the phone. The phone is immaterial to the mechanism used to send SMS.
Oh no!
Anyway, I've got to rock and roll.
What? The hell was that? He said he's got to rock and roll.
Yeah.
I think I was.
I got to rock and roll. And you got the hell out of here.
You know, maybe it was I was digging a little too deep in a topic that.
But these things you mentioned, it seemed like the companies should be your enemies, not the government. Because I had
no. The companies and the government work together. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I had pretty much freedom to text whatever I wanted to, but now with Facebook, they block stuff. They made us dependable on them as not Facebook, but mainly Facebook. At least in my case, because that's like the only social media I use.
Any platform that you go to, is going to engage in some sort of monitoring or censorship.
Well, the least censorship I had was the one that were pretty much governmentally controlled, like SMS stuff or whatever. But now with the social media, it's like a private company, so they could like force whatever fuck they want almost, and they do. So, I mean, I'm trying to get away from Facebook, but I can't because my friends are using it, so I have to. But my Facebook is pretty much dead. It's like no info there. I just use it to text people. But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm having trouble finding a platform I don't have to worry about what I say on. And
if you find a new private platform, I bet you it can end up the same way. There is no reason why, unless there is somebody forcing them to not give censorship, because that's the problem with Facebook. There is nothing stopping them from censoring. That means who pays the money to Facebook? Sponsors or advisors. Sorry, what the hell? Yeah, sponsorships. Like they're giving them money for advertisement. That means that they can get to set the rules. So companies set the rules. That I don't think it would be any different. Like how did Reddit started as like literally open? It was not controlled by anything. But now you see it's like full of advertisers and like it's not to like it's controlled by the people who control the money. Again, it always happens with companies. When companies are involved and they got no restrictions, almost no restriction. They have too much power, I think. Like I think the only way to get around that was that if either like there must be a way for us to sue them, so we can say you can't do this, you can't censor us. But the problem is that they can do that. They can censor us by law because they're a private company.
Yeah, and somebody like Druss, who's in the security side of things, he says that there is no technocracy. Meanwhile, the people who are interested in the technocracy are literally coming up publicly saying we're building a technocracy.
I think that literally there is the problem here is that the companies are getting too little power. Like basically the governments are more and more becoming puppets because the money is with the companies, and the companies get to set the rules, and that has like always been like that. But now we get a different kind of how would you say like instability in power because of companies also now control like the sort of, I'm quote marking now, freedom of speech, because now people are they're not speaking to each other on the streets anymore. They're speaking on the internet using services which are private, so they control that as well. They control the freedom of speech, and they do so by follow the law by doing this. I don't, yeah. I think everybody here agrees that that's not preferable, right? You wouldn't have, same as you wouldn't have, how do you get like freedom, total freedom of to say whatever you can without anybody stopping you? I think there needs to be somebody enforcing that right. You can't just have it like in a vacuum, say, well, you take that you if you remove everything, every like government, everything, then there would still be somebody who can just take the control. And I would rather have some kind of say in who controls that, but I don't. No, I didn't pick Facebook. Facebook picked me. I don't know.
Oh, that's cute.
Well, isn't that kind of true, right? I would say that's like how it feels like that to me. Like,
oh no, I agree with you. I'm just being weird.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. That's like
I can see how
that's
that could be.
that's my conspiracy side. It's not. I don't think it's actually. It's not actually a conspiracy either. Like everybody knows it's like this. Everybody knows this is the system. It's just that nobody is willing to change it or enforce it, or nobody knows what to do. Like, how the fuck do we control internet?
Yeah.
Like, it was supposed to be free, and it is sort of. Like, you can open sites, but
I don't know, man.
it's sort of.
You
it's
could
sort
you
of
could look at
free.
everything with kind of a skew on it in
Well,
retrospect.
well, I would say internet as like a internet provider or internet service, I would say is relatively free. The problem is who utilizes it. They got like monopoly over it, like Google. You remember Google when it started up? I remember Google before. This is one of many search services. What are left? You have Google and Bing. Like, that's what you have left now. They bought up everything. And that's the problem.
And by the way, Bing is amazing. Is way better than Google.
I use Bing also. That's fine.
I use both, but I just, if Google can't find it, Bing to the rescue.
Yeah.
That shit is dope.
Yeah. But anyway, I see this as a huge problem, and there's like, at least in my country, I can remember from beer, like you have a few beer vendors. It's a little bit the same. Like you have Coca-Cola. How many? You have just a few companies owning like all the Coca-Cola brands. So they look like they're competing, but you're actually just buying the same projects from the same, like the same the profit goes to the same company anyway, regardless of what you buy. And it was the same. It's a little bit the same in beverage here in my country, but the government stopped because at least in we can control who the companies in our own country, but not in other countries. So there was a company who was supposed to buy, I think it was Carlsberg or Hansa or something, was supposed to buy up like one another beer company, and they were told no because then you would have a monopoly. But there is this for some reason doesn't apply to fucking Google and Facebook. They buy up everything, and there is nothing stopping it. I don't see how that could stop ever. And they basically are controlling everything now. I would say they control a lot. They have like too much power.
Well, would you, man? I hate to. I mean, you said a second ago you have a conspiracy side, but it's not really a conspiracy. We all kind of know.
Yeah. Everybody knows what I'm saying. It's like known, but it's like, what do we do with it? More kind of thing. Like well, at least I think it's wrong. If that's like kind of my conspiracy side, I think this need to be dealt with somehow.
Is it just possible, just maybe, that things are not as organic as you think they are?
What do you mean? I think
there's a body of interests that if they want something to fail, they will consume it or make it fail. They will make it fail or consume it. Put it that way.
Yeah. I think Google and Facebook are doing this. Big companies are doing this.
I'm talking about bigger than Google. Maybe an interest that perhaps gave Google its wings in the first place.
Yeah, I would say that's possible. They have influence, of course. Maybe they started small. The government, who are like allowing them to do this, and that's why I said, like, allowing them to do this is the government, but removing or like stripping down the government would just make it worse.
Here's an example. Have you heard of a program called LifeLog that was started by DARPA?
No.
Go ahead and look it up.
Maybe.
So there are proponents of people on the internet, I might be one of them, who think that LifeLog was basically a digital monitoring metadata collecting service where every one of its citizens in a country could have all of their digital information stored. And apparently, as the story goes, the day that the program was shut down was like basically the day before or the day of when Facebook started. So LifeLog exits, Facebook starts.
I would have to check the dates. I don't see why there would necessarily be a connection there. Both of them, Facebook could be equally wrong in what they're doing, with or
I'm just
without.
saying, is it kind of, if that, okay, let's just presume a story like that might be somewhat accurate to some respect. Even if it was like a couple weeks, a month, whatever. I actually haven't looked at the exact date. I just know the program was real. So that's the important part to me.
This was from 72 to 97.
Right.
So, but Facebook started later.
Yes. Well, actually, I don't know. When was the exact date of Facebook?
I think it started like in the 2000 something, 2003 or something.
2004. Let's see, LifeLog.
LifeLog.
Let me look it up. See, I don't even know if this one is. Yeah, okay. DARPA canceled the LifeLog project on the same day that Mark Zuckerberg launched Facebook on the World Wide Web, February 4th, 2004. Yeah.
Well, when I look at it, I mean, it could be, but I looked it up.
I don't know if
when
that's accurate. This is just one site. I'm clicking on other stuff.
It said it lasted for 72 to 97. And then it said here there was some other experiments with similar stuff in December 99, and then there was
I don't know if this is even important, but I'm just posting the Quora thing. But this is just one example. I mean, I don't know about this one being true. I think it's I think it's pretty peculiar. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it's pretty peculiar. And I have, for other reasons, through other research, reasons to believe that that Steve Jobs and what's his name, Bill. What's his name?
I don't know.
From Microsoft. Gates. Okay, I have reason to believe that Steve Jobs, Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, like these guys are not who they say they are. I think these guys are figureheads to represent a governing body that's behind them. So, is it too far-fetched to think that perhaps our reality is being constructed and censored in front of us by the same rulers?
I would say that it's. I cannot, of course, say no, but I think it's like.
That's all I needed. That's all. I'll take that. You can stop there.
Yeah, of course, of course. For me, it would be looking at these connections. There could be, but
that's a huge win for you, Funk. I just, I'm going to give you the handshake right now. I'm done there.
yeah, but for me, that's not enough. I would need more connections, of course.
No problem.
And he really was like, there are like, how should you say, like the records of him, how he started up, his coworkers, the stuff that happened at the school was true. Like you told people there, like then you have to like it sort of grows, like the whole conspiracy grows that he was like part of it. And
who is part of it?
Zuckerberg.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he has to be a part of it, right?
Yeah, but then that's like kind of where if there was like no record of him, And he was like, or let's say he worked for DARPA and then he quit and they started.
Oh, no. I'm not saying
right?
I'm not saying he wasn't a real person. I'm saying that he's been chosen to represent a governing body that is behind him. You see what I mean? I'm not saying it's like a fake identity or anything like that. I mean, well, I know one of them is, but
I mean,
yeah,
that could be, or it could not be. The whole Facebook thing with social media could easily live on its own without any control. Like anybody, you could start up your own social media company, and there was many. Like you had MySpace,
and they'll
you
fail.
have others, right? They didn't fail, but I mean, it's like eating up the one eat up the other, right? So yeah, I don't know. Regardless of the reason, it's the same issue for me. It's the same problem. I don't see any change in the issue. For me, Facebook is a severe problem anyway. And whether there was like a collusion or not, there still need to be some kind of change, because the way it is now, they got too much control. And I think there might be coming a change, because now Facebook, like, he wants to change the name. There's so much negative reputation, like negative talking of the company. Yeah, all that kind of metaverse. And then you have like, you had all the issues with them selling data, like how their whole like they got no fucking ethics. It seems like they can just sell it to fucking Osama
Well,
bin
yeah,
Laden.
you agreed to it. So
yeah, we sort of that's the problem. That's the problem, right? We sort of but they did something illegal, I think, at one point.
Hold on. You made a good point. That is the problem. It's that we're sold all of these things without and knowing what they all entail. Nobody's going to read through all of the terms of agreements. You know, no, everyone's going to just click OK because they want to get in, but they're not explained to what that actually means. This goes for your phone. This goes for your computer software. It's everything.
But there's somebody who can do this, and there's somebody who has, and we do sell sort of our life a little bit. So therefore, you need to be careful how you use it. I would say I don't use it in a way where people can find out who I am. But there are like been kind of. I think they got an issue because the United States law is shit. They just like, you're supposed to be the. So 2 seconds. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you have. Where was I? Yeah, you have American law, and luckily there is at least some law in EU which gives us some protection. But I still think it's like it's probably too vague. We have our own law in my own country, but it's still. I think there have been many companies who stopped using Facebook, and it's mainly because they would fail by using Facebook as a service. They would fail protecting our data. So if they want to store our data but use Facebook, they need to rely on Facebook storing our data as well, which it's not sufficient for like data protective laws.
Have you looked at that link I posted?
No, wait, where?
Oh,
I looked up the DARPA shit.
Well, here, I'll post it again. Here you go. Actually, I'll just send it to you.
I found it.
I'll just send it to you, so you get a copy. But yeah, it's just, you know, I'm telling you, man, The stuff I talk about isn't always too crazy. I mean, not a lot of people agree, but give it a chance. You'll find more shit.
It could be that there is this conspiracy, but it doesn't change anything for me if I were to believe it or not. It's like the only thing that I would have to change would be that, first of all, it like needs to be more more concrete. Like saying there is some entity, which I don't know who is. It's very vague, too vague. I would need to put it on people or like at least some institution, very concrete. Then I would say, well, fuck them. Like we could with the NSA blow up with the whistleblowers there. We could like point fingers at entities who actually were the perpetrator, and yeah, that's make it easier. But I need to have that, not just like the dates are comparable, but we don't know who is responsible, sort of thing. It's two-way. But yeah. As like for example with going, I don't know if we can talk about it there, but with the whole fucking the virus, was it like manufactured, the juice, was it made by China, was it not made, all that kind of shit. It doesn't really
what they
change
say
so
is
much
that
for
the
me
general
still
design
here.
was made, and then all the different competitors would take the design, change the flavor here, change this a little bit, but basically keep the same design and then ship it.
Yeah.
They put it into some kind of machine that replicates but adds just a little bit of difference so that it doesn't violate a patent or something, and then they start producing. But I don't even believe that. I think that the contents of each vial is different. So
Wow.
I don't
No,
even think
I'm not talking about the vaccine itself. I'm talking about the virus. That the virus talk about the virus, whether it was made by China or not. And yeah, I think okay, we should find about that. But that doesn't change how we deal with it here. Like saying it was often used, I think that's kind of a weird argument. Like, oh, but it was just made by China, so therefore I'm not gonna wear a mask. It's like, what? Well, it still does the same. Like if they made a weapon, then sure, then it's like kind of dangerous anyway. Then we should still wear masks and all that kind of shit, maybe, depending on like social distance. It doesn't change anything, but it changed how we should deal with China, definitely. Like if they were responsible, I think there are some very fucking. That's like like if anybody wants to talk about conspiracy, talk about one huge ass conspiracy which made the biggest impact in this probably in this whole fucking century.
Yeah,
if that was released from people talk about a lot of conspiracies, that would be like the biggest one of all.
Which one?
If them actually fucking was responsible, either through a mistake or if they made it.
Gotcha. Okay.
That would be the biggest thing. Like I don't. It doesn't like I wouldn't automatically conclude that they made it, but definitely if there was a mistake, there certainly are the type of people who would hide it.
Well, I'm going to tell you something that you're not going to agree with. You're going to tell me that I'm
crazy
doing what I did at the beginning of us talking.
Yeah, that's fine.
So there's a pattern, and this is the only reason I'm bringing it up. There's a pattern with the people that we're talking about, and I've seen them do it many different times. And this is the pattern that they do. They create an event. That event is entirely staged, where there's actually no threat at all, and then they tell everybody there's a threat.
Mm-hmm.
And through that reaction, they get
like
everyone
the Red Scare.
It's sure, yeah. And through that
that was the Red Scare. It was like the commies are coming for us,
right? And through that action, they get everyone to comply, And in the process of that, if people don't start complying right away, that's when they'll, okay, like in this example, maybe they'll have like little chemical attacks, like little bioweapons in certain areas, or they'll use military weapons like microwave weapons, or something that like just to create the impression of something spreading, for example. And when all this news and terror comes out, like, oh look, these people are dying, this is happening, everyone's in the hospital, it's full. Some of those news stories will be fake. Some of them might be real. The whole point is that they're trying to push people into submission using a fake event. And now the crazy thing about it is that the exact thing, here's where it kind of loops back and it's crazy. The exact thing that they were scaring everybody about from China was people were basically stopping in their tracks, falling over, hitting their face on the ground and bleeding out. I have hours of footage of this. Okay? That exact thing that's happening to them, or was happening to them supposedly, is the story. This is what the videos show. I don't know if that's, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to presume to know that that's exactly what happened, but this is the video that I got. That's happening right now to our people who took the juice. The people who took the juice, they're falling over and dying. They're passing out. This is what's happening. So it's almost as if either they staged that situation to release that footage because they knew that the juice was going to do that, or they were testing the juice in China, recording everybody dying, and then scaring everybody, saying, "Oh, look, something's on the loose."
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? It's all I know for sure is that this is not an organic circumstance. The governments are unifying just like they have with space. They're unifying under the power of control, and they're not letting up.
For me, like the driving force behind it, I could like sort of believe it if they claimed that there was something that was dangerous and there wasn't like any, how should you say, like real effect in society. Not just like them saying it and everybody going scared, because that also happened in the beginning. But I also know like doctors. I have two friends which are doctors. One work as like a child pediatrician, and the other one work as at the hospital. And he like works where the ICUs are and shit. Like not always, but he has. And so he can like sort of testify to me. Like he told me how it has been, and they were like super stressed because they are overfilled, and they were really overfilled, like the ICUs and shit. So that has always been my kind of like evaluation of this, the truthfulness, that they can lie a lot of stuff, but they can't lie about like people actually being sick and being hospitalized, because that's actually happening. So for me, it's kind of like verifying the whole situation. And I would be worried if because now we had like a huge uptick in infected again. And I have heard some people like talk to on the street. I'm not afraid of, like, I'm sticking by my principle. And some people are saying, oh, but now we have infection everywhere, and still people don't like lock up and like hide themselves and whatever, you know. And I'm saying, well, why should they? There's always going to be here this virus, but the whole purpose, as I was told, the whole purpose of this lockdown was to avoid overcrowding hospitals. If they're not overcrowded, even if we got infected, there is no reason to lock down.
You have to look at it the other way. Like if you just look at things objectively,
yeah,
the utility of locking everyone down is to destroy local business, to make you dependent on the 600 funded corporations in the world who are going to provide everything for us. This is like
we have always been that way.
A communist.
That's
takeover.
You're living in America. I live in a social welfare country, so we have always been that way.
Gotcha.
They didn't need Corona for that.
Gotcha.
They have been actually less. That's been the issue. They actually been. We have had not a right wing, but like a right leaning party in power. They have been slowly breaking down the welfare system. I think that's horrible. Like now, slowly they are like, oh, but in this scenario, you can't get help and you have to pay.
Yeah.
And they slowly like remove your right to free public health care. And I think that's I think that's fundamentally like a should be a human right in my country, public health care.
Well,
because it goes
if they
beyond
don't give you
anything.
health care, they should give you the ability to say fuck the government and for the society to find a way to support itself. They shouldn't fuck you over both ways.
Yeah, but the problem you could do they don't. But that's the thing, they don't really do that. Like, sure, they lower the taxes, like because that's their whole like more ideology is more. They want a welfare system, but they want to have private alternatives. And I think that in some scenarios can work, but I think that in some cases it also ruins the welfare model in itself. But you want like then?
No, I was just wondering if the state of your economy and you said it was a welfare state. Do you think that this codependency builds a necessity or desire to want to believe in space and space travel, and that the science is, like if it's almost like you're, it's almost like you're believing in.
We don't have a space agency in Norway, so it has no connection at all.
Gotcha.
I don't think that has like any relation with each other. Like, most people don't give a shit, to be honest, about space stuff. Like, it's me, I'm a little bit space nerd. But most friends, like none of my friends are. I'm the only one. I have a telescope. I bought some model rocket to my son and stuff like that. But none of my friends are like that. Like, nobody, just me. So yeah.
Well, what if you found out that like all the stuff in the sky was actually really close? Would that be cool? Like, would you actually, you would bust out your telescope more?
What if the
things in the sky, the objects in the sky, were much closer?
They
were just lying about the distance. How about that?
It wouldn't matter, to be honest. If it's in the sky, it's still cool,
Yeah, but
like,
would it not like spark your interest to want to look at it more or look into it more or something like that?
In a way, it's probably more interesting to think. Like, I have looked at galaxies with my own eyes, and I can see them vaguely, but I can see them. And to me, that's like, it's an insane thought to think that it's so vast and so far away. That's like it doesn't necessarily change my mind, but like I wouldn't really know.
But just looking at them, you don't get the impression that they have to be the distance that they're telling you. Like, you see them, they're there, but to infer the size, it kind of seems a little strange, right?
You can't. That's true. Like, logically, if you see a round piece of light with a telescope, you cannot determine the distance from that. It's impossible.
Right. You need what's it called?
Two eyes.
You need two optics. So it's not bifocal. Is that the no?
I don't know what
I'm looking for. Basically, you need two observers to triangulate. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but they don't do that for things that are that far away.
Yeah, it's too far.
They can do it for closer stars. Closer stars, they can do it, but they don't even do it with. From the opposite side of the Earth. They do it actually because I know you don't believe it, but we do. So the Earth spins around. So they do it 6 months apart. you get a pretty wide. If you think about the two scopes, think about the scope, which is as wide as like twice the distance to the sun. That's very wide. Then actually, you would actually see a shift, even if it was light years away. So that's what they do. But that's not how they find out the distance to like galaxies and stuff. For that,
they've had to come up with like more clever techniques.
Yeah.
That are more theoretical.
Yes, they're more like inference into like certain. They look at some certain type of stars, which there are some stars which we have observed many, like quite a few of, and they like sort of we know to a certain extent the mechanism behind why the stars oscillate. So they oscillate in light, and the frequency of the oscillation is also related to their size, which would be related to their strength in light. So that from that you can sort of infer. It could be wrong, but they got some good evidence for that to be true. But that's not the best method, though. The best method would be like actually doing like triangulation. That would be the best way.
Well, maybe.
So that was quite nerdy, though. Sorry. I thought the conspiracy talk was much more interesting, to be honest. I love there is a subreddit.
Well, that Quora link still exists, and you can do research on it. I'd love to hear what you find out, because usually I bring stuff up, people just scoff and they say no, and then they don't want to look at it. So if you think that's interesting, look at it, and we can talk about it.
And I would need to look into the background. From what I saw, some guy mentioned the same thing you did. He just said, "Oh, DARPA." He said, like there's a connection. The best evidence is, of course, the date. Like that, the fact that you have, you have the dates are pretty close to each other. That's the best evidence.
And it serves
and all the others are
same
conjectures,
purpose, as far as I can understand.
Yeah, they serve the same purpose, but like social media in itself, I wouldn't necessarily say is like at some point somebody was gonna make up something like that.
Well, they already had it. It was MySpace.
Yeah.
Yeah, and MySpace was great. There was actually no reason for Facebook to take over. There must have been something that happened, because MySpace was so good.
Model, I don't know.
It had all the potential. There was no reason whatsoever to switch, except that there must have been some strong arm at play to make MySpace fail, because Facebook was horrible compared to it. Horrible.
I think Facebook was actually kind of decent in the beginning. But as with all these projects, I've learned, if something is just free, you should be very suspicious. So yeah, I don't know why MySpace failed, but I mean, as with two competitors, one might fail, the other one might succeed. That's just how it goes. Like Facebook went a little bit further though. Like MySpace was like mostly like a network among friends. Facebook, they like built in like channels and news feeds and all that kind of shit. So maybe they had like more innovative.
But all of that stuff came later. At its inception, Facebook was far less useful than MySpace. Far less useful.
Was it?
MySpace had so much integration, so much customization. It was colorful and vibrant, had huge interaction. Like, there's nothing wrong with it. And then for some reason, Facebook took over, but it didn't add any value. It was like stepping down, like it's like going backwards in time. I feel like I was in the Stone Age.
I can't say from it's a little bit too far back in my memory.
That's
But
all right.
I think it's like I wouldn't say there is like very suspicion just because Facebook failed. When I read on it, it's like it says a little bit. There's many people who has like some kind of reasoning behind it.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a reason behind it. I mean, it could just be that he was bought out and it just went to shit. You know, there's a lot of reasons.
Yeah, I don't think
don't know.
it wasn't bought out. It wasn't. It was just like lost. People just lost because I don't know, with social media, it's a competition.
I don't have a good reason for it. It was one of the strangest things ever. I was loving the platform, and then it pretty much just died overnight.
Yeah,
and
that's
taken over
you,
by
though.
something that sucked.
I didn't. I liked Facebook in the beginning. It was. It didn't have like all the kind of like AI features. I would say it didn't feel like that. Like now, I don't know. Like the wall is very arbitrary. It seemed to be like what shows up there. It's very. I can't control it. But in the beginning, it wasn't like that. Everything showed up. It was just like
right.
Just like you just had friends on Facebook, and then you texted each other and like wrote on each other's walls and stuff.
Well, there's this program I use, extension for Chrome. It's called Facebook Purity, FB Purity. Have you heard of it?
Use Chrome? You need to use Firefox.
I mean, it's all the same bullshit to me. So.
Not Firefox. They are actually the only one, I think, which
no,
is...
man, Firefox got bought out. There's another one, though, you could use. Firefox
got bought out?
Yeah, they got New World Order bought out, bro. Like a year or two ago. Not too long ago. They are no longer the greatness that they used to be. But there is a remake of Firefox that is still good, though. I don't know. I just like compatibility. I don't really fuck with it.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's the problem, right? I know that I read on it that actually YouTube got caught in making it purposely more difficult.
This is what I was telling Druss about. That companies are making things difficult for users. It's like anti-product.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with. Yeah, that's true. And
but just in general, like anti-product stuff, like anti-customer.
Not maybe it could be if it is as long as it doesn't hurt them. Like all is like in my mind, everything is like obviously profit driven. If it's gonna make the company gain more profit, then they're gonna do it. And you have like with the Firefox, they actually made it. They made the code so that it worked worse with Firefox purposely, YouTube that is, than with of course with Google. They did some changes to it, so they didn't follow like standard methods of HTML or whatever. But they could have, right? Or they could. I don't know. Like, of course they're doing that. Like, it makes perfect sense why they would do it. But this is just like.
I'm trying to remember what the argument was. So there was a software developer working for some corporation, and he told me that they have them. You know how like websites are always changing their menus? They do the same thing with like Google phones and Apple phones. They're always changing the submenus. Like they take this setting, they put it over there. They take this setting, they move it over here. They get rid of a whole setting altogether. And it's like they're fucking with people. And I forgot exactly what utility.
Maybe you're getting old. Maybe you're just getting old.
No. Like it's done intentionally. Is what I was told, and I forgot the reason why.
That could be.
I think it had to do with like
making it like making you like more, oh, this is new kind of idea. You get the feeling you get something new, but
it seems like they want to data mine you when you're having a new experience.
That could be.
And it's like problem solving kind of a thing. It's a weird fucking thing, bro. But it's intentional. Like I don't know how else to explain it, because I forgot what the guy told me. But what he did tell me was that they do it intentionally to design things and redesign things that are less intuitive to create that new experience effect, or like that wave in your brain. And it's for some fucking reason. What was it? Well, maybe you might even be able to Google it, but yeah, it's done intentional. Like, it sucks too, because it just annoys the piss out of me as a customer. If I'm paying for something, especially, I don't want to have my menus moving around and shit. You know, like, I want it to be how I want it to be. You know, like, I got used to using it a certain way. I don't want it to change all the time. And a good example of that is like, I think one of the examples of that was Snapchat, where they were constantly changing and adding all these new gestures. And it had nothing, and people were complaining that they didn't know how to use it. And they just kept changing and adding things that didn't make any sense. And it was like little Easter eggs all over the app, and it just kept changing all the time. So it's a real thing. It's done intentionally. You might even be able to find out what the exact purpose is, but I forget.
Let me check here.
Dude, I wish what I have come to understand is confirmation bias. That'd be great. I'd love to just be like, damn, all that bullshit, I can just let go of that. But I know too much, dude. I've gone too deep. And I know
You've gone too deep.
I can at least tell the general direction of legitimate and not legitimate. Whereas before, I just assumed it was all real. Because I didn't know that there were bad guys at play. I didn't realize there was an agenda at hand. So,
yeah,
it's kind of forced me to put a lot of work into like deciding, you know, if something's questionable or not.
Yeah. I feel like very often there is like, from what I hear from the difference in how you guys might think and I might think, at least, would be that for this wait, let me 2 seconds. Yeah, you have like when you have you can have a conspiracy happening, sort of, without it necessarily being like, oh, if somebody is kind of bad, or if there is kind of a bad actor, doesn't mean that everything they do is kind of bad. Like, for example, you could have a company which did something bad once, but that doesn't mean that everything they do is bad. I would never go by this approach. But if they did like bad things, if there's like a pattern to it, I don't know, maybe then, like for example, China, like North
Yeah,
Korea.
I don't think that everything a company's done is bad. Of course not. Of course, it's kind of like you know, you poison somebody by putting a little bit of poison in a lot of really tasty food. See what I mean?
Yeah.
But the crazy part is that I'm here having to explain to you that they went through all the effort to go to cooking school to learn how to make really tasty food just to put that little bit of poison in there. And then you say, well, that's just too much. That's just, that's for confirmation bias or something. And this is what we are told as conspiracy theorists. Meanwhile, there's poison in your food. And, and it's like, it kind of doesn't matter either way, except if you knew it was deceptive, maybe you won't kill yourself or, take the bait or whatever.
Yeah. This is also like a lot of these conspiracies are also so big. Like I can believe conspiracies which are like a group, like a netted tiny group of people who might hide stuff. Like, for example, the whole fucking where the virus came from, did it come from a lab or not? It's not like encompassing hundreds of thousands of people.
Yeah.
It's just this institute and maybe some government positions around it. I think that's like, and also China in general, who are known to like fucking hide people away in concentration camps if they don't do what you say. So I think it's easier to do that there than in many other countries. Like, but there's also it's the vastness of the conspiracy, which in my sense sort of kills it a little bit. Because in that case, you need to have like a lot of people knowingly doing stuff that is harmful, and then you have to prove that all these people are in on it, and I think that's pretty difficult. Like, for example, with the whole globe stuff, it's so many people. It's actually, in my mind, it would mean I am in on it as well, sort of.
Well, what they've done is they've given you agency, where you're voluntarily, like it's kind of like you defend it for free. You're not a paid agent. You just are unaware that you're being used.
Yeah, that could also be. How would you know if you're being used or not?
Usually you know what I've noticed is that it usually comes with triggers. So the fact that you're here, not because you're like, maybe you're not here for the same reason as other people, but a lot of people come here and they have certain attitudes towards the subject. And you can tell right away that they've been kind of subliminally programmed into hating flat Earth. It was never their original idea to hate flat Earth. They have been through society programmed to not like it. They've been programmed with the arguments. They've been programmed with the attitude to have towards a flat earther subliminally. So through media, they're told about how you fall off the edge and that there's a waterfall. Subliminally, through education, they're told that people used to think that the earth is flat, but not anymore. These are all like, there's maybe those aren't the best examples, but there are a bunch of examples of this where one moment somebody knows nothing, and then out of nowhere, all different people are using the same arguments, and it's coming from emotion, not from knowledge. So they're pre-programmed with the arguments, almost like they're reading a script, but they're not.
I think that it could be that people are.
But what I'm saying is that this isn't just flat Earth. Pretty much everything that has this big kind of agenda behind it, they will do this where they'll program society in a certain way so that people give a particular reaction to provoke division and ridicule, because division creates more power for the controllers, the people in control. The people are always fighting with each other. They're going to have an easy time. You know what I mean? So let's say if it's about the shots, or about space, or about climate change, or any kind of divisive issue, what you'll notice is that people are always using the same arguments because they're getting them from like headlines, or they're getting them at the bottom of their screen when they're watching the news. It's scrolling across the screen, and subliminally you're picking up all these arguments or these images or imagery or attitudes, and suddenly they just start repeating these things that agree with their position, not necessarily with what they've learned, investigated, understood completely, but they're just kind of parroting the narrative of a particular team. And they're being programmed by their government through the media to create divisive arguments between people and communities and families and friends. And I know maybe this isn't the same in your area, I don't know, but here, if you're in America, you might actually see it in person. If you came here, you might actually just get to see how programmed people really are and how effective it really is. It is very easy to program these people. The whole world laughs about how stupid the United States is. And it's because our intelligence and militaries have spent all of their time working on psychological operation and research with Project Paperclip and what Germany was doing and what we've been doing, that they didn't just start using it on the whole world to take it over. They started using it on its own people. So everyone in the United States is one of their subjects. And people don't realize that. Like, we're all subjects to the experimentation and agendas of the government and the research they did 100 years ago. So, yeah, I agree with you. The United States, the people in the US are fucking idiots. But it's not really their fault because, like I told you before, it's due to censorship, programming, and control in which they can't think outside of that worldview. And that's why worldview is so important. Because it gives you the freedom to either think one way or another way. But if you're not aware of it, you can't think that way.
So how would you say in religion in that case would fall under what category there?
Oh, religion was the first form of government, my dude. Yeah, I hate religion. Because at the end, everything collapses. People are still religious. So it's literally like it's a sandbox within a sandbox.
So the only free people are atheists.
What?
The only free people are atheists.
3 people are atheists?
The only free people are atheists. Free. F-R-E-E.
People are... Well, I mean, to be honest, dude, atheists didn't really exist. Atheism is kind of like a first world problem.
Is it a problem being atheist?
Yeah, it's kind of like
to be religious. You're forcing me to be religious.
Well, no, just think about it.
I want to choose to not be. I want to choose to not believe that some God stuff that somebody told me about. I want to find it out on my own. That's atheism to me.
Well, are you religious?
No.
Okay.
I'm free.
You're free.
I would say.
Okay. Free of what? Free of religion.
Yes.
Okay, but there's nothing else. So you don't think there?
I get to pick there. I don't have to put that. I don't have to decide that.
Okay, so you're just being defiant. Well, that's fine. If you feel like you need to be. That's what teenagers do. They dye their hair. They get tattoos. Good for you, man.
What?
Freedom.
I don't dye my hair.
I know. You don't dye your hair or get tattoos. You just become atheist. That's how you rebel.
Become. Why do I have to become? That means that I was religious.
No.
Can I not be nothing?
Before you hadn't made a choice. You made a conscious choice to become atheist.
No, I chose when
to be free. You chose to be free.
Initially, I didn't look into anything. When I looked into it, I decided, well, I don't know yet.
Okay, but that's called
always been my position.
That's not atheism. It's 2 different things.
No, I would say there isn't evidence for God, and I would call that atheist.
There is evidence for God?
There isn't evidence for God.
Oh, okay. Well, what is God?
I don't. That's up to you to decide.
No. I'm asking you. What is God to you? What would a God be?
To me, God doesn't exist, but the Christian God.
What doesn't exist? What do you mean? Like, what is a God?
The Christian God doesn't exist. The Christian, they're all benevolent, they're all fucking omnipotent, the omniscience. God does not exist. The Christian God.
Okay, well, I agree. But I still believe in God. I don't believe in the Christian God. So, how do you exclude like the idea of God? Like, what is God? Talking about?
I would. I don't. It's not. I can't exclude things. I just need to see. I don't think there has been any evidence for it.
Okay. So you feel like you don't have enough evidence to make a conclusion, but you know it's not the.
There is.
You know it's not the Christian God. So. But that.
What is the Christian God? What do you mean?
I'm supposed to be asking you the questions. Like, we know what the Christian God is. Okay.
Yeah, I know. We know.
But what I'm trying to do is challenge your atheism. But you're saying there's no God. I'm saying, well, what's God? How can you say something doesn't exist if you don't define it? So you have to define the term.
I can define God to what I have evidence for, but what everybody else.
What would be evidence for God? How would you know? See what I mean?
Then there needs to be evidence for that, right?
Well,
or whatever. You have to say
you're
if they
swimming
can't
in
be
evidence, but you haven't defined it, so you don't know what you're looking at. And then you say, well, it's not there.
That could be anything. If somebody does that for me, if somebody define it for me and say, this is the definition of God. I have heard somebody, I don't know exactly what that kind of belief is called, but somebody calls like the universe God, and God is universe, this kind of idea.
Yeah.
It basically means everything is God. Like, yeah.
Well, that's
called pantheism.
Pantheism, but also pantheism, animism, theism. Like it's a mixture of those things. That's kind of like how I am. That I think all of existence is actually God, and we just play a part in it. That's what I believe in.
Yeah,
because that makes the most sense. But then, if you're saying that there is no God, I would say, well, what isn't it? I would ask you for descriptors, because otherwise you're not even being logically consistent with yourself.
I specifically said all the religious God. You have those who are like, what you call those, like the deist religions, because then pantheism would fall under that, which is kind of different. But everything that is like related to like a thing being God, some people see it as like a fucking, like, what you call it when there's like a subject who looks like a person but is really not. So that's kind of, for me, that's kind of strange. It doesn't. Yeah, all those God I've not seen any evidence for. And if you want to go down the path of like pantheism, for example, then I would say, well, what's the purpose of that? Because you just made a hypothesis, like a box, which you can like put everything into, and you say this box is God, and then like, oh, here's some more stuff. Well, that's God. Here's some more stuff. Well, that's also God. So everything is God. Then if everything is God, then also nothing could be God. You can easily make a theory and say, well, nothing is God. Well, what about this? It's also nothing. That's also not God. Well, what about this? It's also not God. I could also say that, right? So it doesn't. That's like I don't know what to call that, but it doesn't. It fall under like a little bit fallacious logic under my book. But somebody appealed to that, and I don't give a shit. But it's not me. Yeah.
I mean, the only reason I ask, you don't really have to go into it, is just I wanted you to like challenge your idea of that question, you know, because I think it's a big shame to go through life and to enjoy all of its splendor and gifts, and to breathe fresh air and eat good food and enjoy love and family and life and stuff, and not realize that these were given to you and they weren't just some sort of consequence.
Well,
and to find the appreciation in that, you know, like it's
well,
not, it wasn't a roll
be
of the dice, is what I'm saying.
But that could be, but wouldn't it be equally bad if your whole purpose in life was to like please this
No.
God, and maybe
No.
if it wasn't real, then
Not at all,
then
man. I don't
you
think
sort of
God's a
wasted your
person.
whole.
No, did you know what my God is, right? My God is this reality, this existence. I'm blessed for being in it, that having this opportunity. There's no like,
same as I.
Yeah, but there's no, you can't regret that.
But everything that you say about your purpose of living in where you live, I can also say, but there could also be that I don't think that there is God, or that God is everything, or whatever you believe in. I don't know.
So I'm saying God is everything because we have everything. You're saying God's nothing because...
I'm saying we live in the same reality, we live in the same existence. It just wasn't given to me, but I still I feel lucky to live in it, and I'm gonna cherish every moment in it.
Okay. Well, do you feel like you're alone?
No, I'm not alone.
Can you even define atheism?
There is like some vague, like I've heard somebody call me like agnostic, and I would not say that. I feel like that falls in another category. There is like
definition. I'm saying define atheism itself. What is the what is the
a person? Okay, the Wikipedia says a person who disbelieves or lacks belief in existence of God or God.
That's, you can't define something as something that is not.
Well, I could say I'm not saying what it's not. There is a definition for God, which people have, and I don't think that there is evidence for that. So therefore, I lack belief in it. That
It's
makes
not
me an
an
atheist.
orange. You understand? I can't define an apple.
What?
It's not being.
No, but somebody already defined God for me, and I don't believe that.
You understand? But I can't define an apple as not being an orange. So you can't make a definition of atheism not being a person that not believes in something. It's not. It's not. That's not. That's not how definition goes.
Well,
yeah,
why?
I don't
why
know
can't
if
you understood I don't understand why that's a problem. Like I literally explained it, and you understood it, but you're saying you can't.
Well, he acknowledged it. He didn't say that he understood it. Like, I acknowledge that you believe that. I fight it a little bit. I don't think it makes logical consistent. I don't think it's syllogistic. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it's logical.
If the evidence that people claim is for God, I don't think that's sufficient evidence. I don't think that follows. So then I label it an atheist. That was an person who have that kind of belief is an atheist. What's the problem with that?
I don't personally see this kind of argument as
oh wow, you
a
changed
very
your
good
mic.
direction to go to.
He's another guy.
Yeah,
I know. I'm just fucking with you guys. It's great.
I'm actually Pentecostal myself, so I'm atheist, but I don't think the argument that you cannot define atheism as the lack of belief in something or the negative of something, I don't think that's a good direction to go into. We define things, for example, what's silence, but not lack of noise.
Yeah, or darkness, less lack of light.
Yeah,
shadow is
and
lack of light.
And you could try to define light as something else or darkness something else as instead of lack of light. But certainly saying that it's a lack of light, at least it makes sense. It's a definition that you can use.
Yeah, and I think that's the only purpose of a definition is to so that others can understand it. And if others understand what I'm saying, then I think it's sufficient for a definition.
So I could define an apple as not an orange.
Well, in that case, I would say you got many things that are not oranges. So in that case, I would say that it's very broad. You could do it, but it's very broad, so it's not useful because there are other things that are not orange.
Hey, is that Gummy?
You're mixing three persons now because
hold on.
You had Papers.
Oh, it's Papers. Oh,
and then you
fuck,
have
dude, it's Laurie. Gosh, there's too many of you guys. You guys are just being printed. You're just like they're printing you out somewhere. I know it. You're one of them.
He's my
part of the clone experiment.
Finnish bot. Papers is Finnish, I think.
Okay, so Papers. Can you kind of break down what you define God as and why you believe in that and like what the qualities of God is? Just real quick, if you could.
That's actually both a really hard question and a really good one.
Well, if you don't, if you want to think about it or not answer or whatever, that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I can come up with an answer, but I will try.
No problem.
I personally am Pentecostal.
Yeah, you said that.
So I sort of go with the Christian God, or at least I used to. I don't know exactly where I stand currently, so I'm currently sort of undecided. I wouldn't go the direction that some people go that God is everything that we don't know or anything. To me, that's too vague.
God is anything we don't know?
Yeah, to me that's a bit vague. Even though that's sort of related, because things that we don't know, that we don't understand, they are sometimes called transcendental things.
I feel like this is like very much like pantheism. You like attach some kind of extra label to everything that
I still didn't answer the question. I just answered what I would not say. But it's a hard question to answer.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I'm actually kind of surprised.
I didn't know you were religious, Papers.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
You feel like being religious is like heavily influenced from your traditions, or is it like personal choice?
I'm not sure. I've been a Pentecostal basically my whole life, and I actually have a degree. I even studied a BA in theology from a Pentecostal perspective. But
Protestant is the major religion there in Finland, I guess, same as here.
Yeah, Pentecostalism isn't. It's like a minor movement in Finland actually. So it's just everyone's Lutheran and everyone basically belongs to the church by birth, but not a lot of people are really practicing Christians.
Yeah,
interesting.
Same here.
That sounds. It's you know what it is. It sounds like they've perhaps lost conviction.
Certainly, yeah.
And they've just kind of gone with what they've always known.
Yeah, and plenty of people are now leaving the church. There are constantly kind of waves. Something happens, like some Pentecostal politician says something that people find offensive, and then they all make a protest, and they kind of sign out like everyone belongs to the church in Finland, and if you do, then you pay taxes. So people log into the website and they unregister themselves. Of course, I don't have a problem with that. Like, why would you belong to a organization that whose values you don't any longer support? My personal thinking on these topics is actually quite a lot influenced by Jordan Peterson lately. So basically, his gist idea is that Christianity and these sort of larger belief systems, and he looks at from a Christian perspective simply because that's where he's coming from. So basically, his idea is these stories were influential and important, and they were that for some reason. So how about we check out what the reason was? Why were these stories important? And I think at least it's a good question to ask. Doesn't necessarily mean you become a Christian, but you could make the argument, which he does, that maybe we moved too fast away from that, and it causes problems, even though there's good reasons maybe why we did that. I personally don't think I would likely convert to any other religion. So for me, I think the choice is either between Christianity or atheism. Those are the two.
Yeah, I had some bad me myself. Like, I remember from a younger age, like, I always questioned the church. I thought that was kind of strange because it was sort of pushed on me from traditions, because part of my family is kind of Christian. And when I was younger, I was like always asking the priest, like all the others were like asking, what verse am I gonna learn to next time? And I was asking, why do you believe that there is a God when there is like all this evidence like in other stuff that like doesn't follow? I would say, like, ask the priest directly, and they answered it. I don't remember the answer. I was pretty young, and when I got older, it didn't like appeal to me. And also I also get some like extra negative experience with it from my part of my family, because I'm not a religious. They would also like push us away in terms of like religious stuff. Like, for example, baptizing, we did it outside of church, of course, because we're not religious, and we didn't get gifts from many. Like, not we, but like the kids who are like 3 months didn't get gifts because because we chose to not. Like, I think it's just at that point I'm thinking like, yeah, it's just it's not a it's supposed to be like a good thing and like embracing thing and like a loving religion, and it never seemed to me like that. All the experiences I have had with it, if there is any kind of like any kind of friction where we're saying like, well, questioning it or something like that, or like saying, well, I don't want to, or no, not right now, or something like that, it's always been very negative, and it's definitely not been approached with like caringness and like openness. It's like been complete opposite. It's been like complete rejection, and now we just reject you. So therefore, yeah, that's like, yeah, every part of like where I felt like openness and lovingness have been from my atheist side of the family. And I accept religion. I've always done. I've never been against it. I just don't want them to. I don't want to go through it. But if they invite me to a Christian wedding, or of course I come there and I sing the songs and about God and all that shit, I don't care. Like, it's fine for me. But if it's the opposite, they reject me. See the problem?
If it's the opposite, they reject you.
Like if I
Like
if I invite them to a ceremony and it's
and you don't
outside
want to
of
sing the
church.
songs?
No, I invite them to our ceremony and it's outside of church because we're not religious. They refuse to come and they don't give gifts.
Yeah.
Like they are not
Well,
accepting of others having other worldview, but I am. I understand people are different, and for whatever reason they believe in it. I just think it's wrong.
So here's my perspective on it. It's that I guess what I don't want people, and it would be very hard to. It's an unfair request, really. It's that I really don't want people to get burned out by the concept of what God could be, just because a religion or people did them wrong. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I would never. That's not like, that's kind of separate. But I accept a religion because it's providing like utility to society. I think it's very good to have religion, but it doesn't. It definitely
Social
did not bring.
engineering,
It does
government.
that. No, I'm not talking about government. I'm talking about.
You kind of don't know that you are, but yeah.
No, it can be. There are like I was part of like a institute. Like I was leader of an institution which helped people with like mental issues.
Is that why you're here?
No, I wasn't meant to stick myself. It was for others, and it's that's not government stuff. I just thought that was good, and I think like religion is kind of like the same thing. But if it's separate from that, if it like goes against like my values, I think my values are pretty good.
Well, is it possible that you can just teach the values without the religion?
Yes, you can.
So then
you don't need to have, but you can also, if God, or not God, but if religion helps make people like choose better things for themselves or for everybody, then sure. I'm not like fundamentally against other believing in that, but if it's not, and I would say what the hell, then I would be against religion.
Gotcha. So it sounds like maybe you're just
I'm a pragmatist. What works?
Well, you're a pragmatist, but you're also an extremely thoughtful and generous person.
Thank
you. And I think that is way more the much more important quality to mention. So I wanted to commend you for that. Not a lot of people. There's a lot of very selfish people out there, and above pragmatism, you put others first, and that's very nice.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just I've been like at parts, like I felt like I'm very open to think that there are like that people aren't like intrinsically evil or anything like that. I've never go in with an attitude like that.
Yeah, you give people the benefit.
Yeah,
always. Yeah,
but there are also in certain just because I think that people aren't intrinsically bad, I would never. It doesn't mean that I would like punish people or anything like that necessarily. Like there are at a certain point, there need to be like
corrections.
Not correction, but like to provide not punishment for punishment's sake, but punishments for, it has a name, retribution or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Like punishment for them for like call of for rehabilitative purpose, like correction. Yeah, correction. You could say that as well. Like you want to correct their behavior.
What are the jails like in your country?
They are considered one of the most comfy ones in the world, I think.
Not the most comfy?
The most comfy.
The most comfy, yeah.
I think they are.
Yeah,
I have heard.
That's why I was asking, because it sounds like it sounds like you live in a very safe place, and it sounds like you're very wholesome, and you want the best for people, and I imagine you feel pretty pretty insulated from like maybe a lot of the things that you hear on the news or see on the internet.
They've been isolated from that?
It sounds like you I don't know. I mean, it just
I have not.
A
But I have been
correctional
very,
system like that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure would work the best here, but I don't know.
It could be. It could be that one place you need one type of correction system and another place. But I definitely think there is something definitely not working in the United States, because you have so many you have so many people in jail, and
it's a
people
business.
going back.
It's privatized.
It's privatized, and I don't think that's good either, because then but then that's a separate issue, I think. But in general, there is like something wrong. Something not
they
working.
get paid to keep people in jail, and that's not correcting people. That's enslaving them. You know, a lot of these people end up working for no money. They'll work for, I don't know, 5 cents an hour or something like that. Something ridiculous. Like it's actual slave labor. And then they pay inflated prices at the store inside of the jail on top of it. So I think it's criminal the way they treat people, but also I mean, we're talking about if they couldn't just do it in one place, they would have to have total reform and change the plant, like everything would have to change about the jail system, the prison system.
Yeah, it's so complicated. Like you got 50 states and nothing is same. And
you know what we should do? I got a great idea. Let's let everyone out of jail as long as they kill all of the politicians.
What the fuck? It's horrible. Let's go.
Anybody down for that? Anybody cool with that? Just wondering.
Politicians are good people, I guess.
Hey, let's solve one problem with another. Easy deal. There we go.
Or we could we could let everyone out of prison and pay them money to debate Flat Earth on Discord.
Maybe that's why people are here. I'm actually a person from jail.
Man, we've come a long way in this talk, and I've gotten you to agree to a lot of shit. At least make it probable, which is awesome. Because most of the times it's like I'm not talking to an actual person in these servers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think this is a more important discussion than talking about like fucking details, like an instrument in an airplane.
Yeah.
It's kind of useless because that's not where our core issues are. It's like some more fundamental level.
Yep, I agree.
Think.
And if there was some sort of governing body that was interested in being very, very meticulous and hiding certain aspects of understanding our world, then they would just keep doing it anyway. And there'd be no point in arguing about it. Because you would either come to your understanding or not, and it would be individual choice, you know? I mean, we're basically arguing philosophy, which is someone's position, you know? And after you've talked to them a little bit, I mean, either they take it on or they don't. And that's pretty much it. That's kind of how these debates go, is like you figure out someone's philosophy early on, and then they hold that position for the next 3 hours. You know? Like, nobody ever switches teams unless they're shills or paid or something. I mean, I can count as many people in 6 years that have switched teams on one hand, and I don't even believe half of them. You know what I mean?
I have there's some things I maybe changed my mind a little bit about, but I haven't like really like done like a 180 before. Like being a flat earther than a glober is kind of like a 180 in my opinion. I've never done something like that, but I've definitely been a little bit swayed. I've heard some good arguments about like, for example, about like free speech stuff, and like should we punish people from should we like censor people for what they say? And I think that's like one of the like it's very difficult, and
it's a slippery slope, you know.
That's the argument. It's a slippery slope, and I don't hold that. I wouldn't hold that as an argument in itself necessarily, because then from that you can't like do
right. It's
a
not.
lot
It's
of
not
things.
a formal argument. It's just you know, it's philosophy.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's maybe it could be a slippery slope, but there are many countries who have had these laws in many, many years, and they haven't led to anything extreme yet. So I wouldn't say not necessarily that's the case, but it would definitely be the case in like some countries, like China, for example. When you get these laws, I would definitely argue slippery slope because they have a pattern of censoring everybody. So yeah. But in this case, the purpose of the law isn't to censor; it's to protect. And then some people say, well, it's snowflakey to do it. And the argument I've heard from somebody who I could maybe hold, the best argument I've heard for against hateful speech is that you're making like martyrs out of the people who are actually doing the hateful speech. Like if you are against hateful speech, by saying
you're giving
you're
them
not allowed
power by taking their voice.
Yeah, you're taking their voice, and therefore they're doing it, and then they can like get a kind of excuse to do it. Like even if they are actually hateful, they will say, "I'm just enforcing. I'm trying to prove a point that removing hateful speech is wrong. So I'm just going to say N-word and call everybody the F-word."
Yeah.
And
so then it kind of provokes the issue, right?
Yeah, and also, but I think also many of these people actually maybe do hate them, but they can use excuses. But if we allow them to say it, then you can say, well, then you can just go to the root of the whole thing. Like, you're actually a homophobe or a racist or whatever, you know. Why else would they say it? And then you can argue actually against their argument rather than talking about the law itself, because they often make it about the law. But I think that's like an excuse for, can often be an excuse for actually their view that they are actually a racist. But then again, maybe that's not true. Maybe it's actually, yeah, I don't know. Very difficult.
Oh, it's very quiet here today. What's happened?
Oh, you missed it. We just we were confessing our sins.
Wow. And is that why everyone's gone quiet now? They're all ashamed.
Well, Funk was just telling me all about his sins, and then Papers was telling a little bit about his sins.
All right.
Yeah. And then I am deep in the hole. How are you doing, Jin?
Oh, very well, thanks. I've just got back from a 6-mile walk. It's currently just gone midnight. It's 20 to 1 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so I left the place at around 10. I left the house to go out. Yeah, so it's temperature. I've just got in. I'm just warming up my arms as we speak because I've got the Lycra on and that, and the body temperature drops down. So I'm conditioning myself for winter. That's what I do. You know. So when I do actually wear all my clothes, I am going to feel really warm because I've been walking around with less than normal clothes, less than the usual amount of layers to condition my body for the winter. I do that all year round. every year. So I'm feeling good.
Do.
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I've been reinstated back to the 24/7.
Oh, I'm so sorry about that.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Well, are you going to get better soon?
What did I do? I was listening in their live stream, and they were commenting on, an Indian guy was commenting on that we need to keep the internet going and we got to keep this system going and everything else. And then Battlemod, I'm sure you know who he is, Battlemod, and a few others was trying to explain to him that we're in a system of slavery. Don't you realize it?
Oh yeah.
So I commented in the server that the Indians should stick to making curry, which they're very good at, chicken vindaloo, onion bhajis and all that, yeah, and stop lying about putting satellites around Mars and 2 satellites currently orbiting the moon. You know what I mean? And everyone cracked up. And then Buttermod said, yeah, why is it that Jin is not in the server? What's happening here? Why isn't he? Why can't he be back? What's going on? So they kind of like managed to get everything sorted out. I said, well, Mimas is the problem. He's the one that's stopping me getting back on. He wanted me to apologize. And I'm not going to apologize for anything I didn't do wrong, is what I said. I'm not apologizing for anything. There's no way. Yep, stuck by my guns. I'm back on there. They got me back on there. After I said that, yeah? Yeah, and then when I got back on there, Mimas was talking to me, you see. So you know what I said to him? I reminded him, I said, F.W. de Klerk, the man who is partially responsible for apartheid, died this week, Monday, and he gave a 7-minute apology before he died on his deathbed to all the black people in South Africa for the trouble and the indignities and problems and suffering he caused us. Okay? He apologized for 7 minutes. Yeah, perfect timing.
Perfect timing.
Yeah. Because I stood up for the history of apartheid. I said I was instrumental myself. I went to Wembley Stadium, the free Nelson Mandela concert, together with the rest of the world. Wembley Stadium, the #1 football stadium in Britain, Wembley. I was there, 1989. So, you know, don't be telling me I'm a racist. You know what I mean? You know, yeah. So, vindication all the way. So I'm feeling good. Riding high. Helium balloon, never going to come down. Furthermore, Riggs, Mimas was because they were asking me, what is it you like about that server, Earth Awakenings? I said it's very welcoming.
I'm here.
Yep, you're here. Geo server. It's Geo server. Riggs is there. Geo server, and you can express yourself and get what you want as long as you're in the censorship framework, because there are certain topics, as you well know, are censored. So we've got to be careful there. And I understand that Geo is trying to achieve an amicable discussion or debate with the opposition. Then Crit chimes in, yeah, but he bans people, Jen. Goes, yeah, well, people will get banned if he deems it so. It's his server. I can't argue with that. What I will say is this: whenever he's muted me for maybe shouting too loud or not giving the opposition a chance to speak, he lets me know why he mutes me. Right? He tells me either they're on the spot live or he DMs me, which I think is respectful. I can't argue with that. And that's his server. He's trying to achieve an amicable debate with the other side. Now, sometimes we can be too amicable. I get exasperated, and that's when I come in like a sledgehammer on a little nut. And what he doesn't want me to do is scare away the opposition. That's what he doesn't want me to do, because it's a new server, tentatively trying to find its way and attract people. And he doesn't want people like me who have the power to push people away. I do realize that. So I've got to be careful myself. So that's why he mutes. And he likes me. He appreciates what I can do. He just doesn't want me to scare away the opposition. And I think that's fair. And it's his server. That's all. You know, so I don't see, because they were trying to just say certain things about Geo's character, which I haven't seen. And I said that. I goes, well, he hasn't displayed that to me, so I can't take that stance, as it were, you know? He was a topic of input. He was the topic of conversation whilst I was there 2.5 hours ago. Okay?
Well, I think I'm on the ban list over there.
Oh yeah, you. I think you are. Yeah. They banned me. Geo's banned as well. He's been banned for 2 years apparently.
Well, I wasn't banned, but then I guess they just put me on the list, even though I'm not on their server. So
silly. Yeah. I just think that the inner circle political thing is just crap. I said to him, no flat earther should be getting banned. If I had a server, I wouldn't ban any flat earther. I need every flat earther I can get my hands on. And if they do something which brings the server into legal dispute, then they're gone. Legal dispute, that's gone. But other than that, if they've got an opinion and they're excited and they're pushing away the opposition, put them in cog-dis for a few, 1 day maybe, or a couple of hours, whatever. Yeah. But you never ban a flat earther. I will never do that, ever.
The way I look at it is that, if I just left every server that I disagreed with somebody in, or I didn't like somebody, then I wouldn't have any servers left. If I just started banning everybody that I I'm going to ban myself from a server that I have a disagreement with, then I wouldn't have any servers. So, exactly. I mean, if I don't get along with somebody on that server, I can still exist and be on the server, right? Like I don't know why a ban is required.
Necessary. Yeah, because I said I stood up for the history of the apartheid that wasn't being mentioned. You got a couple of South Africans who are probably embarrassed with the blacks killing the whites and the blacks getting land. Right? They're embarrassed of that situation, but they're not talking. I said to them, you need to remember your ancestors did the wrong thing in the first place. Yeah? They're giving us black Africans unarable land to live on, whilst you take the prime land, do your farming, you're making the wealth, you're living well, but the Africans are living in cesspits and shanty towns. Right? And we're not allowed to walk past your farm or your land. We could be arrested, beaten, crushed, killed, and and you got these are the things you got to remember. I said, and I said you shouldn't talk about this subject on this server because it's a hot potato. We can go into another room and discuss. Not here now, so don't ever bring it up again. I said, and I'm a gold plus. I'm a gold plus, so I have the right to say that. I'm a gold plus, so I do feel I have the right to say that. Don't bring it up. That was March this year. They complained in August last year. Well, okay, they were complaining in August last year, and I told them off. I said, I'll be all over you like a rash, an unwanted rash, if you bring it up again, because they were not talking the truth about the history of the apartheid. They were ignoring that. Just complaining about black people killing white farmers, which I don't agree with, but you have to understand how this began. You know what I mean? Totally ignoring the truth. So that's why I got banned, because I stood up. I said, well. Another guy said, now you know what it feels like, what the black people suffer. And I said, yeah, now you know what it feels like. You got to sup it up. Sup it up, man. That's all I said. Sup it up. And, me mistook it the wrong way. I had to sup it up. As a black boy growing up in England, with all that going on, I had to work it out for myself. Who could I go to with apartheid? There was nothing. I had to work it out. I could have been a racist. I could have hated all white people. I could have become an introvert. It could have affected me psychologically and be weak. But no, I took the road of we're going to live together. I'm going to make sure we live together. That's what I'm going to do. You see? So I took the route of let's all get together here and sort this out, because it's just wrong. Yeah, So I don't see why I should be getting banned for that. That's what I said. So I said,
and you backed up your opinion too with like historical facts. So
that's it.
It doesn't have to be a favorite opinion to people, but you're just sharing your point of view. I don't think there's a problem with that.
Yeah, thank you. And then Baltimore said, I don't know why they banned you for speaking the truth about history. Baltimore said that even today. He said it as well. He said that's why we got you back. Welcome back. So I goes, yeah, cheers, man. Thanks to all those who are supporting me. Whilst I was on this temporary ban, and words of encouragement, thanks a lot, because they were giving.
Well, I've been banned for speaking the truth about history over there many times.
Exactly. Silly, isn't it? It's just silly, you know what I mean? People are saying, how come Ginny's banned? All that work he done, they said. He's done a lot of work for that server. Why is he getting banned? If he's getting banned and good people, not just me, other good people are getting banned. What's this server about? They're asking, in the live stream chat room. So I thought, yeah, that's right. What is it all about? So then, it was only a temporary ban. So I could have gone back in a week. Okay, I could have gone back in a week back to that server. But I thought, no, I was offended. They've offended me. They've offended my family. Sorry, no, I'm not apologizing for nothing. And I'm going to take a break.
Right.
No, I'll just take a break from the fucking server. Stop that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
I think on my ban it says no reason needed.
Bloody hell.
Literally, I think that's what it says. Like I'm not even over there. I haven't been over there in like half a year. And then arbitrarily a few months ago they added me to the ban list. No reason needed.
There you go. You see? I got banned in March, right? So March, April, May, June, July, August.
I think I'm reaching new levels of banned.
Yeah, well, yeah.
That have not been reached before.
Yeah, you don't even get a look in. you don't even get a look in. You're not on the menu.
Right. Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind going over there if there was a good reason to go over there, though. But I don't know.
Yeah.
It just hasn't been my flavor for a long time.
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I mean, I go there just like I said, I go there for a laugh. I said I seriously can't wait to destroy the opposition. If I get the chance.
Wherever the opposition is, absolutely.
Yeah, that's all I'm into. That's what I said.
Well, I'm not really into destroying the opposition. I like to just kind of see where they're at in their head, because a lot of times we're just. I kind of feel like I was telling Funk earlier, like you can pretty much figure out someone's philosophy in a couple minutes, but then you'll spend the next 4 hours yelling at each other when you're not going to change someone's philosophy because you've already figured it out.
Yeah. You said that before. You see, you said that before, where you're basically working out the psychology of the individual. Then once you've worked out the psychology, that's the blueprint. You've mapped them. So then you know.
So either they're gonna. Either they're open to changing their philosophy or they're not.
Yeah.
And you articulate what those points are.
Yeah.
And that way you're not wasting time or anything,
Yeah. I think that is an amicable way to actually deal with these liars, as such as I call them. But that's the way to deal with them, See how you're working out their cognitive process, basically.
Right. I asked them about other topics and their opinion on deeper meanings or just deeper meaning in general, stuff like that. And I get them to kind of give me an idea about how they come to conclusions and where they stand philosophically speaking. And I think that's a good way. Well, I think for me, it's the only way, because we've gotten to the point in a scientific argument that, there
is no science, is there? There is no
it's almost so specific. There is no audience, and the people that we're arguing with tend to not even really either understand or concede the point. Like, it's a little pedantic.
Yeah, deliberate obfuscation, basically.
It's like both sides know that they're not going to agree, so then they just start saying anything that doesn't agree.
Yeah, that's right. That's what they do. Whereas we tend to stay with the facts. That's what we do. That's what I like. We stay with the facts and keep stating the facts, and that's me. And I will always I use the people in the live stream as the audience, as the jury. That's what I do. I try and use that approach. Shaming them in front of the jury, which is the people in the live stream. So I'll always.
You're much more of a brawler than me, Jen, for sure.
Yeah. So I'll bring in the live stream. I say, live stream. Those of you in the live stream, good evening. Those of you heliocentrists, pay attention, will you? Pay attention. Listen up. This is what you're saying, etc., etc., etc. Yes. How can it be in good faith that you can say this? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I like doing that. That's me. I enjoy that. Yes, I enjoy. That's where I've come from. Where the working class have always had to work their way up. you know, and that's where I come from. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. No, I've had to come from the ground up. So there we are. That's where I get my brawling from. And at the same time, I had to brawl amongst those in the working class, you know, the racism side of it. You know, we've all got one enemy, the government, but they've still got time to call you a nigger and what are you doing there and blah, blah, blah. So I use history. I said, in fact, wasn't it your mob that went to my country and enslaved us, didn't they? You're right. So I have every right to be in the UK. I will leave the UK when I'm good and ready. And if you don't like it, go to number 10 Downing Street and speak to the Prime Minister, yeah? Yeah, if you don't like it, it's their fault that I'm here. All right. Get out the way. You know? Tell it as it is, man. I've always told it as it is. Always. And
man, everybody needs a good army. I'm glad you're on the front lines.
Yeah. I said to them, don't forget, the Romans slaved your ancestors anyway, didn't they? The Romans. Look at the Roman roads that you built.
They're still enslaving everybody.
Yeah, we're still slaves. We're not free yet. That's right. That's
the
what
Romans
I'm
are still kicking.
Of course they are. Fuck's sake, we're not free yet. Fuck's sake. Come
Not at
on,
all.
look at it. Not at all, mate. Wear your mask and put your needle in your arm. Fuck. Come on. Hurry up, folks. Wake up.
Wear your mask and put the needle in your ass.
Yeah.
Not funny, but it's funny.
Yeah. You know. So, you know, we're not free yet. We got democracy masquerading as we got dictatorship masquerading as democracy. And people are blind to all that. They don't see it, do they? They don't see it. Democracy? The only place you get democracy are in the tribes in the jungle. The ancient tribes that are still alive today. They have real democracy. You know, they have it. But nowhere else do you see it anywhere. In my house we have it, where I live, yeah. Democracy there. The kids know their place. They know their rights and that, you know. I said to them, don't be afraid of your dad, okay? Don't be afraid of daddy. If daddy's done something wrong, you said, Daddy, that's wrong, daddy. Yeah, because daddy also can make a mistake, yeah? That's what I told them, you know, and they know that. You wasn't born to be afraid of me. That's not why you're alive. Okay, so if I've done something wrong, then you have the right to say that I've done something wrong. Otherwise, it's a dictatorship, and I don't want to be a dictator of my family. No. So you must have a equal footing like I have. Yeah, from your childhood upwards. So yeah, if you don't like something, you say no, thank you. Okay, fine, no problem. But certain things you do have to do, like go to school, or unfortunately, do your homework. Yeah, tidy your bloody room. Yeah, etc., etc. Clean out the toilet. These things have to be done because I had to do it. And after all, you use the toilet, don't you? Okay, so then you can clean what you use, yeah? Yeah? Okay, thank you. You know what I mean? I had to do it. So yeah, they know they got things they got to do. After all, they play hard. Work hard, play hard. I believe in all that. So we have a democracy in the house is what I'm saying. There's a balance here. We got that. But as soon as you walk out the door, you ain't got niche. You walk out the front door, you're into the world of being ripped off. You're safe in your house. When you walk out, you'll be aware of people ready to rip you off, and you're not in democracy. It's dictatorship out of there. As soon as you open the door and step out, you're stepping out into dictatorship. Crazy. Yeah. I also said on the server, I am a flat earther, like a coiled spring. I'm a coiled spring. You open the door, flat earth.
Pow!
Yeah.
I'm gonna need a sleeve to keep you coiled up.
Yeah. That's it. You know, that's it. Yeah. A little switch or a little button you press.
Jack in the box.
Jack in the box. Flat earth. Bang. The earth is flat. I said, yeah, I haven't wavered from the flat earth any degree. No, still a helium balloon, never going to come down, of course. And yeah, the truth will be delivered. Slowly, methodically, or one massive hose if the person is rude enough. If I'm getting insulted, I will scattergun them completely with the flat earth truth, every angle, pepper them. They choose the method. We can have it methodically and we debate it, or you can have it onslaught, non-stop barrage. Yeah, I like that one. Yes, the flat earth fireman's hose technique. You'll need your flat earth life preserver. If you haven't got one of those, you're going to drown in the flat earth truth. Yeah, man. But yeah, I don't mind doing that. But then, of course, it is Geo's server. He doesn't want us to, he doesn't want me in particular to scare away the opposition. Okay, and I have to bear that in mind. I do have to bear that in mind, yeah.
You're
Because
fine,
he's trying to
man.
build. Sorry?
You're fine.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah. But I do understand what he's trying to achieve as well, as in keeping the opposition here and keeping the debate going. I thought he has taken the time to make the server, and he doesn't want it to be devoid of the opposition. So I can understand that.
You know, Jin, you're pretty popular. As soon as you came in the room, we have a bunch of people that joined up.
Oh, cheers. Thanks.
I know. Look at that.
Didn't join because of him.
Of course you did.
No, I just joined. I didn't see who was in the channel until I got here.
Okay. Well, welcome anyway. Welcome. And how can we help you, by the way?
Yeah, I just want to say I didn't join because of Jin either.
Of course you did.
Welcome. Well done. How can we help you anyway, whilst you're here?
I'll take a winning lottery ticket.
Oh, really? Okay. Here are the numbers. 33, 66, 22. Yeah.
What, y'all's lotteries only have 3 numbers?
That was 6 numbers. But anyway, I joined because of Jen.
Obviously never played the lottery before.
Yeah. Cheers, guys. Yeah, man. You know, we're all together in this, basically. And, you know, every which way but loose, as the song goes. Baby, there's no excuse. The earth is flat. It's not a spinning ball. Every which way but loose. I don't know if you're old enough to know that track, but it's a great track. Clint Eastwood movie as well comes to mind. With Clyde the orangutan.
There's a conspiracy theory. Oh, go ahead, Rakia.
Every which way but loose, and every which way you can, or something like that. Every which way but loose.
Yeah. That great. It's a country western track, isn't it? American one. Great track. Great movie as well with Clint Eastwood in it. And I think
Scrap the caddy, Clyde.
Yeah. Left punch, Clyde, and Clyde would punch to the left, bang, knock the guy out. Great movie that was.
I'm trying to remember this guy's name. It's some conspiracy theory, you know.
Yeah.
It's deep, man. I'm trying to remember what the dude's name is.
Black dude?
Oh no, not a black dude. I'm sorry.
Oh, right. That's all right. No.
Let's see.
Flat Earth community? In the Flat Earth community?
There we go. James Dean.
Oh, okay. James Dean. Yeah.
Okay,
man.
look, man. There's a theory out there. Just hear me out.
Yeah.
So James Dean was a really short guy. Okay.
Yes.
But there's a theory out there that around that time he had developed a new procedure to lengthen someone's legs so that they can become taller. And that James Dean is actually Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, I've heard that.
You heard that? I just heard about it.
Yeah, no, I heard that already. Yeah, no, that's not. No, it's not.
Oh, I have no idea. I just think it's funny.
Yeah. It's funny.
I might look into it sometime. Maybe.
Yeah, no, I've looked into that. No, but you know,
do you have a video, or is there something about it?
No, we were talking about it on when I was on the Hangouts. back in 2016. Yeah, 2016 on Hangouts, they were covering this topic, and I said, nah, this definitely not. New Perspective can give you a lot of information on that. So when he comes on, ask him about it, because he was the one, I think, was doing the presentation together with GB Jedi and a few others on the Hangouts. We were all together, and I just said, nah, it's definitely not. Definitely not. James Dean is James Dean. Clint Eastwood is Clint Eastwood. They're two separate characters, man. Come on. Otherwise, there'd be more actors who are short, like Danny DeVito would have had his limbs limbered.
I don't know, man. I'm just gonna say I don't know yet. I'm not gonna make any conclusions.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I can't go in that. I'm definitely not in that camp where Jimmy Carter is JFK. You know, you got all that. And what's his name?
Wait. What were you saying about
Jimmy Carter? Jimmy Carter is supposed to be JFK.
Yep, absolutely.
That's what they say. Then there's Gagarin is Neil Armstrong.
Wait, who?
Yeah.
Oh, the Russian guy.
The Russian. Yeah, the Russian.
Oh, I don't really know much about that one, but that might make sense. That might make sense.
Really?
I mean, if there was any way to substantiate it, then that would be really interesting.
Yeah, that's what they're saying. They're saying that Gagarin is actually Neil Armstrong, because they do look alike. They do look alike. I'll give it that. I will say they do look alike, but
I did hear about that once. I just forgot it. That was a long time ago.
Yeah. Gagarin is supposed to be Neil Armstrong.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it could all be. I mean, it could be. People have died suddenly. When Michael Jackson died, okay, I had this funny feeling that he wasn't dead. I don't know. I just had this funny feeling. I don't think, where is Michael Jackson? This doesn't seem right. And then shortly afterwards, you got Prince. You got what's her name? Oh bloody hell! What's her name? The black American singer that had a voice better than Aretha Franklin. Come on. The Bodyguard. The Bodyguard movie.
Whitney Houston.
Whitney Houston, that's it. Yeah, she passed away as well. And she passed away in a mysterious death in a bath. And she said that whenever she goes to any hotel, she stays in any hotel, she never, ever has a bath. A shower only. Because she only has a bath in her house. If she's not in her house, she's not going to be taking a bath, shower only, but she dies in a bath full of water. Bath full of water. And she dies in the bath. Yeah. So that was a strange one, okay? But it was all strange, and I'm thinking, are they really dead? Or are they on an island somewhere? That's what I began to think.
That's what people keep saying. But I know that they have land, and I know they probably have islands. But I don't look at the world map. I don't know that they'd probably want to live over here with us. We're more interesting.
Well, maybe they're fed up. Maybe it's time to be in a different. Maybe they're performing for the elites. For all we know. For all we know, I mean, I don't know. Something strange. You got David Bowie's gone as well. David Bowie went shortly afterwards. They were dying just too close. Too close. The deaths were happening too close. You understand? Months. A year. Very close.
Well, man, I'm looking at these pictures. He's got some really long ass legs, that's for sure. I don't know.
Who's that? Clint Eastwood. I think he's done a good job. He's had a great innings in his acting career. Clint Eastwood in his acting career has had a good innings. Although he's been a bit of a prostitute when he's promoting the space stuff, I have to say.
Uh-oh.
Yeah?
I hope these aren't scars.
He was in that one with Sandra Bullock. What's it, that movie called? Gravity? I think a movie similar to that. Yeah, I wasn't too to find him in the movie promoting space as a place to go. Towards the end, but it's coming up towards the end of his career now, isn't he? I mean, he's right there. But he's been a great actor. I'll give him that. I'll give it to him. He's definitely done a great job in entertaining, especially with the good, the bad, and the ugly, and the fistful of dollars and a few dollars more. He did that. Rawhide. He done a few good things.
The Good, the Bad, and Ugly. The Good, the Bad, and Ugly was my
Yeah.
favorite Western. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a great actor. For a fistful of dollars and a few dollars more, he was good in that as well. He was just as good, just the same degree of performance. Okay, you want to watch those as well, yeah? Fistful of dollars, a few dollars more, definitely brilliant acting. And then Dirty Harry, where he's telling his superior, and by the way, your mouthwash ain't making it. I cracked up when I heard that. Your mouthwash ain't making it. You know, I mean, it's the way he delivered that. Your mouthwash ain't making it. I mean, come on, man. That's a classic line, isn't it? All right, not a classic line.
I thought if I stayed quiet, you'd.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
all right.
It
Not a
was
classic
funnier
line.
that way. I'm just playing with you, man.
Yeah. Fine.
I'm looking at
Like
these
the
old
other-
pictures. I'm trying to find some evidence, man. Give me some evidence. So,
Yeah,
you know what I need to do?
yeah,
Here's what I got to do. So number one, I turned down my microphone volume because I can hear it in your microphone. I can hear my own voice in your microphone.
Oh, sorry.
Two,
Yeah, people say that. Yes.
I need to. I need to do some research on this leg lengthening technique and see where they do the incisions. And then I can start to do my research and see if.
Yeah, but he crashed his Porsche Turbo, didn't he? He crashed his German Porsche Turbo to smithereens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he died in the car crash, apparently. That was the end of James Dean. I mean, you'd have to cut his bones and insert new bone. Come on, man. I mean, how else are you going to let? You can't just lengthen bone. Fuck me, you know. How can you lengthen bone, man?
You can. So they have these stilts. It's basically like a metal cage that they put around your leg, and then they make incisions in the bone, and then they space it out by screws, adjustment screws. And every day or every few days, you just twist the screw a little bit more, and it lengthens it as it builds it. So all of your weight is put on these stilts or like these structures, and it gives the bone time to create itself. And then I imagine you'd be on stilts and slowly move into increasing the density of the bone and the strength of the bone, and getting used to like your new muscle mass and stuff like that.
Probably like the ladies in Africa with the rings around the neck. You know what I'm saying? After a while.
Yeah.
A little more
Yeah,
intricate than that, but same basic thing.
Yes, and like the incisions where they put the big plate in the bloody lip. Stupid thing.
Yeah,
going on there.
you can Google leg lengthening surgery and then just click images on Google. There's there's a lot of different techniques, I suppose. But the cage that goes around the leg, I think, is the most common. And they do this for people that maybe they've had injuries or something that like there's a lot of people that walk around after injuries that have like one leg longer than another. So then they had to come up with a way to make equal length legs so that they don't get back problems and alignment problems and nerve pinches and stuff. So, or sometimes they just cut out cancer. Sometimes they'll cut out cancer and then they've got to regrow new bone or new muscle or whatever, you know. There's a lot of different reasons that you cut stuff out.
Yeah, but then wouldn't that affect his acting career? He wouldn't be able to act though, would he? That's the thing. But he's always
there would be
like non-stop actor. He never stopped acting, did he, Clint Eastwood?
I don't know. There'd be a big gap. Yeah, there would have to be a big gap.
That's right, and there was no gap
into that and everything.
Yeah, there's no gap. There's no gap where he's long enough to. He was always on a project. Clint Eastwood.
Well, let's see.
Rawhide every season.
What's the height?
Don't forget, he was on Rawhide. Remember, he was around when James Dean was alive. He was doing Rawhide. Rawhide was around.
Right. See, James Dean was 5'8", and then Clint Eastwood is probably like 6'2" or something. Let me see.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
6'4". Yeah. There you go. So we're talking about a massive difference here. So you can do about, from what I remember, let me look it up real quick. In under a year, I think you can do like a whole foot or more.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Oh, that's fast. That's fast, isn't it? In under a year, that's that's 12 inches. That's substantial. There was a film he
That's
directed
fucking insane.
about a car. About a car. Do you remember the name of that movie? About a car, Clint Eastwood. Really nice movie, man.
A
Really
foot in a
well
year,
made.
an insane amount. Like I thought it was going to be like a couple inches or something.
Oh no, you can make somebody a basketball player in a year or two.
That's fucking amazing. That is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like people, they don't understand how serious I am when I know somebody is the same person I know. It's not like I'm just some jackass, just making a statement. Like I look into these things and I look for the markers. I look for all the genetic markers. I look for all kinds of stuff. And I'm wrong sometimes, but then I say I'm wrong or I have a high suspicion of. Like the other day, there was that whole like boat race thing. I found there was the whole boat race thing, and I did a lot of research in that, and I found out that they were different people, and I had no problem with that. I don't care, but I'm not going to propagate a lie. Like it just so happened that these two people looked pretty much identical. They had the same outer lobe, not the inner lobe so much, but the pictures weren't that clear. And I was like, you know what? They look really close. Let me look in further. I don't want to call it if it's not it. And then I looked in further. I found out that they were basically like twins in different countries. They were very close, but different. And I was like, okay, cool. They're different. No big deal.
Right.
But there's people out there right now saying that they're the same person, people that I respect and somebody's got to carry the torch, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. I think Clint Eastwood is Clint Eastwood and James Dean's James Dean, man. I don't think that they're one of the same because their acting careers overlapped slightly, and he was doing Rawhide, and he was like a prominent. He was the main actor in that as he was coming up. So I just can't see that. So I can't see James Dean being. And I don't know why people do that. Why do people do that kind of? This guy is this guy. What's going on there? More muddying of the water.
It's a weird one, man. I guess I really think that some of these people maybe sell their soul for fame, and then maybe they're told to do something if they want to keep it. Or I don't know, man. There's a lot of stuff going on in the background.
That I do fully understand and accept that the Illuminati is a thing, and people have sold their soul to this monster devil thing, worshipping fucking medium, and now they're trapped, and they have to make sacrifices to the tune where they might even kill one of their own childs. You know that sacrifice.
Yeah.
Just to that I do understand fully. And they're trying to get out. They're trying to get out, but they can't.
They can't. No, they just. They have
I'll give you a perfect case. Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey's trying to get out. Okay, I think Jim Carrey's part of that. And remember, he was on the Saturday Night Live show where he had the triangle, the pyramid with his tongue sticking out of there like that.
What drives him crazy? They know they can't get out, and it drives him crazy.
That's
kind of where he's at, where he just has this existential crisis, maybe he saw some shit that he didn't want to see, and he can't do anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, and then he did that. What was it? The movie he did. Come on, the one with the flat Earth revelation, the Truman Show, right? The Truman Show.
Yeah.
That must have woke him up already. And then they took out his girlfriend, didn't they? His girlfriend overdosed, or he wasn't married to her, I don't think.
I don't know the whole story behind that. I know there's like some conspiracy about it or theory. I don't know.
Yeah. She overdosed to some drugs, and they tried to say that he killed her, sort of thing. He gave her the overdose, but no, it wasn't like that. But I think that also, that episode also didn't help. So and now he's trying to let us know that things are not all right on this earth, folks. We're being controlled, and he's letting them know,
Mm-hmm.
When he went to one of those red carpet events that they have, with all the star-studded guests and that, some kind of like Grammy Award or something, right? And then when this woman came up to interview him, right, in her see-through shirt, you can see everything she's got, right? He said, she asked him, "Why did you come?" He thought, "I thought I would come to the most boring, meaningless kind of event I could find." Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He just slagged the event off. I thought, yeah, well done, man. Anyway.
Hey, when did
running through the pool.
When did Clint Eastwood come out into the scene?
What scene are we talking about?
Start making movies and stuff.
Oh yeah, I mean, very early in his life, I would have to say. Maybe in his teens or early 20s, and he's been going non-stop. This man, Clint Eastwood.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know no gap.
So this guy was born. Well, so okay. The story is, I'm not going to assume that he's the real person yet.
Yeah.
The story is he was born in 1930, May 3rd. Oh, he's got the same birthday as my mom. Oh, that must be cool.
Yeah, there you go.
So yeah, he's 91 years old, and
right. You see?
When did he start acting? When was his first film?
Well, look up Rawhide. I think something there. Rawhide was the main series, and that was going on for a long time. That had a long run, many episodes. Rawhide.
Yeah. Okay, so this guy, it's not looking good, man. It's not looking good, Jen. So the procedure was brought over from Russia in 1950.
Okay.
He would have been late 20s, and his first movie was in 1958, so he would have been like 28 or something. So,
okay.
Actually, the timeline is kind of perfect for this procedure. So,
yeah, but what about the there's no gap in his acting career?
Oh well, that's
Yeah. When did you have to find out at what age James Dean died? When did James Dean pass off? Because he died in a car crash. James Dean, remember?
Right. Well, I will say this: that whenever I'm not saying this is true, but whenever they do this to somebody, where they change identity, they create an event where they're both at the same place or living around the same time, so that it's what they call the smoking gun, and it's when they're both happening at the same time, and it's supposed to get people to dismiss the theory. So, what they've done with other people is they've recorded things previously and then recorded things after and then released them at the same time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you just have to find out what it is.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to.
Really?
The thing that I can't get away from at the moment, I can't get out of my head, is that Clint Eastwood has always been in front of the camera all through the years.
Mm-hmm.
He had so many projects going on.
Let's see.
Right?
When did
Dirty Harry?
James Dean
70s is Dirty Harry.
James Dean died. No.
Very early.
Oh man.
James Dean died.
Okay, look. I could have okay, going into this, I could have told you a couple things I would suspect. Okay.
Right.
Number
Yeah,
one,
go on.
I suspected the surgery came out in the 1950s, early
Okay.
1950s. Number
Okay.
two, I suspected maybe he took about a 2 to 3 year break if he changed identity, because this is what the other
Okay.
ones do.
Okay.
And the third one is I suspected that Clint Eastwood's career started, approximately 2 to 3 years after his death. This is all what I came in not looking at anything, and everything is matched up identically.
Really? So you're saying that
Yeah.
Clint Eastwood's career started on the cusp of James Dean dying off?
Yeah, so James Dean died in September 30th, 1955. The procedure was brought over from Russia in the early 1950s, and then out of somewhere, Clint Eastwood started his career in 1958 with the first film, which is...
What about the Rawhide series? Can we check that? Rawhide series.
Let's see.
Yeah, let's not forget that, because that had a long run.
Rowdy Yates for CBS hour-long Western series Rawhide. Yep, 1958.
Yeah. 1958, is that when it began?
Yep, yeah. So, as far as the timeline and the technology and the likenesses and everything, I mean, that's all a match, but I'm not going to say this is confirmed by any means. I haven't done any research yet.
So 1958 is when Rawhide begins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's when it was released. Yeah, first episode of Rawhide. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was before then, but okay. Because I was born in 61. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have been 3 years old, so I wouldn't have seen it then. But I started watching Rawhide in the 70s. Okay. That's when I started watching Rawhide. 1971, 72, 73. I remember. You see, because NASA was going to the moon at the time as well.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. I used to watch Rawhide because especially during the summer holidays, because it was part of children's program in the morning. So Rawhide would be on in Britain during the summer holidays, morning, run about, let's say 10 o'clock, 10 or 11, Rawhide would be part of the programming for the summer holiday kids on summer holidays for 6 weeks. So Rawhide was on. And if it wasn't Rawhide, it was Rin Tin Tin or something like that. Do you remember Rin Tin Tin?
I heard about it. A lot of these things, I was more into like the cartoons, to be honest with you.
Oh, me too. I'm definitely into the cartoons. But British programming, we had lots of American influences through the programming. So we would have Rawhide or Rin Tin Tin. Then there would be like Mr. Magoo, for example, or Woody Woodpecker, Tom and Jerry, of course. With the space thing, it was Lost in Space, The Land of the Giants. Those were the programs we used to watch. With Dr. Smith in that one, in the Lost in Space. Land of the Giants. What else did we have from America that we used to watch? Later on in the 70s, we had the Planet of the Apes, of course, and Logan's Run. That was part of it. Star Trek, of course. Yeah, Star Trek. With William Shatner, and Leonard Nimoy and Dr. McCoy and Chekhov, Scuddy, Lieutenant Lahura, and all the rest of the gang. We used to watch that. I used to collect the cornflakes. In the cornflake box, they used to have the masks, or you'd cut the back of the cornflake box up, right, to make the mask of Captain Kirk or whoever you wanted. And then inside the box would be the phaser, in a plastic bag. And then you'd put your hand in and, oh, there it is. Yeah, right. And then put it together. And then you got yourself your phaser and your communication piece. Yeah, used to collect all that. Kellogg's Cornflakes, free gift. Remember, I couldn't down enough cornflake boxes to get it all. So I said, Mum, can you buy 2 boxes? What are you buying 2 boxes for? Well, no, 1 box. Oh, shit. So I just used to eat all the cornflakes as much as I could. So Mum, I had to go and buy another box.
Hey, you know what? I haven't bought milk. I haven't bought cow's milk in a long time, but I just got a gallon yesterday, and I'm kind of excited to have a
Go
bowl
on.
of cereal.
Yeah. You know what?
It's like
Do you
a
know
treat,
what?
you know. It's like candy.
Yeah, I did that. I did that last month, right? I did exactly what you just done. I did that last month. I haven't had a bowl of cornflakes 20 years. I had it the other day.
Wow.
Just as a treat. Okay. What I did was I got cornflakes and Alpen and I mixed them together with warm milk. Okay, that's what I did, just as a memory lane thing. Yeah, it was nice. It was really good. Thoroughly enjoyed it. That was the first time in 20 years or more. Because I stopped milk. Stopped drinking milk in the 1960s, 1969, 67, 68, because I started throwing up. Right, because we used to have it part of our break at school. It's break time milk. But when I had it with cereal, I had no problem, you see. But drinking it neat, just neat milk, I'd throw up. So I went on to water. So I stopped having milk at school and just had it as a cornflakes occasionally. And then I stopped it as a grown up. And then, I just didn't want milk in my life, so I didn't have it. And then I went on to the cereals for a little while. Weetabix. I used to like my. Do you get Weetabix in America? Weetabix.
Weetabix. Let me look. Never heard of it.
Yeah, there's Weetabix. Maybe that's a British one.
But,
okay,
Weetabix.
Yeah, Weetabix. And then there's malted shreddies, and then there's shredded wheat. Do you ever get that one? Do you have shredded wheat?
Like a. Yeah, I have a frosted shredded wheat. That's what I have right now.
Aha, frosted shredded wheat.
Yeah, it's kind of like Weetabix.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. I don't know.
I like that as well. Yeah. I like Weetabix. I like frosted shreddies, frosted Weetabix, shredded wheat, frosted shredded wheat. Love that.
I just can't eat it all the time. It's really not good for me regularly,
Yeah, I used to have that a lot. And then what else did I used to have? Cornflakes, All Bran. That's another brand. All Bran with the raisins. Sultana Bran, and then Alpen. The three brands you get of Alpen. Dried fruits and that brilliant stuff. I used to mix all that. Yeah, man. We used to mix the cereals with my brothers, and we used to kill it, man. But whilst you were a kid growing up in the 60s, we wanted to collect the phasers and the communications piece, the radio communication and the masks. So it meant consuming a lot of cornflake boxes to get it. 3 boys, remember? Whilst I was growing up, 3 brothers. But yeah, my mum was thinking, how come we're eating so many cornflakes? And then we used to play Star Treks. Yeah.
Oh, check it out. Floyd Simmons recommended that Eastwood sign with his agent Bill Schifrin, a hard man, noted for his work with other young muscular actors. Schifrin informed Clint that CBS were casting an hour-long Western series and urged him to attend the studio. There he met up with Sonia Chernis, a story editor now working for NBC, and while conversing with her, an executive, Robert Sparks, spotted Eastwood in the canteen. The first thing he said was, "How tall are you exactly?" Clint Eastwood replied, 6'4". The executive invited him into his office and later arranged for a screen test with Charles Marquez Warren overlooking, in which Eastwood had to recite one of Henry Fonda's monologues from the William Wellman Western, The Oxbow Incident. So, notice the first thing he said, as if it's a story that's being told. How tall are you exactly? 6'4".
Yeah.
Yeah. Interesting.
Interesting.
Just a little tidbit. You see, I collect all these little tidbits, and then I get into the actual evidence, and then it's like, okay.
Yeah, but okay, let's have a look. What about this interview is happening in 1958?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It sounds like he got the job.
Why would they
he's
kill off
tall
James
and
Dean?
muscular.
Why would James Dean be?
Because everybody loved him.
Bloody hell, was he that much of a heartthrob? Was he that much of a heartthrob, really?
They like to kill the heroes.
Okay.
They like to kill the heroes.
Yeah. James Dean.
The people who stand up, stand out.
But would you go through all that, Bo? Come on. Really?
I don't think it was his idea. I'm not sure it was his idea. But I don't know.
It's the big ask, man. It's the big ask to transform your physique for this.
Yeah.
You know, he's made his money though. He's made his money. He's towed the line, and then towards the end of his career, they've used him to promote war and used him to promote the space. When he did the what's that movie he did where he coined the lines, "You adapt, overcome, and something else." What's that movie, man? Come on, military one. Shit. Adapt, improvise, and overcome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wonder where he came up with that idea.
Yeah.
Well, look, have you ever seen the movie Gattaca?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Oh, well,
or maybe I have. Maybe I haven't. I forgot.
You need to watch it again. Actually, put it on your list right now. Gattaca is you need to watch it.
That's what I thought of instantly with this leg thing.
Yeah.
By the way, it's a goddamn good movie, so yeah, watch it.
Yeah.
Okay. Gattaca, yeah, movie, yeah.
Oh, we got some people here. I didn't know that thought the chat was empty. Here I am just going on about bullshit, reading and stuff.
No, it's fine. I'm actually multitasking while I'm listening. I'm doing mouse accuracy tests because I have two trackballs and I'm trying to find the perfect middle ground where both of them are as functional as they can be.
Is that a Clint Eastwood movie, this Gattaca?
No.
No, it's not. Okay, it's not a Clint Eastwood movie. All right.
It's really good though. It's almost like they just take real life and then they mix in a bunch of different stories from real life and then they make it a movie. But the problem is when you're that famous and you have that much money and you're into, you're hanging out with the richest families who do crazy shit.
Is it a recent movie? Is it a recent movie from 2010?
Yeah, that's it.
2010. Okay, so it's a new movie. Okay, thank you. Got it.
Yeah, of course. You'd have to suspect that a story told by someone in those circumstances are not going to sound maybe like the kind of life that you live.
Oh, yeah. Not that I'm living the life of Riley.
I'm not sure that so much of what was in Gattaca is really like that far from what some people, maybe somebody has done before,
Right.
So you'll see. It's kind of like clues, I think. I think they just put a bunch of clues in movies by default.
Right, yes. Well, I'm glad to report I finally thought out. All limbs are coming back to 100%. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
How cold is it there?
I think it was when I checked. It was supposed to be 5 degrees, but by the time you get out there and you're walking and that, your body temperature.
Yeah, you're warmed up.
Yeah, you're warmed up, but the limbs, your arms,
yes,
kind of like drop. The forearms drop, and you can tell because you can't kind of like the dexterity is slowed down. Yeah.
Well, 41 is I think under anything under like 45 Fahrenheit is like bad for your joints and can actually make you you got to really keep your chest warm.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The chest is warm. My chest is definitely warm. No doubt about that. Let's have a look. Okay, so it's 7 degrees. Real feel 7 degrees. Okay, so it's 7 Celsius, and the moon is full.
Yeah, that's
45
degrees.
Yeah,
Fahrenheit.
Full moon overhead, completely overhead. Full moon.
Yeah, it's very cold. You know what? I think the full moon is why it was so cold tonight. It got down to, it was only supposed to be 40 and it got down to 33. So it got extra cold more than it was supposed to.
But everything was nicely lit up though.
Yeah.
The course I took that I normally take, I normally have a flashlight with me as well because it gets dark in places where you just need to throw the light onto your path, right? But today I didn't need to use the light at all. The moon lit up the whole road brilliantly, clearly could see, and I didn't realise that the moon was up until I looked up. I said, "Is it the full moon?" Ah, there you are, moon. Where you been? You know, where have you been? And it was full moon, lit up my whole path clearly, right above my head. Above head it was. So yeah, fantastic.
Oh, just so you know, since I don't know, I don't think I've told you about the black one. If you like black people, let's see, the Morgan Freeman.
Oh yeah, what about him?
Yeah. Well, that's actually what's his name, Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was supposed to have been killed, with a bottle of wine in Ireland.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
They
Where's
drowned
the body?
him with wine.
Yeah, it's actually fucking Morgan Freeman. And a long time ago, before they deleted the video, I actually found a video of somebody confronting him during like one of those photo shoot things where they're all sitting at a table and there's like a banner behind them, like a book signing. I think it was a book signing or something. Somebody confronted him and asked him if he was Jimi Hendrix, and he got pissed. He was so mad. He looked at him with a huge, like a big mean face. He's like, "Hell no!" And I was like, "Damn!" And like, it wasn't a normal reaction. You know what I mean? Like it was.
Okay.
It was like, "Whoa, okay," but
Yeah,
anecdotal, I suppose.
He's another actor that's been around for a long time and always somehow manages to be in front of the camera for a long time. He's had a long.
Well, for a long time
career.
there, not maybe a decade ago, he was considered the highest paid black actor in Hollywood.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
He was coiling it in, man. He did that one with Tom Cruise, Oblivion with Tom Cruise. That was
he was printing money.
Yeah. Yeah, Morgan Freeman, he's made his money there, man, big time. But I'll tell you where I didn't like him when he was promoting the space stuff on the National Geographic channel or the Discovery channel. No? Do you remember he was promoting all that bunk and crap?
And he was playing the voice of God, like in all the movies. Remember?
Yes.
He's playing God in like all the movies.
Yeah. Well, and then he's in that outfit where he's completely in the white suit, the white everything, white. That's just gone way out of control there. Totally didn't like him in that at all. And when he was promoting the space stuff to do with the universe and stuff like that. And also, what's his name was doing this? The young black actor who's married and got the kids. Men in Black. What's his name? Will Smith. That's it. Will Smith. He promoted some of this universe crap as well, didn't he? Misleading everyone. Did you know that?
I mean, they all do, man.
Yeah, but he did a complete series on the National Geographic channel promoting the heliocentric model and all that. Proper. Sellout.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they're for profit,
Yeah. Yeah. But Jimi Hendrix is Morgan Freeman. No, that's a big one for me to swallow. Got to look at their faces, bone structure. Look at.
Yeah, go at it.
The afro hairdo that he had when he was younger. Yeah, he had that afro hairdo going, didn't he? Jimi Hendrix. Morgan Freeman doesn't even touch an instrument. He hasn't touched an instrument since, has he?
Well, he can't. His left hand, or I forget, is it left or right hand, is paralyzed now.
Really? Why? Did he have a stroke?
I don't know. I don't know the reason. I think there was a car accident or something.
Right.
But he owns a blues bar that has guitars all over the wall, and it's said that he plays there or had played there, but there's no footage of it. So there's no recordings of him playing in his own bar.
Why do they do this? But why do they do this? Why do they do that?
I would suspect foul play with the hand. Maybe he was told he's not supposed to play guitar or something. When he changes, because you have to imagine this guy makes a living playing guitar, and they have him switch roles, and suddenly he's not allowed to play guitar. And not only that, but like with one of the people I know that they switched roles with, they had to go from left-handed to right-handed guitar playing. So ambidextrous. And that was a requirement. So there's a lot of funny things that happen, man. They really fuck with these people, to be honest.
Yeah, it would seem so, man. Psychologically, yeah. Fuck. How can you do this? This is a mad world, man.
I'm trying to find a picture of James Dean swimming. I don't know if you can find one, but I'm looking.
Yeah, James Dean in the swimming pool.
Might help.
See what I can find.
I guess I'll try Bing. I also kind of find it relaxing, man, looking into this stuff, because it's a nice change of pace from the regular arguments too.
Yeah. I'm looking at one, but it looks like it's all been superimposed on this image. It doesn't seem to be real. Of James Dean with another woman. Oh, Marilyn Monroe it is. Yeah, you can tell it's been superimposed somehow.
They say that Marilyn Monroe is JFK's wife, just with black hair.
It's Jacqueline.
Jacqueline? Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean, there's just so many of these rabbit holes, But a lot of them have really turned out to be true, which is pretty interesting. But
yeah, as soon as you started talking about the legs with that one dude, I thought of Gattaca. Yeah. It wouldn't be hard. This isn't Pete. That's why I never gave Pete too much hell over his thing, because it's not.
His thing is just wrong. It doesn't meet any of the criteria that I look for and I do this a lot. So
I see that. I'll tell you what. I watched a video on YouTube last night, and not to change the topic, but Are you guys like deep into this or what?
No, go ahead, man. I'm just looking at pictures.
I watched a video on this jet fuel hoax thing, right? And I thought it was absolute nonsense at first. I'm like, that's fucking, it's ridiculous. But I don't know, that video might have changed my mind.
Yes or pro or against?
I think they could be lying to us on the amount of jet fuel they're using.
Yeah, I know they are.
Yeah, because they based the ticket price on the amount of fuel it takes, right?
Yeah,
so they have a huge incentive to just lie to us on how much fuel it takes. Obviously, the
of
motive.
course.
Yeah, they have a huge motive.
Fuel contracts. Yeah, it's a huge scam.
Yeah, so when he lined up fuel trucks up to the Airbus or whatever it was, I don't know, this was like a 20-minute one. They take X amount of fuel trucks to load it up, and then if you put the fuel trucks next to the wings, it's like, well, that ain't gonna fit if it's stored in the wings. That was pretty compelling. I've heard people argue it a couple times. I'm like, let me just watch this fucking video, see what's really going on here. And yeah, they changed my mind. I mean, I think they could be lying to us. So that was interesting.
Well, good for you, dude. Yeah, I actually talked to a airplane engineer, maybe a month ago. Yeah, maybe a month ago. And at first, he was very reluctant to say anything could work. And then I started to tell him, well, wouldn't it be interesting if they found out a way to turn the air into fuel? And he's like, oh, yeah, they do that. Like after,
that's where most of the thrust comes from, is the air.
After he denied it for like a lot, he denied it for like 10 minutes or so. We were talking about all these different things and stuff. And then at the end, I was like, yeah, wouldn't it be interesting though if like they could just turn air into fuel? And that way they could just, use the air as fuel. They wouldn't have to put anything in the tank. He's like, no. Oh, wait. Yeah, they do that. They do inject oxygen. and they get a huge boost from it. And like it's I mean, he didn't go into all the specifics, but he's like, oh yeah, we do that. Yeah, they do that sometimes. But if they have that system, they could just maybe there's a scale, maybe it scales. Maybe they can use more or less and get more efficiency or less efficiency. I think they can get a lot more. I mean, I know they put fuel in the plane, but I don't think they put nearly as much fuel as they say they do.
No, they don't. When you look at the when the truck that comes along the fuel tanker to actually fill up that plane, it's very short time. They're not there long enough, and they've got to do 2 wings and turn the plane around. No, they don't do that. It's only one truck, one little truck.
Yeah, the amount of time it would take. That was another compelling thing. So they sized it up. They're like, look, this fuel don't fit. They sized all the trucks it would take to fill one wing up next to a wing.
Yeah.
Then the next thing was the amount of time it would take.
The amount of pressure you would need to pump it that fast from one. You need like 10 tankers or something like it. Yeah. Not 10. I'm sorry. It'd be like 5 trucks or something like that.
Yeah, but there's only ever one with a tiny little hose.
Well, I'm not being specific. Okay, I haven't looked into this in a long time, so I don't remember all the details. But the details I did look into, the amount of fuel, so how many trucks you'd need, how much actual space is in the plane, how long it would take to fill that plane, plus all of the luggage, and all that stuff. Right. What it came out to was basically like if you put, I don't remember if it was 5 or 10. It came out to something like 60 tons. So how many? No, it was. I forget the exact weight, man. This is messing me up.
30 odd Mustangs on one wing. So there's like 60 Mustangs kind of.
Well, it came out to and I'm probably going to misspeak, but it came out to something like 10 trucks, like 10 Chevrolet Suburbans on each wing. And at some point I was like, yeah, that's some dog bullshit right there. Like that's the amount of weight it's supposed to hold in pressure. I'm like, I don't know about that one.
Yeah, that's just too much. Too much weight. It can't lift up. That's silly. Yeah, the wings would just snap.
Yeah, just, I mean, and I'm probably butchering my argument, but there was just so many points. I just couldn't help but just, it just seemed like bullshit.
Yeah, they run by ear most of the time, and they've been ripping us off all these years, especially the year of the surcharge when the fuel went up because of the wars in the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. Fuel prices were going up, and then suddenly it was a surcharge. Had to pay extra to fly. Glad I didn't fly then. 2008 Lehman shock fiasco. Fuel went up. Customers had to pay that surcharge, and I thought, wow, man.
Yeah.
No. All that time they were running on air.
You know, I'm just gonna say this preliminarily. I don't have all the facts yet. I haven't found all the pictures I'm looking for, but I'm gonna give this one a yellow light, green light. I think this one's probably true.
What, Clint Eastwood is definitely?
No, I'm not saying definitely. I'm saying I'm gonna give it about a 70%. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Because I haven't found anything that makes it not possible. And the more I look at the hairline, the more I look at the nose, the features on the torso, the bone structure, where the muscles connect, and how they what do they call it, striate, or the striations and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay.
What I'm trying to find are incisions, and I need to find.
But I couldn't find any. I did look for James Dean in the pool. You know.
Yeah, I couldn't find one either. But what I did find is James Dean doing ballet. And it gives me a look at, because usually he's wearing pants and like long pants. Yeah, it's like he's always covered up. So I was able to find this, and this is actually kind of revealing because it shows his inner leg and his ankle. And you could actually definitely identify somebody by their features there.
Yeah, but this bone lengthening technique, I've got to look into that. Because that would be something where, you know, James Dean would have to have stopped. Right, he died in 58. There'd have to be a gap because, you know, you're saying this can all be done within a year.
Yeah,
right?
but there was 2 to 3 years from death to the new
on the scene.
Yeah, exactly. So there would have been plenty of time.
Oh.
And that's usually what they do. Every case I've found somebody change identity, it's maybe a couple years, 2 years, 3 years that they reemerge.
Yeah. As somebody else, though. So
right. Yeah, that's just the time frame. Yeah. And I don't know if I imagine that's when they, you know, they work on their backstory. They get some plastic surgery done.
Yeah, they're gonna have to work on that backstory.
They work on healing from whatever work that got done on them.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah, they would have to do that. They'd have to heal. They then have to get used to walking, running, exercising. All that's got to come back. Yeah. Because Clint Eastwood is like, you know, he's definitely one of those male persona, you know, that's got a lot going for him. Yeah. And had a lot going for him, you know, macho man.
I found one. Got his shirt off. Okay, that's a first.
Yeah, I got pictures of James Dean without a shirt on. I had that lying down, promoting a movie of his, but that's not at the beach though, or you know, at the pool.
Well, yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to find identifiable body parts. Now there are times when James Dean is really ripped and he's working out, and his body changes shape a lot. So what you have to look for is the bird cage, so the rib cage. You have to look at the clavicles. You have to look at stuff that doesn't really change, because sometimes the muscles will lie. So, like, for example, there's a vein on Clint Eastwood in the middle of his bicep on the left. and it folds in a very specific way. It's not totally normal because some people who have a vein there, you can only see it around the joint, around the elbow. But in his case, you can see that vein all the way up his arm. And that's like a unique feature. Not everybody has that kind of vascular system. So like I can go over here to Clint Eastwood and I can literally see that got the exact same vein, for example. And that's, I don't know, it's just interesting, right? It's not definitive by any means, but they share the same features. And like a lot of the times I'll find the exact same veins and the way they spread out in the forearm and the wrist, and you know, and like the veins that go from the knuckles around the fingers, a lot of those are identical. Now some of those can be the same for some people, but not all of them at once. You know, that's pretty identifying, don't you think?
Yeah, definitely.
He's got the same nipples too. That's funny. Same chest. Same bicep. Let's look at this. Oh, I can't zoom into that. Yeah, I think we're moving up to 85, 90%, Jin.
Yeah?
I think it's going up. Yeah, I'm just going to keep digging in on this. And I'm going to work hard and I'm going to find the marks. I'm going to find the incisions. And guess what? Whenever they get surgery, it always shows up later in life. So if the marks look really good when they're young, when they get old, they look like shit. So you can see exactly where the surgery was done.
Yeah, I know the movie I was talking about, Heartbreak Ridge. That's the one, isn't it? With Clint Eastwood in it.
I think we bored the shit out of everybody. They all left.
Yeah.
This is what happens, man. I go down some rabbit hole and people are just like, what the fuck? But this is what it's like being a truther, man. I'm not here for flat earth. I'm just a fucking truther. Like, throw me anything that isn't that stinks and I'll look at it, you know?
Yeah.
Throw me anything that stinks. Actually, throw me a cigarette. I'm going to go do that. I got to pee and smoke.
Okay, it's going for a Jimmy Riddle.
It's just going to be you for a minute. Jeremy, go for it, man. Help him out.
Yeah, come on, Jeremy.
I mean, bro, you talk all this healthy shit. You're out there smoking cigarettes and shit.
Yeah.
Damn,
hey, but
tough.
You know what? I drink distilled water all day, so my lungs clean out very quickly.
Yeah, I'm not hating. Cigarettes are tough. Cigarettes are tough, bro.
Oh, I'm not hooked on cigarettes. I've had one pack in like months.
Yeah, that's not smoking as such, then, is it? Really?
I don't know. I just
that's fine.
Enjoy it sometimes. I like the.
I think if you smoke like one cigarette a day, you'd be fine. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm doing.
It's when you start chain smoking.
Anyway.
Yeah.
What about? Do you ever smoke a joint at all? No joints.
Hell yeah.
I smoke before I go to bed. I really don't like to be stoned while I'm awake.
Okay. Yeah.
I really enjoy my sobriety.
Yeah, that's how I used to smoke it. Just when I want to relax, I've got nothing going on. Yeah, relax from the day's high pace, especially when you're riding a motorcycle and that. You've got to keep all your nerves, keep it sharp, and then you come home, relax, half a spliff, make something to eat, and yeah, that's how I used to do it.
That's what's up. At the end of the day, when all your shit's done and you ain't got to drive anywhere,
yeah,
you definitely don't want to be driving around.
I used to smoke one split. That just required one split a day is what I used to smoke. And in the weekend, Sunday, I might have 2 or 3 spliffs. But I'm sharing that with my friend because I've gone to their house. got to where they are, gone to visit my mates. I'm ready rolled, so I haven't got any gear but 3 spliffs ready rolled in a cigarette box in my pocket. So never had any gear on me, just the 3 spliffs, and that was enough to enjoy the situation that I was going to go and enjoy. That's it, 3 spliffs. They've got gear themselves, so they're going to have some gear, and we've got enough to go around. Freezing up. Don't have to carry all my gear with me. Less risk of being pulled by the police. Yes, I'm the man you see smoking on a train. I used to smoke on the underground, smoke on the bus. I used to smoke in the cinema. I didn't advertise it. Just spark up because it's coming out of a cigarette box. So I'm sure people are thinking, is that a silk cut? What is he smoking there? Is he smoking? Yeah, but they couldn't work it out, so I got away with it.
Tell you what you can get away with nowadays is these fucking these cartridges.
Yeah.
And it's just pure. You never had one? Oh my god, gin! It's like this THC nectar juice from the gods, right? It's just
I can imagine. I can imagine. Yeah.
It's just all like it's like liquid THC, and you vape it.
That's crazy,
and
man.
the smell dissipates instantly. I could hit that shit in a fucking church. No one would even know.
Wow.
Yeah, bro. I'll go into the police station, right? I'll go at the front desk.
You hit it
I'll go
right
to
in the police station.
I'll go to the front desk of the police station and say, "Hold on, I got to tie my shoe." Bend over, hit that thing, and fucking get it up. And the guy at the desk would never even know.
Hilarious.
That cool, man. That would be cool.
The smell dissipates like instantly. Like that might be a stretch what I said, but the smell does dissipate like instantly. Like, if you smoke weed, that shit lingers. This shit, it's like magical how it dissipates so quick.
Yeah, I used to smoke.
Funny as hell, dude.
At that time, at the time when I was smoking, I used to really enjoy smoking a black temple ball, right? Hashish, that would be, or Moroccan leb, or red leb from Lebanon. Those are the main that I used to smoke. I used to smoke weed, but weed is very powerful smell. But the red leb or Moroccan black temple ball, that's so sweet. The smell is so nice. It's not aggressive. The smell, the aroma, you know what I mean? But the buzz and the hit you got over that was solid hits.
My favorite used to be the skunk weed, the weed that smelled like an actual skunk.
Yeah, that was my number one weed was skunk.
Oh,
without a doubt. That was my favorite. Yeah, I used to love that. I could eat it. I could eat skunk. It was that good, man. Yeah.
Hey, Jin, do they spray where you're at? The sky?
I'm in Japan here where I can get it. Are you talking about Jeremy? Oh, Jeremy, right.
No, I'm talking to both y'all actually. But Jin, do they spray where you're at? The sky?
I can't say that they do because we have a lot of clear skies here.
Really?
I don't see the chemtrails
that's nice,
going
man.
on.
You're lucky. They're hitting us hard today. It's real bad.
Yeah, I see the chem. I'm in upstate New York. I see the chemtrails all over the place. But
usually
I mean,
just
most
see
of the
the
shit.
lines, but now today it's just turned into a big fucking spider spray. It's just fucking everywhere.
Yeah, like I said, we had the full moon, clear sky. Brilliant day today, weather-wise, fantastic. Brilliant week. So we don't get that chemtrail spraying going on here. I haven't noticed it as such.
Really, that's lucky, man. That's great. That's great.
Yeah. Do look at this. Do look up at the sky daily. We do have it's overcast at times. We have had the overcast thing, but as for chemtrails, no, I haven't really noticed that.
I can't see them today, but I do see them a lot. I also live near an airport, so.
Yeah, they hit the airports first. There's usually you can see all the radio waves in the clouds at the airport for sure. But you know what? I'll tell you what though, man. When I do smoke, I don't like the filters. I rip those sons of bitches off real quick. I just sip on it filterless.
When you smoke, you don't like to what?
I don't use the filters. I rip them off.
Oh yeah, no, neither do I, mate. No. I do like to put. No, I do like to put what we call a roach when I build a split. When I build a joint, I put a roach in there.
Yeah, so you don't waste it, but like a cigarette.
Yeah, you don't waste it, and you don't really want a free meal with every toke, do you? Every time you toke,
exactly. You drop that, somebody will pick that motherfucker right up.
Yeah. So I just make sure that I put a roach in there. Put a roach in it, and then I enjoy that. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I used to love building spliffs.
Jen, man, thanks for coming in, dude.
Huh?
I really appreciate when you come into the server, Jen. I don't really go to other servers, so I really like it when you're here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that, man. It's nice talking with you too, Riggs. Always has been, anyway.
It's hard to find, like, you know, it's hard to find like real people sometimes, you know. Like there's a lot of people that come in these servers. They're just not real people. They don't act like how they would in person. I just act like I always act, you know.
Yeah, that's me. I'm just who I am. I'm not going to change my persona.
There's a lot of people that they use their internet personality, you know. I don't like that at all.
No, I can't do that. I'm just me. That's why that's why I'm not hiding from anyone. If the powers that be are after me, they're going to have to kill me. If that's the case, because I'm not stopping.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
I'm not hiding.
You hear that, FBI, CIA, NSA? Come get me.
Fucking hiding, none of that shit. Just can't be asked with that. I just can't be asked with that. It's just too much.
Can you believe, like, Joe Rogan said he'd lie to his own mother? That was pretty fucked up.
I know.
Like, it wasn't even funny. Like,
he's a scumbag. He's a scumbag.
He's kind of a scumbag.
Who says he's going to lie to your mother just so he can get in with the in crowd? That's what he was saying.
He reminds me of somebody. He reminds me of the guy who talks about doing all these good things, and then when no one's looking, he's an asshole. That's what he reminds me of.
Yeah, there's nothing. You know what? I did like, what's his name? What's the other guy? The other guy that does the martial arts. The ones that they were bullying.
Eddie Bravo. He's
Eddie Bravo. Yeah, no, I liked Eddie Bravo. You know.
You know what though? He even said that if the New World Order came to him and tried to recruit him, he would take it because he's tired of being on the other team. That's what he said. So I don't know. I don't know about him either.
No, I wouldn't do that either. Look, if they came to me, I wouldn't join them. There's nothing they could. I was going to ask that question.
Exactly.
I was going to ask you guys that question actually. Funny you say that. Like, if you had the opportunity,
if they came to me with a bag of cash, I'd say fuck off.
Yeah. So would I. I don't want the hassle. I don't want the grief. It's not. I don't want it. I don't want the money that way.
I know where that road goes.
Yeah. Look, if I'm already me myself, I give back the money to my students who catch colds and they can't come to the lesson. I give them a 100% refund. I don't want to make money on the back of sick children or adults who have to work overtime.
That's beautiful, man. Like even if they're lying, I don't know.
Yeah, even if they're lying, I'm going to go to bed with a good conscience. Do you know what I mean?
Good for you, man.
Yeah. So that's me. I think 100% refund. Yeah, I don't take the money.
I was a kid too, you know.
Yeah, I was a kid as well. You know. I want to make my money justly. I don't want to make money because, so I keep the money because they didn't come. I keep the money and they were sick. No, sorry, we don't do that.
Good for you, man. That's cool.
Yeah. So there's no way that they're going to come up to me and say, here's some money. No, I don't want the money that way. Sorry, I'd rather be poor. Okay.
Well, I kind of have a stomach ache today, Jen. So if you could just, Venmo me that money, that'd be great.
Yeah. I was saying to my mates they should go and do the lottery. At least do the numbers once in a while. You never know. You might win. It's not going to cost you that much money. £1 little pound, do the money, and if you make all that money, well, good luck to you. Nothing wrong with that. Doing a little lottery now and again. Because if you get a windfall...
As long as you don't get crazy. I had an uncle that used to go play like 25, 30, three-digit numbers a day.
Yeah.
You guys, I got to take a phone call. I will be back. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, nice one, Riggs.
Later, Rick.
Be back.
Yeah, I was. I've done the lottery a few times in London, and I won the money. And when I won the money, I stopped for months, so that I could actually enjoy the winnings, rather than put it straight back in.
Yeah, I don't even really gamble anymore. I mean, I do crypto and shit, and I have stocks, which can be considered gambling. But as far as like hitting the tables with the with the slots, or I never did slots, but I did, poker, blackjack and shit. I don't even do that
I used
anymore.
to do the blackjack game, but sitting down with people, in cafes, through the middle of the night, like we're talking now. It's like this time playing cards, 3-card brag and that. Yeah, I used to love all that. I remember once, right? I cleaned everybody out. Okay, I cleaned out all my mates, 3-card brag. Yeah, you should have seen the long faces. Okay, the longest faces you ever did see, because they all lost their money. They'd lost their weekly wages. Anything. Gin's cleaned up. Gin's fatter than Santa. Okay. You know what I did? I gave them all their money back that day. Every single one of them. I said, don't ever forget this day, yeah? I said, don't forget this day, yeah? I'm going to give you back all your money. I don't like to see your long faces. Okay, how much did you start off with? There you go. How much did you come in with? How much did you... Yeah, gave them back all their money. I did that.
You're so sweet.
Yeah.
That is such a nice thing to do.
Yeah. I would have been about 19, 20 then when I did that. And I was the one when I started playing 3-card brag, I lost my wages. I had to beg them for me bus fare home, yeah? Do you know what I mean, yeah? And then as the years went on, I learned how to play this game so good when I cleaned them out and I saw their long faces, I said, yeah, look, yeah, I just gave back the money like that. I said, don't ever forget to this day, yeah? Who's your real friend? I said, yeah, here's your money. Are you sure, Jim? I said, yeah, of course I'm sure. I said, I won. The satisfaction of winning was good enough. Here's your money. We're going to play again another time. Yeah, I'm not going to do this all the time, but another time I'm going to win. I'll win again. Don't you worry. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Gave them back their money, man. So I said, who's your real friend, is what I said. And the other day, one of my friends the other day was talking about people who are not awake to the system and that, and how they go on and vote and don't know their rights. And I said to them, I knew that I had my rights when I was at elementary school. I knew it then because in me was the knowledge that I had a right to live. And anybody got in my way, you'd question, why, what's going on? So I always knew I had rights. And then he said, yeah, Jin, you always knew your rights and you always stood up for the right thing, he said, quote unquote, So I said, yeah, thanks for that, Chris. Because I was always helping the underdogs, always helping the underdog. I was an underdog myself, don't get me wrong. I was an underdog myself, but, we stick together. Trouble and strife.
You say that you're the underdog, but I would always bet on you. Because you never lose, Jim.
Oh, cheers, man. I try to win. I try to win.
You don't even have to try.
Yeah, that's just it. You're right.
You just do it.
Right. Yeah, that's exactly it. My intention is to try and do good. So if I learn something, I'm going to put 100% and my best foot forward, always. And always respectful of those, never forgetting those who have helped me to get here along the way. Always, So when we're talking about diet and nutrition and eat your greens, that came from the old grannies and the gypsies. They used to say, make sure you eat all your vegetables, yeah? As I was growing up as a little boy. I said, yeah, I eat my greens and my friends' greens because they don't like it. I said, they don't like them, so I eat them. Yeah, love it. Don't worry, I eat all my greens. I love the greens, I used to say to them. Yeah, but they used to tell me that though, yeah? Going to school, me and my brothers, black boys, going to school, and then you see the people outside their door watching children go to school, so and they're seeing us off, you know what I mean? And you're walking past the estates, and they'd say, make sure you eat your greens. I said, don't worry, I'm eating my mates as well. And then you're coming back in the summer, and it's boiling hot. Sometimes they come out and give you a drink. Here's a drink. Would you like an orange juice? Well, yeah, thanks. You know what I mean? Giving you a drink on the way home. Yeah, there were so many nice people. So those kind of people you don't forget. You don't forget those people. they kind of like gave you that uplift, humanity giving you uplift. So those things I don't forget. So I try and return that in my own way. Yeah. Always try to help. Not making money hands over fist at the moment. Not making money that way yet, because we suffered with this stupid pandemic. So I lost 80% of clientele. But you know, we're trying. I'm not going to give up on myself though, and I'm not going to give up on my standard. Although I'm economically tightening my belt. Very good at that. Very good at economizing. Very good at that.
Jen, I got a question for you.
Yeah, go on.
What's your opinion on the Gleason's map? Yay or nay?
Yay! Love the map.
Hell
You know,
yeah.
I'm going to tattoo it on my back, on the top of my head. It's that good.
Do you think it's the real deal? That's what it really
I
looks
think,
like?
you know what? Maybe let's say maybe those positions aren't exactly correct because we don't know yet. But it's the closest we've got. It's not a globe, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's true. I agree.
And then you got to follow Flat Earth Banjo. Look at all the good work he's done in connecting the dots and the flight paths. He's really good at that. You know, he hasn't let go. He's like a bulldog. He hasn't let go of that one because you got people trying to poo-poo the map, and he's showing us that these routes are correct here. Look, so it's leading us to think. Obviously, they're lying, aren't they? They're lying about the routes that have been taken on the globe, and that it's a complete lie.
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with the guy named 50 or Unorthodox, but he's a Glober, and he once made a video, and I have it saved. I always like to use it, and it says that the Gleason's map or that model is 98% accurate. And I would say, you know, considering margins of errors, that's pretty damn good.
That's pretty damn good, isn't it? 98%.
Not bad, right?
Yeah, that's bloody. That's a slam dunk almost.
And he's a Glober, so I like to keep that in my back pocket for whenever.
Yeah, well done, man. No, it's a yay with the Gleason's map, mate. Yay. I'm not running away from that map at all. I wear it. Look, I'm wearing my Flat Earth t-shirt now. It's got the, you know, it's like the WHO one. You know you know the one I mean?
Yeah, with the little wreath around it.
Yes, that's the one. I've got that on. Yeah, and it's got their Dare to Research Flat Earth. Yeah, I've been wearing this one all month. Wicked.
Yeah, I gotta dig out. I got a couple of Flat Earth t-shirts. I've never had anyone say anything negative to it. There's all the time I've worn it.
That's it. And I've got the other one, is the azimuthal equidistant map showing the geology. So it's like the Flat Earth map, but not the Gleason's one. It's the one with the land colour, the soil colour on it, with the ice as well. Yeah? And the blue sea. I've got that one, and I wear that as well. I've got that with my son on my shoulder. I've got a picture of me with my son on my shoulder. We're in Legoland. He's on my shoulder, the youngest one. And then the Flat Earth t-shirt is there. Massive. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, you will never meet a person that will, at least I haven't ever met a person that doesn't really enjoy talking about Flat Earth. Every person you talk about it in public, they think it's fun, it's interesting. It's never a bad thing.
Yeah. Mate, me too. I totally enjoy delivering. Like I said, I'm like a coiled spring ready to release. But depending on the type of person. Now, if the person's going to be argumentative and that, well, you're going to get the hosing down. Whereas, don't say, baby, somebody who's interested, then it's a slow release. Slow release, a methodically slow release, step by step.
Have you ever worn your Flat Earth map and talked to a guy in a NASA t-shirt before?
I've never had that opportunity, not yet.
Oh man, I work at Amazon. You see kids with NASA t-shirts on all the time.
I know, it's annoying, isn't it?
I got a couple little trick questions I like to run by them, and usually they're just confused, and I don't ever really get into it with them. But
yeah, but you notice how they're trying to counteract Flat Earth. That's why they're doing it. We are prompting them to take those measures. Do you know that? Of course we are. That's why. They know we know they know. They didn't go. You see?
Yeah, especially, I've been, the eclipse just happened the other night, right?
I know, yeah.
And they always show these side-on models of the Earth blocking the moon or blocking the light. But you never see any satellites of the Earth like physically casting a shadow on the moon. You never really see that, like a side-on view.
No, you never do. We never see that. And why
They got
not?
images and pictographs, but you never see an image of it.
Yeah, yeah. It always looks like there's something in the way. It looks to me, the eclipse, like somebody or something is inserting a disc in front of the moon. That's what it looks like, you know. Funny that. And today we had that full moon today. We had the full moon today, and it's no way is it the sun. It's no way the sun. No way, because the moon was lit left to right, top to bottom, complete, uniformed, bright light. If it's a reflection coming from the sun, there should be a fall off of light, bright, and then weakening towards the end to one side. Surely, do you know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. When you flash a light on an object like a ball, for example, the power source from the direction is going to be bright. But when you move to the other side of the ball, so if the light is on the left and you're flashing it, as you move to the right, it should begin to fall off. The brightness should begin to fall off, should it not?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah, it should just fall off, but it doesn't. It's a completely uniformed light, left to right, top to bottom, powerful, focused light. The whole moon is lit up. That can never happen from a reflection. That's wrong. Definitely not. No, I'm sorry. That violates nature's laws when you're flashing a light onto an object. I mean, I'm looking now. I'm looking at my table leg. The light is coming from the top of the ceiling, the left side. So the left side's lit up. When you look on the right side now, it folds off. So you got a dark area. You understand? You know, I mean, it's just not natural to think that the moon is lit up by the sun, and we're looking at this crap. Not true at all.
Have you seen that one GIF? I'm gonna try to see if I can dig it up. Somebody puts a ruler in front of like an orange, and it creates a spherical shadow onto the orange.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Do you know who I learned that from? Karen B. Karen B. highlighted that 2016. She put a video out showing that, you know, different objects, you're still going to get a curve on a ball, regardless. You know, it doesn't have to be a curved surface hitting a curved object.
Yo, post that.
A curved line. Yeah.
Post that in the chat, please.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Or yo, will you just DM it to me because I'm trying to do something right now, and I'll just end up missing it. Thank you.
All right, go to sleep. Good night. See you tomorrow morning.
I ain't going nowhere. I'm doing business. I'm handling my business, Jen. We're men of respect and honor, blessed with wisdom of the ancients.
Yeah, man. Bring it on. But yeah, you know, no. When you have a full moon, the moon itself is a luminary. It lights itself. You can tell. You can tell just by looking at it. It's a light. Nothing to do with the sun reflecting. Although there is and I do like this school of thought. I mean, it's crossed my mind, and I heard it from Robert Pisano, Planete Veritas, that the sun could be charging the moon up. And then the phases that we see is where the energy of the moon is dissipating like a battery when the battery starts to weaken.
I've actually heard Bassano's thoughts on the sun, and at one point he was thinking the sun could be cold, like space is. I don't know.
Yeah,
you ever hear him say that?
He said that. Yeah, that's right.
Which was that's a little out of the box thinking for you.
Yes, he said that. Yeah, man. Robert Bassano, Planete Veritas. We haven't gone into that. He's got so much good material. Bloody hell, man. I've kept him anyway. He's top of my list. Definitely there. That's not going anywhere. But I was glad though to find that video, what happened on the moon part 1, that totally destroys the moon landings, especially the photographic anomalies. It's just beautiful. I'm glad I've got that one back now. Completes my collection.
Yeah, you ever hear the Bassano one with him and QE, and there was a couple other guys,
Yeah.
and they were talking about the information.
Yep. I used to
That was a
listen to
good
them. I've
one.
got all their videos. I've got them
Yeah,
all.
that information one was good. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I've got them all. Man. I'm glad I've saw. And I've actually then he went away for 3 years because he was doing 2 pieces of education, trying to get a degree, right? And he was working hard on that, so he had to stop the flat Earth thing, right? And wow, everyone was a bit down there. But when he came back, I said to him, "Don't worry about trying to make new content. Thanks that you left your content up there. That stuff is irreplaceable. Don't take it down. Don't worry about making new content. You've done your job already. That stuff can go on forever. What you left behind, the legacy you left behind 3 years ago, that stuff can never die. So don't worry." Because he was talking about not being able to produce new content. I goes, "Don't worry, you got kids coming along, okay? You got your kids growing up. Don't worry, man. The stuff you left behind is good food. I'm never going to be starving." You know what I mean? That was when he came back and he was coming onto the 24/7, and he was doing some stuff on YouTube. I said, "No, don't sweat it, man. You've done a lot of good work, and the work you've done will see us through for many a year. No doubt." I like the one where he's talking about the moon not being 338 kilometers away. 338,000 kilometers away, the moon is not that far. And then when he brings up the binocular thing, he goes, "You can see all the details of the moon with a pair of binoculars, folks. A pair of binoculars. But from the moon, you can't recognize any details of the Earth from the moon. But from the Earth, you can recognize all the craters and the places on the moon with a pair of binoculars."
Yeah, I mean,
it's the way he says it. Yeah, it's the way he says the binoculars.
Yep, you can see Tycho, the Tycho crater with the naked eye, and if you try to see something on the moon, I mean, you can either use the pictures they supposedly took or Google Earth. Anything you got when you zoom away from the Earth, like you can't see anything in that any kind of detail like that.
Yeah,
you could draw if you draw a circle, draw a circle on Google Earth. Like I don't know how far you can zoom out. When I tried it, it only let me zoom out like 30,000 feet or something. That's as high up altitude as I could get.
Right.
But if you got the pro version, you could get farther up maybe. But draw a little red circle around a area the same size as Tycho, and then just zoom out. You'll never be able to. From 30,000, I couldn't see it, and you got to go out 10 times farther than that or something.
Yeah, exactly. So you're never going to make out anything. But yet, with a pair of binoculars, with your naked eye, even like I said, you can recognize certain features of the moon. It's just amazing, isn't it? That the moon is close. It's not 250,000 miles out. It's closer than that. Definitely closer than that. And if you can use a pair of binoculars and recognize features, but yet on the moon you can't recognize niche, and the moon is supposed to, the Earth, from the moon, the Earth is supposed to be 4 times the size of the moon, and yet you can't recognize niche. Well, that tells you something there, folks. Robert Pisano, Planetae Veritas. There's Planetae Veritas 2.0, but you want the one before that. That's where all that material is, and I'll tell you. He does some good work, especially when he rang up the person responsible for looking after the ISS.
Right. How does it stay up there, Jin? How does the moon stay up there?
Yeah, that's a great question. How does that stay up there? Is it to do with magnetism? Yeah, I wish I knew. How it stays up there. Yeah.
And the sun as well. How does that stay?
And the sun, yeah, and the partner, the sun. How do they actually stay up there and keep going? Non-stop, never late, always on time. They're never late.
Sometimes I imagine the moon or the sun crashing to Earth and what that would do.
Yeah, what would that be like? Yeah, if they fell. Yeah. Ooh. What would that be like?
It'd be like a cool disaster movie, wouldn't it?
Yeah, yeah. But I don't have that fear anyway. I used to worry about that because always in the back of my mind, the two things that used to worry me was, one, if this Earth was to stop spinning suddenly, we'd all just fly off because of the rate of speed, yeah? Okay? So if it's just a sudden stop, everything would just fly off the Earth. And the incoming projectiles, you know, the asteroids and meteorites, yeah? I was thinking, man, if we get an earthbound hitting, you know, earthbound hitting Earth, an asteroid earthbound, that would be terrible. Would be terrible. But I don't have that fear anymore because that's never going to happen. It's never happened it's never happened anyway, and it's never going to happen.
That's actually, we know that the moon didn't crash into Earth
Yeah.
in the past, so we can hope that it doesn't in the future.
Yeah, it's never going to happen. We don't have asteroids hitting Earth. It's never happened. They tried to say that the moon is like a magnet, and that's why it's got so many craters. It's been protecting us. That's a load of lies as well. Because the actual craters and the impacts are too symmetrical for such an event. If they were hitting the moon in such a way, then they'd be like oblong shaped. You know, there'd be drag marks and elongated impact.
What are these big craters? If they're not craters, what are the big holes?
I don't know. This is it. This is what I'm saying. We don't know what the moon is. We just don't know what it is.
What about on Earth? Are the big holes on Earth?
Oh yeah, you mean on Earth? These are sinkholes. I think they are. Sinkholes.
Maybe.
Yeah, that's what I think they are. They're not impact marks because they're just too perfect, too 90-degree, too vertical, and it meant that whatever hit us came straight down. But if they're coming from angles, you know, that's just ridiculous, isn't it? It wouldn't be so symmetrical. But Neil deGrasse Tyson will have us think that these things, there's a certain sort of speed that they come in at that creates these perfect symmetrical impact points. Really. Thank you, Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Naps, please provide your evidence of meteors hitting the Earth.
Yeah, please provide it.
Naps is calling you a liar and saying meteors have definitely hit the Earth.
Nah, they haven't. So you have to prove it, please.
They have been. You had people just, what wasn't it just in like Russia that had like a meteor like come in and then they found where it was.
You don't sound that sure.
No, that didn't happen. That was just a flash.
So you would have to deny that.
I'm not denying it.
Wasn't it
because we don't have
something
any
about
evidence.
Russia and some people claimed something?
Yeah. I mean, you know, look, basically that event, no material was actually gathered that we could actually see this is the rock that came in. It was just an explosion which could have been done by any military weapon could have done that.
Actually, they have it. They went out and found it.
Yeah, well then why don't you show us what they found, please? Show us what they found.
Who went out? Where? Found what?
Yeah.
The meteor that came in Russia.
Yeah, go on. Go show us.
You saw a YouTube video and you believed it.
Not YouTube.
Well, you saw the news and you believed it. Yeah, that's worse.
Russian news.
It's worse than a YouTube video. Or chance you've been lied to.
If you can actually get me an image of this meteor that came down that exploded over Russia.
Hold on one sec.
And there's been a couple of those events apparently. One came down, didn't actually hit the ground, exploded in the atmosphere, but then the blast was enough to knock down trees in Russia. So they got that. There's a site in Russia where that happened.
Speaking of the blast, though, right? Also, is my mic coming in like good, or is it like doing some stupid shit?
Yeah. Can you repeat that, please?
No, I was just asking. Is my mic okay, or like because
your mic is okay. Yeah, your mic is fine.
All right. Anyway, I was just
sorry.
So notice that you said like it exploded and all that shit, right? And then earlier you said that we would expect to see like this, like a sort of like dragged out kind of crater. I don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure they explode like on impact because of the amount of energy that they carry from all that speed. So I don't think you would expect a dragged out crater. Like you're claiming this to be the case.
I would, because the reason I say that is because the Earth is supposed to be spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. So wherever this at the equator, wherever this impact is coming in, it's going to be coming in at an angle. It cannot be coming in symmetrically 20, right above our, no, that's it. No, I'm not going to accept that. I'm sorry.
Well, that's fine, but the thing is, you understand that from my understanding, the crater isn't the actual imprint of the thing. No, that's the there was an explosion from what I understand, and that's what causes that giant hole, whatever you want to call it. It's crater, obviously.
It's too symmetrical. It's
an explosion, though. I mean, what do you expect?
But it's too symmetrical. It's an explosion plus. You've got Earth's motion moving, and then the motion of the impact supposedly coming in. Two forces there. They cannot make a symmetrical aftermath. I'm sorry, no. That flies against nature. Sorry.
I mean, you would have to kind of if you could maybe show this I don't know, on a smaller scale with some kind of explosion or something moving at a fast speed, maybe you'd have a point. But I mean, you're just kind of talking out your ass right now,
though. I do have a point.
What?
No, I mean, I'm sorry, you're talking out the side of your neck, because if you think about this, we have Flat Earth arsehole actually took a big, pumped it up and put a peach down on the ground and fired from an angle, boom, and you could see where it hit. It created a long shape. It created elongated.
You're arguing against stuff you're making up.
In the web symmetrical.
But here's another thing, though. Here's another thing, though, right? When the meter comes in, or asteroid, whatever you want to fucking call it, right? The speed, right, that it's traveling at compared to the Earth's rotation, I mean, it is moving insanely fast. Okay, I mean, I don't even think that it would matter how if the Earth is rotating.
This is why when you look at an impact thing, it should be elongated. Just like when you're involved in a car crash, bike crash, trucks, these things show impact, grazing. I'm sorry, an explosion coming in and ending up with an aftermath that is 360 degrees perfect, symmetrical. No, it doesn't happen that way.
Well,
I'm not talking about
we've got the evidence in.
You're not thinking logically enough. That's all.
Well, hold on. Let me real fast look up the speed of an explosion, because if there's some kind of math behind where the explosion is way faster than the meteor. Let me see. Explosion speed. I might be shooting myself in the foot here, but
I've assessed the evidence. Then we've got a flash in the sky. We've got a light, and it seems to be coming down towards us. And then we've got a rescue with a bag in the ocean, and they pull up a big black rock from the ocean. That's the evidence.
Do you know what I mean?
That's really true.
It might be real, but it might not.
Yeah, no, it's
infographic.
BS, we don't have rocks floating up in the universe, and then they're coming to us. Those things don't happen.
Times 60.
Haven't even gone there to verify that those rocks.
Making things up.
We haven't been there to verify that those rocks.
Neither have you, so you can't say it's not happening because you didn't go there.
That's why.
But you
that's
didn't
why my
go
case
there,
stands. That's
you didn't
why
go
I
there.
can make the claim and stand.
No, you're making up
stand
bullshit.
upright and say
you're
that
lying.
I'm not making things
you
up
didn't
at all.
go there.
I'm not lying at all. No, I'm
you
sorry. I'm
can't
stating
talk
the
about
fact
things you
that
didn't
we
go
don't
to.
have
That's your
asteroids
logic.
landing on us.
So you didn't go to space, so you can't talk about space.
We've never been
All
there.
right, hold on,
We've
Jen.
never been to space.
Jen.
Yeah, but we've never been to space.
Stop,
That's
Jen.
the thing.
You can't be talking over each other like that. So
I'm just
figure it
talking
out
the
and go
history,
one at a
that's
time.
all. Yeah, we were going one at a time. One at a time. We
That's
were.
not what it sounded like to me, but okay.
I rebutted what he said. I said we've never been to space.
You never listen, so
It was
if he's
spiraling
talking,
underneath
he's the only one.
everyone else.
Yeah, I was perfectly
You're
rational.
guilty of
there, man.
under talking, Ed. Sorry.
Yeah, I was rational there, man.
No, you're not. You're
Perfectly
making up
rational there.
bullshit.
I'm not making up BS at all. It's all fact.
Yeah, you are, because you're telling us we can't talk about
100% made
space
up.
because we didn't go there. You didn't go to space,
Well,
so
you
you
tell
can't
me
talk
how we
about
got there. Show me the evidence, please, that we went there.
I
can
did
bring you
build
evidence.
something, and what did you do? So you're a
Who are you
waste of
talking
time.
to? Who are you talking to, lady? You talking to me? I didn't think so. You're talking to me, or you're chewing a brick. Either way, you're going to lose your teeth.
I'm talking to you.
Okay, yeah. And what are you? What are you trying to
toast.
say, lady? What are you saying, lady?
That you're a liar and a shit talker.
Your
That's
mouth
what
is full of
No,
toast.
you're talking out of
Naps.
you're
I have
talking
a
out of your
mask
bum
on.
hole, lady. It's verbal diarrhea coming out of your mouth. You want to shut your ass and give your mouth a
Oh,
She's not
that's
even
all you
finished
do.
eating her
Oh shit.
snack.
You
Yeah.
do need to shut your mouth. Shut
There
your
has
ass
never
and give
been
your mouth a
this.
shut.
There has never been that. You just lie.
No, it's not lies. It's facts. It's facts, mate. You need to bring the evidence to bear. That's what I'm saying. You need to bring that evidence to bear. Then
I gave you
irrefutable evidence. Do you have that irrefutable evidence? If you don't, then you have
I
to.
just gave you evidence.
What evidence did you give me? Where?
If you look in the chat, you will probably see it.
What evidence did you give me, Naps? What evidence? I'm looking. I don't see anything.
You'll find it.
But I'm looking. Don't see it, Naps. You better give me a
Guardian
timeline.
article, Ken, the Guardian article about meteor in Russia.
Oh, fucking Guardian. Really?
Dawn, you are so fucking fake. I see why no one likes you.
Well, hold on, real fast. Let me at
Naps,
least.
why don't you just take a nap, Nap? Because
At
you
least
need
I
a
can
nap.
chew my food.
People like Don.
Well, hold on.
People like Don. Even like you, Naps. Relax.
Yeah, Naps. I was gonna say,
Jeremy, shut
Dawn's
the hell up. No one was even
Dawn's.
talking to you.
Hold on, Dawn's whole. Okay. Don's whole thing is that he's sort of like, from what I can understand, he's like the devil's advocate on the Globe side, but he definitely, from what I can tell, is on the Globe side. I mean, so that's what it is. He's okay. She's definitely anyway, but that's the whole thing with Don, from what I can tell. Yeah.
Oh, let's just like talk about the subjects and shit, and not like shit talk. That's all.
Okay, fair enough. But I'm looking into this meteor stuff. So yeah, like I said, I think the only thing I can reasonably assume is that it's just the collision point, like wherever the asteroid or meteor collides, whatever. At that point specifically is where it explodes, and then bam, you got a circular crater. Now, I did look at some of the other numbers, though, like for example, the speed of your average explosion. That's around 3,000 miles an hour, I think. And asteroids and meteors usually come in faster. So yeah, I guess if it was to explode, you would imagine the explosion would sort of lag. Okay, I understand that part, but like I said, I would have to imagine the contact point is where the explosion happens, and that's why they're circular. I guess if they exploded before hitting the ground, I guess you might get like some kind of dragged out crater. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I don't know.
Again, that would be still. It would still be different. It would still be different, even if it exploded above the Earth. You still wouldn't get this symmetrical thing. You'd have.
If they're exploding over Earth, why are we then fishing them out of the sea as one piece?
Yeah, I mean, this is
Because
what I'm
that's
saying.
a piece of the whole thing.
In the sea, of all places.
It's not the whole thing. It's part of what was left after the explosion.
So why didn't that
Yeah,
bit
right.
make a crater?
Yeah, right.
What you're asking why it didn't make a crater after telling me they found it in the water? Are you dumb?
Why don't the big bits that don't explode make craters that aren't perfect, like drag marks?
Oh well, those. Well, hold on, those wouldn't. No, that would.
What, a huge rock crashing into the ground wouldn't make a drag mark?
Well, I mean, I'd imagine that the explosion obviously makes the really big crater, and there might be like maybe at the center. Well, actually, I don't know, but the actual meteor or asteroid. What are they? Meteor or asteroids? Because I mean, I want to like kind of stick with one word. Which one is it? Because I thought asteroids were like bigger and ones that actually came through the, sky and shit.
We're going with meteors, but Jim's original claim was nothing comes from the sky and hits Earth.
Okay, so let's go with meteors. Okay, so yeah, meteor. So like it would I guess maybe hit the ground, whatever, the explosion, that's the crater, and then maybe whatever's left of the rock obviously falls down and then into the crater. It might have like a little bit of like like where there's a little indent, but other than that, though, I'd imagine there's the big crater that fell from the explosion. I don't think the rock really does much of an indent itself. Like I said, I don't know. This isn't my subject. I'm kind of just learning as I go right now.
Yeah, you're just yeah. And the thing is, like you said, the material. We need to see this material because, for example, it is possible to take rocks from Earth, put them through a radiation machine to radiate these rocks and to make out they come from the moon, for example, which is what was said by Bill Woods, to quote Bill Woods, because the stuff that Russia got was petrified wood. You know, there you have it, and that's coming from a NASA employee.
Yeah, why are NASA employees giving out wood? Like petrified trees of some sort.
Yeah.
Very
Making out
suspicious.
it's moon rock.
Why would an honest
Moon rock.
person give someone something other than space rock?
Yeah. From the moon.
Yeah, why would you give them a piece of wood from the moon? It makes no sense. Unless they're saying there's wood on the moon. That's different.
There's trees on the moon, you know. God damn it, you know. You can't make this shit up, man. They call you a liar, but I haven't got any evidence to the contrary. Everything that they claim they've done has been debunked. It's easy.
Someone clipping their nails?
Sorry, that's me. I do apologize. Let me mute. Yeah, sorry. Let me mute myself there.
All right. All right. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, I'll have to look into that. I heard about that, but I don't know. I mean, you know what I'm saying? But excluding that, though, I mean, I still, I believe, asteroids or meteors still exist, though. I mean, I've seen evidence. You could argue that, someone put something up there and then it came down and bam, exploded. Like, okay, maybe. But I'm going to believe that, that came from, like, space. I mean, I don't know. But yeah, I don't know.
I for one can't have any belief in that. I can't believe in that at all. We can't go up there to verify anything. We can't send any machine from Earth, from our place here, up there and have a look and bring one back. We can't do that. We can't even check it. We can't even knock on the thing, land on the thing. They want to tell us that they've landed on asteroids. Drilling into asteroids, collecting the material, right? And they're flying back to Japan. Reckons they've done that, and they landed in Australia last year or the year before last. Bloody liars, you know. Landing on an asteroid, yeah, firing some kind of projectile, and then the dust that's kicked up is being hoovered up by this so-called satellite thing, yeah, and then they fly that back. Then they brought that back to us here on Earth. Really? No. Let's not be silly, folks. We can't do that. The asteroid belt, we don't know what it is. We haven't been there to verify that. And all these claims that meteorites and asteroids are landing on Earth is just BS. Just to substantiate space and things are falling from space to us. No.
Arma, you gotta admit, they talked you into believing this stuff.
No, not exactly.
Well, not exactly. How the hell do you know anything about it then?
Well, I mean, I mean, even from my own experience, I mean, if no one told me anything,
what is that experience of yours?
Well,
what is the experience you have?
Okay, can I just talk? Okay, so even if they didn't tell me a story, I would still think, that the moon was a giant, ball, a giant rock ball. So I mean, it doesn't matter. Like I would still be like, damn, like look at that.
But what experience do you have with asteroids? I mean, you haven't got any.
Oh no, of course not. Yeah.
So basically, yours is just make believe. Make believe. That's what you're doing. You got to be honest about that. You're make believing things. Yes.
You too, though. You're saying they should be all dragged out, but you don't actually know.
I'm not make believing anything. I'm saying that I cannot believe that rocks are falling to Earth. I'm not make believing, am I? I'm saying I haven't seen the evidence for this, right? So I have no fear that there's an object coming to Earth that will take Earth out. I don't have that fear. I don't carry that belief. That will never happen in my lifetime. It's never going to happen. That's what I'm saying.
It's not enough fair for me either. Even if I mean, like, so what? I mean, like we all died. Then what? I mean, okay.
It's never going to happen. An Earth life-ending event from an asteroid, that's never going to happen. Or a meteorite.
Do you think that the dinosaurs were killed off by a space rock?
Oh, I don't know. They say that's one of the. I mean, I don't know if they made that like more like whatever, because I remember a while back it was debatable what really did it, but I don't know if it's like more like no, that's definitely it now, but I don't know.
Well, that's what they said, didn't they?
They tried. They tried to say that's what happened.
65 million years ago. 65 million years ago.
Yeah, but is that like the one true like or is that like one true theory, or is that just like
stuff they tell us about?
That's what they tell us. That's what I learned at school.
Because I heard like other ones too, where it's like, oh, some kind of maybe volcano did a thing and bam.
No,
I don't know how true that is.
Never heard that. Never heard that.
I mean, that, like I said, that was a while back though, so I don't know if that's like still going. You know what I'm saying?
But don't you see how easy it is for them to just make stuff up, and then you're kind of like at a buffet where you just.
I mean, you kind of have to when you're talking about the past. I mean, you can't really know that shit. So I mean, it's kind of. I mean, you kind of can with some evidence of it, you know of it happening.
Big Bang.
Well, okay. Hold on. Let me finish my sentence. That was saying. So you could kind of get an idea with evidence, but yeah, you'll never truly know though. It's just you're just kind of getting an idea.
So when someone says they know the Big Bang is real, should we just call them liars?
Well, there's evidence to support that the things were closer at one point, and if you continue that pattern, you know, it gets to a point where it's at a whatever, but yeah, maybe it's not like evidence that like maybe it's not true that it actually was a Big Bang, because it could have been where things were closer and then they were farther before that. Now that doesn't make any sense, but that is for example one scenario where it's not the Big Bang, but it's just looking at it, you would say so.
Right? Do you think that's what happened
7
billion years ago?
Maybe, I don't know.
There is no evidence for this. Zero evidence.
To believe that, man. There's no reason.
No evidence.
To take that as
There's no evidence.
Yeah, but there actually is evidence for it, but the thing that's zero evidence for is any god.
Well, I think that.
That's a mistake in your part there, completely and utterly. Because look at the earth, look at the leaf from a tree, and that's all you need to know.
Yeah, that's explained in biology.
More powerful than you created that
That's
leaf.
explained in biology. No God required. Thank you.
No, that biology explanation is coming from a human being with a printer and ink. The actual leaf itself, what made that? What made that leaf and the tree?
You mean like the Bible is nothing but paper and ink?
Who said anything
Well, that might be paper and ink in itself. Look at the land itself, the water, the sun, the moon, the rain, the snow, the wind, the leaf, the trees, the animals, every living facet of this flat earth. What created it? Living, biologically.
Do you think it's all just
talking about there's no God? You're an idiot. You're an idiot to think that there was no creator. You're an idiot to think there was no creator.
Prove you're a creator.
The earth is my creation.
Jen, don't call
itself.
Jen, don't call names.
The earth itself. Yeah, sorry, but the earth itself.
So the earth itself is your God?
The earth itself was created, and that's the evidence that I need to know.
How do you know how it was created? Were you there?
You see, it was created by something more powerful than I.
How do you know that? Were you there?
I've been around for 60 years. I haven't seen any human being create anything better than the earth at this point.
Irrelevant. You're saying your God created
it's relevant.
Earth,
it's very
but you
relevant.
weren't there.
It's very relevant that the earth was created for us to live on. Very relevant.
Right,
all the
but
fruits,
Jin,
vegetables, the food.
Jin, listen, your standard of evidence is that you need to go there in order to witness it. But you didn't witness the earth being created.
But I am looking at the aftermath of what has been created for
us.
And I know
you're
that
looking
no
at the aftermath of the Big Bang.
No human being can create this earth. So
we're looking at the aftermath of the Big Bang.
Something more powerful than any living thing on this earth created the earth. The animals didn't create it. Man didn't create it. So therefore, it shows that something more powerful than than the animals created this up, and it didn't come from any Big Bang. We can work that out. No Big Bang created this.
I didn't say it came from the Big Bang. I'm just saying
Well,
we're witnessing
okay,
the
you're saying there's
aftermath
no
of the Big Bang when we look out to the
You're
universe.
saying there's no creator. How did it come to be then? How did it come to be then? If it was no creator, how did it come to be? How did it come to be? It can't just already
It was
be there.
already there. You're
I'm
not
sorry,
listening.
that is totally unacceptable.
Unacceptable because you say it's unacceptable?
It's unacceptable because it doesn't follow any logical or natural.
No, it doesn't follow your opinion.
Sorry. It's called no, it's not my opinion. It's called the truth. Truth is it was created by the creator.
How do you know if you weren't there?
God. The evidence is there. The evidence is there. That's the thing.
Right, and the evidence for the Big Bang is here too.
No evidence of a Big Bang, sir.
No evidence for God.
The evidence of the Big Bang is man-made.
The evidence for God is man-made.
The evidence for the Big
It's all
Bang
stories
is
in the
man-made.
Bible.
But the Earth's evidence is not man-made. So there you lose. I'm winning 1-0. I'm 1-0 up. Okay, Big Bang evidence is man-made. Earth is not man-made.
No, it's not man-made. We're witnessing it as we speak.
It's not man-made, exactly. It's not man-made.
No,
is it?
not
made by
man-made. We can observe it.
Right. So if it's not man-made, what made it?
Irrelevant.
Man-made. It's very relevant.
Doesn't show any evidence for your God. That's the whole point.
What evidence? What is the evidence for the Big Bang? Is there any evidence for the Big Bang?
Yes.
Give us the evidence.
Oh, please. You know what the evidence is.
I know you don't have any evidence.
Well, I said it earlier, though. I mean, but then again, you probably won't, accept it. But it was, like the galaxies. I think that's evidence of the Big Bang. I mean, I could be wrong, but
whenever you present as evidence, I will drown in absurdity.
Wait, hold on. Say that again. Hold on. Say that against the cleanser because I had Jin going galaxy in the background like 5 times. Okay, it wasn't 5.
There
it was like
is
3
no
times.
evidence for the Big Bang. Anything you present as evidence for the Big Bang will be manhandled.
No, you'll just deny it.
No, I'll provide many avenues for you to debunk it yourself.
Yeah, so you'll make shit up is what you do.
I will hold your hand as I walk you to the debunk that is the Big Bang. There is no evidence for the Big Bang.
Yes, there is.
It's a Catholic religion, all right? Part of a facet of the Catholic tradition.
Big Bang, where everything's expanding, but yet we measure no parallax. Crazy, isn't it? All the constellations are in the same place. And then they reckon that it's all going to reverse.
For an atheist, you sure do put a lot of faith in the priest that developed the Big Bang.
Yeah.
Isn't that ironic?
He's a walking contradiction. That's it.
I don't think that makes you a walking contradiction. I mean, if there's... Jesus, I can hear myself. Anyway, I mean, if someone comes forward with, like a good, theory and it's sound, and it doesn't really matter who it comes from, you know what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah, you guys tried that whole thing with the Nazis and the rockets. You guys have no standards. You guys say, I don't care if they killed the Jews. We'll take this guy and make him a hero. That's you guys' standards.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your boy who founded NASA.
Oh.
Werner von Braun. The guy who developed a weapon that bombed British people and Jews.
Well, I mean, as long as he does his job. I mean, I'm not saying what he did was whatever, but I mean, I'm just saying if he does his job right, I mean, whatever.
I'm kind of ashamed of the generations that, fought the Nazis only to just, take pictures with him next to Walt Disney as if this guy is some sort of legend.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I mean, you're probably right, but I mean, I don't know about this shit, so you're sort of like,
NASA
this is out of my
t-shirt is
territory.
essentially just a Nazi offshoot.
Okay.
Be careful wearing that stuff, man. But yeah, I mean, it's all a religion. They've just repackaged it and sold it to you under a different name.
I see.
I mean, look at this. We have an atheist, Ed, quoting Catholic priests. This is insane.
I
This is
didn't
crazy.
quote one single priest.
Big Bang is a quotation.
Big
first
Bang
coined.
is a quotation. No.
This is a Catholic thing.
It's not a quotation.
Okay. The term Big Bang was coined.
I didn't say this guy said Big Bang, therefore Big Bang.
You're this guy. You're the guy that says Big Bang.
So I'm quoting myself. I'm not Catholic though, so
you're an atheist quoting a Catholic.
Okay, but I mean, okay, if that is true, I mean, so what? I mean, if let's say for example, right, there was, I don't know, person who was all like, "Hey, this is how circles work," and it's how fucking circles work, right? And this other guy who's like on the opposing side, right? And he's like, "Okay, this is how circles work," and it's the exact same way as the other guy said it, right? I mean, that's how circles work. You know what I'm saying? I mean, like, it doesn't matter. You're gonna discredit the person because they're this and that, or whatever. I mean, like, maybe they just got it right. That they got the whole Big Bang theory right, and I mean, we just have to go with it. I mean, because it was really, good.
You
I don't know if
still
I'm making
haven't
any
provided
sense.
any evidence. Not a single shred of evidence for the Big
Well, I
Bang.
was just saying, like, like the movements of galaxies, they seem to be spreading out, so.
You've seen the movements of galaxies?
The redshift. I mean, that's why I said I want to bring it up, because you weren't going
to.
Don't bother, please.
What the hell is a redshift?
It's kind of like, like when a car is like passing by you, or like an ambulance, it's like, woo, woo, woo. That's the Doppler effect. I think it's called Doppler effect, right?
You sound like a desperate Christian saying, "Oh, but come on, the resurrection. Come on."
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, it's like, woo, woo. Yeah, same thing with the light. All right. It turns red. All right. And when it does that shit. Okay. So there you go.
Wait, you're saying like a passing siren?
Yeah. When it goes further away, the pitch like goes
red
down
for some reason.
Well, no, it's because you have to understand how waves work and shit. So I mean, red has a longer wavelength in it, but less frequency. Yeah.
Who told you that?
This is a belief.
And how do you know that that's not being lensed by the great attractor that you think exists at the middle of the Milky Way galaxy? How do you know that's not gravitational lensing causing that?
What?
Uh-oh.
Okay, well, you would have to explain how that would cause that. You're just saying, okay, lens, there you go, or some shit.
Didn't Einstein prove gravitational lensing by seeing things look all refracted in space?
Yeah, but that's at a really like close, like, because
gravity. So if we're in the middle, or if we're in the Milky Way galaxy looking outward, wouldn't we be in a bubble of gravitational lensing caused by the great attractor?
So what are you proposing then? That what, like?
So I'm proposing maybe your idea of redshift can be debunked like 20 different ways, even using your own model.
Well, I mean, you would have to explain why it would shift to red, though. You can't just saying, well, lensing effect, there you go. I mean, like...
Maybe we're in one...
It's a little vague.
Lens.
It's a little vague.
No.
It's like the same thing with you guys in the atmosphere being a lens, because... And so therefore, you can have the sun hiding. Like, okay, but you need to really go into detail. Like,
listen,
what's the lensing properties,
They say that Einstein discovered gravitational lensing by looking at galaxies. Now, from what I understand, your model says we live in a galaxy, and our galaxy goes around what they call the great attractor. That great attractor would produce some sort of gravitational lensing that we would be looking out from.
Let me look at the great attractor real fast. What is that real fast?
The great attractor is what the center of the Milky Way is.
Oh, okay.
So you guys don't even know your own... Oh, my God.
Well, okay, hold on. No.
These guys.
Well, because that's not my thing. I like I said, I don't argue.
You just got retired, bro.
No, I don't argue. Well, I usually don't anyway. I don't usually argue like for the globe side. I just argue that the flat Earth side's arguments are bad because they are. All right, that's my whole thing.
The great attractor. Understanding how you get the
Naps, it sounds like you're crawling out of a Dorito bag.
Okay. Hold on.
Sorry, I'm outside.
Because of how accurate that was, I had to laugh at that. But normally,
I really can't hear you, Naps, though, if you're trying to say something.
Crawling out of theory.
That was funny. Naps, you had a good argument going with Jin. You had the evidence, the meteor evidence. You should have stuck with it.
I tried to help her present, but she didn't join in, so I just gave up.
Oh crap! Now?
You sound really scratchy. I don't know what it is. You're not growing a beard on us, are you?
What the fuck are you talking?
Hey, no.
Okay.
You know, what does it come to, Armo, that you're having to have women defend your model?
What are you talking about? She literally came out of nowhere. I mean,
you messaged her to help you. You said,
no, I didn't. I didn't even message her.
Correct here.
What are you talking about?
You sound awful.
I didn't even message her. What are you talking about, son? You're talking out your ass, man.
No, there's some probability.
Well, maybe there is a probability, but I didn't actually do it though. Probability doesn't mean that it actually happened.
Well, there's some probability of likelihood.
What are you talking about?
That you messaged her.
I didn't.
And she just coincidentally showed up.
I think Nat messaged him because he came in as soon as the meteors was discussed.
Yeah, and just as I
He
was
came
destroying
running.
him, she started to speak up for him.
Okay.
They're definitely DMing each other.
Yeah.
They're saying, bloody hell, these people, they keep lying. They don't believe in dinosaurs. Redshift.
Well, listen, all right. All I know is that that's how Redshift works. We will. Okay, but I don't know about this great attractor shit. All right, you'd have to kind of explain why it would be redshifting because of the great attractor. You kind of just saying shit. Now,
no.
Here's the thing, right? I feel like with evidence, right? Your evidence is right now weak. All right, I wouldn't say there's no evidence, but I would say it's weak right now because you never really explained why the great attractor would make it redshift.
Okay,
but
I'll explain to you right now.
well, no, hold on. I got it because you said some kind of lensing. All right, I get that part, but that's why I'm saying it's weak right now. But you never really got into detail for why it would specifically be redshifting. Like,
is the Milky Way turning?
How's it going? Watch.
Yeah, it's like spinning around.
All right. Yeah, it's a couple nails.
Jeremy,
yeah, I mean, we're probably gonna make a new piece or something.
Oh, all right.
But we're also gonna take care of this safety
Jeremy,
chain.
hot micing.
All right. We're gonna do this first, though.
All right. Sounds good.
You think he can hot mic because he's a freaking mod?
He's on it. Arma, see, okay, so here's how I'm gonna
I'm
walk
joking.
you into the
Don't
next
mute me.
layer of this onion, right? Is the Milky Way turning?
I believe yes. It's like doing a little thingy, little spin, a little dance.
Okay, so wouldn't that explain why we don't see blue shift? It's all spinning the same direction.
Well, no, because that's the thing. If it was spinning at one, okay, so one
It is
side
spinning in yours.
No, well, hold on. From one side, we'd be going away from galaxies. The other side would be getting closer to some, because of how spinning works, right? You're moving around a circle, and at some point,
the Milky Way is turning in these great orbital wings or whatever it is. Then we would be seeing all the stars turn the direction of the Milky Way because we're in the reference frame of the Milky Way.
Okay, I see what you're getting at, though. But
why is Dawn pretending to be a flat earther right now?
Well, I don't know. That's why I'm a little like weird. Like, I don't really know. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's a glober, but I think what he's doing is he's playing devil's advocate on the globe side. All right, like this to make us have better arguments. You know,
all globers are playing devil's advocate when they preach the globe, which they know is devilish.
I can't tell with this guy. I really can't.
Well, I appreciate Don's level of honesty in discussing these difficult subjects.
Anyway.
Honesty?
Okay. Let me think about Sen's thing though, because that's actually relatively decent. But there's only one flaw to that because I don't think redshift happens with if something is moving around you. I think it has to actually physically move away from you. Like that.
There's no redshift.
Well, hold on, Don. Okay, I get it. This is fun for you, but hold on. Let me really.
Never been seen.
Okay. Well, anyway, so yeah, Sin, I think the effect only works with objects that are actually moving away from you, because that's. But I could be wrong though, because.
Bro, we're in the Milky Way. The Milky Way is flying through space, spinning. Everything from our reference frame will look like it's spinning away from us. What's so difficult? This is your model, dude. You should be informing me.
Well, no, because I'm thinking about it as like an actual location in a circle, right? And then at some point, okay, so if I'm moving from the top of the circle to the bottom of the circle, obviously I'm closer to the galaxies that are closer to the bottom circle, obviously, and so therefore I'm thinking, yeah, I would see blue shift there because I'm getting closer, you know. But there's also the argument that with you're spinning, and then I'm trying to think about this. Hold on.
There's no way out of this one. This one is the
Well, no, because I just provided my thing. You didn't even try to like,
Yeah, I hand wave it because it seems premature.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hand wave your shit, all right? Because you think you're cool like that. Well, I'm hand waving your
hand
thing.
wave
now.
everything. Just be religious to what you already believe. Get on with your life. Hand wave.
Wait, who are you talking to?
All absurd
Because
stuff.
I can't hear.
Just hand wave it.
Do you hear Arma, Naps?
No, I don't hear him. I'm like, who are they talking to?
He's got the cartoon furry profile
I'm
picture.
sorry.
It's Ty the
I'm sorry if
Tasmanian
I was
tiger.
over talking
But
you.
yes,
I didn't hear you.
I guess it is a cartoon furry.
They can't even hear each other.
Oh, there you go. I'm sorry. I had you on mute. I don't know why.
Okay, I changed my icon.
Yeah, Arma, you
Anyway.
gotta change that furry look. I don't think it's
It's Ty. You know like the PS2 game Ty.
Chicken guy's got another furry animal chicken thing. Don's kind of Don, you gotta be
Yeah,
careful with that stuff.
He's
It's an
a
animal.
what is he? A slimy? Is that what they're called?
What's
happening? It's a frog.
Well, I think it's a toad. All right.
Okay, well, that'd still be a slimy, or would that be?
Frog. I don't really
This
know
is
much.
a frog. It's from a fairy tale.
Oh, is that the Princess and the Frog kind of thing, where it's like, and then it's okay. Wow,
Cross the barrier into the abyss, the other world, the other paradigm, and you retrieve the golden ball, the sun, the princess, the goddess. Also, so see, I'm good in both worlds. I can cross.
Oh, I see. Okay, look at that. Okay, that explains why you're like
Arma,
bipolar with this topic.
Admit
You're
that
like,
I had the best argument against the Big Bang that you ever heard.
no.
You couldn't.
Well, okay. Oh, I mean, out of all the other flat
getting
earthers, hold on. Out of all the flat earthers, I guess so, because none of them really touched the topic. They're just like, oh.
Well, see, I had to jump into your model to
Yeah,
right from the
which is the
inside
way
out.
you're supposed to do it. Yeah, good job.
It's just that easy, man.
Okay, but I still like I said, I'm thinking about this though, because I'm gonna real fast look up. Do we see redshifting when rotating? It's moving toward
Well,
this
you have to
logic.
remember the Milky Way is also zipping around through space. So the redshift could all just be because of the trajectory of the Milky Way.
No,
And
but
that really
okay,
wouldn't
no, but
prove
hold
the
on, no.
Big Bang either.
No, see that's where once again your argument fails though, because if you're saying the actual movement of the what do you call it, of the the Milky Way, right? If the because the Milky Way can only be moving in one direction, right? So obviously in the one direction it's moving in, we're going to be getting closer to some galaxies while getting farther away from others, you know. So
But we're in the non-inertial reference frame of the Milky Way. So everything we're seeing in terms of other galaxies would be in the reference frame of us moving.
yeah, but that's the thing though. I mean, okay, so imagine I'm in a car, all right, and I'm driving forward, right? And
Imagine.
yeah, well, yeah, because it's a fucking okay. You know, whatever. I'm not doing it. All right, so you're driving in a car, right? And then you got the stuff in front of you and the stuff behind you. Obviously, the stuff in front of you is getting closer, and the stuff behind you is getting farther away, right? Obviously, the stuff getting farther away would be the stuff that's getting red shifted, all right? And the stuff that's getting closer to you would be blue shifted, all right? So that's why I'm saying it doesn't matter about this reference frame thing, because I think you're applying it wrong first off. But back to what I was saying though, if the galaxy is moving in a direction, there will be galaxies in front of it that are getting closer to it. Those are the ones getting closer, and that would be blue shifted. So that's why we're saying that everything is moving away from us, because that's what it seems to be
No,
happening.
they just told us the other day that we're going to collide with Andromeda.
Well, yeah.
So we're not moving away if we're going to collide to Andromeda, are we?
Okay, so I think it applies.
There you go again.
No, because you can still have, for example, relative, motion within this thing. Okay, so for example, I'd imagine Andromeda is blue shifted, and everything else is, I'd imagine it's not just everything is red shifted. There's obviously a few things blue shifted, like once again Andromeda, but everything else seems to be red shifted though. So
you're just making it up as you go.
I'm not. I mean let me look it up real fast. Let me see if Andromeda is blue shifted or red shifted. Let me see this.
I can get you the article if you need that says Milky Way will collide with Andromeda. They talk about that all the time.
Yeah, it says even some galaxies, for example, Andromeda Galaxy, are blue shifted. This is because over relatively short distances, the local gravitational attraction between galaxies can overcome the general expansion of the universe. So I'd imagine there's some areas, some like obviously, for example, Andromeda and the Milky Way, those are, being gravitationally, pulled towards each other. And then there are some things that just will never be, all right? And that's why it's just ever expanding. And those are the redshifted stuff. You can have
just will never be, and that's why
No, I mean it's like the whole argument with like Earth and ball Earth and then the atmosphere on it. Like you guys are saying, well, all of it, like okay, there was, I don't know, this whole argument where you have the air traveling with the Earth, right, rotating with it, right, and then you guys are saying, what about like winds, like why do we have winds and shit or some shit, but you can have that relative to the main speed, what I'm saying, like the main, like the body of wind is overall turning at 1,000 miles an hour, let's say.
Man.
Hold on, okay, no, I'm just really bad explanation.
You're
all right,
talking about winds and all this.
Well, because I'm trying to give you an example, like it's like a relative motion thing, right? So like the overall body of the atmosphere, like the overall atmosphere is rotating, let's say, roughly at 1,000 miles an hour. But obviously within that, though, you have things that are moving, at their own speed, kind of thing, So like you can have 200 miles per hour winds or 100 miles per hour wind within that. All right. Or like, okay, here's another example. Let's say you're in a car.
Doesn't your own explanation also debunk the Big Bang?
What do you mean?
Because you said it can be this and also not be that at the same time. So it could be redshifting away, and it also could not be redshifting away.
No, okay. So the idea is that the most things, okay, I'm probably like 99% of galaxies are moving away. All right, there's a few that are coming towards us, right? But if we were to, for example, let's say if we were at another galaxy and we saw Andromeda and the Milky Way, we would see them both redshifted. All right, because they together are moving away from us. All right, you got to look at it as like objects. All right, like
seem very falsifiable.
You just got to group it together. All right, like just like how we group the entire galaxy, which are billions of stars and trillions of stars, whatever. Right? Actually, it's like a few billion. It's not a trillion, but yeah, a few. Just like a galaxy is a few billion stars, right? Like hundreds of billion. We can look at Andromeda and Milky Way and the Milky Way as two, galaxies, And so you can group them together just like how we group the stars together for the galaxy, all right? So those together, all right, that's within. I don't know. I'm like really bad explaining shit, and I'm kind of going off.
Would you chalk this up as a win in your book?
What my explanation? If I explained it correctly, maybe, but I'm doing a really bad job right now.
Do you think you or I?
I think you stuttered less. All right.
You even know the truth. We all know what happened here.
No. All right. Don't talk for me. All right. Anyway, so I think you talked better. All right. You didn't stutter like I did because I have a problem with stuttering, but I do think my explanation is better though because I'm actually, looking into it. I'm saying, hey, this could happen. But
hey, Arma, have you ever, like before you got into this discussion, did you ever even really believe that, or did you just find out after the fact?
Wait, you mean like? Well, hold on. Like,
well, I mean, it just seems like you just kind of Google for explanations instead of. Like, did you ever even really like believe any of this, or do you just like, oh, what can I Google today?
Well, I already kind of had like knowledge of it already, but like I wasn't really too knowledgeable of it. But yeah, so I guess I do kind of like Google things up, and whether I believe it or not is like whatever. I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm gonna assume so because I mean, I have no reason to believe that they're lying.
But what about the pink unicorns, man? You didn't find that?
Okay, no. But anyway, look, all I know is that look, whether there are galaxies moving away or not, all I know is that what they do see is redshifting. All right, what that redshifting means could be anything, but I'm gonna assume it's the like the Doppler effect where things are kind of moving away. I mean, I have no reason to not believe that. So it's less that I believe it, more that I don't have a reason not to believe it. Does that make sense?
I don't know.
You should probably try and believe stuff before you come online to talk about it as truth.
You're just kind of talking at this point, Don.
Oh, come on.
No,
you just said, I don't really believe it. It doesn't really, that's not really important, but it says it.
I mean, Don is basically articulating my point. Like you're interested only after the fact. Like you obviously didn't. I mean, I'm not just asking because like I know, I can tell by the way you're talking and like looking at this topic, like you're just kind of hoping there's an explanation. You're not really believing it.
Well, like I said before,
very happenstance.
Okay, hold on. So
yeah, it's very after the fact.
Well, like I said before, I don't really argue for the globe. I argue against the really shitty arguments that I've heard on the flat side. And so I heard this argument about, red, like it's whatever. And so I'm just trying to give you guys, like, an explanation.
I don't know what shitty
just for the sake of giving you guys an explanation,
that's
because
the point.
I know not of what shitty argument you would have heard from the flat earthers. I know not.
Yeah, I didn't. What shitty argument did we make?
Well, I've already said this 1,000 times already. I'm not going to do this shit again. All right, I heard a lot of shitty arguments. All right,
What's
I
the
said it.
argument?
Like I said, it. Well, I've said this before, but like early flat Earth had some really dumb arguments. All right, and
Flat
some
Earth
people still
doesn't
believe
have any
it.
dumb arguments.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, give us an example of a dumb.
I'm not doing this shit again. I did this like 2 weeks ago. I did this 2 weeks ago.
You said early flat Earth. What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
Like when I first came into debating it, I heard some arguments like, oh,
When was that? When did you get in?
It was like 5 years ago, I think.
Yeah.
A few years ago. I don't know. Maybe.
And you're still Googling shit, huh?
Well, because I like I said, I don't really argue this shit, and it's not like I keep this really in my head. Like I had a basic understanding of how blue and redshift works, whatever, right? But at the end of the day, though, it's just it's just kind of there as like I know a little bit of it. I don't want to talk about something unless I really, really, really know about it. So that's why I start Googling it just to double check to make sure I'm right. Like there's some things I don't have to double check because I'm really good at that subject, but this I'm not really that good. All right, I'm okay.
You know what I have to say about that, right?
What?
Cool story, bro.
Oh damn! I can't believe you pulled that shit. Anyway,
bro.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I don't know.
The flat Earth stance hasn't changed from the beginning to now. So you still haven't mentioned any one single shit argument. You haven't mentioned it yet.
I did like 2 weeks ago. I don't want to go into this again because the whole.
When I have to, boy, because you didn't. Not even 2 weeks ago.
Oh.
What do you want? What do you want to get into, Arma?
They're still dumb.
The transparent moon. All right, let's go. Let's just do this again. All right, let's fucking do this again.
What do you want to get into?
I just said it. The transparent moon.
Transparent moon.
Yeah, I remember.
Okay.
I remember joining 24/7. The guy was like, "Okay, you first."
How did that
so the
that
transparent moon is not transparent. It's just the atmosphere making the moon opaque.
Thank you. Well, not opaque. Well, I mean, okay. Your wording was a little weird, but yeah, I understand the gist of what you were saying, though. But I've heard flat earthers say, "Oh no, it's like." I remember I joined 24/7. They were all like, "Oh, it's transparent and shit." And I was like, "No, what do you? Come on."
You're not in 24/7 anymore.
Yeah. Well, that was ridiculous.
When people say that it's transparent, that means they have to have something to compare it to, which usually is some kind of like white dot or something that is a fixture they think is a star, but they never tell me what star or planet or whatever they see. They just say that they see something in front of the moon, right?
Yeah.
And usually what I would suspect it to be is like a balloon or something that's just there in the sky in front of the moon.
Right.
Yeah. So it's not transparent. It's just that usually it looks transparent when the sun is out and it's lighting up the atmosphere, and it makes the moon look opaque, or it's opaque against the atmosphere. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, there you go. Well, at least you answered it pretty good. All right.
All right. What's the next question then?
Well, hold on. Like I said, I've heard some flat earthers argue that. So while you're saying, while you gave me a good argument, there's others that were like, some dumb shit. All right. Anyway, let me see. What's the next one? I had a list of this. Let me see.
Okay. The Earth is still flat though, yeah.
No yeah, that wasn't really an anti-flat.
Yeah, it is. You got it, Jin.
Well, no, because it wasn't anti. No, I'm saying they made some dumb arguments. I never said.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad ones out there.
Okay. Yeah. Well, another one would be, and I don't want to get into this because once again, I don't want this this whole talk to be, revolve around me right now. All right, but I'll give you one more though. All right. And
you're the preferred character of choice at the moment.
Just go down the list, man. That's all. No worries.
Like I did this 2 weeks ago, but okay. We're talking about like perspective. All right. You need the atmosphere for that. All right, for it to do the shit that you see. But I've heard people like Lemon. All right, I know people in this server are like, oh, don't talk behind someone's back. But I'll just say, all right, that people like Lemon, will just say, it's purely perspective. Like the diffraction limit, your eye, 6 feet off the ground, it moves up or some shit. I don't know. He says some weird shit, but he'll be saying like that's all explained with the eye, and that's like not fucking true. All right, you need at least an atmosphere on the flat Earth. All right.
Yeah, I agree entirely.
Yeah.
Is that the? I mean, was there a question there? Or?
No, it wasn't a question. I was just giving you another, some of the arguments I've heard.
Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, we can't live outside of atmosphere, so to say otherwise is on its face false, right? So
I'll take that.
On.
Fair enough. Yeah.
Absolutely.
But I mean, for crying out loud, though, some of these arguments are dumb, and it's like, okay, like I'm not gonna. I mean, I get it, like. I shouldn't like let these arguments, stop me from whatever.
Let me be more thorough then. Let me help you understand why Lemon would say that without an atmosphere. It's still possible. It's because on a table you can make something disappear from the ground up, optically. The problem is if you change the size of your lens and you change the focal length, you can bring that motherfucker right back into view and it's not obstructed. So it's literally just an optical trick.
Yeah, but the thing with that, though, is from what I've seen though, that has to do with it's sort of like smoke and mirrors, right? Because they purposely have the camera. Well, not purposely, but I mean, I guess they don't realize they're doing it. But they have the camera.
The camera is lower than the table, but it's not. It's actually where it's supposed to be. The problem is it's the focal length causing the object to be obscured by the blurring of the fucking table.
Well, what makes you? Well, hold on. What makes you say that it isn't below the table?
Because I've seen both examples and I can demonstrate it. It's a trick.
I did that when I was a child. I did what you're talking about when I was a child in the 60s. So that's why I know it's actually based in reality. It's not trickery or anything like that, yeah? That is a real natural phenomenon that is happening in front of your eyes. There's no trickery there.
But it's because
I performed that as a child.
It's because you can't change the focal length of the eye. So you can make something look like it's going behind a solid surface, even though it's flat. The problem is, as soon as you whip out the camera, you can see that motherfucker again. So it's comparing one lens to another.
An optical illusion is what it's known as. An optical illusion. That's what that is.
Basically. Wait, real fast focal length. What is that again? Is that when you're able to like focus like the whole
focal length is the distance between the internal lens and the sensor. You increase that by making your lens longer. It's when you screw the lens and it goes outward or inward.
Okay. Well, anyway, so back to the table thing, right? So I'm gonna have to disagree with that. The explanation that I've seen is that it is slightly below the table.
That is disappointing and unfortunate.
Hold on. So what I've seen is that it is slightly below the table, right? But there is some of the lens that is above the table, though, right? And so the argument is, or the idea is, and so the idea is that I think it's you either focus it or don't, but in one of them, it's like I think it's unfocused, right? And the idea is that you have like the table kind of above. Okay, the point is you can see both the top and the bottom, right? But if you focus it though, then you only see one of them, and then it kind of does this illusion. But you have to have the camera slightly below the table though. Otherwise, if you did this above, you would never. It would never.
There's ones out there where it's aligned at the center of the lens and it still works, but you have to use focal length. That's how you make it resolve.
Well, can you show? I mean, I'm not like trying to put you on a spot or anything, but if you can show me one of them, that'd be nice though.
I mean, I don't think I downloaded that one because it's like really obvious, and you can look up focal length and what it does to things in the foreground. So I don't even really have that video downloaded, but you could just look it up and figure it out. Not hard.
Okay, but it's really hard to look up table experiment shit. I mean,
no. Don't look up table. Just look up focal length and what it does to foreground objects. You'll learn real quick.
No,
yeah.
It's not. That doesn't explain like obstruction
though. Not foreground, but foreground and background. My bad. Oh.
I mean, I understand how like the lenses work and shit. I mean, I wasn't really too knowledgeable, like focal length. Like all I really know is I know field of view and I know perspective. But
I'll send you the video when I find it. But just trust me, it's just a trick. It's I'll just send it to you when
an optical illusion.
Well, yeah, it is, but it's an illusion used to prove. It's an illusion to sneakily prove the flat Earth when it's being done
We're not
improperly
using it to No. We're not using it to sneakily prove the flat Earth. This is what's happening naturally in nature, but it's an optical illusion. It's an optical illusion from a natural one. It's not man-made. Okay, this is a natural occurring optical illusion. It's not man-made trickery.
But my only issue with these videos,
I think that the people who make the videos don't necessarily know what's happening that makes the difference.
They don't, and that's my problem with it. They're not quantifying anything. Like everything is just sort of like, okay, as long as I get it to finally work, if I move the camera down and it starts working, then we're good. But they're not quantifying like, what angle do I need to do this at? Like it should be repeatable, where I can get an angle, I can get like certain height.
Repeat it.
But they don't have any numbers
on
though.
The doll where they touched you.
No, what I'm saying is they don't have any numbers that I can actually follow. Like, okay, if I do this at a larger scale, I could scale it up. Like, okay, I need this much height, I need this much angle, whatever. Like, they're not giving me any of that. I mean, it's just until it works. That's it, and that's not really like.
You can do this on any regular table.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I want numbers. But I want numbers though. I want numbers so I can scale this up and scale it down.
I'll let you finish. What I was going to say is that in my experience of what you're talking about, I learned this thing as a child at the dining table and the kitchen counter in my mum's kitchen with crumbs of food, bread, biscuits. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
With angular resolution and perspective. So I didn't know that that's what I was doing. I was just having fun. But I'm able to recall the sensation that we're talking about here. And it happened that early for me. I'm sure if you can think back to your childhood, you must remember doing that, playing that game. I can see now you see it, now you don't. Come on, man.
I believe so. But the thing is, like I said, I want numbers.
Right, there you go.
I want strict numbers though. I want because if this is like you can say it's repeatable, sure, until you get it to work, obviously, yeah. But I want like actual numbers that I can repeat. Like, okay, at this scale, I have to have the camera like an inch off the ground, or at this scale I have to have it like a millimeter. I want actual numbers, because otherwise
they want to be precise, don't they? They want to be precise. That's what that's about. That's their integrity coming through there. They're not cheating anybody.
No, that's me asking for the numbers. I'm saying there is no numbers from what I can tell. I want numbers. I want so I can replicate it, and I can actually scale it up and scale it down.
You know what? But you can. You don't really need the numbers. You can do that yourself.
No, because I want the numbers. Because
their numbers.
Okay, without the numbers,
though.
Okay, but without the numbers, though, there could be a lot of fucking around, and like there could be a lot of like
you bring your numbers to bear. You bring your equipment and your numbers and your targets, what you're observing, to bear. That's what you do. You're just repeating what the actions they done, but using your numbers and the thing you're observing. That's all. Come on, man.
Yeah, but I don't have equipment for that.
Oh, well, there we go then. So there's a problem already. See?
Well, that's why I'm asking for the freaking videos, because I don't have the equipment. I don't have equipment
It's
for a lot of
fine,
things.
but what we're talking about is a real thing that you can put your hand on. It's tangible. It's repeatable. There's no trickery. Where's the curvature of the Earth? No curvature.
Well,
No
stop.
spin.
Hold on.
If you
want
want more
in the
videos,
vacuum of
man,
space?
you need to tell Google Earth to stop deleting our fucking shit off the internet. How about that?
Google Earth's not
Censor
doing
it.
that. I think that's just Google.
It's doing that, man.
Same difference, bro.
All right, let me look at this table shit up because I'm telling you. All right, I've seen only ones where it's below, and the ones that are above, right? They haven't shown the side of the tables. All right, because I had a desk, right, that in the center slightly dipped. All right, it wasn't obvious until either looking at it from like side on, right? Not side on, like from like front on, like whatever you want to call it, right? Where if you like look at it, you can tell that it's actually dipping a little bit. But there was other evidence that that showed that my table was dipping in the center. I had like a little like a 3D printer, like a small 3D printer. It's like the Monoprice Select. It's like a $200 one, right? But anyway, I had that would over time like kind of gravitate towards the center of the table, and I would wonder why, and it's because there was a dip in it, right? So with these examples where you have the penny disappearing, I want to also see the side of the table to see how straight it is, because if it could always be like slightly not straight, you know what I'm saying? So I want to see that as well, you know what I'm saying? Like unless we account for every variable, there could be some fudging, you know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm going to say. All right. You can have tables that are warping a little bit, and that would cause things to disappear. That's not good. You would agree, right? Hello?
That's fine, man. There's no problem with wanting more. I mean, if I wish I had the video, I just sent it to you. So here's what happens is that like you're essentially you're essentially okay. So the lens, it makes a triangle, right?
Okay.
And when you change the focal length, you're essentially changing the area of which you're focusing on. So it's a specific position. So you're basically lengthening that triangle into a cone that's longer or shorter.
Mm-hmm.
And the center of between those two lines that are meeting at the point, that's what's going to get the most focus. And when you change the focal length to the front, then what you're doing is you're allowing the light from the table to overshadow the coin to make it look like it's bigger than the coin and it's covering the coin. And then when you get that triangle to meet the coin, you get more of the light from the coin, which overshadows the table, and then you can see the whole coin again. It's just a trick.
Yeah, but you need the front of the table initially for that to even happen. You need the front of the table for for that to happen. I mean, if you can show me one where you're above the table, all right, but also I need to know that it's flat though too, all right. Then and it disappears.
Hold on. You want the lens to be on top of the table?
Yeah, like how we do it in real life.
Well, then you can't use a table. You'd have to use like a basketball court or something longer.
Okay, but we also have to prove that is perfectly 100% flat, though. Otherwise,
well, that's what I'm saying. Like the whole point of using a table is that you have to pretend you're basically on the surface. That's why they put the lens centered with the table.
Yeah, but they always put it like a millimeter below, though. I'm saying if we could do a millimeter above,
they don't. Some of them do, but the new ones don't. The new ones are perfect.
Well, okay. All I know is that I want to see some surface. Okay, I want to see some surface because usually it's like you don't see any surface. You just kind of see.
You want to see some surface, okay?
Some surface of the table. I mean, like because like usually they don't show like.
Well, I think that's enough. Okay, I think it's fair to ask for just the slightest, maybe 1 millimeter of surface. That's fair. That's fair because you'd still get the same effect. It would just be less. That's all.
Put a spirit level on the table so you can see it's level with a spirit level.
Okay, but I also want to. But I also want to see it's flat too, though. I mean, level is one thing. Flat is another, right? I mean, I want to.
Well, you know what? Don't you have a table?
I
do. A lot of
but,
requirements there, buddy.
Yeah, but as I can see right now, I'm seeing like the desk, not the desk that I have here. Yeah, this one right here is a little bendy. The table, I do have a table, but I don't know if that's 100% straight. But even then, I don't think it's long enough though. It's kind of a short table.
Do you guys like come out of a factory? Because it seems like all the people like to come argue this stuff. They like just had a big cup of coffee or Adderall or something. I don't get it.
Wait, me? No. I just talk fast.
You have a lot of energy, kind of like Rumpus, kind of like a lot of people coming here.
I don't know. Maybe we're trying to get our thoughts out fast before someone interrupts. I don't know.
So you've been conditioned, I see.
Maybe. No, but for real though, I mean, come on, someone find me a video. Come on, like anyone, just find me a video, and I'm gonna.
I mean, the video that I've seen and maybe have that I can find, it's gonna be perfectly centered. It's not gonna be above, because the table's not super long. It's just the nature of the beast.
All right, well, come on, flat earthers, give me a video, give me a table video, all right?
All right,
someone do it.
Let's see what I can find.
Table video. While you're doing that,
I was thinking about it. I might have a GIF. There's been a lot of GIFs like that.
I'm not really a fan of GIFs because I can't go back and forward, and it just goes one way, and it's like you gotta wait until it ends to watch it again.
The redshift of GIFs.
That was actually really. You know what? I'm not going to say that because you're a fucking dirty commie.
That's right.
Jesus Louise.
That's right. Someone's got to carry that flag.
Damn.
Tell them how you really feel, Riggs.
I already sent Gio a message. I'm like, hey, you have commies on your mod team? I did too. I was like, fuck this guy.
Well, there's something undefeatable about the power of communism that allows men to arm themselves with sticks and feces and, just absolutely crush the American army. So there's real power in that. Undeniable. But yeah, Arma, you notice how no Globers wanted to bail you out?
Wait, what do you mean? When?
That whole time you were trying to scramble for, this and that.
I didn't scramble for shit, all right? I don't know what you're talking about.
You were Googling as fast as your fingers could type, man. I heard it.
No, I wasn't Googling.
I just heard it again.
Yeah, okay, that was for jokes. Come on. That was for jokes. Anyway, no, man, I don't know what you're talking about. I wasn't scrambling for shit, all right? There was no scrambling. You were scrambling, if anything. Yeah, that's what happened.
You don't give us enough credit. We're very patient with you guys.
Yeah. I think I don't know what I think. But yeah, I mean, I wasn't scrambling. I gave you a good argument. You were just like, oh no.
That's what someone would say if they were trying to hide the fact that they were. So, unfortunately, there's no way out of this.
Also someone who wasn't scrambling would also say that. So you kind of just saying
if someone's
shit.
Gonna lie about something like that, they would say it just the way that you said it.
Yeah, and if someone was telling the truth, they would also say what I just said. Anyway. Anyone else want to take over? I'm done.
I just want to say,
yeah, go ahead.
Mate, you're my favourite Glober right now.
Oh, okay.
Just so nice.
So docile.
I'm still waiting for that video.
Yeah, Armbar is cool. I mean, I got no beef with Armbar.
Where did that name even come from? Like, how did you see R-bar or whatever? Like, there's no B or V. I don't know what you're saying. What R-bar? What?
Armbar?
Armbar? Like, where did he get that from?
I don't know.
I mean, it's funny, but I don't get it.
Well, before you changed your name to Arma, I think it may have been Armbar.
No, it was Armatter. It wasn't Armbar.
So you did change your name?
Yeah, sure it did. Because no one knew how to pronounce Armatter, and now no one knows how to pronounce this now. So it's like, what the fuck? Okay, never mind. That's not true. A lot of people know how to pronounce it. Just Jeremy is saying Armbar. He's the only one.
What are saying on this sin? Do they want to get rid of guns or something? All of a sudden.
Talking about the guys in chat.
Yeah.
You're trying to make an argument that, you know, a 17-year-old kid running around at night shooting people is somehow, you know, constitutionally viable. So they're praising the slaughtering of a man in the streets as a victory of some sort.
Yo, they just sent me an Apple. They just sent me an Apple like instant message saying that he got acquitted of all charges.
What?
It does seem like a stunt show, like a show of some sort.
This
that
is
thing that happened.
I first thought.
You know that thing where the kid was in the thing with the guns, and he shot the dude. To be specific.
Do you think that was a real thing, or do you think that was another psyop?
I don't know. Pete says the name sounds fake, but whatever. It's beside the point. He got acquitted of all the charges.
Damn.
I mean, I don't. Dude, he's sitting there protecting his family business or
insurance.
That is a good point. That's a good point. Like, you probably should have insurance on a business, and if your shit gets rocked, the insurance will cover it. But I don't know.
This time, righteous self-defense. This time, I get it. Yeah.
Do you not have the right to go protect your? But do you not have the right to go protect your property and shit? It's still your property.
You don't have a right to kill someone because you're selling toys. Like.
Wait, what are we talking about? The court case?
Yeah, the Rittenhouse kid.
I guess I don't know all of what happened in that story, so never mind. My bad.
Well, there was apparently some trouble in the streets, rioting and whatnot. The kid goes down there to protect his family's store. Some sort of altercation happens, and he says he shot the guy out of self-defense.
Yeah. And?
Well, the question is, where were the police, and why didn't he have insurance?
Why didn't he have insurance for the store?
Yeah, for the damages. Like, if my store floods, I have flood insurance. But he thought it was okay to run around with a gun at night and shoot people.
Well, they don't have any insurance at all? Or just the type that would be like people fucking it up?
They weren't even in the store, from what I know. They weren't even, They were out in the middle of the street, and I don't know what the kid was doing.
I don't think it was smart for him to go down there, and I'm sure he regrets it. But at the same token, you fuck around, you find out. So good for him.
Well, I don't even think it happened on his property, on the property.
I don't care what property it happened on. If people are attacking me, you're fucked.
Well, it kind of gives you a sign of intent that if you have a weapon and you go to where there's some sort of riot, that you're kind of looking for trouble, right?
So the people who are rioting weren't looking for trouble?
No, they're all looking for trouble. That's,
Well, then it's fucking fair game then. I mean, like I said, fuck around, find out. These are the people that chose to go down there.
Well, if I was a rioter and I was down there with my gun and some kid jumped in the middle of the thing, you think that's okay that I shoot him?
Jumped in the middle of the thing?
Yeah, say I'm out there protesting or whatever, and this kid comes up to me and starts trying to fight me, and I shoot him because I was fearing for my life.
Okay.
The way it was told to me, Rittenhouse was there, like y'all said, just to serve, protect, whatever. And then he got threatened earlier in the night by that bald-head guy that just got out of the mental hospital because of the rioting was going on, so they wanted to let him loose for whatever reason. So he threatened the guy's life, said, if I get you alone later, I'm going to kill you. And then later on, he confronted him again when they were more alone. And that's when it all started. And then a guy pulled out a gun, shot first, and then Rittenhouse shot and, shot 3 guys, killed 2 and wounded another. So,
Jesus.
I mean, he was threatened earlier. Yeah.
But, these are the games they wanted to play, and they figured it out.
Yep.
Well, the kid didn't have that much faith in the police. Didn't have any faith in insurance.
Of course not.
Why would you?
I mean, do you see police protecting property and rights anywhere else?
Were the police there when the dude was threatening his life?
The police were there praising Rittenhouse for helping them, thanking him throughout the day. I have it on video. The police thanked him for being there and helping them. And then he got threatened with his life, and then a gun was pulled on him, pointed at him. He shot that guy. That was after a shot was fired by someone else. He wasn't even the first one to fire a shot, so there was some fear there. And then the guy pulled a gun on him and pointed at him, and he shot him. Then another guy hit him across the head with a skateboard. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what you would do in that situation, but the trial was basically over when they asked the guy who survived that he shot, did he shoot you while you were walking around, blah, blah, blah? No. Did he shoot you here? No. Did he shoot you when you pulled your gun at him and pointed it at him? Yes, that's when he shot me. Okay, game over.
No shit. Yeah, exactly.
Shit. I mean, I think everyone there is kind of stupid. I don't think that he should have put himself in harm. I don't think he should have put himself in harm unless he had an excellent reason to be there. But that's not my decision to make. I mean, he's obviously an adult. So
if he did the shooting, if the shooting happened while he was on the property that he was protecting, then yeah, he had every right.
What?
But I think they were running around the street.
Wait, self-defense only applies on your property? Come on, dude.
Well, you can't just go walking around and then,
Actually, you can.
Okay, then this is why cops shoot people every day, because they say they were fearing for their life.
Dude.
You can always just say, I felt threatened, so I had to shoot him. Life or death.
Yeah, you think people would be acting a fool if people were carrying around guns normally? Probably not.
Just look up how many pawn shops get robbed.
Bingo.
Not very many.
Bingo.
So I don't understand, St. Cleaner. You're saying that he didn't have a right to defend himself, or what?
Yeah, he wasn't on his property, apparently.
I'm saying if you take a gun and you're walking around with a gun in the middle of the night.
Say gun again the way you do, with a gun.
With a weapon.
you know that's not against the law, right?
Yeah,
I'm walking around right now with a gun on my hip. Every day.
But would you walk around with a gun in the middle of a night during a protest?
Every night.
That's exactly when you have the
every second of the day I have a gun on me.
That's when you don't forget the gun.
Yeah, he was lawfully, he wasn't supposed to have that gun in that area, but he wasn't unlawfully carrying. It wasn't his gun, actually.
So what's stopping someone who, let's just say, lives in some poor, impoverished area, walking around with a gun, shooting people because they feel threatened?
Well, when someone shoots at you, you have a right to feel threatened, you fucking knucklehead.
Yeah, man, are you Canadian?
Hey, there's not all Canadians hate guns.
Oh, I was talking to you.
Well, Canadians agree. Canadians agree that guns might be a problem.
No, I don't actually. I think every homeowner, if you own a home, if I was the ruler of a country, I would say if you own a home, you have to take a gun safety course, and it's highly recommended you should own a gun within your house. At least.
The gun should be required in closing costs.
Yeah, I'd be alright with that.
Needs to be part of the receipt.
And yes, I'm Canadian. Not the usual probably answer you'd get from a Canadian, but whatever.
Hey, did any of the fellow flatties in here have a good coin table video that I can't find for some reason?
Yeah, I'm waiting. I've been waiting for that shit.
Me too. The only thing I can find when I search it is like the debunk sites, which are clearly not the ones I'm talking about. So,
of course, it's not the one you're looking for because
it's not
because it bunks your shit.
Oh my god, relax, dude. Calm down.
Rick,
put it back in your pants.
You know, a lot of those coin videos are a little suspicious, though.
Yeah, because they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
That's why I think it's bullshit, because it's not like, there's no numbers in it. I mean, I can't scale this up or down. I just have to kind of do it until it works.
They're not all bad though, man. Just persist, figure it out.
You could always make your own coin video.
That's what I've been telling
yourself.
him.
Yeah, but I need the equipment for that. I don't
what a table and an iPhone? Ooh.
Well, hold on. The camera. Okay, my phone's camera is not good. All right, so I got a cheap phone. It's like $100. That's it.
So you don't have a friend that has a decent phone with a decent camera?
That's a good.
Come on, dude. Yeah, lots of excuses. No, we're looking for solutions, not excuses here. Come on.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah.
Still, I don't know if I have a long enough table.
I don't know. A long enough table. Well, why don't you try and then you'll find out.
Yeah.
Hey, do you guys know that James Dean did ballet?
Wayne Gretzky did figure skating.
I actually did this before on my table with a children's block. The alphabet blocks. They have a little line around it, and you could see the line on the bottom. As you got farther away, the line on the bottom kept getting thinner and thinner, while the line on the top didn't.
Yeah, but did you use a super duper high calibrated level to make sure it was 100% flat and level before you did that, Jeremy? Because if you didn't, there could have been a micromillimeter of a dip that hid the coin.
Well, I'm not
I
asking
didn't
for
use a
that.
solar filter either, but
I'm not asking for that. Okay, now you're being dumb. Right? Come on.
Well, that's probably why it happened, because you weren't using a solar filter. I would think that's what happened.
Okay, you guys are really, come on.
I didn't have the alphabet block calibrated or nothing. I mean, yeah, I'd probably have to redo that.
Yeah, maybe it wasn't perfectly square to the nanometer.
Yeah.
Probably fucked up the whole observation.
Arma, I think it's just you're the only glober here.
No, I'm not. Well,
only confident one.
Oh. I mean, hold on. Yeah, maybe you're right. Someone's got to find that video. Come on.
The Liberals and the Democrats get to decide who shoots people and when.
Uh-oh.
Two wings of the same bird.
That's interesting.
What? That they're two wings of the same bird?
Yeah. I mean, that's, never mind. Yeah.
Don, how long do you think until that kid starts selling T-shirts about constitutional rights? I give him a week.
Sorry, what?
I think he'll be championed as a constitutional defender.
I don't have the video, but I wanted to demonstrate something. So let me see if this makes the point. I don't know if it makes the point. Kind of sleepy. Here, I'll just post this, see if it makes a difference. You see the size of the tree?
Yeah.
The only difference is the focal length.
Okay, so that's okay. So hear me out. All right.
Yeah.
So with focal length, right? There's also a field of view thing going on here, right?
Yeah.
All right. And what's going on here is with field of view, all right, and perspective, all right. Let's count. Let's for both. Okay. Actually, no. It's not just the difference. I mean, it's not just the focal length. I'm pretty sure in this image they also moved further back for this. They didn't just change the lens. They had to actually move back for this. You have to move your actual physical position. Yeah. So it's not just the focal length. It's also it's. Let's.
Well, focus is another one.
Well, yeah. I mean, you have to focus onto the kid, whatever. But
if you're focusing at the front of the table or the coin, that's two different things too.
There's another one in chat.
But if you focus on the tree behind the kid, though, nothing's gonna it's just gonna be in focus, and the kid will be out of focus. But here's the thing: this is a perspective and field of view.
Well, let me
argument,
ask you:
right?
if you're focusing on the tree, does the blurry face of the child cover more of the tree? Yes.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, but the kid
There
has
you
to be
go.
no, but the kid has to be in front of it in the first place, though. Otherwise, you know, like the kid is in front of the tree. Yeah, he has to be. That's the same thing with the table. The table has to be in front of the coin in the first place.
The way perspective works, the layer of the table in front of the coin, the surface of the table in front of the coin will dilate in front of the coin.
Yeah,
and so then.
Yeah, I got that. I mean, I got that right. But the thing is, the table needs to be in front of the coin in the first place. That's all I'm saying. I believe the camera is, we're talking like a millimeter, you know, slightly below, you know, the table, and that's why you already have the table slightly obstructing the you know, the penny already. All that's happening is the focus, you know, the focusing, whatever, makes it where you can, you know, either see, you know, the penny
Slow
still.
down, dude. You're fucking giving me Tourette's.
Sorry. What? Oh, first off, it's not even Tourette's. Okay, anyway,
you're giving me Tourette's.
But how? I mean, how am I?
I want to scream fucking nasty words at you.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I get what you're saying, right? Out of focus, the blurry kid will kind of take up more, right? But the kid has to already be, you know, closer. All right, it has to actually. I mean, like, let me see. So the kid's already in front of the
tree. If you're dilating something in front of something else, it's going to obstruct it. That's just the point I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, but the kid still has to be in front, though. I mean, like, it's. I get
when you focus on the coin, you're relieving the dilation of the object in front of it, which is just the light coming in from the table it's on. It's not. It's not hard.
Okay, I get that, but here's the thing, though, right? So when it comes to that, right? When it comes to focusing and whatnot, from my understanding of how focusing works, it's only a few like feet before you can focus out into infinity, right? Because it comes to a point where if you focus on the tree, everything behind the tree is also in focus as well.
Well, yeah,
right?
there's an unlimited, yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, you know, with the table, you know, obviously the front of the table, like the part that the camera is, you know, because so the camera is like slightly below the table, right? And at least with my whole thing, right? And the table is literally like, you know, like millimeters away from the lens, if not touching the lens, right? So there's that
below the table. You mean the lens centered?
Or it's okay. I wouldn't say it's perfectly centered because nothing, for one, is perfectly. You know, you can't really get perfectly centered. But let's say it gets close to. I still believe it's below it though. But let's just say it is centered though, right? You still have the argument. You still have this though, right? The fact that, you know, the table is practically touching the lens, right? And so yeah, there will be a focusing issue. But in real life though, right? When I'm looking out to the horizon, all right, there's nothing close enough to cause that effect. You know what I'm saying? Like it gets to a point where, like I said, with the tree, if you focus on the tree, everything past the tree will be in focus because there's a point where everything just kind of gets.
What if you're hold on, Armbar? You're making good points. What if you're a 6-foot observer and you're looking out over the ocean and there's 3-foot waves?
Yeah. Okay. So if
you got a little something under you to do that, basically you would have it would be like the camera's underneath the table, anyways. There. So even if the camera is under the table, okay.
So with the 3-foot wave, there's actual physical obstruction though. That, you know.
Okay.
But
just like when the camera's underneath the table, right?
Yeah.
Right. So perfect.
Yeah, but that's not explaining the whole. We were arguing with the whole focal thing. Like you can, you know, this focal thing will cause things to, you know, whatever. But with the wave, that's just a physical obstruction. I mean, same with the table, obviously, but with one, there was a focusing issue where if you focused it, you know, you could bring it back because you already have half of the lens above the table, and so focusing. Like I said, I'm not super knowledgeable of this, but the information is technically there though. But with the wave though, there wouldn't be a focusing issue though because it's so far away that everything, you know, like at a certain distance will just always be in focus at that point. You know what I'm saying? So you can't have a focusing issue with the wave. I mean, how are you going to bring things back up? You know, with focusing. You know, with a wave, you don't. You know.
Armbar, you're giving me Tourette's.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. All right, I'm giving everyone Tourette's, right? No, okay. The point I'm trying to get at is with the 3-foot wave, you can't focus the thing back into view. All right. So it kind of destroys this argument that you can focus thing back into view. And so I think it's kind of a moot point that you brought up, Jeremy, because at that point it's just
Okay. Well, so there's some examples, right? You know what actually demonstrates this?
What?
Pretty plainly is just those long zoom into the boats.
The long zooms, yeah. Okay.
Because when you're fully recessed, you see nothing but a blue line, a flat horizon, and then as you progress your zoom in and you increase the focal length, you start to see the head of the boat poke out, and then the full boat comes into view. So it's literally the only difference there is the focal length between seeing just a line in your resolution and then seeing the boat.
But I've never seen that though. I've never really seen that. If you can show me a video, show me a video of that. Yeah, okay. Then I'll be happy. Oh, that's a creepy cat.
Yeah, I think I got one of those right here. I think I posted it the other day. Let me look in my history.
The only way I can kind of see that happening is if the camera was low enough where,
Nah, just standing up at the beach, man. It's nothing tricky. It's not below the beach or anything.
Okay. Yeah, below the view. That's kind of funny. All right, but look it up though. Yeah, I mean, I'm not forcing you or anything. I'm just, whatever. Anyway, it'd be nice stuff. You could pull that up.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not good with my words, so if I say something that sounds kind of rude, I don't mean it. I just talk fast.
It's okay, man. We'll let you know when you're not making sense anymore.
Well, I mean, you guys kind of already did, like with the Tourette's thing. I mean, I was just talking fast, and I was giving you guys.
No, I said
Tourette's.
You're giving me Tourette's.
Yeah, and I think Jeremy did too, right? Was it Jeremy as well?
Yeah, because it was funny.
Yeah. So there you go.
Oh, you know what? This one doesn't have what I was at. God damn it. Can one of the flat earthers help me find the boat videos? Jesus.
Yeah, come on, guys.
Really, no help.
Where am I on the right server?
Everyone's just being lazy right now. They don't want to.
Sorry, Riggs. I'm in the middle of something. Yeah, I'm doing the laundry at the moment, washing.
Yeah, I'm in the middle of conducting business over here, so I mean, you're on your own.
You're cashing out your coins.
What are you looking for?
Every Friday, yeah.
Yeah, what are you looking for exactly? Anyway?
20 minutes where the kids start getting out of school.
I want just a pristine video of someone standing at the beach, and then the horizon is flat. There's nothing there, and then they just zoom in slowly all the way to the end, maximum focal length, and slowly the head of the boat starts to peek out over the horizon, and then boom, the whole boat.
Boom. There you go.
Thank you.
That's a nice boat.
Done that, man. Sorry.
You might have to open it in your browser to get the whole thing.
But it's not okay. So what was the argument that it disappears like bottom up as you zoom out or something, or what?
Does it not?
It doesn't. It's just if you look at it, it just gets more unclear, and so it gets to a point where you can maybe think it looks like it does that, but I mean we can't really, quantify that. We're just saying it kind of looks that way.
It kind of looks that way.
Yeah, I said kind of, but hold on. If you actually look at it, though, it doesn't. Though that's what I'm saying. It kind of does. But if you actually look at it, though, you can't really tell. It just gets too pixelated.
I can't. Is Dawn like? Are you like? You have like multiple personality disorder?
Yeah, I don't know either. Dawn's weird.
Hey.
I'm thinking he's just playing devil's advocate on the globe side, but at the same time, I think maybe he's a flat earther and a globe earther in one, and he has two personalities.
Yeah, right.
How did I come up?
He doesn't know which Dawn I'm talking to.
Oh, right, because it's two Dawns. Right, okay, yeah.
At least.
Anyway, back to the thing. Yeah, it's too pixelated to really tell what's going on. From what I can see, though, it actually looks like the entire boat is there, though. But that's what I'm saying, though. Like this is more of an angular resolution kind of issue where you just kind of can't make out what's going on. Now you could argue it does look like the top is the last thing that's visible, mostly because it's just the largest thing on the boat, and so you really like as you zoom out, there's just more of that to see. Now you could argue, oh, maybe that's what bottom up is. No, that's not what bottom up is. The bottom up obstruction thing. It's just
it does look like bottom up obstruction to me. Looks like even over a flat plane, lenses have a limit to how much they can resolve the difference between the ceiling and the floor.
Well, it doesn't look like that to me.
Read by the lens or the eye as bottom up obstruction, even over a flat plane.
Tell me if this
it doesn't look like that.
You can go. This one's not too bad. It's 19 seconds. I wish it were better bit rate, but you'll notice that it does start to obscure from bottom up, and then it actually becomes completely opaque and disappears as it zooms out. Kind of interesting.
Let me see this. Okay.
I hadn't seen this one before. I'm still looking.
Yeah. No. See. The whole opaque thing that you're talking about. Yeah. That's. Like I'm saying, it's a not an angle. I mean, I guess it would be angular.
No, that's not angular resolution.
What's a camera resolution?
From the bottom up in that one.
It's a camera. Well, I don't see bottom up though. It's for me. It's just it looks like
Watch
it just
it again.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, and it's just a camera resolution kind of thing. You can't. It literally gets too pixely. Not even too pixely. It's too blocky actually, because of the compression and whatnot. And yeah, you can't make out what the hell's going on.
Yeah,
it is a bit of an angular resolution thing, but most of the angular resolution problems are happening toward the level of the eyes.
Yeah, I don't know.
While you can still kind of make out a 2D image above that zone. So it looks like there's a huge amount of compression.
Look, okay. Yeah, so as I zoom out, I'm zooming out on this video. You can still see the blue of the boat. It just comes to a point where you get so far that literally the boat just becomes compressed out of existence. It's not even like a camera resolution. It's just a compression issue. It gets compressed out of existence. I can't make it out anymore. If you guys can do this
first bottom up, that appears to be where most of the compression is occurring toward the level of the camera, toward the horizon.
No. Video compression. I'm talking about video compression. That's just so we're getting that clear.
Notice how it disappears bottom up.
It doesn't.
Most of the compression is toward the surface. So it looks like there's more compression there, less compression at a wider angle up and away from this zone.
So here let's do this. All right. So if this is a true effect, right? Why don't we then, right, get a camera with a really, 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 really large resolution, right? And zoom in on something and then zoom out, right? Because if this is an actual, you know what I'm saying? Like, so
Lemon, do you have a good coin on the table video? Not a GIF.
I don't think so. I'll see if I can find
one. They're all wiped, man.
Listen, man, that shit's sold.
Bastards.
Oh my god. 2010. They're all gone. It's 20. That's so 2010. Right.
I don't see anybody argue these points anymore. It got burned out a long time ago.
Yeah, they're 2010
points. Well, the Globers affirmed that basically, beyond the resolution of the camera, when you can't resolve this compression anymore, that you have Earth curve. But cameras have a limit. The eyes have a limit. Eventually, it's just going to be squished and unresolvable. There's no Earth curve in the way.
But that's the thing, though. All right, it's not. Okay. So if things are hiding up bottom up, right? Let's get a camera with really, really good resolution. Let's zoom in, zoom out, right? And then because we have the really good resolution, we could scale it in a program, right? And then we could see whether or not this thing is hiding, bottom up, first or whatever, right? We could just scale up.
We already see it in this video.
No, we don't. It's really compressed. It looks like freaking Minecraft with how blocky it is.
The original argument was that the phenomenon is optical. It depends on what optical settings you're using, and that was demonstrated. So that point's been shown already.
But there's still observations where you have half the boat already, even when you're zoomed in, half the boat is hidden. So is that a different phenomena, or is that what?
Well, you're also looking at, I think, Rakia is here. He would call it the marine layer. So you can't escape refraction. You're gonna get stuff.
So that's a different effect then, is what you're saying. When we have the boat half hidden, actually half hidden, even when we're zoomed in.
Well, the idea that I was articulating was that your lens can either make something look like it's not there at all or that it's right in front of you, even though you haven't changed position at all. So the effect is thusly optical. So whether it's obstructing from bottom up or not, you can make things disappear just by changing the length of your lens, which was the initial
course,
point.
yeah, that's
So
fair because
that was the initial point. So I'm not sure what we haven't provided them.
Well, okay, so, but it depends on how we define disappear. Does it disappear bottom up, or does it just disappear? Sorry, I stuttered there a lot there.
You could just say that it doesn't resolve. I mean, either way, it's the same difference.
Yeah, I mean, but that's because the camera doesn't have
all
enough.
you do is change the length of your lens. Either it's resolved or it doesn't resolve.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
You know.
But
you mustn't get confused and think it's the Earth's curvature that's doing that, because that's not the case.
Exactly.
We've got to be careful.
The camera doesn't move, just the lens. So this, whether you can see it or not, is optical sometimes. Like, for example, like some people incorrectly state that they can see the sun setting and then they zoom in and, oh, look, it's setting all over again. No, it's just because optically there was too much glare and too much going on. You couldn't see specifically what was happening.
Yes,
then
that
you
is
zoomed
true.
in, you changed your exposure, you get a lot more detail.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, it hasn't gone all the way down. Because I promise you, once it's actually all the way down, you ain't gonna zoom that motherfucker back.
Yeah, of course. I mean, but
it's the same difference, man. Like sometimes you can see things because it's optical, but you need to know that though, because a lot of people will say, "Oh, it's gone, it's set," and they'll say things definitively when they haven't tested one or the other. They don't know if it's gone. Zoom in, get more focal length, see if it's still there or not. Get more detail. And that way you can know if it's either actually gone or if it just looks like it's gone. You know what I mean?
Well, at that point, it would have to be like a slither of sun left, I'd imagine. I mean, if you can't see anything.
Not even just a sun, like a boat or whatever you're trying to verify exists, or if it's under the curve. You know what I mean? Like most people at the beach, when they're just looking out and they don't see a boat, they say, that motherfucker's gone. You whip out the camera. Like, what's up, pretty lady? I see the bottom of your barnacles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I mean that's obviously an angular resolution kind of thing, because it's literally too small for you to make out.
You can, but if you don't know that has to do with focal length, which is AKA zoom. If you don't know that, then you can make wrong statements, and that's what I'm trying to tell you about, so you can avoid it.
Yeah, it's fine, but I mean,
another thing you have to remember about this observation you're making, sorry to cut in, is that when this object you're looking at is disappearing from you, if you want to measure that distance, that could be anything from your point to 10 miles, 12 miles, 30 miles. You could be looking at there as that is disappearing. You see what I mean, yeah? And then, therefore, within that distance, there should be some measurable curvature that's not there. That's the other thing that you must also associate yourself with. You're not observing any curvature here.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I just have an issue with this. I mean, not to like kind of sort of change, the topic, whatever.
You have an issue with the coin.
Well, I just have, because you showed me this video and you're saying, this because it disappears.
I have not found one fucking coin video. Yeah. It's funny. They say that we have been debunked, and they show all these. Well, it's the same video, really. All these debunk sites. They all show the same coin video. But guess what? I can't find. I can't find any flat earthers showing people that coin video. How about that?
Yeah, it's a little weird, but
yeah, it's a little sus, don't you think?
Yeah, it's a little sus.
I think that was derived from another video, but I mean, finding some of the flatter stuff, I go through my playlist, and a seventh or an eighth of my videos are gone, and so the playlist
I'm noticing that.
or changed or something. What was that?
Yeah, that's me too.
I do think it's a little messed up. Like
I do that as well, Lemon.
Like, even though I disagree with flat Earth,
I think our red pill is being systematically decimated by the commissars at Google or YouTube or whatever.
Yeah, I do I disagree with flat Earth, but I do believe in freedom of speech and press or whatever the fuck it is, right? Like,
why do you disagree with flat Earth?
What do you disagree with? You asked for it, bro. You used too many words.
What? What do you mean? What did I say?
Because now you gotta answer the damn question.
Why do you disagree with flat Earth?
Why do you disagree with flat Earth?
Because I haven't really seen a good argument. That's why. There you go.
Oh,
Well,
come on. You haven't addressed the arguments that we've given you. You're not
To say that
addressing
you
it.
disagree when half the
Yeah.
time you're Googling for the fucking answers of your own model, not really fair.
Well, because
Yeah,
like I said,
and we just talked about angular resolution.
yeah.
Angular resolution from a viewer's perspective over a given distance, yeah? And we're telling you that you must remember that there's no curvature here. That should be ringing an alarm bell in your head. You believe in something that should have curvature, yet you are looking across the sea from your beach, not seeing curvature.
What? So
doesn't that register?
What do you? Okay, what curvature should we see? Like, I mean, in this, like, give me an example.
Well, okay, I'll give you an example. There's a place. Is it Sacramento? Is it where they got the oil rigs? Santa Monica, where they got
Diego.
San Diego. Okay, there's two oil rigs. Okay, and there's a guy with his camera out there. The camera is 12 inches of the surface of the ocean at the beach. 12 inches, 1 foot. Now, according to the size of the Earth that we're given at school, colleges, university, astrophysicists, science, astronomers, the circumference of the Earth is 24,901 miles, and the radius of that is 3,959 miles. Okay, so with that there, the furthest we should see, which is known as the geometric horizon. The geometric horizon is the horizon of that globe, this spherical ball Earth, from a given distance. So we're standing at 1 foot of the ocean. The distance that you would see to your geometric horizon is only 1.22 miles. But in this image, you can see the oil rigs at 6 miles and at 10 miles. And if you look further on, there's an island 29 miles ahead. We shouldn't see that. Yeah, we shouldn't see any of that. Because the geometric horizon states you should only see as far as 1.22 miles. If you raise the height... Go ahead.
Send the image. I'm waiting for you to send it.
Okay, you want to see the black swan image? Okay, hang on a second.
Oh, it's the black
Please.
one.
Give me a minute. Give me 1 minute and I'll do that for you right now. Sorry, I didn't realize. I'm going to give you my one. You'll probably see two types. Someone's going to give you an image, surely, and then I'll give you my one as well. Hang on a second. Yeah, mine was going to take a little while. Look at this. Got to wait for it to bloody load. Nuisance.
Yeah, I wasn't like trying to interrupt you. I just wanted
No.
Of
course, you've got to see the image. I thought you was familiar with it, so no problem.
I mean,
I will do that for you right now.
I know there's a few of them, so I want to know which one specifically you're talking about.
Yeah, the one I'm going to show you is taken at around 6 o'clock in the morning. So it's just sun is just beginning to come up. It's early in the morning. The shot I'm going to show you. Once my machine here, all the mice and rats wake up and give me my images from the Stone Age, you know. So I've got to whip the rats into shape. Come on, where's my bloody image? Yeah, still got to wait. Sorry. Slow Wi-Fi. That's my other problem, what I got here. But just please bear with me and I'll get it. Okay, now can it be here? A little while. I hate being on the spot like this, but there we are. That's what it is. Got to wait. Yeah, it's known as the black swan image. The regular image, you will see a yellow sky and a kind of like a blue ocean, and that's the regular image, which I think is not quite clear enough. The one I'm going to show you, slightly different, very, very compelling. You can't really claim refraction and anything else on it, but you will see what I mean when you see it. Hang on. I'm just trying to locate the image now through my collection. And the image isn't appearing. All right. Here we go. Hang on a sec. Yeah. Yippee.
Can you look up how many gigs your collection is, Jen? Just because I'm interested.
Oh, it's massive, mate. It's minuscule. Sorry, the opposite. Yeah, my gigs is right. My brain is bigger. Come on.
I mean, any number's impressive. I just wanted to.
Oh wow, that fly threw me off. Because I'm on desktop, so that fly is extra huge.
What are you talking about, dude?
I'm not able to. Hang on, I'm not able to. Something's happened. I'm not able to post it. What the fuck? Come on. What's going on, man?
I've got like TVs for monitors, so that shit is huge.
Can't believe this.
Damn.
Okay, let me try again.
So, how's the weather we're having? It's pretty good,
I
right?
think Arma already has a response prepared for you, Jen.
Well, a little,
okay.
a little bit. I want to see which one it is because it's the one I think it
to
is.
paste an image. I can't copy and paste. I can't copy and paste something. What's going on here?
Yeah, what the heck is
Bloody
going
hell's
on?
happening, man?
You might have a computer virus.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
What's going on there, man? It was working perfectly earlier. What's going on, man?
All right, I'm gonna give you like, I don't know, maybe another 5 minutes.
Paste.
And then afterwards, I'll just post my own.
Sorry, yeah, I do apologise for this, but I'm experiencing computer errors here. I don't know what's going on. Ah, here we go. Right, it's sort of like sorted. Someone's hacked into my system. That's what it is.
What?
They've seen I was getting upset and they released me. Here you go. Can you see it now?
Ah, here we go. All
Did
right,
it in the
yeah.
live stream one? Okay, right.
Says
That's a
bye-bye
beautiful
ball.
image. Taken. Yes, bye-bye ball. That's the one. Right. That's taken at 6 o'clock. Now you'll notice here that the height, the observer height in this image is right 8 feet.
This one's
okay?
8 feet. Yeah,
8
this
feet.
one's 8 feet.
Yeah. Okay. So if the observer height is 8 feet of the ocean, then of course you're going to be able to see a little bit further.
Yeah, but not this much. Fair enough.
Yeah, but your geometric horizon falls between 3.46 miles. But as you can see, the platform C is 6 miles, and then you've got platform habitat at 10 miles, and then the horizon is beyond that. Can you see it highlighted in the luminous green with the pink arrows? Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So obviously now there's no curvature happening here.
Well,
we shouldn't be able to see these images.
Except for at the horizon, because it kind of cuts off there. But I mean, but listen though, I wanted to see like the 12-inch one. Or that would be a foot, honestly. But you said you had one that was like a few inches off, like above the water. I wanted to see that one. That was the one you were going to send. But then you kind of changed to 8 feet.
Well, yeah, no. This is the one that I always intended to show you. But the regular image that you normally see is the 12-inch one. So if anyone's got that, can they please post that in there now, if it's possible?
Yeah.
The black swan, regular one. Malta Stoller Swan, if A, B, C plus C equals D. If G, then you're fucked.
Okay.
It's true.
You got it? Appreciate that, anyone?
Yeah, someone post the one that's a few inches above the water. I want to see that one.
Yeah, if not, I'll have to do it myself then.
I got you, Jen, right there. Check that out.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, I mean, I've got to do that one as well.
That's a few inches?
I don't really like using this particular one. Yeah, I don't like using this particular one because it's not very clear, the image.
Well, the next one's free. I got another one here.
Are you sure it's a few inches? It looks like at least a foot off the ground, at least. I mean, I could see like the water, like the ocean, like the little, the waves coming in or whatever.
Yeah,
like the little...
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Can you see that? Can you see how he zoomed in there? Brilliant one. This one, look. Yeah, that's actually taken from the video. So this is taken from the video itself. Okay, zooming into those oil rigs, 9 miles and 6 miles. Yeah, brilliant. That we can see this.
Wait a minute. Okay, hold on. So
we're looking.
You know what? I guess with the one that was a few inches off the water, I was expecting to see the one image that I had in mind. Unfortunately, you guys didn't pull that one up. But there's an image though where, it's they claim that it's a few inches above the water, right? And there is a guy like swimming or someone swimming in the water, right? And I don't know which one that is. I wanted to bring that one up, and I think you guys know why I'm going to bring that up.
Yeah, no, we haven't got that one. No, we haven't got that image. That's not the image. We don't have that particular one. No. The other image would be similar to the one that I posted first of all. The bye-bye ball one, very similar to that. But only the sky is yellow. The ocean is more blue than the one I've got. It's only 12 inches, supposedly, off the ocean. right? 12 inches. And that's not a lot. Frankly speaking, that is not a lot or really off the ocean, 12 inches, but you can actually see a mile. I mean, even that should make you think that just 12 inches off the ground and you can still see 1 mile. Do you understand what I'm saying? And a mile is a long way, It takes 3 minutes. A fit person can run it in like 3 minutes to run that distance. Okay, a marathon runner, right? 3 minutes or 4 minutes. Probably take the average person 10 minutes to run, right? And that's only 12 inches, and you can see that distance. Isn't that amazing in itself? You didn't think you could see that far, just from 12 inches off the ground. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to find the image that I was talking about. But yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, we need to connect to all these natural wonders. They're not just nothing, they are natural wonders. It's wonderful that you can actually see 12 inches off the ground and then you can see a mile. And then you raise that up, right? And then you can see 3.6 miles. Okay? But in actual fact, we can actually see the oil rigs because they're bigger at 6 miles and then 10 miles and then the horizon beyond that. From one location, one spot. Just truly amazing.
All right. So yeah. Oh, is that Zanuck? Was that?
Looming is an amazing reflective quality.
So it's funny Zanuck came in because I was actually going to bring up one of his images. Because this was the point that I was going to make. But basically there was an image where I guess the camera's a few inches off the ground. Then there's a guy who's like swimming in the water, right? And then you have the horizon above his head, right? And I know you guys either know about this and you're like, oh, it's bullshit, or whatever. But that to me tells me that there's some kind of what does Zanuck say, looming or something like that. Basically, shit is going up, right?
Of course, it's got to be convex. If it's flat, you wouldn't have that alignment of 1 foot off the ground. Then you see a 3 foot torso, and then things in the distance are above his head that are at the same water level.
Yeah. So I'm glad you actually showed up. I'm actually glad you showed because I was gonna bring up that image.
Zanuck showing up doesn't boost your cause. It actually destroys your chances of even beginning to talk about winning, yet alone winning even.
Hey, Armbar. It's about truth here. So
Armbar, did you DM Zanuck?
No, I didn't. I'm actually surprised. I'm surprised he showed up. I'm actually surprised. I was like, oh shit.
It just so happens you're talking about the picture that he always posts and he shows up, huh?
I'm being serious. No, I'm actually blown away. I'm blown away.
Yeah.
I was like,
awesome.
Oh shit.
Yeah, it's so amazing, huh? It's just amazing.
All right. Well, if you want, I can
Yeah,
screen share right now. All right. Well, hold on. Let me see real fast. Let me see, Zanuck. Why
And I was over. I had to leave because Dicelo was just driving me nuts. I came over here just randomly.
Yeah, here, I'll show you right now.
Oh, just randomly. Say it again.
Yeah, I only get I hit my limit. I cut my limit.
Say randomly, and that I'm glad you showed up, Zanuck, one more time, and we'll all believe that it's accurate.
No, look. This is. I'm not sorry, Zanuck, if I'm showing anything, but here you go. Look, right. This is me and Zanuck. This is all we ever talked. It was the last time we talked was 2020. What was that? January, February, March, April, May, June. Wait. Yeah, fucking yeah. There you go. Look at that. June of last year. So there you go. See that?
Are you sure that's your phone?
Look, this is my look. Well, I didn't message him. We're talking about QE or some shit because I think QE said a thing and I was like, whatever.
What am I looking at here?
I was screen sharing me and Zanuck's.
I'm looking at the screenshot. It's all blurry. Let me look at the. Wait, am I supposed to look at this picture you posted, right?
Yeah, sure. Whatever. Let's look at that. Fine. But anyway, point is, I didn't talk to Zanuck though. But I do think it's funny though that he showed up though, perfect timing though. It's fucking crazy. But that was the image that I was looking for though. And I posted obviously. But yeah, I mean, if the camera is a few inches off the ground, then something doesn't add up here in that image. So I don't know.
No, that's what it is. It is what it is. It's all to do with angular resolution and perspective, and that's what we were talking about earlier. You see, it's all in line with that. There's
okay.
There's no shenanigans going on.
Well, no, but that's the thing though. If the height of the observer in this in this image, if it's 1 foot, right, then we wouldn't expect the horizon to be above the person's head in the distance. All right, but let me just double check though the math because I'm sort of just kind of.
Yeah,
Let's see. So we got 2 feet.
No, the bottom
1
line
foot.
is anything at your eye level will stay at eye level. So if you're above, if you're 1 foot above, if you're 1 foot above the water, and if you're seeing the base of the oil platform, which is below 1 feet, it should be below your eye level ever so slightly. But we're seeing dramatically above your eye level, so that's not possible. If the
Okay, hold on.
Oh, what you're saying is that the camera is higher than 1 foot.
No.
Hold on, guys.
That certainly can be true, but they claimed up and down that this was only around 1 foot. Even if it's 2 feet, even if it's 3 feet, it wouldn't be. It's not 3 feet.
All right.
12 inches.
All right. So, but
that makes the case even worse. That means that the Earth is either convex or there's refraction. What you think?
Hold on a second.
What about
guys?
that picture taken at 8 feet?
Jen, hold on 1 second. He said something fundamentally wrong about things will never cross your level that are below or above. That's fundamentally wrong.
What?
That's not fundamentally wrong. Nope.
What you just said about things.
Anything below level will always be below level in the distance.
That's fundamentally wrong because
fundamentally right.
Let him say what he's going to say, man.
Why does George Hanatuk claim that the horizon can be above level?
Yeah, because of refraction.
Yes.
So what Zanuck said is wrong then, right?
No, we already said it has to be below level. If it's above it, then it has to be refracted. That's what he's saying. Don't mix his words.
Yeah, because Zanuck's argument.
Things can cross the level, right? Your eye level.
Only if they're being refracted. Yes.
Yeah, but that's Zanuck's argument.
So that does happen.
Yeah, but that's Zanuck's argument, though, is that it has to be refraction, though. I mean, he's saying if it was truly just perspective, then that would never happen. But because it's refraction, yeah, it could happen. That's the whole argument.
There's more than just perspective happening, right?
Yeah,
That's
what we're saying, though. We're saying that we got refraction on the globe Earth. There you go. I mean.
All right.
It's not measurable.
So then get this black swan shit out of here.
I posted a picture, and there's two things happening in that picture. Why is the further platform, why is it lower? Not only in the field of view, you can say it's due to sinking, whatever, but why is it actually rising up in the picture where it's above the water with respect to the foreground? That particular oil well, the ratio of height between the two is closer than in the bottom picture where it's lower. So it actually the farther
you've got compression.
The platform, the farther platform is actually moving up that day. It's moving up.
Sometimes
so it's actually moved. What caused?
Sometimes you have.
Over me. What caused it to move is the question. Why did
sometimes
it move
you
up?
have. Holy shit, man! You're so long-winded. Sometimes you have compression happening. Sometimes you have refraction happening in different ways throughout your optical corridor. So you can get a varying degree of effects.
Yeah, what would you call that then? Since the platform in the back, the further away platform, the structure, which is like the house on the right-hand side of that structure, why is it elongated substantially? Would you say that's a little bit of tower?
Magnification.
Some
magnification going on.
It didn't change width, so it was so it's subjective magnification.
So you have some vertical magnification going on.
So it is towering. That's what towering is. Vertical magnification. Way to play
along with sinking.
No sinking. Where's the sinking? It rose.
Along with looming, you could have the front looming. You could have the front.
Jeremy.
You could have the front looming. Hold on, Zanuck. You could have the front looming, the back sinking.
Really?
You could have compression.
Really?
A whole laundry list of
You're just
effects.
making things up as you go.
I'm not making it up. These are real things that happen.
Great. Well, the point is, the object in the foreground,
dude.
The object in the foreground has not moved.
Shit up.
The object in the background has risen up. It is actually levitated. What do you think caused it to do that? And which picture is correct, if so?
I just told you, dude. You have a lot of effects going on in the optical corridor.
Go ahead. Explain the effects. We can.
I just explained them.
No, you didn't. You just said it could be a lot of things, man. A lot of looming, there's stooping, there's towering. You didn't say anything other than different words.
We didn't do that.
You mean refraction? It could be
okay.
this,
So what's your problem?
The stooping. You didn't say anything.
The back part.
Here's how you communicate. The one in the back is that. Hold on. I'm going to explain how you explain something. The object in the back, the oil rig tower, is actually higher in your field of view than in the lower picture. meaning that something has loomed it upward in your field of view. See how easy that
Or it's still sinking because you never had an actual position on it anyways, and it's actually sinking even though it's higher than before, it's still sinking.
Okay, that's a bunch of nonsense because I'll say it again. The foreground object, oil platform A, is closer to you, is not moved at all. The platform in the background has risen with respect to the foreground picture.
Okay,
so
because
let me finish. The bottom picture shows a completely different relationship. What changed the relationship between those two objects in the pictures?
It's easy. Have you ever heard of hurdles? You know, in the Olympic Games? So you have hurdles of refraction layers, and every layer could be different. So you're going to have different scenes at different stages in your view, from yourself to your object that you're viewing.
That's pretty lame, but okay.
Yeah, refraction isn't just one refraction. You're going to have different layers of refraction at different stages.
Well, I will agree with you. That's how refraction works over a curved surface. You have continually
It could work
progressive.
on any surface.
I'm in the middle of a sentence, literally. You do have this phenomena of light going over a curve, which is a consistent changing of angle of incidence. And that's why we see the refraction as we do over a curved surface.
Well, I think I answered your question, and you can't debunk that.
No, I basically reworded it to apply it how it does work.
There's just too many questions about this Earth curve. I've kind of had enough of it. And what about the sun moving overhead? How do you prove that the sun's not moving and we're spinning?
I put a Foucault pendulum on the surface of the Earth and watch it rotate, precess, and pick your latitude based on where you are. So if you have a pendulum, you can actually tell you where you are on the sphere based on its rate of rotation, its precession. So that's how we know we're spinning.
Right. Debunked just like that. Game over.
Yes, I debunked you just like that. Exactly.
Yeah, game over.
Your game is over. Correct.
We've heard this one before.
Yeah, but no one seems to understand it. Then why don't helicopters, leave the surface of the
Well,
Earth?
you can't understand things that are just made up fairy tales.
Not made up. You guys should do it yourself. Go anywhere in the world, look at the latitude on the globe sphere, and see if it comports with that reality, and you will find that it does. Never been proven wrong, by the way.
So you've got clouds under your feet, have you?
With the way you're asking it, because I know what you're asking, yes. But the clouds are always above everyone's feet, all over this sphere. With respect to one another, yeah. With respect to that globe and the point coordinate system, yes, those clouds would be below your feet if you're looking at a vertical Earth or sphere where you're on top of it. Those clouds on the bottom of the sphere will be beneath your feet. And that's what you're asking. And it's a silly question, but...
So you believe that they're upside down in Australia then? From where I am, if I was in England? They're upside down to me, yes?
Yeah, with respect...
Yes, is that correct?
Yes.
That's correct, is it?
Yes.
They're upside down, yeah?
Yeah, of course. Of course it is, yes.
Right.
Yes.
So they're upside down.
With respect to you, I
couldn't
finish the
believer.
sentence. Ken, I couldn't even finish the sentence. With respect to you, yes, they're upside down with respect to you. Because we see a curve
So
of 1 degree.
Do you believe they're upside down, Janet? The question is, do you
Yes, with
believe
respect,
people are upside down?
Can I answer the question? With respect to you, they're upside down, yes.
Okay, so if I'm in England, then people are upside down from me in England, correct?
If you're in England, people are upside down in England.
If you were in England, if you yourself were in England,
yes,
you would believe that there's people underneath you, yeah?
In Australia, yes.
Yes.
In Australia, yes.
Okay. And yet, when we actually fly to Australia from England, we don't go upside down ever.
You do actually. You can.
No, we don't. No, we don't.
Actually, you're wrong because they compete with an unadjusted or uncompensating gyro will show that you're wrong.
You are talking out of your arse, sir. You are talking out of your
arse. Plane, that's not going to happen. You're going to get a compass needle that's going to drift toward the central north. That is all.
Not a compass needle. We're talking about a gyroscope.
A gyroscope?
Yes.
What do you mean by a gyroscope? That would be like on a submarine, wouldn't it?
No.
As far as I can tell, airplanes don't have those gyros except for like the attitude indicator, and the attitude indicator with its gyroscope appears to be indicating that the plane is level and flat.
There are 3 gyros in most private. No, that's not correct, because I had a plane for many years. So we have 3 gyros in the airplane, 3 of them.
So show a gyro showing that it is reversing effectively on a ball in some way past 90 degrees of gyro rotation. As far as I can tell, an airplane doesn't do that.
All you have to do is keep it spinning and remove the pendulous vanes, and that will happen. Most people
no, it will drift slightly, but it isn't going to drift that much. It'll just drift slightly. That's all.
No,
it's not going to reverse.
That's why it has a pendulous vane, so it doesn't drift. Oh my God! If you had a cross country trip, you would
oh my God! You owned a plane with 3 gyros, Zanny?
Yes.
What type of plane did you have 3 gyros on?
It was a Cessna 172.
A Cessna.
You had a Cessna 172 that had 3 gyros?
Yes.
Oh my God! Nice plane, brother.
The liar.
It was nice.
Yeah, super nice, right? 3 gyros?
Yes, 3 gyros. What's that?
That you piloted.
That I piloted, correct.
Huh?
Should I do a screenshot of my user manual?
Nice.
There are 3 gyros on your Cessna 172? Yeah, please.
There are 3 gyros.
Yeah, I want to see them. I'd love to study that. Never heard of it.
Why not? Are you an expert on gyros?
No. I just want to see your plane that you own with 3 gyros on. Back up your claim.
I'll go get a picture of me in the seat and see if I can see the cockpit instrument panel.
Not the cockpit, man.
The altitude. That's what the gyros are in the cockpit.
That's what you're calling the gyros, the altitude indicator.
The gyros are on the cockpit. Yeah.
So where are the other 2?
So, Zanuck, it does kind of sound like you're begging the question by saying that these gyros without these pendulous vanes would show this reversal that you would expect on a globe. How much reversal or gyroscopic, drift or whatever would you see on this globe without these pendulous vanes? How much?
About 1 degree every 60 miles, 60 nautical miles.
Sounds highly theoretical. I doubt that extremely.
That's why they put the pendulous vanes on them, so that doesn't happen. That's why it's designed. Otherwise, they wouldn't need them on. They wouldn't need them on there. They're not needed to reset the gyroscope. They're needed to counteract Earth curve. And if you stay in a bank for more than 5 or 6 minutes, you'll see a drift as well, because you're fooling it to know where the pendulous vanes are hanging. They're not going to be hanging at an angle, not plumb, and that would disrupt the accuracy of the gyroscope, which would eventually reset as you level off.
Maybe we're on the wrong page here. You're saying the gyro with the pendulous vanes is in your airplane as your heading indicator, altitude indicator, what?
No, your artificial horizon has the pendulous vanes.
Your artificial horizon, your altitude indicator.
Not the altitude indicator, the artificial horizon.
Artificial horizon indicator.
So you have 1 gyro.
Why do you say altitude?
I'm just trying to figure out where the other 2 gyros were on the... I mean, I understand if he's calling a gyro, he's saying his gyro was his... What now? Say again? Hello? Zanny? Yeah, that's what I thought.
What are you talking? No, I didn't push the... I thought I pushed the mute button.
Right.
What? Yeah, the altitude indicator.
Uh-huh.
The artificial horizon is the gyro we're talking about. What's wrong with you? Yes.
Uh-huh. So where are the other 2?
In the dashboard, in the instrument panel.
Used as what? Have a nice day.
You're so funny. What are you doubting me? Are you doubting me? Seriously?
I'm just asking you. I don't own a Cessna 172 with 3 gyros. Got it? So you said you did. So I'm asking you where these 3 gyros in the Cessna 172 that you owned are.
You don't know. I'm just waiting for you to stew in it.
I don't know. I do not.
Okay. So your turn indicator, That has a gyro in it.
The plane that you owned.
Yes, that had a turn indicator. I'm trying to find the picture of the. That's why I'm pausing. Trying to find a picture of me in the seat because I have a picture of me holding the yoke, and you can see all the instruments. So yeah, the turn indicator will the rate of turn will, like if you're doing a 2-minute turn, it has a gyro in there to determine if you're doing that or not. That's another one. You want to know more? Hello? Hello? Do you want to know more?
Stop eating and answer the question.
Ricky, do you want to know more? I can tell you more. There's 3 of them. And I gave you 2. I'm teasing you a little bit. But you're like, oh, you're a 172. Has 3 gyros. I've never seen a 72 with 172 with 3 gyros. I don't own a 172, so I should know. Wait, why would I know? Because I don't own one. So I don't know, and I'm asking someone who did own one.
Dude,
I'm
I didn't
confused.
even know what my battery was in my BMW. It was in the trunk. I don't know why the fuck they put it in there underneath the back wheel well and all this weird
it's
stuff.
on
You
the
got
back
pulled.
on the right. It's for
exactly.
It's for weight balance.
Same thing in the.
It's possible you don't know where your fucking gyros are if you own a plane.
No, the gyros are in the instrument panel. But yeah, the batteries they put in the back because
Gyros, yeah?
weight
3.
and also
3
because it's
gyros.
less exposure to heat. They like to have the batteries out of the heat of the car.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah, because those things fucking they're tight in there in the engine area.
yeah, and they get warm and it makes them degrade faster, so they throw them in the. I don't know. There's
Smart.
all sorts of
Well,
crazy places.
my
to put
battery
batteries
lasted 6 years. My battery lasted 6 years. It didn't degrade right in there. V6, 3.3 litre engine, battery right there.
Would have lasted probably 7 or 8 years if you had it in the trunk.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the average standard is 4 years, so that's what they say. So
Well, it depends how it's used and if you're
Yeah,
charging.
The reason why they put
battery
the
in the
battery
Beamer
in
was
there.
So where's
12 years
Reiki?
old.
Why did
Want to know the reason?
Why did
The
Reiki
reason-
run away? Why did Reiki run away like a little girl when he got called out? Suddenly he realizes he's
No,
wrong.
he didn't. No, he didn't. He didn't
He
run
did.
away. He's still
He kept
there.
on. Jen, he was challenging me, and I know my shit here. So why is he
With a
challenging
name
me?
like yours, you're going to be challenged all your life, mate. If you've got a name like Zanuck,
Carlos,
you'll be
what were you
challenged.
saying, man?
I was saying the reason why they put the battery in the back is because they have a lot of apparatuses, especially in the snow. They can hook up to the battery in the trunk because that's where you keep all your gear, right? And you can plug it in, just hook it up to the battery. You could use it to power, like you have what do you call it? What transformer? You can get a 120 volt straight off that. That's why they have it in the trunk because that's where you keep all your gear.
Yeah, that makes sense. Germans,
Right.
man, they're smart.
Keep all my guns.
Yeah, with
Where are
my
you guys-
SUV, I've got a socket at the back that I can just plug my transformer into now. So the battery stays up front, doesn't affect the handling or anything else. And then in the case of plugging in a transformer to
And why are you
bed or auxiliary other equipment?
Why are you
you've
white
got a
knighting
socket at the back.
for Reiki? Why are you white knight? He came in here, challenged me, and then he ran away like a little bitch.
Well,
He knew I knew the answers. Now you guys are talking about batteries because someone said he didn't know where his battery was and he owns the car. It's not the same thing. These gyros are inside the dashboard on the instrument panel. We all know that most planes have 3 of them. He challenged me over and over again. So yeah, that's what I thought. Ha ha.
Oh,
And then
Zanuck,
now he ran away. And he ran away.
Zanuck, the only reason I mentioned Zanuck, the only
I
mention.
didn't run away.
Never
That's
mind.
your baller script.
No, that's you.
Business call.
No, you actually did it. You started laughing at me because I didn't respond because I didn't.
actually didn't run away. So let's get past
Okay,
that.
all right, fine. I apologize for saying you ran away. How about that, Rakia?
Are you gonna apologize for calling him a little bitch?
Yeah, well, he is a little
bitch.
Zanuck.
He's a little bitch. He's got a little bitch with a big boat. He's got a big boat, that little bitch. So Rakia, do you now understand why there's 3 gyros? Rakia?
That's a loaded question.
And I won't. Okay, I'm affirming the consequence. Rakia, how many gyros are there on most airplanes, most private planes, old ones, by the way? Are there 3? And if there are 3, can you name them? Because you asked me. Yeah, no one likes to be wrong. I get it. I just let it go.
Zanny, the reason I brought up the battery thing, it was more like I was supporting you if you didn't know where the where yours particularly was, if you did own the plane, because I was saying, well, I own a car and I didn't know where the battery was. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I got that. I appreciate that. I got it. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I've always known where the battery was in a car from my elementary school days. So, no problem there. When I was like 7, 8 years old,
some of these gyros
myself.
could be like remotely located, and you can have an output that's being shown on the. I mean, who knows, right? But in a Cessna, they are gyros. I know we had another plane that was crashed by another owner that we were partners with, and so when we took it all apart, I wanted all the electronic gizmos so I could put it in my room and play with them and stuff. So I got to see these things like in their out of the instrument panel, and so I was fascinated with the gyros. It was kind of cool back then when I was a kid. But yeah, they were mounted too. I mean, the actual output was on.
Why don't I believe that story, boys and girls? Why don't I believe that one?
If I show you a picture of the gyros that came out of the instrument, would that make you feel better? I could probably give you a screenshot or.
I don't know. You'd have to show me with your face right there as a kid at the time with the pieces in your hand.
All right. Well, how about if I just show you a picture of me? A picture of me flying the plane as a kid and holding the yoke, and you can see the clouds outside. I have that picture.
I mean, if we're going with what we don't believe, I know that Jin didn't know where the car battery is located in every car.
Really? Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Where is it in a E36 BMW?
E36
BMW. Pick me.
I don't know the car.
No,
that's not the same. He never owned a whatever BMW. It's probably in the trunk.
Yeah, I don't know the car.
I would say it's in the trunk. That's a wild guess.
I'm sure I could
find it. Like a BMW from the 1990s.
Sure I could find it. It can only be in
E36 is like 1995 BMW, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So
it'll
either be at the back or in the engine bay. That's the only places that I know offhand. At the back or in the engine bay.
Now, if I claimed to own one of those and they had 6 batteries, and you asked me where they were and I didn't know, wouldn't that be kind of strange?
Yeah.
Sure.
I could ask him, where's the battery in a CBR 1000 Honda?
Underneath the seat.
Underneath the seat, yeah.
Okay, very good.
I didn't know that one.
Where's the battery?
Yeah, some Skodas,
Where is the battery? Where is the battery on a 19 cc? Where's the battery?
Where?
Wait, you cut out.
Yeah, sorry, a Honda Goldwing GL 1000 1970s Honda 1000cc Goldwing sharp drive.
Behind the engine. Behind the engine.
Sorry?
Behind the engine. Yeah, I don't know. So it's a guess.
How many speeds can you pop a wheelie in a Vega if someone average size is standing on the back bunker?
How many gyros does a Cessna have, Raikya?
I've never owned a Cessna. But I would never claim it had 3 unless I knew which one they were.
How many gyros?
I was just going by the person that I know is full of shit most of the time and asking if you knew where they were, and it sounded like
I told you where they were. I told you where they were. And you want to know what they did?
How many gyros did Amelia Earhart have in her plane?
Ah, good question.
Yeah.
Racky, how many gyros do most airplanes have? What was the number?
How many gyros are in?
How many gyros
are in Greece?
You know, they have
How
3.
many gyros does a Greece have?
So go back to our original question. The airplanes have generally 3, and I gave you 2 of them. I was going to see if you could figure out. You sound like you knew, so I was going to try to test you to see if you knew the third one.
No, I was just seeing if you knew where they were on a Cessna 172, the plane you claimed to own or fly or whatever.
And I told you they were on the instrument panel.
On the instrument panel.
Yes.
And then I asked, which is fine. I understand that, which is fine. So what do all 3 do?
I told you one was the artificial horizon. I told you the other one was directional.
That's
right?
an instrument panel. Yeah.
Directional.
And there's a third one, yes.
Artificial horizon.
Artificial horizon.
Directional.
Yeah, directional gyro, yeah.
And there's another one, is what you
Well, I
said.
actually told you about the turn and bank indicator. So the directional gyro is the one I didn't tell you about.
The turn and bank? What are you talking about, Zanuck?
Remember I told you the 2-minute turn? If you're in like a 2-minute
Okay,
turn.
let's back up.
So
Altitude
remember I
indicator,
said 2-minute turn, the turn indicator?
directional, and turn and bank. That's the three that you're using.
The artificial horizon, the directional, and the turn indicator, which tells you
turn indicator.
Yes, like your blinkers. Turn your blinkers on. The turn indicator.
The turn indicator in a Cessna 172 uses a gyro.
Yes, of course. How do you think it works?
Turn indicator.
Yes.
Blinker fluid.
Blinker fluid. Yeah, it's extra blinker fluid.
Zanuck, you so funny, bro.
It's a turn indicator. Are you really? Are you doubting me?
It's too funny that someone is laughing at a turn indicator.
I know what a turn indicator is in a car. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
but in an airplane, it's a different thing.
I told you. I was very explicit. I said the turn indicator tells you, like, if you're making a 2-minute. I said this. A quote: a 2-minute turn. You know what a 2-minute turn is? I mean, whatever bank I'm in, I will make a full 360 in 2 minutes.
And you use the turn indicator gyro to dictate what bank you're in.
Yes. No, not how much bank you're in. How long it will take you to make that turn.
And the directional indicator is the other one, and then the altitude indicator. Those three.
The artificial horizon, yes.
Artificial horizon, right?
Yeah.
That's the three that you're going with.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Nice talking with you, Zanuck.
You goofball. That's like asking you, like, which way do you push the throttles to make it go forward? I mean, come on. Do you have pitot tubes at the back of your boat? And how do they work?
Pitot tubes everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Got 4 turbos on that bad boy. I got pressure everywhere.
One for each bank.
Yeah, my turn indicator.
You're still laughing at the turn indicator.
Never heard of turn indicator being used in pilot.
I told you it's not indicating people behind you you're going to make a right turn. It's to tell you it's an indication of what the rate of turn is. That's what the turn indicator is. It's not a blinker. It's not I'm making a left turn. Like that guy's behind me. Making my final approach.
Well, I mean, it's good that you indicate that planes to know where you're going. I mean,
what's that thingamajiggy thing? That thingamajiggy thing called that lets you know when you're in a bank. Is that the turn indicator?
Yeah, bank. It's called it can also be called a bank indicator. Yeah.
So turn or bank indicator. I mean, I need to get this straight.
So does a bubble compass? Yeah. And so does a bubble compass have a gyroscope in it?
No.
Or how does that work? Isn't that a turn indicator?
No, because if you put yourself in a positive G situation, the bubble will stay in the center and it won't tell you the bank you're in, will it now?
It'll tell you if you're going north, south, east, or west.
Nope. That's why you don't use bubble indicators on an airplane. That's why I use gyros, as I started the conversation out with Rykia. So if you're going to try to pin me against the wall and show that I'm wrong in some way, you better know your shit.
Well, you better know that you're locked in the atmosphere with the Earth, so it's definitely you.
And that made no sense, but okay.
It doesn't make sense to be locked with the atmosphere, is it?
I have no idea what you're even trying to say.
Sounds like you're trying to say we can't travel through the atmosphere, Carlos. That's kind of ridiculous.
I think he's saying it's ridiculous sounding how you guys have gas moving in, lockstep with a sphere because the solid sphere, because that really doesn't happen.
Something no one's ever said. Something no one's ever said. The air is locked with the Earth. No one's ever said that.
In your model, you have the air moving in sync with the surface of the Earth.
No.
No
one said
the air is not moving.
No one said it's in lockstep. We have wind. Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so other than the wind, the other air is moving in lockstep.
Besides the
and
wind?
you say the only reason there is
wind. The different air.
And you say that
it's not the wind. Forget about all the wind.
This is the windless air. Windless air.
So do you guys not calculate? You guys not calculate the wind speed? You say that it's moving with the surface of the Earth. Say we're on the equator. We have a 1 mile an hour wind going west. You not say that the air is actually turning, 1,000 miles an hour plus or minus that 1 mile an hour wind.
Then it's not lockstep.
Okay, but that's how you calculate the wind by it's moving in lockstep, and then we can see the wind, so will subtract or add this amount.
No, because the wind speed is in relation to the Earth. No, the wind speed is in relation to the Earth's surface, so you don't.
So you're saying the air is
take
not
into account.
So you're saying the air is not moving with the Earth. The air doesn't rotate with the Earth.
Not in lockstep, yeah, no.
Yeah, no. So it doesn't. So then how come when we put a helicopter in the sky, we're not seeing the drift? Because the air is moving lockstep with the Earth. You fucking goofy fucks.
Can you fucking goofy fuck show me a helicopter that is hovering with no one steering it?
You guys are just goofy. I don't know why you're even making an argument.
You can get those toy ones. You can get those toy helicopters.
Yeah.
No one's in there.
Yeah, and what if you fly it up? How does it hover in space?
Yeah, when you fly it up, it flies up.
Sure. And what if there's wind?
With your remote control.
What if there's wind?
Okay, what if there's no wind and it doesn't deviate anywhere? Why would that happen? Because the air is moving in lockstep with the Earth in that spot, or no?
Yes, if you don't have any wind, then it's lockstep. But if there's wind, then it's not lockstep. Yeah, it's quite simple.
And we would calculate wind by assuming that the air is moving in lockstep, and then saying, well, there's a 1 mile an hour wind, so at the equator it must be 1,001. The wind's moving 1,001 miles an hour in actuality.
No, because we're measuring the speed of the wind in relation to the Earth.
Yeah, 1 mile an hour, and then you'll say, well, since we know that the Earth's rotating and that the air is sticking with the surface of the Earth, and the air is actually moving 1,001 miles an hour.
Sure.
It's like you're going against your own rhetoric right here. You're so anti-flat Earth, it's sickening.
No, I'm not going against my rhetoric. When did I mean,
it's sickening.
Yeah, I just threw up in my mouth, man.
Yeah, sure.
So we have the altitude indicator, Zenik. That's the artificial horizon, known as the
attitude
indicator.
Not
north 5
altitude,
degrees,
not
north
altitude,
3 degrees.
not altitude.
Attitude.
Not attitude. Attitude. Yes.
No, attitude.
Yes, attitude. Not altitude.
Yeah. We say that it is. We don't say the. Yeah, the attitude. Yeah, that's the artificial horizon attitude. Then you've got the headings indicator, and then you've got the turn coordinator, is what it's called. Okay, when you're banking left or banking right, that's known as the turn.
Did you read the? Did you read the link that I posted where it says that if you don't have a turn coordinator, you have a turn indicator?
Yeah, I heard the joke.
No, that's in the article that I posted.
Okay, brilliant. Yeah. So turn coordinator, turn indicator, yeah.
No, in a Cessna 172, you have a turn indicator. You don't have a turn coordinator.
Okay. That makes sense.
You got that?
They do.
You got that? So we're trying to help you, and you're doing some quick Google research I can smell, and you're getting it still wrong. So try to keep up.
No, I'm not getting it wrong. I know what I'm saying. I've known this.
Here we go. Ready? I found a citation. Just had a quick Google search. This is earthsky.org. Earth spins on its axis once every 24-hour day. It's because you and everything else, including Earth's oceans and atmosphere, are spinning along with the Earth at the same constant speed. Does that sound like lockstep? Sounds like lockstep.
But that.
Yeah, but
it's not true.
Well, that you should call that site up and debunk. Along with, dude, come, you're so anti-flat Earth, bro.
No, I mean, if I call that site and ask, do we have wind? They won't say, no wind, it's lockstep 24/7 all the time. It's not what they're going to say.
And in your model, you only get wind when the atmosphere moves different than the constant speed of Earth.
Yeah, so when it's not lockstep, there's wind.
Yeah,
and we have wind.
Even when there is wind, that air is still moving lockstep, you goof. Mole man. If it wasn't moving lockstep, the wind would be 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
No, of course
not. If it wasn't moving lockstep, the wind would be moving 1,000 miles an hour at the equator.
No.
What do you mean no? You're so... Dude,
I'd argue it's relatively lockstep, if that's even a thing, but it's not lockstep. It's not. I don't think it's true lockstep, though. I don't think it counts, Jeremy.
If the wind wasn't moving lockstep, we'd have 1,000 mile an hour wind at the equator.
No, because that would just mean that the air is stationary in relation to space.
But it's not stationary, is it? It's moving lockstep with Earth. You're so.
But it's not lockstep because we have wind. Jesus.
So when there's wind, it's not moving lockstep. You're saying?
Yes. Yes.
So then there's 1,000 mile an hour wind when the Earth rotates at the equator.
No,
because it's moving lockstep still.
No,
I can't argue.
Jesus,
I can't argue with you because
my wife's
saying that you're so anti-flat Earth.
It's disgusting. If the Earth is we're talking about the globe, not about flat Earth. So if the Earth is a globe, you're saying that the only two options is 0 wind or 1,000 miles per hour wind at the equator. That's fucking stupid.
The wind, if the wind wasn't moving lockstep, okay, you have wind. So you have wind.
Yes.
And if that wind wasn't moving lockstep with Earth, the wind would be 1,000 miles an hour. It's not 1,000 miles an hour because its deviation is only slightly off of the lockstep movement that you have. Yes.
Sure. So it's hold on. Tiny bit off of the lockstep movement, so it's not in lockstep, but it's not 1,000 miles per hour either.
Yeah.
What are you even arguing right now?
Yeah, I don't know.
Does the air rotate with the Earth at or no?
Relatively, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, relatively.
What are you arguing with, Mole Man? You're arguing against your own goofball shit. This is your model.
I'm not.
Your model says it rotates.
The wind can go up to 300 miles an hour in all sorts of different directions.
It's moving 300 miles an hour off of the lockstep.
Correct.
Yeah. So it's not lockstep, and it's not lockstep then.
If it wasn't lockstep, if it wasn't in the moving off of the lockstep, though, it would be moving at a crazy rate. The only reason you only have the little rate. Hold on, Zanuck. Not time to rumpus me. Not time to rumpus me.
I'm not rumpusing.
The only reason it's moving off.
Yes.
I fucking muted you, you cocksucker motherfucker.
What?
That's a nice moderation. Mute someone and call them a cocksucker motherfucker.
He's over talking me. It's every day.
That's impartiality there.
It is. I'm not even going to make my point. I'm going to unmute this fucker until he stops fucking interrupting.
You're breaking the rules all the time.
I never break the rules except for just now.
Insults are allowed.
No,
you're a lousy person, let alone moderator.
Listen, I like Zanuck, all right, but just stop interrupting me. My wife is sleeping. I can't be loud.
Look, thank God.
Why are you here then? Jesus.
I don't know. I'm just gonna listen. You guys are crazy.
Well,
yeah, but
relative to lockstep, yes, that is the deviation that the wind will take. By definition, what wind is, it's a deviation from lockstep. How about that? Let's call lockstep absolute. It's sync wind or air. And wind is the deviation from the absolute lockstep sync air. How about that?
Either way, this lockstep thing that you got going on, that shit don't happen.
It does happen. You know why? Because as that wind or air mass moves north and Coriolis takes effect, this is the creation of the jet stream. The reason that we get these How do you think we instantly get this 200 miles an hour faster than the Earth's spin? Where did that come from? And if it was a flat Earth, how does this wind suddenly magically just go 200, 300 miles an hour faster than the ground?
Well, it's because the sun's going around the Earth. This is even in your own model. They explain this. I don't know why you don't know this.
Oh,
but
really? Yeah.
It's because the sun's going around heating up. Yeah. The sun heats the ground up, which causes pressure differentials.
Yeah.
You ever heard
And
anything
that's why-
crazy like that happening?
Yeah. Why the jet streams happen at night too? They don't like, oh, it's wind. We don't get the sun to heat us, so we're just gonna calm down and be.
Do you think the sun stops shining on Earth somewhere? Or you think it's always happening?
It stops.
It's dark.
It's called nighttime.
So somewhere on Earth the sun is shining, right? Or does that stop? Does the sun ever stop shining on Earth?
No, it's always
Not
shining.
according to the flat
It's
Earth
always
Tower.
shining on Earth, right?
Half of the Earth.
Okay. So what do you think that would make the other half stop doing what it's doing?
Well, you think if it was the cause of it, it would basically change. The dark side would have a different phenomena happening with the air. It'd be changing its velocities because.
Hey, Jeremy, here's the thing. Imagine if you have a basketball inside a chamber. This chamber has a lot of like cloud, gas, but it's colored. You can kind of see it. Okay. The basketball starts spinning in this chamber. Do you think all of the gas in this chamber will stay stationary?
Say the scenario again.
So I have a basketball inside a chamber. There's a bunch of air inside the chamber. It's like smoke. It's smoky in this chamber. So I can see the air. It's still. Everything is still in the chamber. The basketball starts spinning. Does the air in the chamber stay stationary, or will it spin with the basketball?
The air would move. It wouldn't spin with the basketball because there's no intermolecular bonds between the gas and the solid, or the gas and the other gas. You would see a heavy drift come from the surface. In the drift in the Earth model, you guys actually have it going backward. What fluid dynamics would dictate that the drift would happen? You guys have it spinning faster than Earth in the upper atmosphere.
Let me ask the question again, because I don't know that I either missed the answer or you didn't answer it. Let me ask it again. The stationary basketball in a chamber with this smoky air, everything is stationary. Nothing is moving in this chamber. Okay? Everything is still, perfectly still. The basketball rotates. What happens to the air in the chamber?
It's going to move. It's going to move.
Okay.
I just explained this in detail about how it's completely different, though.
Why is that different?
Because you're never going to get it to move in lockstep. There's always going to be a heavy drift as you go up. And in the globe model, you have this drift actually going backwards in what fluid. Did you not hear what I said 5 seconds ago? Am I last
I missed it. I got it now. I figured it out now. Yes. I kind of missed it, but I figured out what you said now.
Hey, Jeremy, you wouldn't happen to have the link for that again, would you? Somebody will find it.
About how the atmosphere spins faster at the top?
Yeah.
I don't. That is the claim, though. I mean, you go look it up, yeah.
Well, that's a claim, but
That's the globe. Well, that's the globe claim.
is it?
By the top guys. I mean,
Sorry, what's the globe claim?
The atmosphere, as you go higher, it actually spins faster than the rotation of Earth.
In which way?
In the wrong way. It's going faster than the
Instead of lagging
rotation.
behind.
Nope,
it
wrong
accelerates
answer.
ahead
It
of
goes
the
both
Earth.
directions.
Faster than
Both
ground
directions.
speed.
You can go 300 miles an hour slower or 300 miles an hour faster.
We're not talking about the jet streams, Danik. No, this is not a jet stream thing.
That's exactly
in the jet streams, yeah. But then when other places, it's going faster. The lockstep thing you guys were trying to deny 5 minutes ago, as you go higher up, it's going faster.
It's not.
Go look it up. I don't know why you guys don't know that. You guys should know this shit. I've argued this with you guys before.
Well, one, because it might not be true, and two, because it might be true. I don't know.
I mean, there's excuses for it. I don't know why you're denying that it happens, because I've actually got excuses from Globers as to why it happened. So go figure out that it happens, and then get back to me.
What's my question to ask Google?
Earth rotates east to west.
Like, I'm not interested in debating over if this happens or not. I already know the claim. So
I understand, but I'm trying to become aware of it. So what is give me some things that were in the article that I could search on.
So
Yes.
hold on, before you answer that, quick question. On the example that I gave, the basketball and chamber, why does the air in the chamber rotate with the basketball?
Fluid dynamics.
Okay, I was going to say friction, but okay, I'll give that.
Friction, fluid dynamics is fine.
Okay, I'll give that to you. So my next question is, why does that not work with the Earth in the atmosphere?
A, there would be drift as you got higher, going in the opposite direction that they claim the drift is happening. They're claiming that it's going faster than the Earth's rotation. And your example with the basketball, and your example with the basketball, as you got higher up, it would be going slower than the rotation.
Okay, so what you're arguing
Third time.
is,
That's the third time I've detailed this to you.
That's fine. That's fine.
All right.
Now you had to interrupt me to end when I was asking him a question about how to find this information. Do you know anything in the article that I could search on? Because just putting in random, like, does the atmosphere spin faster isn't yielding anything good.
I don't. Dude, I don't. I'd have to look at it.
So your argument is that as the Earth rotates, the atmosphere does not rotate with it.
What? No, dude, my argument is that Earth's not fucking rotating, first of all.
I have a problem with these fast winds because Earth rotates from west to east, and the trade winds at the equator are from east to west. So they
We're not
can't
talking
go
about
faster
the
than
winds.
the Earth.
He's talking about way up as the atmosphere bleeds off into space. He's claiming that there's an acceleration somewhere up in the thermosphere, blah, blah, blah.
About 200 kilometers or so up, and it does do that. We've also had the same effect on Venus.
Dross to the rescue. There we go, Dross.
Yeah. Cheers.
Okay. And why wouldn't that happen? And why is the explanation not good?
An extremis's example of his basketball in the chamber with the wind moving with it, as you went up in that, there would be a lag as you go up. It would be going slower the higher you got up, a drift, if you will.
There's a huge drag in a chamber.
Yeah, because it's dragging against the edges of the chamber itself. We don't really understand why the upper atmosphere does that. It's something we go, we're not sure, but we observe the effect.
It could be a magnetic effect. It could be an electromagnetic effect. God knows. I don't know.
If I want to be a mean cunt, I will ask you, Jeremy, in the extremities example, does the air move in lockstep with the ball or not at all?
Huh?
Dude, the claim is that what?
Yeah, you said that the atmosphere on Earth, it has to be lockstep or 1,000 miles per hour winds.
Yeah.
So in extremities example, is the wind speed at the surface of the basketball as fast as its rotational speed, or is it lockstep that there's no wind?
I don't know. It would never be lockstep because, like I said, there'd be a huge drift as you went up.
Yeah, but it would still move.
There's no drift. There's no drift here, huh?
It would still move with the basketball.
Yes, but it wouldn't be in lockstep, though.
Yeah, that's our claim too.
No, your claim is it is moving in. Dude,
no, it's not. No. Jeremy, here's a paper from Harvard from the 1960s. Funny enough, I've got some of this stuff saved in my favorites. And it actually talks about the rotational speed of the upper atmosphere and the lower atmosphere.
Okay.
So this observation has been made, and it doesn't say that it moves in lockstep. It says on average, the speed of the atmosphere is about the same as the rotation of the Earth.
Which is lockstep.
No, it means it's about.
Roughly.
It's about lockstep. It's almost lockstep.
Also, it's set on average, which means there are places where it does go faster and places that it goes so slow.
Yeah, it's called wind. It's called wind.
Okay, we agree on that.
That's been my argument the whole time.
Yes.
You argue wind because the existence of wind is your argument. That's a good argument, old man. Come on, bro.
No, my argument is that we have wind, so it's not lockstep, like in the basketball.
Okay, but the wind, dude, if you're at the equator and you have a 1 mile an hour wind, they will say ultimately the air is moving either plus or minus 1,000 miles an hour because of the lockstepiness.
That's generally correct.
There you go. Yep. Okay, Mole Man?
Yep.
What are you
Sure.
arguing for this whole time? You get my fucking blood pressure up.
If lockstep doesn't mean at the same speeds, then sure, yes.
I mean, I'd
All
also
you have to do
argue
is think
whether.
of the term viscously coupled, and that explains what we're talking about.
Yeah, I'd like that. That's a good term. But I think also, I mean, would you call sort of 200 kilometers above the Earth still the atmosphere? Is it really atmosphere, or is it more towards the corona effect of, the gases?
So when does the atmosphere end then? The atmosphere is the gas that surrounds Earth, right?
Well, we kind of mark it around the Kármán line, don't we?
Well, I mean, what's atmosphere to you, Just? Is it a gas that's surrounding Earth?
It's where we've got reasonably decent gas pressure. Is kind of what I'd say.
Reasonably, that sounds very arbitrary and
yeah,
kind of I don't know.
Well, the ship that's around the moon is kind of moving. I would say it's probably not moving at all with ground speed. It just sort of goes up, effervesces, and comes back to the Earth, and then there's the stuff that escapes. But it becomes
why would it stop
as you
moving
get
with
out
Earth?
by hand.
Why would it stop moving with Earth? You've got this conservation of momentum thing going.
It
So
moves
why would it
with
stop?
Earth. It doesn't move with the rotation of Earth anymore.
Well, what I would ask is what do we call the stuff above the thermosphere? Because that's generally where we consider the atmosphere itself stopping.
I mean, I would call it the gas surrounding Earth. No, that's what the atmosphere is, dude. It's the gas that's surrounding Earth.
Cool. Well, in that case, then we know that we don't have a true vacuum anywhere in space. So I guess the atmosphere goes a fucking long way then.
Yeah. Infinity and beyond on some Buzz Lightyear shit, right?
I don't know. It's your argument, not mine.
That's not my. That's my. You guys are saying the Earth's
You're the one
there's
making
gas.
this argument up. I've told you. I think it stops around around 100 kilometers is generally where we consider the atmosphere to stop, and above that we start going into the exosphere and the ionosphere, which generally are not considered to be part of the actual atmosphere. You may even say okay, it's the ionosphere, but it's kind of like so little shit up there. It's hardly worth talking about.
Yeah, you just arbitrarily set a point where you say, okay, this isn't the atmosphere anymore because we
if
can't
you want to
fly
say
a plane
that,
past it.
every unit of measurement we have is arbitrary, then, is it?
No, but this is like no, the units themselves, yeah, but the measurement.
It's like you're asking, when does your flashlight end?
No, if I measure a 2x4 and I come up, it's 12 feet 1 inches. That's not arbitrary. That's the length of the 2x4.
Jeremy, tell me where the floodlight on your backyard ends.
When it hits the ground.
That's where it ends? Really? What about
there's a light coming off?
Covering back towards the trees in the backyard? Does it end there? I can still see.
Oh, you're
the
saying
trees.
distance?
Yeah, when does it end?
Distance-wise?
Yeah.
I don't know. We'd have to get a lumen tester or whatever the fuck you guys use.
How about this? When can you not hear your voice? How far away would it be?
I don't know. We'd have to go check that.
Well,
maybe.
Okay, so we're gonna check it. We're gonna go get you. We're gonna say, let's say you yell as loud as you can, and we had a quiet street. Not like in the country, but some city. And so you feel like, okay, it's a mile away. I hear him, and then you go a little farther. I can't hear him anymore. Let's just say it's about 1.5 miles. And you put the marker. Now, up until the 1.5 miles, it's progressively getting harder and harder to hear you. Now, can you, if you got a real sensitive instrument, could you hear you? Yeah. In fact, you probably could do it 3 or 4 miles away if you got a sensitive enough instrument. And then maybe you start having noise that would make it impossible to detect your voice. That's why we have a line that says, you know what, this is good enough. This is where we call the point where we can hear Jeremy's voice. And we want to be on the other side of it, so we don't have to hear his voice anymore. We want to be on the other side of that, so we never have to hear your voice. That's how
Zanuck, we could hear your voice at 3 miles unaided.
That's true, but can you hear it at 4?
Yeah. So draw the line.
Gradients are hard to classify as done.
I think I may have struck a nerve with him. He might have actually got this.
You didn't. No, tell him, Extreme.
No, you didn't. It's Jeremy.
Okay.
I mean, I'd say how much atmosphere is contained in, say, the first 30 kilometers? How much as a percentage?
99 and 5 nines.
Don't know. I don't know. I mean, it's not a question I've got an answer to. That's just
Well, yeah,
else
because you have even at 120,000 feet, which is far lower than that, the pressure is 0.015 psi. 150 thousandths of a psi. No, not even that. 15,000.
Considering atmosphere, hold on.
15,000. Hold on. 15 thousandths of a psi at 120,000 feet, and that's not that high compared to what was just mentioned. I think someone said 100 kilometers or something.
All right. If you consider the atmosphere, the gas that surrounds Earth, then almost none of it is in the first however many miles you said. Like literally none. Like probably 0.00001% is in the first however many miles.
No, because we have the opposite. We have pressure of 14.7 at sea level. At 30,000 feet is about 5 psi, 4 or 5 psi, and at 120,000 feet, about 20 miles up, we have what the hell is that? We have 0.015 psi. So basically, at 20 miles, 20 miles, there's nothing there. Like I said, 15 thousandths of a psi. So all your atmosphere is well below that.
Okay, do you consider the atmosphere? Hold on, Zanik. Do you consider the atmosphere the gas that surrounds Earth?
For the 18th time, yes, we all agree.
Okay, so that goes on for what, like infinity in your model?
No, it gets so hard to measure. But Jeremy, it's out towards the moon. That's where I've heard the Earth corona or the geocorona is. And that's a place where molecules are randomly bouncing up, getting almost enough to reach escape velocity, but after a couple of years, they drift back down towards the atmosphere and start moving back.
Yeah, no one knows that. That's just a calculation, right?
Yeah, bro. Come on, boy.
I think they do know it, but I don't know why.
They do know. You think they do know it, but you don't really know how.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe it's just a calculation.
No, they observe the shit out there. That's why they postulate.
They observe one proton losing speed and falling back to Earth. Is that your statement?
Whatever.
Come on, man.
Come on, man.
Come on. I'm on a video game right now.
Well, you know, I mean, if that wasn't the case, then we wouldn't get the weather cycles that we have, Rakia.
No, I understand what cycles and gradients and all that. That's fine. But to say you know that a proton is slowing down out by the moon and falling back to Earth.
There's no protons floating around.
Oh, what'd he say?
Molecules,
molecules, dude.
Atoms at that point.
Oh, molecules. So to say you saw
no,
one
not even
molecule.
Not even molecule. Atoms.
Yeah. Oh, so atoms now. So to say that is probably wrong,
depends on the gas, doesn't it?
It's probably just a calculation.
It depends on the gas, doesn't it? So if
they're probably just doing a calculation.
If it's an element as a gas, then yeah, you're only going to have atoms, aren't you?
They're probably just using some really fancy formula to do a calculation. Wouldn't you agree?
You have to.
No, it's a calculation based upon an observation and a measurement.
And they have made measurements.
What are they observing again? What are they observing again? An atom now? Slowing down, slow enough to fall back to Earth.
They observe atoms. They observe the presence of helium gas around the moon in denser quantities than it is in the rest of outer space beyond that.
Just agree with Rakia's really just faith that it's just a calculation and then
We're way past that, man. That's 4 years ago you bringing up those tactics. We're talking about atoms, helium molecules being measured by the moon, the density of them slowing down and speeding up and doing all this and falling back to Earth. That's what we're talking about. Not my religious, whatever you want to talk about. Go somewhere else for that. So where are we measuring this?
This is your guys' religious belief. We're talking about.
I don't think they actually measure the direction of travel of these molecules, although they might.
Now we're getting somewhere.
But there's a denser cloud of them out all the way to the moon and supposedly gets less dense beyond that.
Honestly, we really don't know that for sure, right? That's probably just, another fancy formula, another fancy measurement, like measuring that cloud of helium out by the moon, right? I mean, you know, it's probably their best way of explaining it. Best. I don't want to call it a guess because
Well, what we do know is the fact that when something's warm, it'll rise because it's got more energy, and as it gets cooler, it'll start to fall again.
Sweet. So, is colder air more dense or warmer air?
Colder air loses energy, and therefore it loses its kinetic ability to resist the force of gravity and will fall back downwards.
So cooler air is going to fall. So cooler air is going to fall back down quicker than warmer air.
Warmer air will generally rise.
Yeah. So cooler air will generally do what?
Fall.
Sink.
Okay. And at ground level, is it usually more warmer than at, let's say, 5,000 feet, or cooler?
Generally, it is, depending on where you are on the planet.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
'Cause I'll
So
tell you
what
what,
about 20,000 feet?
No, still, I think you can find a couple of places on
Yeah,
Antarctica
maybe,
in
but
the
it would be a
winter.
real extreme case. I'm talking about, like, you know, you know where I'm going with this, right?
If you're in the same place as you go higher, I agree, it will get colder.
So wouldn't that dense air, colder air, at 20,000 feet be pushing down more?
It is. That's why we have cycles. That's why
That's
you
why
get
we have a
things like-
gradient too, right?
Oh, almost finished that point.
Yeah, that's why we have cycles, right?
Well, he said
already
almost
agreed
finished
to-
that one. He was really.
I've already agreed to cycles.
I saw a gross error. Hold on, guys. I heard a really gross error. No, it's not more dense. Even though it's colder, it's not more dense. Density goes down exponentially. Temperature goes down roughly linearly. So no, you're wrong. Completely wrong.
Who's wrong? I didn't say colder air.
The air is not dense. The air is not denser. Even though it's colder at 20,000 feet, it's not denser than it is, say, at 10,000 feet at all. No matter how cold it gets.
So colder air is not more dense than warmer air?
Not necessarily more dense. At a given pressure, it will be.
At the same pressure, would it be?
That would be the same altitude.
Yeah,
At the same
listen
pressure.
to the whole thing he said. It's
That's why I
related to
jumped in,
altitude
because
and temperature.
you were leading this guy a little bit down a little bumpy road here.
So it's why I didn't bite on it, Racky. It's why I didn't bite on it. I recognise exactly the point you were trying to make, and I ignored
Yeah,
it
you're
because
so
it was
smart you
silly.
didn't bite on it, and then you fully
Yeah, I
explain
am
what I was
so
doing.
smart, Rakia. I think
Right.
people recognise that. I'm British,
you would agree
so
that
I've
and
already
as
got
you're-
15 IQ on most Americans.
Awesome, that's awesome. So as your intelligence grows,
Hey.
intelligence grows,
Foolish.
you would realize that
I said most.
pressure,
He's not
pressure
representative
and
of us,
temperature
okay? Just so you
would
know.
have something to do with the dense air, right? Pressure and temperature, Mr. Intelligent.
So
I
when
can't
you
even
have-
spell intelligence, right? So
I don't
please
know.
explain to me
I
how
wouldn't be
pressure-
stupid enough to make that claim of you.
So stupid. You think pressure and temperature doesn't have anything to do with that?
Do with
I don't know. Are you asking that as a question? Are you making it as a statement on my position?
You can't figure it out? I mean, you're not intelligent enough? You need everything
No, I'm
explained to a
trying.
fine
Well,
tooth
you seem
comb?
to be making a veiled statement, and I'm just wondering if you're asking a
Yeah,
question
hey,
or not.
Racky, have
We're
you ever
talking about
driven
the
a boat?
gradient.
Hey, Racky, have you ever driven a boat at a high altitude lake?
Lake Tahoe.
Oh, okay. So have you ever tried to like water ski or have a 6-cylinder boat try to pull up a water skier?
I've water skied in Lake Tahoe, yes.
Okay, so did you run like a ski Nautique or a Mastercraft or something, or did you have some rental boat with a 6-cylinder?
It was a rental Nautique, yeah.
So it had a Volvo,
Direct-
had a little
direct
Volvo
drive.
motor in there. And it was
Yeah,
really
I
hard
don't
to
even
get
know
out.
what type.
And if
V8.
you're a big guy, so probably it was a V8. Oh, then this is probably a bad example. But the point is, did you notice how much less power you have trying to get out of the hole?
I mean, I know the carburation is going to be different and all that. I understand that.
It's not
But
so much
less
mix-
power?
It's not so much the carburation. It's the air density. Is you get 20% reduction of power across the board. No matter how cold it is there, you're still going to get roughly 20% less power than if you did at sea level. So even though the air can be much colder, like to be 15, 20, 30 degrees below zero in extreme cases, it's still going to have less power than if it was at sea level on a 100-degree day where the air is supposedly, less dense.
Why are you saying it has less power? Because the air is less dense or more dense?
Air is less dense, even though it's freezing cold. It's less dense than at sea level, 20% less dense. Because as I mentioned, the density goes down exponentially as you go up, and the temperature only goes linearly. And even if it didn't, even if it was cold in both spots, and this happens occasionally, it can be 20 degrees below at some place near this ocean, and at some mountaintop it could also be 20 degrees below zero. Same
Right.
temperature, but the density is determined by the altitude, not the temperature.
So temperature has nothing to do with it?
No, I didn't say it had nothing to do with it. Has a lot to do with it, but not as much as the altitude does.
Everything has multiple variables.
Yes.
Almost everything is.
The
Yeah,
altitude-
I agree. But for someone to say temperature doesn't have anything to do with
No, I
it,
didn't say
it's
that.
more
I
to
said
do with
that
altitude, then
it is
ask,
a small
does temperature
factor.
has anything to do with it? Oh, yes,
It
it does. It definitely
It
has
is a
something.
small factor, relatively speaking. I mean, we call that in aviation. Your buddy probably told you this too. If you were flying, there's a density altitude term, and that depends on how hot it is, how warm it is.
Yeah, you just change the mixture of your fuel. I mean,
No, that's not.
carburation.
It's not a mixture thing. It's
Yeah,
usually
Yeah.
most of the mixtures are self-regulating.
Right. You turn a little knobby thing right next to the little Jumafachi gyro.
Yeah, but
That doesn't give you more air. That'll just
The
make
slip
it.
indicator.
That's just changing the mixture.
Yeah, right. Because you have less dense air.
No, because-
You're compressing less air. You need
No,
more
because
fuel or less.
the fuel metered either on carburation through Venturis or it's done by other electromechanical devices which measure air density, like a manifold pressure indicator, which automatically would require less fuel because it's telling the system, "Hey, I don't have this many molecules of air, so give me a little less fuel." So it's self-regulated, is what I'm trying to say.
I give up. I give up. Let me just ask one last question.
Okay, no. Let me
Does
finish.
altitude and temperature have to do with the density of the air?
So let me just say, when you go up the altitude, there's the most dominant factor of what the pressure is going to be.
Awesome. Most dominant. Does temperature have anything to do with it?
As I said, yes.
Thank you very much.
And like at sea level, if you were at sea level and you take 100-degree day and you bottle the air on a 100-degree day, and then on a winter in Minnesota, you get a sea level day with a temperature of -50, and you bottle that air, and you then go and measure how much pressure is in both of those bottles at a nice ambient pressure somewhere, you'll find out that the hot day air will have less air in it, and the cold day air will have more air in it.
At sea level in Minnesota, huh? Yeah. No, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, man.
Go to Antarctica, you know?
Yeah, same temperature, right? Different altitude. You're going to have different density,
But
right?
the pressure will be the same.
Yeah, that's why I said density there. Density of the air is going to be different.
Whoa. Pressure being the same.
Yeah, 100 degrees, not in the bottles, but when you start at sea level on a -50-degree day and a 100-degree day, you're going to find that the air pressures are pretty much the same at sea level. Your ambient air pressure.
Right.
Yeah,
but
does
that's
change.
not. What's that? No,
That's not density.
It does change due to it does change due to temperature.
No, it
even
could be
at the
20.
same-
It could be 29. You can have 29.9. You can have 29.92 millibars at sea level on a cold day or a hot day. So he's right. So the temperature changed, but the pressure was the same. The density was the same.
the same altitude. Can temperature change?
No, the density will be different. Whoever the hell I'm talking to. The density will be different because all molecules are all bouncing off each other harder. There's going to be more space in between them. So that's why I suggested bottling the air on those 2 days. You'll find out there's more air in more actual molecules per unit volume.
Here's just a very simple example. So if you take an area of very low pressure, which there currently is over Iceland, it's about 997 millibars. And if you look at an area of pretty high pressure, and this is going down towards the equator, it's currently 1034 millibars, i.e. a change of 37 or 0.37, because obviously dealing with 1,000 there as your base unit, change. In fact, it's about 0.34 if we put a proper ratio in. So that's the kind of difference when you're talking about your heat effect.
That's not even heat. I mean, that 900 millibars over at Iceland is a weather condition.
Yeah, I know.
Condition.
But a lot of it's to do with the lower temperatures, because you can have high pressure in cold places as well.
Right.
But in the winter period, we have a prevailing low pressure that tends to hover around. Yeah. Yeah, but that's because you got lots of land.
A lot of stuff going on in this dynamic system we live in, causing a gradient due to temperature and pressure, right? Density
Yeah,
changes.
but it's a very small effect, is what I'm trying to get across to you, Rakia. You remember the
Between the
square root of
worst
fuck all problem?
It's a very big area. It's a big jar.
Yeah, but
Well,
the
if you could
variance
show
is
me
very little.
Well, that's where we're getting back to your religion again, Rakia, because we have no
No,
evidence
not
of a
really.
dome.
We're just getting back to the sample size, right? Like, you take a jar of air out of the
Oh,
system.
sorry, I thought you meant like we were under a jar. Sorry, I mischaracterized you. Apologies.
Well, both models basically have a container somewhere. You just
Well,
neither one of
containment
them
just
can
means
really reach them.
containment just means there's forces. It doesn't mean there's any kind of physical container. There's no
Yeah,
requirements
containment.
for a physical container. Forces can be generated by acceleration.
They even talk about a container in the heliocentric model, just
Well,
way far out there.
containment is something that happens, and we just because we don't have a physical glass, jar that we live in, doesn't mean there's not containment. So we talk about the containment being the force that is keeping the air to the surface and making it have a gradient. So
I'm not talking about the atmosphere containment. That y'all say gravity is the force that's containing it. Gas containing it as a shape. I'm talking about the universe.
Whatever causes weight in the air, that'll be containing it.
To be frank, we have no idea whether the universe is a closed or open system.
Right, exactly.
Right. And
so therefore there is, we can't speculate until we have some evidence, which we'll probably never get, on whether the universe is an open or closed system.
I think we speculate all the time. Use assumptions to fit our model and move forward at our best ability. I think that's what's happened. I don't deny that. But leaves room to be wrong. Go ahead.
My bad. Stuffy, my ears are wacky. Don't you guys say that the universe is from the Big Bang, where there's an area expanding that is space and time, and then there's an area past that. We'll call that area outer space. That that doesn't have No,
that's not what they're saying. They're saying the universe is like being on the surface of a balloon. As you blow the balloon up, things get further apart.
yes, and inside the balloon is space and time, and outside that balloon there is no space and time.
No, we're on the surface of the balloon.
I don't know. Maybe one of them says that, but there's a lot of
different theories. Yeah.
When you get to the fringes of science, it gets a little bit wacky.
And you know my views on the Big Bang, Jeremy. I've made them pretty clear. And I think it's great we have hypotheses. And it's great we can point to evidence that, at least we've got some evidence to point towards the rapid expansion of the universe and blank time and all that shit. But I still think it's a big leap to say this is the way it started, or even sort of have a firm thing. What we seem to observe is things were closer together further back we go.
Well, that's a great point, and that's where you draw your line, and what we're doing, or what I'm doing, is drawing the line a little bit closer, going, if you're going to tell me what's happening out past the moon, what helium is doing and how much of this gas is on wherever and how it's combining and creating this, that, and the other, I draw my line before that. We just draw our line.
We're already on the fringes when you start talking about the atmosphere and the moon and shit. Yeah.
Well, I think that we've got more than enough technology to monitor energetic particles. We put objects up in orbit, and we can get telemetry data from that. I think that's a very reasonable thing, and it's much closer to us than the other side of the universe. And 14 odd billion years ago. This is stuff happening today. This is stuff we're collecting now. So, yeah, my confidence level on that is way fucking higher.
Once you get past 120, 130,000 feet, we can't, the average person can't verify it. Now we rely on other people that
Right.
you know, we don't really, a lot of us don't trust.
What's your view on deep sea fish?
What about it?
Do you eat deep sea fish?
Is this a shallow earth thing? I mean, I like.
No. I'm not saying. I'm not talking about. Yeah. So great. So, how many times have you gone on a trawler and actually got a catch?
I've never actually deep sea fished.
Yeah.
I believe it exists, though.
Yeah, well, you know,
They
very
get the
few
fish.
people have done that. I'll say that, okay, there's probably a few more people have done that than been up into space. Don't mind agreeing on that. But when you talk about the number of people that have been to the bottom of the ocean, the deepest parts that we have, there's less people been down there than been up to the space station.
I agree. It's questionable. I think underwater archaeology is in a shame right now and should be embarrassed.
We're not talking about underwater archaeology because that's done in shallow water. You very rarely go below 30 meters to do shit like that.
I know. I just want to throw that out there because I know you're an archaeology fan, and it is a travesty of what's happening. Anyways, the point is we could throw a line down there and like touch it. Like I can't like throw a line up and like go like hook the moon or something. Well,
I don't think you could. I don't think you could do that. I don't think you've got a line 13 miles long.
8 miles.
Or 8.
I thought it was 8. Yeah, whatever. You give me
Mariana
a rope 10
Trench.
miles long. Yeah, give me a rope 10 miles long. We'll throw it down there.
Have you got one?
I mean, it doesn't even sound impossible.
Do you know anybody that's got one?
Bro, 13-mile rope sounds absolutely feasible. I think I could do that with like a couple $1,000s.
But have you ever seen one?
I mean, I've seen a 1 mile long rope, and I'd have to imagine you could tie those together.
But have you ever seen one?
A 13-mile rope? You're being silly, Joe. I don't think so. No, I might.
Well,
but I don't think so.
The same way that you deduce that, Jeremy, you can also do a lot of things to validate what they say about space. You can't do everything. You can't go up there and actually go and put your finger out of the window and say, "Oh yeah, that hurts like hell."
I'm just saying.
But you can validate things, like you can send up a hot air balloon and find out, no, the pressure does get lower and lower and lower no matter how high I go. You know what? It is logical that would keep going for quite some time.
Maybe, but the point is,
how far away is the moon? Well, I can bounce a radio off it. Yeah, I can do that, and it shows the same distance they show. Wow. And you can do the triangulation. Every one of these things you can do to validate it. No, you can't go there. Sorry. But it is logical.
You can get up there to 120, 130,000 feet and verify some shit. Yes, past that. Like I said, we're now on the fringes. We're now on the fringe. Like you guys say, the fringe is like the exterior of the Big Bang or something. That's your fringe. Our fringe starts way before that.
And go buy yourself a balloon, a hot air balloon, get an Estes rocket, and go and fly it off of the balloon once it reaches altitude.
I've had that idea before.
200,000 feet.
I've had that idea before of launching a balloon off or launching a rocket off a balloon. That'd be the best place to launch a rocket, right? You're already up 100,000 feet. That's a good start. That's like me racing. What's his name? The fastest guy on Earth, and they're going to give me a 99-yard head start on him to 100 or something.
Of course, it's hard to get a rocket that'll go another 100,000 feet. That's a pretty substantial rocket.
Well, how far was that Go Fast rocket that they're always claiming hit the dome?
Right. I don't even know if you could have lifted that with a balloon to 100,000 feet.
Yeah. I'd also recommend that you launch that remotely. I wouldn't want to be standing underneath a balloon when a rocket goes off.
I'm already in trouble at 100,000 feet.
For point of clarity, the Go Fast rocket reached 73.7 miles. 385,000.
So you could get it 100 miles and change with sending it up on a rocket first. On a balloon first.
Did they have any like equipment on that shit? Like a
They had a barometer.
Temperature gauge, bro. Hey.
And a GoPro.
I think they have barometer, temperatures, stuff like that.
Well, you can't have that.
Why not?
With my kid with a candle.
Oh.
I don't even know what you just said. Sorry. There was definitely something way more important about to happen.
73 miles.
Let the kid set himself on fire.
It's a learn. He's got to learn.
Damn straight.
No, there are some things you don't want to let your children do and severely burn
Yeah.
themselves. It's definitely one of them.
They gotta learn. Because then the kid's going to get older and he's going to play with black powder and he's going to burn his face off. Oh, shit, that was me.
That's why they call him No Eyebrows.
Shut up!
So when I was younger, about 40 years ago, when I was 5 years old, we had an ordinance, and we lived in a little town, and the ordinance was that you could just burn the trash in a trash barrel out back. So every week when we burned the trash, I always came back in with no eyebrows.
You and Moyok could be brothers. And Sanic, I rest my point, by the way, that I made earlier about British people being smarter.
You do get an apparent. Yeah, you get an apparent IQ bonus just from your accent.
If this was the cross section of America, we wouldn't have won any of the wars we did.
You still would have done better in Australia.
Unless you're from that place called Cockney or whatever the hell they call it.
There is no actual place called Cockney. That's a name of an accent. But I understand your limited knowledge.
God damn, I'm stupid.
Cockney, to have a Cockney accent, you're supposed to be born within the sound of Bow Bells, which is in East London.
Or whatever. You from round there, you're going to you lose a few IQ points.
No, actually, there's been some pretty smart Cockneys. A lot of very good
Doesn't
comics.
matter. They lose it. It's just the apparent intelligence.
No, that's because you guys are all septics. That's your problem.
Septic?
Yeah, it's not actual intelligence you have. It's apparent. It's from the accent. So you get an apparent intelligence boost.
Let's be honest, Jeremy. You know, you come from a massive country with a pretty large population, and you've hardly conquered any of the globe. I come from a tiny fucking set of islands, and we conquered most of the globe.
But that's just nice. When we got nukes, we could have just taken over the whole world.
Hold on. Listen, for A, we have a massive more amount of land than you guys did, and we had a way later start. So, I mean, you know, you guys get this little tiny island. It's like as big as Texas or something, right? So, I mean, we got you there.
You can put the UK inside Texas about 4 or 5 times.
So that's not helping your case.
No, it is. They own the whole world with no population.
Well, I'm just saying, okay, right now we have way more land than you guys do. So clearly we did better there. We got you there.
Well, actually, I think if we include the Commonwealth, no.
Exactly. I was about to say. You don't know
like what Commonwealth.
Vanek, I rest my case once again.
What are you on, like pieces of Africa
my
or
Lord.
something?
Jeremy, just stop talking. You're making us look bad.
Okay, what do you guys own? What do you guys own? India?
Okay. I just stubbed my toe.
Sorry?
Everything's okay. I just stubbed my toe.
Listen, I'm not Googling this Commonwealth thing. Just tell me what it is.
Sorry?
It's about 11 million square miles.
When Jeremy talks, he just makes all of humanity look bad.
Fine. How big is America?
Canada, Australia. You can include India, South Africa.
Canada's not its own entity. You're telling me all these people are in cahoots together.
Hey, just listen.
It's part of the Commonwealth.
They say the Queen runs all of it, mate. That's other Americans.
So Canada's not its own entity. It's controlled by England. That's what the claim is?
No, Great Britain.
Whatever, man. I don't. UK. Great. You got too many names for your
What is their relationship to Canada? What do they do? How does Britain exercise its control? Does Canada give them money?
You sound like crazy conspiracy laws. You sound like crazy conspiracy people. Like, there's one person controlling all of the countries.
You know, we are in a channel devoted to flat Earth, so I don't know what the point of that is.
Jeremy, I looked up the actual numbers for you. the United States is approximately 3.7 million square miles, where the Commonwealth is approximately 30 million square miles.
Bro, they ain't running shit in the how does England, how does fucking Great Britain, okay, that's the name of your country, Great Britain, how are they controlling Canada?
You remember
What do they do?
about 10 years ago when Canada wanted to declare bankruptcy and they had to go ask the Queen's permission?
Did that really happen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, this only helps my case in the ultimate.
And she said no, so
in the
they
big
didn't
picture.
declare.
Yeah, in the big picture of things, this actually helps my argument when I say there's a group of elites controlling all the countries and they're all in it together. I want you guys to remember this moment.
Leave it to Flat Earther to lose the argument and still claim victory.
This is a W. This will be a later W. I'll take it out right now. This is a later W for me. I'm just letting you guys know.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Oh, I've got a gift for this.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate.
I love this gift.
Well, I'm just saying I've used this argument before where there was one group of people controlling all the countries, and everyone's like, no, that's ridiculous. And now here you are telling me there's this one group of people controlling this giant, portion of Earth.
They control the countries they claim to control. It's not like a conspiracy or underhanded thing.
We don't really have that much control over those countries. It's more like a gentleman's agreement.
It's like being a member in a club.
You know what I like the gentleman's agreement of? I've heard there's an island. I forget. I think it was like Iceland and Canada or something. There's an island like in between. They're always fighting over it, but they just leave each other like bottles of champagne or something. On an island every once in a while.
Yeah, it's a bit of rock, and one of the reasons why it's between Denmark and Iceland because Denmark owns Greenland.
Well, there's a lot of quarrel on northern territories which are unowned by anyone. There's a lot of claims for it. There's a lot of quarrel behind it, especially these days.
That's why Russia tries to
the Antarctic too. But yeah.
It's like the island in the middle of the Bering Straits, which is one island's, I think, owned by America or Canada, and the other island's owned by Russia.
You know what I like recently? They do this underwater gold mining thing, right? You guys seen that? They get down there with the big tube, suck up all the dirt and rocks and shit. You guys ain't seen that one?
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, I need to go and look after my kids, so I will catch you all later.
So, slight segue, but
actually, just for and on the record, I don't believe I'm incredibly smart. I just think I'm fairly average.
You're ugly too.
You sound
I know.
smart.
All my girlfriends tell me that.
What do all your boyfriends tell you though?
I don't know because I don't have any.
Later, Jeff.
I'm sad now.
I'm sorry. I don't think you're ugly. I have no idea what you look like.
No, I've got a beard and I know how to use it. Catch you later.
Later.
Can I ask the room a question? My Google foo appears to be lacking here. There's a claim that I hear in these chat rooms all the time where the Earth produces gases.
Yes, correct. That actually happens.
I have a lot of it where gases are being released, but I'm lacking production of gases. Am I just looking in the wrong spots, or?
Well,
essentially, it doesn't produce any gases. Everything that's here is pretty much here.
There's a transformation could happen.
Yep.
Rock is made out of oxygen and silicates and stuff like that. You could do something to a rock to release that oxygen.
Not in gaseous form.
Yeah, a plant will take.
Releasing an oxygen, that's an element. That's not a gas.
A plant takes solids. It's called the Hill reaction in plants. A plant takes a liquid, and essentially turns it into gas. Right?
Well, a plant technically takes in liquid and gases, and I'm pretty sure solids.
Yeah, but
too.
if they don't,
Do
the
they?
gas doesn't do anything to break. I mean, the gas might give them energy that they take in to be able to break down the liquid, but I don't think that has.
CO2. Plants take in CO2. What does that use for?
Yes, but the oxygen they release is from the breakdown of water. It's not like they transform the CO2 into oxygen. It's called the Hill reaction. Okay, I didn't just like make that
I don't
up.
know where the oxygen comes from. There's a carbon dioxide and there's a water molecule, and somewhere along that process, an oxygen is released. So you had an O and an O2, and I don't know which one is released to the atmosphere technically.
Yeah, the oxygen comes from. Go ahead, Dan.
Part of it is what it produces. The sugar, the glucose that's produced, C6H12O6. So you get C6H12O6, which is produced by the plant.
Right.
Feed the cells, and that comes from the oxygen in the water. It also comes from CO2 in the air.
The overarching point is that yes, we make the claim. Are you done, Zanik? You know what you do a lot is you'll talk, and then you'll take like a long pause and then keep talking, but everyone thinks you're done, and then you're like, yo, I'm still talking.
Not my problem.
That's definitely your problem.
No, it's your problem.
What the fuck?
I don't have a problem.
Oh no, it's your problem.
Now you tell me what my problems are. Who do you think you are, a mind reader?
You're making it my problem. So now I'm. Listen,
it's your
you're
problem.
making it my problem.
So it's your problem.
You're making it my
Let me
problem.
know
So
your
now I'm
problem.
making it your problem. So you're doing it right now.
I know I am.
Come on.
What?
So listen.
It's your problem.
Okay, so stop. The claim is that
You're talking about my problems then, okay?
There's more gases.
Your problem.
Okay, relax, Hank.
I'm
There's more gases. Just settle down.
I'm settled.
I'm gonna have to mute you. I'm gonna mute you. I'm not even supposed to mind my own shit, bro. I can't mute you. I did earlier though, and I called you a cocksucker motherfucker, which I'm not apologizing for because you were being one.
I don't need your apology. It's your
That's
problem.
Fine.
You're acting out.
I'm making it your problem. Listen, let me. Yes, see, this is what they do. He's a paid show. He's trying to distract the conversation, trying to talk about gas production in the air, and this is where it goes with Zanuck. Okay, stop being a paid show, and let us continue the conversation. Now, there's gases being consumed and produced at the ground level, right? That's where all the gas is consumed and produced. This doesn't even happen anywhere else.
Well,
always at ground level.
I don't know if I would call it
ground level.
I don't know if I would say it was produced, but transformed, or I don't think produced is the right term.
If I take a water molecule, a liquid, and then turn that shit into a gas, you don't think gas was just produced?
I don't think you produced anything.
There was no gas. Okay, there was no gas. And now I turned a liquid into a gas, and now there's gas. Would you consider that produced?
No, I'd consider that transformed.
Transformed one thing into another thing, so we produced something that wasn't there before,
right?
namely a gas.
You transformed oxygen into oxygen. You still have oxygen.
No. We transformed a liquid, water, right, into a gas. So before you had no gas, now you have gas.
And we transformed carbon dioxide into solids.
Right.
Yes, that would be the consume part. That would be the consume part. You took a gas, it's now consumed because there's no longer any gas, and it's turned into a solid.
Well, if you use consume, then I'm going to use consume and excrete.
That's fine. Nah, I don't know. I don't want to use that word. Why are the words I'm using not making sense to you guys?
Because production, essentially, when I hear you say production, I'm hearing you say it's created there, and it's not.
Yes, it was created. Listen to me. We have
There's
a water
no
droplet.
new oxygen, no new carbon dioxide, no new hydrogen produced.
Listen to me. Moyak, we have a water droplet sitting on a table outside. Mm-hmm. Okay, there's a liquid. There's no gas. Pretend there's no other gas around it, right? We'll put it in a vacuum or something. I don't know, dude. At one moment, there's a liquid. There's no gas, and then the liquid disappears, and then now there's gas, right? So you can say transformed, produced, created, whatever one of those words you want to pick is fine, because before there was no gas and now there's gas.
Yeah, and in the case of the plant, the carbon dioxide is turned into the glucose. And
That's consumed.
The oxygen comes from the water. So the water
That would be a consumed.
Hold on. The water's already there. It's broken down into hydrogen and oxygen. And oxygen is released from the plant, right? So that's where the gas comes from. Didn't get created. Just got transformed from water to oxygen in the air. The other
from not a gas into a gas.
Correct.
Yeah, from a liquid. It got created from a liquid into a gas.
Correct.
Produced.
So
yeah,
no
there was
disagreement.
gas produced.
It's
there was
done.
no
It's
gas.
done.
There was no gas, and now there is gas. So some gas got produced. Right?
Call it transformation. Call it whatever you want.
State. You call it change
You
states.
can call it transformation, production, creation,
states.
whatever. Change
Call it
state. Fine, whatever.
It's changing states.
Okay, are you fine with me using the word produced?
No, because it's not a new.
It is. It's a new gas. There was no gas.
Produced a gas. Okay,
dude, there was no gas.
You're right.
Now there's gas.
Produced a gas. There wasn't a gas before. Now there's a gas.
And then when it inhales, when it takes in CO2, and it turns it into solid matter, that's the consumed part.
Correct.
It's just taking gas and turned it into a solid or whatever, liquid, whatever it is.
It transformed again, just like the oxygen.
It's fine.
It went from a gas into a solid now it's into a liquid. Well, actually, it's a liquid.
That's fine. The point is, this all happens on the ground level. That's where you would find most of the that's where you would expect to find most of the gas, where all the gas is getting produced and consumed.
So your logic is, since most of the gas is produced at the ground, that's where the highest density of the gases should be, correct?
Yeah, that's where you'd find most of the gas. That's what I just said, man. Why are you trying to reword my shit?
Hold on. So when I put water in my pool and I fill it from the bottom, is that why it's denser at the bottom? And then if I fill it from the top, though, it should be denser at the top.
Who fills
your logic is flawed. Your logic is
psycho
indicative shit. It's indicative of your IQ. Your IQ is lacking.
You're talking about liquid. We're talking about gases.
They're both fluids.
Liquid's a whole nother story.
No, it's not a whole other story. It's a fluid. They're both
a whole other story. Okay, but it's not gas. Sure, but it's not gas.
Correct. It's not gas.
They're both fluids. That's a nice answer, Zanik. That's not disingenuous.
That's that 4 or 5 year old argument he came with.
Like gases are liquids. Yeah.
You can't weigh them on
gases are fluids. Gases are fluids, and liquids are fluids.
Yeah, we tend to group things. Yeah, that's fine. But are gases liquids?
Gases are not liquids.
That's what. So your analogy fails.
It doesn't fail at all. Gases and liquids are what?
Fluids.
Correct.
So there is a whole science or a whole thing called fluid dynamics.
Fluid dynamics. Yep.
Fluid dynamics? What's that? I never heard of that.
The study of liquids and gases behavior.
And yet, gases and fluids.
They're both fluids.
And gases and liquids behave very differently, don't they, Zanik?
They do have thermodynamics.
So what are we
very
doing
similarly as also.
But they're still fluids.
That behave very differently, and we're talking about the behavior of these things, right?
Yes, they do.
Yes, I know shit, Zanik.
So they both have, a lot of the same properties. Things like viscosity.
But which property are we talking about? Are we talking about viscosity?
Well, he was answering that when you asked.
Yeah, you talked over when he was answering you.
I was going to say things like compressibility, viscosity, things like that. Yes.
Is that what we're talking about?
Hydroscopic principles. Yeah, all sorts of things.
We're talking about ground level and gas being denser around ground level. You were comparing liquids to gases in that sense. Tell me the similarity that causes the same effect. Being a fluid.
You fly at supersonic speeds, gases start behaving like liquids or like fluids. I mean, liquids. Sorry, they become incompressible at supersonic speeds. So yes, gases at a certain speed will behave very similar to liquids.
Bernoulli's principles generally apply to both, right?
It's also true.
Yeah, I was asking for more of a specific to the situation and the topic at hand kind of similarity. But
well,
because you're talking about taking liquids or gases to a certain speed.
We don't see gases improve or increase pressure locally when they're released. The pressure is caused by the weight of the said medium. Pressure is caused by how much air is above you. Just like with liquids, the pressure is caused by how much weight is above you. And this is very easy to substantiate and show evidence for. That's the answer I get.
You say that a lot, Zanuck, about it's very easy to demonstrate, but they're never convinced.
No, but I mean, it's with silly arguments like, well, if you do it in a container, the container changes the whole properties, all the mechanics of how it works.
How about
because you put a piece of cellophane over the top?
Here's my favorite. Gases have no intermolecular bond.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Did you learn that on Nathan's show?
He actually threw the line.
I mean, literally, he said that for an hour this morning.
And all you have to see is, you're right, there's no intermolecular bonds, but there are coulombic bonds. That is what he's speaking about with liquids. We don't have that in gases. So what? That's why it's a gas versus a liquid. Who cares? But what is his point? Do you remember what his point is? What Nathan's point is when he says that? Gases have no intermolecular bonds. They can't do what? Fill in the blank.
His whole point is that they don't have intermolecular bonds, so they expand in all directions.
Right. And unfortunately, when we put these molecules that expand in all directions in a container, suddenly they're hitting the bottom more than the top with a higher velocity. So why is that? And why is there a gradient inside a container? According to gas law, that shouldn't happen.
There's no dynamic system.
Wait, I got this one. But it's in a container.
Oh, geez, I forgot. Oh, geez. Oh, that explains it.
Why didn't you say so? Yeah, exactly.
There's your flat Earth argument in a nutshell. It's in a container.
Why didn't you say that before? Yep, I put a piece of cellophane over my tube, and all of a sudden, now the air has weight.
The Earth is flat. It's in a container. Actually, on Nathan's show, everybody ganged up against Brian's logic this morning. It was all of Nathan's panel against Brian Logic.
Oh my God, how'd that go? That must have been funny.
I don't really like saying it, but Brian's logic was the smartest person in the room.
What topic?
They were discussing gas pressure and why there's layers, and basically Nathan literally came out and said there's no gas pressure gradient.
Is Brian's logic the crane guy?
I don't know.
It's his big claim to fame. So if you don't know, then he isn't.
Hold on, Oakley said there's no what?
He said there's no gas pressure gradient in the atmosphere.
Really?
That's what he said.
What?
And Brian's logic is kind of dumbfounded by that statement.
I'm dumbfounded right now. He didn't say that. Stop playing.
He did.
Oh shit! What's it? Well, it was on today's show.
Well, you can't test it without a container. You have the vacuum, the barometer's inside of a container.
Yeah, that's kind
Well,
of
I
there's
don't care.
no gas pressure gradient without a container.
Oh yeah, of course. That's
You'd
absolutely
have to
correct. You
watch
don't
the
have the gas
show.
pressure.
If it's posted, whatever he posted today or tomorrow, you can watch the show and kind of get the actual context. I don't remember the actual context, but basically, Brian's logic was saying there is a pressure gradient, and Nathan was saying there is not a pressure gradient.
I have to go back and watch. I honestly, I stopped watching all those shows just because I'm usually in here, so like I can't do both. But if he cuts out a clip,
there's also the simple fact that it just sucks.
Why is there no way? Why is there no way of measuring the gradient without a
no,
container?
if he cuts out a clip, or something, it's probably something interesting or something. You know.
Yeah, hear my question?
Zanuck, it's very simple. A barometer, an anaerobic barometer, has a vacuum inside with a load sensor and stuff inside of it. It's got a container containing the vacuum.
What about a sonic sensor?
A what sensor?
A sonics, a piezoelectric sensor.
Oh yeah, there was that argument too yesterday.
Isn't that a good
Didn't
argument?
you have that one with them, Zanuck?
Well, I mean, this is all irrelevant because you can't have a gas pressure gradient without a container. So.
Well, of course you can. All you need is a force, and that can be shown. If you have a container, and you have, or even no container, you just drive in your car, slam on the brakes, you'll see a pressure gradient in your car, no container, or an open container, if you want to call it that.
So, speaking of that kind of that way, if I have a wall and this wall has gas being poured onto it, the gas will obviously dissipate. Now, this wall accelerates toward that gas. While it's dissipating, it's still an open container, but there is a pressure gradient as it accelerates.
That's right.
And yet there's no container. Now, eventually...
You can't have gas pressure without the walls of a container. It's literally the definition of gas pressure. The force exerted on a gas by the walls of the container or some shit. I forgot the exact definition, but you know what it is.
It's the force exerted on any surface.
And again,
it clearly states walls.
Wait, there is no difference between the Gaussian collisions, the molecules hitting each other, or the walls. There's no difference at all. But we do need a surface, that's for sure. And things pile up against a surface. So we need a surface. How about that, Jeremy? Change it to surface rather than container. Because the containment is done
Who are
by...
you, Merriam-Webster?
Hold on, I'm literally in the middle of things and you jumped in.
You're in the middle of changing a definition.
No, I didn't. I'm saying use the surface and then say that the pressure is caused by the gas is weight. By virtue of the gas's weight, that is the containment, period.
I'd argue one thing with you, though. If I had a big enough gas cloud with not a lick of higher elements, you would get pressure eventually. There wouldn't be a surface.
Are you arguing with me, man?
Why is there clouds? There's only clouds because the weight around it of the gas is causing that pressure, so there can be a cloud.
No, I'm saying like
any theoretical surface, any theoretical surface area is what it pertains.
When the sun begins, the very first sun came out, the first hydrogen atoms that have formed in the universe, those clouds had pressure prior to them having surfaces.
No, it's not a physical surface. It's the surface area of any theoretical surface. So if you cut out just like a 2x2 region of space, you can measure the pressure in that surface area. It doesn't have to be a physical surface.
Okay. Right.
It's P is equal to F over surface area, or F over A.
Oh, okay.
That's the definition of pressure.
But the pressure exists absent the surface. You just can't measure it until you put a surface in there.
No, the pressure includes the surface area. It's a measurement of the force over a certain surface area.
So there's no difference between those collisions of the molecules themselves with each other or onto a surface. But the pressure is a measure of the force over any given surface area, any area in that particular region. And those molecules hitting each other is a pressure, and you can measure that by sticking something in the way of those collisions and have them touch that surface. That change in momentum is a force. That force is pressure. It is the force over area. End of story. And finally, we've solved the flat Earth problem. Silence. Everyone now is at peace. Oh God, the silence is deafening.
What up? Cashed out for 480 today. And there was a bunch of stuff I didn't even count. It was probably more like 550.
50?
50. It's 50. Probably like 550. Definitely over 500. Like if some shit's too little and I only make like $3 a month on it, I don't even count it. I got a bunch of stuff like that. Some stuff I didn't cash out for a couple weeks. I think I missed it last week or something. I don't know what happened. That's my weekly amount. It's going to be dope, but I'll see next week.
So I was thinking about the gas pressure requires a container question. Could the same be said for water pressure?
Yes.
Nope.
You can't measure water without a container. Water has no weight.
Not true. Not true.
It doesn't require a container.
You can do the
You
same
cannot
thing.
weigh
as long
water
as
without a
Water
container.
doesn't. Water
You can do
doesn't,
the
yeah.
same thing. You can say the same thing. Just say use a piezoelectric sensor and then measure the pressure at 30 feet, 33 feet. You'll get 14.7 psi. Measure that same pressure out of the water. It'll be 14.75.
Do you think pressure is weight?
Pressure is a scalar quantity of force over that area. Any area,
So
non-directional.
is pressure weight?
Pressure is not weight. Pressure is
Okay.
created by weight.
All right.
Hold on.
I'm glad we got that.
Hold on. Let me finish. Pressure is created by the weight. Hydrostatics is a known field. Don't question it. You're making yourself sound more stupid than you are.
Oh, come on.
Jace, you had a different point of view. What were you trying to say?
It doesn't require a container, as I was saying before.
I'm sorry. How do you measure water without a container?
No, I was referring to gas pressure.
Right, but liquid, how do I measure water pressure without a container?
You're serious? You put a little. You get a big scale. You put a little drop in the center of it, and you measure the weight.
There's a surface tension container on that.
And yet, no physical container.
Thanks for hitting the home run for me, Jeremy. Appreciate that.
Can you measure a gallon of water? How much does a gallon of water weigh?
You got to hit your own home runs, dude. No one else can hit them for you.
No, I mean, he just talked about measuring it without a solid container. Sounds like no need for a dome.
Water, liquid.
Yeah, fluid.
Liquid. No.
Fluids.
They have has different properties, right? Different fluids have different properties, right? Like a gas doesn't have the same properties as we just went over this, though.
Right.
If you had been here 20 minutes ago, you wouldn't be arguing this right now, I promise.
No, I took fluid dynamics in college. I didn't do well in the class, but I took it.
I don't think you showed up for the class. Listen, gases and liquids have very different behaviors, right?
They have very similar behaviors, actually.
Okay, sometimes they have similar behaviors. Sometimes they have vastly different behaviors, correct?
No, they're more similar than...
All right, if we put a liquid in a container,
That's why they're both fluids.
Okay, if we put a liquid in a container, does it expand to fill the whole container? Or does it just like take up a portion of it?
Technically, it expands to fill the container, just like what do you call
really?
it? Like the heavier gases. You know, we show that in an open container, we can put a heavier gas in there, and it'll stay there for a while. But after a while, it'll be gone. So if I put liquid in a container and I leave it open, it's going to be gone.
I need the same fish tank to contain the sulfur hexafluoride and water.
Ooh, why?
Okay, what? Listen, if you have a sealed bottle a water bottle, let's say, and I fill half of it with water or a liquid, it's not going to expand to fill the whole fucking bottle, is it?
Well, neither will the air. There'll be a gradient inside.
Hey,
Which
Jeremy,
will ultimately
Jeremy,
fill the whole. What's up?
what's
Sulfur hexafluoride will fill the bottom of the container instead, just like water or liquid. So you're wrong, Jeremy.
You put water in your container and leave the bottle open, it'll be all gone.
Jeremy? What's the sign of a bad chemistry joke?
I don't know. What is it?
No reaction.
Yeah. So I mean, if we have a bottle of water and we fill half of it with water, or pick your liquid, it's not going to expand to fill the whole container. Now, if you put gas in it, it is going to expand to fill the whole container. I don't care if it's sulfur hexafluoride or CO2. Oh, yes, it is. I mean,
if I pour sulfur hexafluoride in, I can quite clearly make a layer of it that doesn't fill a container. You can then float boats on it. You can do whatever you need to do.
But you realize eventually that comes out of the container, right? And it doesn't
So does
just
the
stay
water.
there.
So does the water.
The water in a sealed container. I have a sealed bottle of water.
You're mixing sealed container with open containers, dude.
Why? In this example,
if I
we have
put
a sealed
sulfur
container.
hexafluoride in that bottle, the sulfur
In this
hexafluoride
example,
is
we
not
have
gonna
a
get
sealed
out.
container. To
It'll
make the
stay-
point, to hit the point home. I mean, we could use an open container if you wanted to, but just to hit the point home, we're using a sealed. Okay, let's take it. You want to use an open container? Fine. We pour
We're using open. Well,
okay,
why don't we use the fish tank?
Okay, we have an open fish tank. Okay, does this make you happy?
Yep.
Sure.
Okay, we pour half of it, fill it with water, right? The water just sits there, doesn't expand and take up the whole area inside the fish tank.
Look at it in a year.
The water.
The tank will be empty in a year.
Yeah, there won't be any water.
Right. And
so the water didn't expand. The water didn't expand to fill the whole tank. It changed into gas. It's vastly different. This is a dumb argument, you guys. Are you sure you guys want to go through with this?
The water left the tank, right?
Moyak, are you sure you want to go through with this?
And the sulfur hexafluoride stayed in the tank for a protracted period of time. They both left the tank after an extreme long time.
Seriously, think about this. Does the water fill to expand to fill the whole volume of the tank?
Yes.
Does the sulfur hexafluoride?
Yes, the sulfur hexafluoride will leave the tank eventually.
So will the water.
The sulfur hexafluoride will leave it as a gas. The water will not leave it as water.
So will the water.
Not as water. When it turns into a gas, it will leave it. That only further proves my point.
What's your point?
That the gas expands the volume to fill the container.
With the gradient.
And the water doesn't.
You forgot the gradient. Why is there a gradient? Why is it denser at the bottom than the top?
Oh my God. That's not the point. Like, why you guys want it? The point is the water does not expand. This is only a side point off of the point that he was trying to claim, because water and gas, liquid and gas are both fluids, and they exhibit the same behaviors, which they don't.
So far, you've given more similarities in their behavior than differences.
I've only been trying to detail one. This whole time, I've only been trying to detail one example in which it doesn't exhibit the both behaviors, and you guys are arguing that water expands to fill the volume of a container, which is fucking dumb. This is the worst argument from you guys I've ever heard.
You're arguing sulfur hexafluoride expands to fill the entire container, and that's just...
It does. It will escape the... Dude, you think it just
sits
there in the tank?
Yeah.
The sulfur hexafluoride will eventually leave the tank.
Eventually.
Yes. As gas. As a gas.
Eventually,
yes.
Will there be water in the tank?
The water will eventually never expand to fill the whole volume of the tank. Or do you think eventually the water will expand to fill the whole volume of the tank?
Jeremy, do you
I
know,
told you in
like,
the beginning this was a dumb argument, and you guys did not want to die on this hill, but you insisted on it, so here we are.
Do you know, like, when you pour a glass of water, that there are just water molecules escaping at the surface of the liquid into the atmosphere?
You guys are really arguing
Okay,
that water
Jeremy, let me
expands.
speak because I'm on your side
This
on this.
is
Jeremy,
there we go. Go ahead, Zach.
Jeremy, I'm on
Do
your
you
side.
not think
Jeremy,
that?
hold on. Let me respond to Jeremy real quick. We get it. There are coulombic bonds that keep these molecules together as in the liquid. And you're right. The liquid will stay as a liquid until it turns to a gas. That's why it stays like you can see it and it flows like a liquid. It is still a fluid. It has a lot of the behaviors of all fluids do, but as a liquid, it does have certain characteristics. And you're right. The water won't leap out of the container until it turns into a gas. Gases can because there's no coulombic bonds. Come on, there's nothing to see here. God, the dumbest
And
So
if
I'm glad you
I
agree with me.
avoided any energy being introduced into the system with the same as water, if I didn't add any energy to the system with the sulfur hexafluoride, I think it might actually stay there. If I brought it right down to the edge of freezing or liquefying.
Yeah, if you can cool down helium and have it just chill there. If you remove the energy, the molecules aren't going to move that much, especially if you have something heavy like bromine or sulfur hexafluoride or iodine vapors, stuff like that.
I could probably keep it in there indefinitely. So same as water. If you add enough energy to it, it'll leave the container.
There you go, Jeremy. Now you got gases behaving similar to a liquid, not leaving a container. That's not really a characteristic. They don't say that in any book saying this particular gas versus a liquid will leave a container. That's never been said anywhere in any
This
book.
shit is a stretch even for you guys. The argument you're making
There
right here. I don't get it. We all just agreed that gases and liquids exhibit different behaviors, and now you're arguing that they do. This is literally a half an hour ago that happened. You guys not remember that? All you guys were here.
I remember you stating it and me disagreeing with you.
I remember Moak saying specifically that they share many behaviors, not all of them, but many. That's what was said. Get it straight.
And some they don't. Right? Some they do, some they don't.
Well,
they don't always act the same. So making
they
the
share
argument
the property of weight.
So making the argument that gases and liquids are both fluid is irrelevant.
No,
We're talking about different properties of them.
They share many. For example, they take up the shape of a container.
They don't. Liquids don't take this. Liquids don't. Okay, they take the shape of a container.
Yes,
they don't. They don't fill up. They don't fill up to expand to fill the volume of the container.
Sulfur hexafluoride, or like you said, helium or bromine gas. You get it cool enough, it won't leave the container. It'll sit there as a gas at the bottom of the container, just like the liquid would. Exactly like liquid.
How cold you got to get it? How cold you got to get it, Xana?
Right to the edge of liquefaction.
Right.
So you're saying it can still be a gas and it'll just be sitting there, never leaving the container
for days, months, and years.
But eventually, how about in 1,000,000 years, will it leave the container?
If enough energy hits it.
No, just we're going to keep it at the same temperature.
There's
what are you making, bagels? I got this stuff cooking.
Gases are too heavy. How big a container? You make a really big container, it'll never escape. In fact, that's another answer for you. Open container, make it go up 10,000 feet. Gas at the bottom will never escape, ever. How about that? There you go. There's your answer, Jeremy. I just
now,
for
Xanic, for Brownian motion, like I don't know like how close the masses are for sulfur hexafluoride and air molecules, but
I was trying to look that up.
Would it tend to still stay sorted in a container? Like if I put it in a sealed container with air, like and have my boat floating in there, would that boat float virtually indefinitely, or would enough air mix with it and the differential at the top become?
I think that's what happens. I don't know for sure, but I think you're right. I think that's exactly what would happen. The law of mixing. I forget that. It was actually a law of mixing. I vaguely remember this.
Right, but it's just if there's enough difference between them, I think that you get more sorting on the bottom.
Right.
But if they're too close, then it's going to stay suspended.
Right, and so the air slowly, molecule by molecule, will mix and make that density for that particular area of that mixture a little less than what's adjacent to it. and it will rise up because there's enough energy in the air molecules. It becomes a more dominant factor in that mass to where it actually carries it up and away like little balloons.
Moyak described it exactly correctly. If you would get separation, if there's enough difference between the masses of the gases, they will separate. But if something like nitrogen and oxygen, which we've got in our atmosphere, that's sufficiently close that the Boltzmann distribution of energies means that the molecules are moving around with such a distribution, in fact, that's more important than the difference in their mass. But sulfur hexafluoride is so much more massive than nitrogen and oxygen that even with the Boltzmann distribution of energies, it will still be denser and therefore not get up to the same speed and always be denser and therefore will occupy the majority. But there'll still be the odd atom or molecule of sulfur hexafluoride that might get lucky and get bashed about, and then it might zip up to the top of the container. But fundamentally, you would have a layer of sulfur hexafluoride at the bottom with the odd little incursion of it going up, and then above that would be the air. Which, because nitrogen and oxygen are so close to one another, the distribution of energies means that they mix very well. And liquids turn into gases, just a matter of temperature. You just turn the temperature down, you get a liquid, turn the temperature up of a liquid, you get a gas.
I mean, evaporation will always happen as long as you have some sort of temperature, or not always, but
yeah, you need a reasonable temperature. Because I mean, evaporation is just simply a couple of molecules coming together, bashing, and then it hits another molecule in one uniform direction. That's one molecule, like a set of snooker balls. You're not familiar with snooker, but
like on the trampoline where multiple people are jumping to push the one person up.
Exactly, you've got it.
Be a good one.
Yeah,
and it's like even though none of them individually would have enough to evaporate, once they all work together to push the one person, that person or that one particle does evaporate because it gets enough energy.
Right. Correct.
And that also can cool the liquid itself, which
because the people on left have used up all their energy. They've used up their bounce to send the other one away, so they're cooler, and that's why things that evaporate leave what's left is cooler than the gas the evaporated gas.
Yeah, and that's the whole reason why we sweat, because that's evaporative cooling.
Yep.
Called latent heat energy.
Yeah, well, the reason you have a latent heat energy is because there's an attraction. Well, that doesn't exist with trampolinists, but with gases, they're not really attracted to one another. But something like water, obviously, there's more attraction between something like helium, there is no attraction between the molecules. So there's no loss of energy in helium.
So gas doesn't attract gas. No, you just said no attraction between those.
It depends on the gas. I mean, something like liquid water, water vapor, it does attract one another, but it's got to go to such a temperature that it's overcome the attractive forces. But something like helium doesn't attract. The helium gas doesn't attract one another, and that's why.
So not all gases. Hold on a second, please, Gummy. Please.
Gravity, I know what you're trying to say.
Hold on
it's
one
negligible
second,
attraction.
please.
He'll say the same thing. Okay.
So you're saying that not all, so helium is mass, but you're saying not all mass exhibits this property of attracting.
Attraction, but the gases are so small. The gravitational attraction between helium molecules is much, much smaller than the kinetic energy that's bouncing them around.
So you're saying not all mass is attracted to other mass. Mass attracting mass doesn't always happen.
All mass attracts mass.
Except for helium.
No.
Except for helium. No. You just said it doesn't attract. Now you're saying it doesn't attract?
I'm referring to the electrostatic Coulomb attraction. The mass still attracts mass, but that's not what keeps liquids together. It's not the gravitational side is absolutely irrelevant to molecules.
Oh, the words that. So you're saying first you said gas doesn't attract. First you said helium doesn't attract helium. Now you're saying helium does attract helium.
Jeremy,
hold on. Let me clear this up. The gravitational attraction of a gas molecule to another gas molecule is irrelevant. So that's what I was referring to. The reason that some like water vapor is attracted to other water vapor molecules is by the fact that they have this polarization of the water molecules. The hydrogens are more positive, oxygen more negative. So there's a Coulombic attraction between water vapor. So I was dismissing, because it's absolutely irrelevant, the gravitational attraction. I've dismissed that. It's so small, it's there, but it's really, really small, and it does not play any role in the vaporization of gases and liquids. No role at all.
No role whatsoever, Jeremy. So don't misunderstand a certain word that was said and then conflate it with something completely different.
The attractive forces in a gas.
I understand the double speak. It's okay. I
Not
understand the
double
double speak.
speak.
It's fine.
Words have
You don't
meanings.
understand it. If you did understand it, here we go again. The forces that cause liquids to stick to one another are not gravitational. I'll say it again. The forces that causes liquids and gases to attract one another are not gravitational. I'll say it a third time. The forces that attract the molecules in a gas